When Huang Xiaolong arrived on the scene, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu were battling 4 people in the sky. The person battling Zhang Fu was none other than Li Lu's master, Li Molin, whereas Zhao Shu was fighting 1 against 3 the Yao family's ancestor Yao Shan, and 2 other people from Deity's Templar, which was obvious from the Deity's Templar's elder robes on their backs. But Yao Fei was nowhere to be seen. Below, on the street, members of the Guo family's wedding procession were lying in pools of scarlet-red blood. Not far away at a street corner, Guotai blocked in front of Huang Min with the remaining number of Guo family disciples, grouped together in a defensive circle. Seeing both his sister and Guotai were still safe and sound, Huang Xiaolong let out a breath of relief. "Big brother!" Huang Min cried out when she spotted Huang Xiaolong and quickly ran over to his side with Guotai. "Are you two all right?" Huang Xiaolong concerned. "We're unhurt." Huang Min and Guotai shook their heads. Huang Xiaolong's tension disappeared hearing they were unharmed. At this time, sounds of whistling wind rang in the sky as figures rushed over to the battle scene. Everyone turned to look and saw it was Emperor Duanren and Guo family's ancestor, Guochan. "We're leaving." Seeing it was Emperor Duanren and Guochan, Li Molin, who was battling Zhang Fu, made a forceful palm strike to push Zhang Fu back, barking orders to her comrades. Zhang Fu met her palm strike head-on. A thunderous explosion pushed both of them apart, and Li Molin seized the chance, disappearing into the void in a flicker. The other 3 people, Yao Shan and the 2 Deity's Templar elders, did the same. All 3 attacked Zhao Shu all out with a palm strike, disappearing into the void after pushing Zhao Shu back. Seconds after the 4 had fled, Emperor Duanren and Guochen arrived. The expression on their faces was grave and solemn, with rage boiling underneath, especially Guochen. His face darkened facing the scene of Guo family disciples' bodies lying in pools of their own blood. The Yao family went too far. Guochen roared lowly through gritted teeth, suppressing his rage. An intense hatred burned in his eyes. Today was a big joyous occasion for the Guo family, yet Yao Shan was so shameless as to disregard his Saint Realm status, attacking Guotai and these disciples. This action provoked Guochen's ire. Arriving not far behind Emperor Duanren and Guochen were Duan Wuhan and a group of Guo family experts. However, the wedding was an important affair and it wouldn't do good to miss the good hour. Thus Guochen instructed the Guo family experts to tidy up the matters while he sought Huang Xiaolong's opinion on the wedding's arrangement, and then proceeded to send Guotai back to Guo Mansion with Huang Min, escorted by Guo family experts. "Young lord, Yao family's ancestor and those people, do you want us to?" After Guotai's group left the scene, Zhao Shu approached Huang Xiaolong, inquiring. Huang Xiaolong shook his head instead. No need to chase. Although that Yao Shan was merely a Saint Third Order, with Deity's Templars experts and Li Molin's help, to chase up and kill him wouldn't be an easy matter. Duanren. Huang Xiaolong looked over to Emperor Duanren beside him. "I need to trouble you to lock down the city and search if there are any Deity's Templar and Yao family's disciples." Emperor Duanren replied with prompt courtesy. "Young noble Huang is too polite, it's no trouble at all. It's something we should do." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Following Huang Xiaolong's request, Guochen Tu sent Guo family experts out to comb the imperial city. Roughly 1 hour later, the remaining of Guo family's wedding procession arrived at the Guo mansion with Guotai and Huang Min. With Guotai and Huang Min's safe arrival at the Guo mansion, the Huang family went over. "Longer, how about we try to make peace with the Yao family?" On the way over, Su Yan suggested with a worried face. She had heard about the Yao family ancestor Yao Shan, and some Deity's Templar experts slaughtered many of the Guo family's wedding procession members midway. Huang Xiaolong looked at his mother. Noticing her deep worry lines, he shook his head saying, "Mother, even if we agree to talk peace, the Yao family would not agree." Disregarding the personal grudge Huang Xiaolong had with Yao Fei, just the fact that Huang Xiaolong burned the Yao family's foundation of thousands of years Yao Manor to ashes was no different than burning all possibilities of peace between them. Moreover, he didn't wish to make peace with the Yao family. Su Yan sighed inwardly hearing her son's answer. In fact, deep down she already knew it was useless and impossible. But the Deity's Templar? Su Yan hesitated. At the mention of Deity's Templar, Even Huang Peng revealed a worried look. The truth was the Yao family ancestor wasn't a threat. It was the deity's Templar at his back. From Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho's conversation, both Huang Peng and Su Yan understood to a certain extent what kind of terrifying existence the deity's Templar was. A tyrannical hegemony that even the entire Duanren Empire needed to be wary of. Mother, father, rest assured. A day will come when I will annihilate deity's Templar with my own hands. Huang Xiaolong spoke the vow slowly. And this day would not be too far away. Both Huang Peng and Su Yan thought Huang Xiaolong was comforting them. Thus neither said anything more on the topic. About an hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and Huang Shaohai arrived at the Guo mansion. When they arrived at the front entrance, the Guo family's ancestor Guo Chen, Guo Shiwen, Guo Shiwan, and Guo Tai were already waiting for them in person. Led by Guo Chun personally, the group made their way into the main hall, sitting down in two sections. Emperor Duanren has arrived. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong and the others sat down, came Guo family's chief steward Zhang Yu's voice announcing Emperor Duanren's arrival from outside. Emperor Duanren in person. Everyone present was baffled, but they stood up and went outside to welcome the emperor. Regardless, today was his sister's wedding. Thus Huang Xiaolong could be considered as half a host. The emperor personally coming for the banquet, Huang Xiaolong indeed should go and welcome him. Congrats, congrats, ah. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the rest stepped over the archway, Emperor Duanren walked in with a wide smile, cupping his fists in greeting. Huang Xiaolong and Guo Chun also cupped their fists in greeting. Duan Wuhan following behind Emperor Duanren also cupped his fists, congratulating Huang Xiaolong and Guo Chun in a respectful manner. Other than Duan Wuhan, there was a beautiful woman with noble bearing together with them. Huang Xiaolong guessed this woman must be Duan Wuhan's mother, and he was right. Emperor Duanren introduced her as Duan Wuhan's mother. Emperor Duanren's arrival instantly livened up the banquet. The many forces that came to congratulate all stood up and saluted. A joyous mood filled the air as wine and laughter flowed. With Emperor Duanren, the group moved to a more private hall and sat down. However, Huang Xiaolong did not relax his vigilance. He instructed Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and Yu Ming to keep an eye on the surroundings for any sudden unforeseen situation. The Yao family's old ancestor may have run off after failing to achieve his goal, ambushing the wedding procession team, but Huang Xiaolong had a gut feeling that things wouldn't end so easily. Furthermore, there was something strange about Yao Fei's absence today. When the banquet's atmosphere was at its liveliest, a Huang family guard burst in until he was in front of Huang Xiaolong. Young lord, a message came. More than a dozen 9 Tripod Commerce's branches were under brutal siege. More than a dozen of 9 Tripod Commerce's branches were under brutal siege. The big hall quieted in an instant. Countless pairs of eyes turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. A fierce light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There was no need to ask. The 9 Tripod Commerce being under brutal siege must be the handiwork of the Yao family and deity's Templar. More than a dozen 9 Tripod Commerce's branches were under brutal siege. Like Huang Xiaolong, those present at the wedding banquet easily guessed the masterminds being the Yao family and deity's Templar. Everyone in the hall remained quiet as no one dared to interrupt Huang Xiaolong's contemplation. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Young lord, should I make a trip to the branches? Seconds ticked and Zhang Fu suddenly stood up saying. Huang Xiaolong shook his head instead at his question. No need. There were more than 10 9 Tripod Commerce branches being sieged. Zhang Fu alone. Even if he knew how to split himself into a dozen body clones and went there, he might fall into the enemy's well-laid trap. The Yao family and deity's Templars' purpose in attacking the 9 Tripod Commerce branches may be to draw Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu away from his side. How are the casualties for each branch? Huang Xiaolong turned around, directing the question to the Huang family guard. Replying to young lord, the disciples of these several 9 Tripod Commerce are. The Huang family guard hesitated at this point. Say it. Huang Xiaolong raised his voice. Are almost all dead. Only a few disciples managed to escape from each branch. The Huang family guard blurted everything out. Almost all dead. Huang Xiaolong's face darkened. Every 9 tripod commerce branch had at least 300 to 400 disciples. A dozen branches amounted to 5,000 disciples. Pass the order down. All disciples are to return and assemble back here. Huang Xiaolong's solemn voice sounded. This debt, Huang Xiaolong jotted it down to be settled with the Yao family and deities Templar in the future. Yes, young lord. The Huang family guard respectfully replied. Huang Xiaolong waved the guard away. Today was his sister's wedding. An important day for her. Exactly at this moment, in a dilapidated abandoned courtyard on the north section of Duanren Imperial City, space fluctuated. Li Molin, Yao family's ancestor Yao Shan, and the 2 other deities Templar elders emerged from the void. And together with them were Yao Fei and Ao Baishue. 6 people appeared in total. Li Molin scoffed. I didn't expect Huang Xiaolong, that little brat, to endure it so well, foiling our plan. Ao Baishue frowned deeply. With Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu around, it'll be difficult for us to act. Yao Fei snorted. It doesn't matter even if Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu are present. My formless poison is undetectable even by a high-level Saint Realm expert. As Yao Fei said this, his hand took out a dark purple jade bottle out from his spatial ring. Formless poison. The 5 with Yao Fei paled slightly, including the high-level Saint Realm Li Molin. The formless poison's toxicity superseded all other poisons, being heralded as the king of poison. Rumor has it, the formless poison has neither color, taste, nor form. Totally invisible to the naked eye and senses, even high-level Saint Realm experts could not detect its presence. Once someone is poisoned, other than Saint Realm experts who could suppress and gradually force out the poison with their saint power, those of lower realms died without exception. And the victim would be subjected to a pain like the bites from millions of ants, like the sharp fangs of millions of snakes piercing them, like the wrenching of the soul by millions of ghouls, tortured to the very last moments of death. However, the formless poison was said to have been lost more than 200 years ago. No one imagined that Yao Fei would have something like it in his possession. Not even the Yao family's ancestor Yao Shan. That's right, formless poison. Yao Fei nodded proudly. This formless poison was something I got 1 year ago from a cave in the Raven Hills. I've already instructed one of the Guo Mansion's wine servers to mix this poison into the celebration wine being served today at the banquet. A cruel light flashed across Yao Fei's eyes. When Huang Xiaolong, that punk, drinks the wine, in fact, he could already imagine Huang Xiaolong's face distorting with pain and misery. Li Molin and the rest inhaled sharply. If everything went according to what Yao Fei said, today, the Guo Manor's wedding would be turned into a mass funeral. Not only would Huang Xiaolong die in torment, every member of the Huang family, all of Guo family and its disciples, the guests that came to congratulate the Guo family, from nobles to big and small forces patriarchs, all will meet their end. Only Guo family's ancestor Guoqian, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and Emperor Duanren could survive. Isn't it a bit too much this way? Old ancestor Yao Shan said with his brows scrunched together. Duan Wuhin and Imperial Consort Fei are inside the Guo Mansion too. Duan Wuhin was Emperor Duanren's most favored son, the successor to Duanren Empire, whereas Imperial Consort Fei was Emperor Duanren's beloved concubine, also Duan Wuhin's birth mother. If both of them died tragically in the Guo Mansion under the formless poison, their hatred would turn into a blood feud, forged into eternity. If it came to that, the Yao family could not be rebuilt on Duanren Empire's land any longer. Yao Fei knew what his family ancestor was worried about, saying, "Ancestor, Duanren wouldn't let us be, even if we do not kill Duan Wuhin. Since it is so, why should we need to care about a mere Duan Wuhin? Moreover, we're going to destroy Dunren Empire sooner or later. Killing Duan Wuhin now is like pulling out one of that old guy's arms. Isn't that much more favorable to us?" Hearing this, Yao Shan nodded his head in agreement. At this time, the Guo Manor was once again filled with a joyous mood. Mostly, it was due to Huang Xiaolong suppressing the matters related to the attack on 9 tripod commerce branches that the wedding banquet wasn't affected much. Approaching the Wu hour, Guo Tai and Huang Min, dressed in brilliant red wedding garbs, came out to bow to heaven and earth and pay their respects to parents and elders under the ritual officer's guidance. First bow to heaven and earth, the ritual officer cried at the top of his lungs. After Guitai and Huang Min had done so, the ritual officer continued, second bow to parents. Watching the two youngsters, Huang Peng and Su Yan, Guoxiuan, and the elders, including Huang Xiaolong, were full of cheers. Finished performing their bows to the parents, Guitai and Huang Min made the third and final bow towards each other as husband and wife. Thus, the ceremony was completed. Wonderful! Let us move to the seats and begin the banquet. Moments later, Guo family's ancestor Guochun announced. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Seeing Huang Xiaolong nodding, everyone made their way to the tables, including the guests waiting in the outer hall, consisting of patriarchs from all over Duanren Empire's kingdoms. Guoxiuan instructed Chief Steward Zhang Yu to serve the wine and dishes after getting the nod of approval from his father, Guochun. Yes, Zhang Yu acknowledged with respect. He turned around and bellowed, serve the wine and dishes! Serve the wine and dishes! The Guo family's servants kicked into a flurry of actions. Plates after plates of dishes and jugs of wine were brought to the guests' tables. It did not take long for them to laden the tables with fragrant, colorful dishes. There were 16 types of dishes on every table. Every delicacy from the land and sea that one could think of. Cheerful laughter filled the air. However, when Guitai stood up with a wine cup in his hands to toast with Huang Peng, Huang Xiaolong, and the others, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang sharply, wait! It was too sudden that the guests were startled, all turning around to look at Huang Xiaolong. In front of everyone, Huang Xiaolong sucked a wine urn to his hand with a single hand. There's something wrong with the wine. What? Something wrong with the wine. All present were taken aback. This? Guochun, Emperor Duanren, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu exchanged a baffled glance. Before they could say anything, a dazzling black and blue light shot out like lightning from Huang Xiaolong's body, revealing his twin dragon martial spirits behind him. Both the black and blue dragons sucked at the wine urn, drawing strands of dark purple lights from the urn of wine, gathering in the air above, turning into a vague demonic shadow, shrieking shrilly, making everyone shudder. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Watching as a mysterious dark purple light flew out from the jug of wine into the air, forming the strange image of a howling demon. Everyone present turned a shade white, for this was something only the most toxic of poisons could reach. The toxic fumes shaped like a demon. Seeing the dark purple demon-shaped fumes in the air, something flashed in Zhao Shu's mind, recalling something. He blurted, "This is formless poison. Formless poison." The patriarchs of families and nobles alike turned ghastly pale with shock at the mention of formless poison. Emperor Duanren and Guochun jumped to their feet in astonishment. Formless poison? How can this be? Didn't the formless poison disappear more than 200 years ago? How can it appear here? A wave of shock, confusion, and unease swept the guests. Most of them were patriarchs of small and big forces or part of a kingdom's royal family. Their knowledge far exceeded the commoners. Therefore many of them knew a thing or two about this formless poison. Even Huang Xiaolong, who was usually calm on the surface, had a ripple of surprise traveling across his face. Earlier, the twin dragon martial spirits in his body were agitated for some reason he couldn't understand. Feeling strange at their behavior, Huang Xiaolong followed their feelings and locked onto the jug of wine the Guo family servants served up. There was a problem with the wine. Huang Xiaolong firmly concluded his findings just as Guotai raised his wine glass to toast, which was why Huang Xiaolong spoke curtly to stop them from drinking. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong had no idea the wine was laced with formless poison. It was actually the formless poison. After a split second of surprise, a ferocious gleam shone in Huang Xiaolong's pupils. The murder in his heart soared sky high. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the only person with the intense killing intent. Emperor Duanren, Guochun, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the patriarchs of the many families of forces present had a similar reddish bloodlust in their eyes. Who was it? How dare they put poison into the celebration wine at the Guo family's mansion? One of the big family's patriarch failed to repress his wrath. loudly shouted. The truth was glaring obvious to all that the person behind this plan to kill indiscriminately, taking the lives of everyone in the Guo mansion, including them who came to congratulate on the occasion, poisoning every patriarch, leader, and disciple, because Huang Xiaolong had the news about the Guo family's wedding procession being ambushed blocked off. None of these guests who came to attend the banquet were aware of the matter yet. If they knew, they'd easily guessed the mastermind behind the poison was none other than the Yao family. Huang Xiaolong scanned the crowd and his cold voice rendered the air. It's the Yao family. What? Yao family? The hall was in an uproar. That's right, it's the Yao family. Earlier, our Guo family's wedding procession was attacked by the Yao family's ancestor and deity's Templar. Guo Chun interjected. The Guo family's wedding procession was attacked by the Yao family's ancestor and deity's Templar. This message was a booming shock to all present. The Yao family is atrocious, plotting to have us all die here. We must retaliate. Exterminate all of Yao family's disciples. Right? Kill off all Yao family's disciples. Majority of patriarchs and royal families from fealty kingdoms responded to the suggestion. Anger and wrath surged. Emperor Duanren motioned the angry guests to calm down with his hand. He turned to his son, Duan Wuhan. Beside him, pass the order. Mobilize all the territory's army. Search and kill all Yao family's disciples. I do not wish to see any Yao family disciple in my Duanren Empire. Emperor Duanren's eyes glimmered with a chilling cold killing intent, making those standing close to him shrink away involuntarily. The Yao family poisoning the celebration wine at the Guo family's wedding banquet had stirred the hornet's nest, completely angering Emperor Duanren. If it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong detecting something amiss, his son Wuhan, his consort Fei, and the many present patriarchs and royals would have left their lives here. Sensing the terrifying killing intent coming from Emperor Duanren, only one thought crossed the minds of the people present. The Yao family's done it this time. Although Huang Xiaolong burned the Yao family headquarters to the ground, there were still many Yao family branches all over the empire in remote small towns and less fertile lands. However, this time they were truly being uprooted from the ground. At this point, Huang Xiaolong faced Guo Shiwan with an icy expression. Capture and detain all the servants responsible for today's food and wine. Interrogate them one by one. Guo Chun and Guo Shiwan finally awakened and realized one of the crucial points. That's right. Although this matter was orchestrated by the Yao family from the shadows, it wouldn't succeed if there wasn't a spy amongst the Guo family's servants. The wine wouldn't be tainted with poison. Immediately, Guo Chun instructed to have all the servants in charge of the food and wine served tonight captured and detained. However, before long, Chief Steward Zhang Yu returned to report all servants in charge of food and wine died due to poisoning. What? All dead from poison? Guo Chen's face was ugly. Obviously, this was another move from the Yao family. Guo Chun seethed with anger and frustration. Have all the celebration wine and dishes changed? Change everything. A short while later, Guo Chun said to Guo Shiwen. Though the rest of the wine wasn't determined to be poisoned, Guo Chun still had everything replaced as a safety precaution. Guo Shiwen acted swiftly. To accommodate such a large occasion, the Guo mansion did make backup preparations. When the new dishes and wine were sent up and determined safe by Huang Xiaolong, everyone relaxed and raised their cups. But the joyous atmosphere had dampened noticeably due to the unexpected scare. At the same time, in the same abandoned courtyard on the north side of Duanren Imperial City, Yao Fei's face twisted hideously. He already got the message saying Huang Xiaolong found out about the formless poison. But Yao family ancestor Yao Shan looked worse. He could imagine what kind of scene the remnants of Yao family's disciples would face the coming onslaught. The Yao family foundation that he had struggled to build in the past 1,000 years will be turned into gray ashes on the ground. I didn't expect Huang Xiaolong, that little punk, to actually be able to detect the formless poison. Eo Baishue harumphed coldly. Yao Fei sneered. This outcome is fine too. Letting him die so easily is letting him off too lightly. I want to kill him with my own hands. Let him have a taste of living worse than death. Li Molin interjected. Li Lu was found out to possess a high-grade god tribe bloodline, and the temple preceptor has chosen her to be promoted to a holy maiden. She must not find out about this. Yao Fei and the rest understood Li Molin's meaning. Very well, we're heading back, Li Molin said in her cold sullen one. We'll look for other opportunities in the future to kill Huang Xiaolong, that little brat. With a flicker, her body swayed and disappeared into the void. The rest followed one after another, and the abandoned, dilapidated courtyard returned to silence. Night descended and the surroundings were quiet. At this hour, the Huang family had already returned to the southern hill estate from the Guo mansion. Standing quietly in his yard, Huang Xiaolong reflected the day's event. From the Guo family's wedding procession and 9 tripod commerce branches being attacked to the formless poison in the wine, his eyes grew increasingly cold. Deity's Templar, the Yao family, he must exterminate them at the earliest. Next day morning, Huang Xiaolong exited the Shumi Temple Hall and headed to the estate's Great Hall. Seeing that both of his parents were present, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before telling them about his plan to head to the Bedlam lands. What? Longer? You're leaving again? Su Yan's high spirits turned glum. Watching his mother's expression, Huang Xiaolong felt a tinge of guilt. Sighing in silence, he nodded. Yes, mother. This trip to the Bedlam's lands was something he must do, not only because of the Grade 1 spirit stones. However, breaking through to the 6th Order was more urgent. Huang Xiaolong decided to leave after that. Hence, he would depart 1 month later. When Huang Xiaolong said he would only be departing for the Bedlam lands after 1 month, Su Yan's face looked slightly better. Thus, in the coming 1 month, Huang Xiaolong concentrated his effort on breaking through to Xiantian's 6th Order, spending his time cultivating inside godly MT Shumi. Other than the godly Shumi art, Azura tactics, and the body metamorphose scripture, Huang Xiaolong worked at improving his ancient puppetry art and soul mandate from the Absolute Soul Pearl. Both of these were crucial to Huang Xiaolong. Combining the ancient puppetry art and soul mandate, Huang Xiaolong believed he would be able to control and build an expansive team made of Xiantian warriors. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he could advance to the first level of ancient puppetry art in 3 months' time. At that time, he would be able to refine a Xiantian 6th Order, perhaps even 7th Order puppet. Not to mention, the soul mandate too could be used to control warriors of 6th and 7th Order Xiantian. When Huang Xiaolong broke into the Saint Realm in the future, perhaps he could even control a Saint Realm warrior. Time flowed like running water. 20 days quietly passed. Huang Xiaolong divided most of the 20 days practicing within the Shumi Temple, and the remaining to accompany his parents as well as his younger brother, giving advice in their cultivation. Limited by the potential of their martial spirits, it bore almost 0 chances for Huang Peng, Su Yan, and Huang Xiaohai to advance into the Xiantian realm, but Huang Xiaolong was confident he could do what others failed. In the future, he would make sure his parent, sister, and brother would break through to Xiantian. If Saint Realm couldn't do it, then he would strive to break through to God Realm. If that still fails, he would continue advancing to higher realms. Above the God Realm, there were more powerful existences. In the last 20 days, vibrant netherworld battle chi, true dragon chi and ancient Buddhism energy surged endlessly. While above his chi sea, the 3-shaped archdemon, golden dragon, and golden Buddha became more and more condensed. As Huang Xiaolong cultivated, breathing in and out, so did the 3 mandates that had taken form. The netherworld's spiritual chi, true dragon chi and ancient Buddhism energy poured down from the void. The black and blue twin dragons hovered above Huang Xiaolong. Faint echoes of dragon roars sounded endlessly and dragon scales shone with a steely glint on their huge bodies. The twin dragons had evolved into real, solid entities. Hovering behind Huang Xiaolong, they looked like 2 daunting mountains of black and blue. On this day, Huang Xiaolong started practicing like he usually did. Taking a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir, he stepped into the 10 Buddha formation at the center of the temple hall and started practicing the godly Shumi art, while the Azura tactics and the body metamorphose scripture ran simultaneously. After so many months of practicing inside the 10 Buddha formation, Huang Xiaolong noticed there was an additional benefit. Other than connecting to the Buddhism energy in the Buddha world, the 10 Buddha formation allowed the person cultivating to enter a state of ethereal emptiness. Entering this state, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation seemed smoother and faster. Every time at the end of his practice, Huang Xiaolong felt his soul and physique undergoing another cleansing, just like the sanctification ritual. As Huang Xiaolong continued with his breathing exercise, the netherworld battle qi, true dragon qi and ancient Buddhism energy continued to course in his meridians, whereas in his qi, the three different energies were buoyant and stalwart. Three vigorous energies crashed against the sixth-order barrier, causing a soul-splitting pain to spread over Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong knew it was time. Swiftly gathering his focus, Huang Xiaolong did his best to suppress the pain spreading out in every inch of his body. The tearing pain came again and again as Huang Xiaolong persisted, crashing at the Xiantian sixth-order barrier again and again. Entering the Xiantian realm, especially mid-level Xiantian realm, every order advance was like an uphill battle. The pain that came with it was 100-fold what a Hotian warrior experienced. So much that even someone as strong-willed as Huang Xiaolong could barely grit his teeth and bear the soul-splitting pain. It went on for some time, and suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's body shook as a breaking sound echoed internally. 3 different lights burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, filling the entire space of the Shumi Temple. Sixth order, he broke through. The netherworld battle qi, true dragon qi and ancient Buddhism energy cheered into Huang Xiaolong's Xiantian sixth-order meridian's route. Bright lights exploded from the twin dragons hovering above. Dragon scales fell off like autumn leaves and regrew as their bodies became bigger. Huang Xiaolong's twin dragon martial spirits evolved every time he broke through a Xiantian order. Huang Xiaolong continued running the godly Shumi art, Azura tactics, and the body metamorpho scripture, stopping only when the signs of breakthrough stabilized. Submerging his spiritual sense to check his body's condition, Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed. He advanced, reaching Xiantian sixth order. Then the seventh order was closer within his grasp. As long as he reached Xiantian seventh order, he was a high-level Xiantian warrior. No matter in which empire, a high-level Xiantian warrior carried an extremely high status. However, Huang Xiaolong did not immediately depart to the Bedlam lands. He took some time to spend with his family. His sister Huang Min also came to the southern hill estate for visits several times after marrying over to the Guo family. Watching this pair of newlyweds acting sweet and lovely, Huang Xiaolong was happy for them and content. His sister had chosen the right person. Inevitably, the intimate pair also made Huang Xiaolong think of Li Lu, the young woman dressed in a white flowing dress, revealing 2 lovely dimples when she laughed. I wonder what she's doing now. Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself. 10 days came and went. In these 10 days, Huang Xiaolong had firmly stabilized his recent breakthrough, even enhancing his ancient puppetry art and soul mandate. Initially, according to Huang Xiaolong's estimation, he needed at least 3 months' time to reach the first level of ancient puppetry art, but only 2 months had passed and he had already reached the first level. It's time to head to the Bedlam lands. On this day, Huang Xiaolong exited the godly empty Shumi, muttering to himself, Bedlam lands. Other than buying grade 1 spirit stones in the Bedlam lands, Huang Xiaolong had another motive, to build his own power, a power that truly belonged to him. Huang Xiaolong aimed to build a new powerful empire with his own hands, and the Bedlam lands was the perfect choice for this, being negligible in the eyes of the 3 continents, saving him a lot of trouble not being in conflict with other empires. In the Great Hall, when Su Yan heard Huang Xiaolong was leaving to the Bedlam lands, moreover, going alone, the words flew from her lips. Longer, you want to go to the Bedlam lands alone? No. About the Bedlam lands, Su Yan had heard about it from Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. She was aware that the place was filled with murders, atrocities, and evil people. That's right, young lord. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Bedlam lands alone. Either me or Zhang Fu, one of us should accompany you. Zhao Shu tried to persuade. Zhang Fu followed up. That's correct, young lord. The Bedlam lands is very different from the blessed Buddha Empire. In the Bedlams, even a Xiantian 10th order warrior could lose his life anytime. Huang Xiaolong insisted. Say no more. I have already decided to make the trip alone. He wanted to use the time to grind. How could he not be aware of the dangers and risk involved? Furthermore, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu's presence could not guarantee his protection all the time. When Huang Peng and Su Yan wanted to say more, Huang Xiaolong laughed lightly. Father, mother, don't worry. I'm the godly MT Shumi's owner. I won't die that easily. Legend has it, the owner of godly MT Shumi was protected by a mysterious power and would not fall so easily. The owner of godly MT Shumi won't fall so easily? Huang Peng and Su Yan were dumbfounded. Although both of them were aware of their son possessing the heavenly treasure, neither of them had heard about this particular detail. At this point, Zhao Shu stepped forward to reaffirm, House Master Huang, what young lord said is true. There indeed is such a legend. Zhang Fu behind him nodded convincingly as well. Both Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu did heard legends related to it. Seeing this, Huang Peng and Su Yan's worried hearts loosened a little. Even so, Huang Xiaolong couldn't escape when Su Yan clutched at his hand, telling him for more than an hour he should take care of himself, safety first, pay attention, be vigilant, don't fight with others, etc., and more. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly in his heart as he patiently listened to his mother, nagging for more than an hour. Close to 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong bid farewell to the 4 people looking at him: Huang Peng, Su Yan, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu. Huang Xiaolong left Duanren Imperial City on foot. He had the flying twin dragon martial spirits and the godly MT Shumi. Therefore, he did not require a mount. Watching her son's figure grow smaller, dimmer, and vaguer before her eyes, Su Yan couldn't resist getting teary-eyed. It'll be fine, don't cry. Longer promised, he'll be back within 2 years. Huang Peng wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, comforting her. Su Yan nodded, wiping away her tears. Then she suddenly added, I wonder how is that child Li Lu doing? Huang Peng was taken aback at the abrupt topic, but he said, Don't worry, Longer and her will definitely be together. Su Yan nodded her head again. The 4 of them turned around and returned to the Southern Hill Estate a while later. At this time, in a certain kingdom under Duanren Empire's territory, Yao Fei was listening to his subordinate's report. Cruel lights of excitement flashed in his pupils. You're very sure Huang Xiaolong left Duanren Imperial City alone? Yes, young lord. There's no mistake about it. That subordinate answered respectfully. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu did not follow him. Both are still in the Southern Hill Estate. Yao Fei burst out in a hearty laughter hearing that. Huang Xiaolong, oh Huang Xiaolong. This time I'll see how you can escape from my hand. He turned towards his subordinate again. Did you find out where he's heading to? Not yet, the subordinate added. But he's traveling towards the southeast direction. Southeast direction. Yao Fei repeated to himself. He turned around saying, Continue to have people watch the Southern Hill Estate's movements. Go. He waved the subordinate away after finished giving the instruction. That subordinate saluted with respect before making his way out. Southeast direction. Yao Fei's figure leaped into the air, disappearing in a blur as he flew southeast, piercing through space. 10 days later, Yao Fei landed on a piece of bare land. When his feet touched the ground, Yao Fei struck out his fist in anger, shattering 100 zhang small hill not far away into pieces. For the last 10 days he had been chasing and tracking, but not to mention Huang Xiaolong's shadow. He couldn't even find a hair left behind by Huang Xiaolong along the way. According to his subordinate's report, Huang Xiaolong was confirmed to be traveling in the same southeast direction. But 10 days. He had been pursuing Huang Xiaolong for 10 days, and he didn't catch a wisp of Huang Xiaolong's presence. Huang Xiaolong, I don't believe you can hide under this heaven and earth. Yao Fei snarled ferociously and disappeared from the spot, continuing his pursuit. He waited a long time for an opportunity like this one. He would not let it go so easily. 1 month later, in the air close to one of Spring Fawn Empire's borders, with a flash, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette appeared. Looking at the dark sky, Huang Xiaolong surveyed the surroundings. Deciding on a spot to rest for the night, he leaped towards one of the hills in front. He would continue his journey tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong wasn't aware that Yao Fei was chasing him. This 1 month's time, he traveled using the godly MT Shumi, controlling it to fly as he practiced at the center of the Ten Buddha formation. That piece of heaven-grade spirit stone given by Shi Fan Tian Huang Xiaolong used it as the 10 Buddha formation's energy source. Heaven-grade spirit stones were undoubtedly valuable, but for Huang Xiaolong nothing was more important than enhancing his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he have the qualifications to stand at the top of the martial spirit world. Otherwise, this so-called wealth and power were nothing more than a mirage. And because he was cultivating within the godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong had inadvertently avoided Yao Fei's pursuit. The godly MT Shumi was practically an independent space on its own, cutting off any nature of tracking from the outside. Not to mention Yao Fei, who was a peak late Shintian 10th order, not even an early Saint Realm expert could sense it. Landing in the vicinity of a small forest, Huang Xiaolong chose a spot, ran his internal force and built a fire. The winter weather had yet to pass, and with a small campfire going, it quickly warmed up the area, dispersing the lingering cold. If my body metamorphose scripture reached stage 12, reaching perfection, would I really be able to condense a true core? Huang Xiaolong pondered as he watched the burning fire. His hand moved to take out a jug of sapidity wine from the azure ring. Just a few more days and his body metamorphose scripture would advance into stage 11. Fighting form. During his time on Earth, the explanation passed down by his ancestors stated that by completing the 12 stages of body metamorphose scripture, an individual would enter the small perfection realm and the true chi internal force inside their dantian would evolve into true essence energy. Following that, true essence energy would then rebuild and improve upon the body's physical potential to the extent that one would remain youthful-looking. In addition, it even added years to one's lifespan. At that time, Huang Xiaolong's dantian would also transform into an inner core. Bearing an inner true core, it would grow and multiply by itself, absorbing spiritual energy at all times, meaning Huang Xiaolong could cultivate his internal force at all times. The most crucial point was after the dantian evolved into an inner true core, Huang Xiaolong could fly on a sword. Sword flight, by Huang Xiaolong's estimation, would be much faster than flying on the blue dragon. According to ancient legends, practitioners that successfully formed an internal core could fly 10,000 li in a day on their swords. There's also the Azura tactics. I'm on the edge of breaking through the 4th stage. Huang Xiaolong mumbled to no one. The Azura tactics. Entering the 4th stage, Huang Xiaolong could open the Eye of Hell, which could see through all illusions, penetrating all space barriers, to the extent of seeing another mountain behind a mountain. Not to mention, the Eye of Hell had a bizarre spiritual attack. If Huang Xiaolong opened the Eye of Hell, it meant he had another trump card in his hand. More importantly, it would save him a lot of trouble. Morning arrived and Huang Xiaolong leaped up, shuttling in the air, continuing his journey to the Bedlam lands. 3 months passed. Huang Xiaolong finally traversed through Snow-Wind Continent, arriving at the Bedlam lands. Other than rushing on the journey, he spent most of the 3 months cultivating in the Shumi Temple, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. Only sometimes, when Huang Xiaolong stayed out in the wilderness, would he run into some small groups of bandits that took Huang Xiaolong for some vulnerable lone traveler. All of them were easily taken care of by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's current strength allowed him to easily deal with 2 average Xiantian 7th order without breaking much of a sweat. This is the Bedlam lands? Huang Xiaolong stared at the vast of parched land in front of him, sand and dust rolling in the dry wind. The instant he stepped onto the land, Huang Xiaolong felt a strong death aura in the air, as well as a demonic energy and an indescribable bloodthirst, evil, and desolateness. Huang Xiaolong ran his internal force and battle chi, vigilantly preparing for any unforeseen events. He moved forward slowly, unhurriedly, northward, where the Sin City was located, in the most northern part of the Bedlam lands. The death aura in front and the smell of blood is too dense. After flying for 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong suddenly stopped. His vigilance soared. Detecting the dense death aura and a strong smell of rusty blood, Huang Xiaolong slowed down. As he got closer, the stench of death in the air became denser and the smell of blood suffocating. What a thick death aura! Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened warily. This density of dead aura could only form from several hundreds of thousands of people dying in the same place, perhaps even millions. As such, there was only one possibility: the area in front was a battlefield. The suffocating smell of blood meant there was a war going on up ahead. Huang Xiaolong spread his spiritual sense out, and 10 minutes later, he landed atop a small hill. Looking out from a higher point, Huang Xiaolong indeed found people fighting in the wide plains some distance ahead. Differentiated by the color red and yellow, two armies, armed to the teeth with swords and spears, engaged in an intense battle, stallions roaring from hundreds of miles, blood-curdling screams weaved amongst raging bellows. War cries shook the sky. Death aura and heavy blood sent gathered above the battlefield into pillows of dark red clouds. Dead spirits cloud. Although the nearby empires did not set their minds to conquer the Bedlam lands, on the Bedlam lands were at least 10,000 cities controlled by different forces or sects. Small powers controlled one city, bigger forces controlled 2 or more cities, and the more tyrannical hegemonies had 10 or more cities under their rule. War was common between these cities. Today, the master of a city could be a certain family, but when the sun shines tomorrow or the next month, the master could have been replaced. Therefore, the battle scene in front of him didn't surprise Huang Xiaolong. Watching the rich dark red clouds of death aura and blood energy in the sky, an idea flashed through Huang Xiaolong's mind. All these dead spirits clouds, in essence, were formed from blood soul qi, which was the most favorable for Huang Xiaolong to practice the Azura Demon Claw. All these years, Huang Xiaolong had mostly sidelined this battle skill due to its blood soul qi requirement. But the Azura Demon Claw's power was undeniable. There were 5 moves to the Azura Demon Claw, and each one had an earth-shaking effect. Any one of them reaching major completion would carry more destructive power than the Azura Sword skill. Huang Xiaolong immediately diverted his energy in accordance to the Azura Demon Claw technique. 10 fingers bent into claws and a suction force aimed towards the groups of dark red clouds in the sky. Instantly, strands of dark energy floated down toward Huang Xiaolong's hands. Strands of dark energy continued to flow to Huang Xiaolong's hands, being absorbed into his body, circulating along the veins. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong slashed the void with both claw-shaped hands. Horrifying cries reverberated as 2 dark palms flew out, tearing space straight onto the cliff wall some distance away. The surrounding sky darkened. Shadows spiraled within the dark fog. No less than 15 wraith heads issued wails that raised goosebumps down the neck. Watching this result made Huang Xiaolong ecstatic. Practicing the Azura Demon Claw using the soul blood qi from the dead spirits cloud gathered above this battlefield exceeded his expectations by many folds over. Based on this result, if Huang Xiaolong practiced here for 3 to 4 months, he would be able to reach major completion in Azura Demon Claw's first move. Not wasting time, Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb the soul blood qi coming from the dead spirits cloud above time, and again as he practiced the first move of Azura Demon Claw, Laments of Thousands of Demons. More than 2 hours passed. Huang Xiaolong immersed himself in practice, entering a state of selflessness. Although it was a mere 2 hours, the attack power the first move, Lament of Thousands of Demons, experienced a great leap. When attacking, the dark claw imprints doubled in size. The dark fog around them was more condensed, and the wraith's cries sounded the air akin to thousands of demons struggling to break free from a cage. At the same time, dark black fog enshrouded Huang Xiaolong akin to a supreme wraith, forming a protective barrier around him. This was one of the terrifying points of the Azura Demon Claw. While attacking, it also protected the user, a powerful and unpredictable offensive and defensive skill. And while Huang Xiaolong was in a state of selflessness, from afar, sounds of piercing winds trailed behind 2 figures clad in deep amethyst robes. 2 middle-aged men landed on another peak, on the edge of the battlefield. One of them had a slanting sword scar on his forehead, and the other had a long horse-like face. From a higher point, both watched the maelstrom of chaos and blood on the battlefield below and nodded appreciatively. Kill more. The more dead the better, huh? The more dead spirit blood qi, the faster the undead corpse we refined will advance to Earth rank grade 6. The scar-faced, middle-aged man laughed in a boisterous manner. The long horse-faced, middle-aged man followed laughing. 5 years later, us brothers' undead corpse would be able to advance to Earth rank grade 7. At that time, joining our strength together, no disciples in Sky Magi sect would be our opponents, other than Master. The scar-faced man looked up towards the rolling dark red dead spirits cloud above. His brows knitted together all of a sudden. Something's wrong. How come the dead spirit blood chi is so much lesser than usual? Hearing the scar-faced man's exclamation, the long horse-faced man hurried to look at the sky above the wide plains. Just one glance and he knew, indeed, the dead spirit blood chi was much lesser. Both of them came to collect dead spirit blood chi yesterday as well. When they left, the dark red clouds above were much more abundant than this, and today, the two armies continued to battle. The dead spirit's blood chi should have accumulated much more. There was something fishy going on. On this ongoing battlefield, the death aura was strong, and in general dead spirit blood chi could last for a long period of time at high altitudes. There's actually someone absorbing the dead spirit's blood chi? In the next moment, the horse-faced middle-aged man saw that within the clouds above some blood chi was being absorbed, flowing towards another peak. Seeing this, the scar-faced middle-aged man sneered coldly. There's actually someone unafraid of death. They dare to come here to the specter battlefield trying to snatch dead spirits' blood chi from us. Since someone's looking for death, then we shall fulfill their wish. He flew up without another word, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, floating towards the peak where Huang Xiaolong was. The horse-faced man quickly caught up. From far away, both men watched Huang Xiaolong practicing the Azura Demon Claw. His hands waved out, tearing space, manifesting many wailing wraiths. They exchanged a glance and saw shock mirrored on each other's face. So powerful. What battle skill is this kid practicing? Seconds later, the scar-faced man couldn't help blurting. This is probably even stronger than our sex sky magi palm? The horse-faced middle-aged man exclaimed. Could it be a heaven rank battle skill? Heaven rank battle skill. Their eyes lit up brightly. The scar-faced man broke out in a hearty laughter. I didn't expect, that we would run into such a good thing. Brother, even the heavens are looking after us. With this heaven rank battle skill, once we both made progress in its cultivation, not even Chen Xiaotian, that old fogey, will our opponent. At that time, the Sky Magi sect can only be ours. The horse-faced man laughed agreeably. Come, capture that kid alive. We must not let him escape. Capture this kid. Make him tell us about this battle skill. Then we'll entertain him a little. Let him know the consequences of snatching dead spirits' blood chi from us. The two men sped up, whistling past the wind, arriving on the peak where Huang Xiaolong was training on in the blink of an eye. One in front and one at the back, blocking all of Huang Xiaolong's escape routes, preventing him from running away. Landing on the ground, both men slowly approached Huang Xiaolong. It wasn't until the two people closed in within 100 meters that Huang Xiaolong gradually ended his practice, converging his Azura Demon Claw flow within his body. Huang Xiaolong scrutinized the two people approaching, one from the front and one behind him. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had already noticed them the moment they appeared on the other peak, however, because these two were only Xiantian 6th Order, Huang Xiaolong paid no further attention to them. By this point, the two middle-aged men halted their steps 10 meters away from Huang Xiaolong and stood still. The scar-faced man's eyes inspected Huang Xiaolong up and down while his lips arched in a friendly smile. This lil bro. May I know which sect you're from? How shall I address you? Although the scar-faced man already planned to capture Huang Xiaolong and force the battle skill out from his mouth, he was in no hurry to do so before he has an idea about Huang Xiaolong's background. For instance, which sect Huang Xiaolong belonged to. The Sky Magi sect wasn't weak by the Bedlam's standard, but still, before certain hegemony existences they were no different than an insignificant ant. By chance, this young man was one of those existences' disciple, or worse, a core disciple. The scar-faced man would think twice before making a move. Otherwise, if he mistakenly provoked a tyrannical existence without knowing, he risked being turned into slag. Huang Xiaolong already knew what two these were thinking by the look on their faces. Sneering secretly, he repeated in a taciturn manner, "Which sect's disciple?" The horse-faced man revealed a kind smile. "Yes, who knows, maybe Lil Bro's master is an old friend of our master. You think too much. I don't belong to any sect in the Bedlam lands. Huang Xiaolong cut in. So, you need not worry about loose ends after killing me. Both the scar-faced and horse-faced middle-aged men were stunned. Neither expected Huang Xiaolong's would be so direct. Exchanging a glance between them, there was faint doubt in their eyes as their attention fell on Huang Xiaolong once again. Did not belong to the Bedlam lands. Then, where does this young man's confidence come from? Both of them could tell Huang Xiaolong was just a mid-Shantian 6th Order, whereas the two of them were late-Shantian 6th Order experts. With them joining to attack, this young man had no chance to escape. Make your move. While both were still stumped, Huang Xiaolong spoke again. I'm giving you one chance, letting you make the first move. Hearing this, the two of them frowned as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. Confusion and vigilance spiked as they exchanged another glance. Yet no one moved. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled sardonically, watching these two people's hesitation. Weren't both of you curious to know if I was practicing a heaven-rank battle skill? I can tell you now, it is indeed a heaven-rank battle skill, and it is not a mere heaven-rank low-grade battle skill. Not a mere heaven-rank low-grade. Their eyes shone brightly. Before they realized what happened, Huang Xiaolong leaped up. His two hands formed into claws and slashed out in opposite directions. From Huang Xiaolong's attack, two huge dark claw shadows tore across space, black fog rolling as a dozen evil wraiths shrieked viciously. The surrounding light was blotted out. Watching the two huge dark palms targeting them, the scar-faced and horse-faced middle-aged men were alarmed, instantly jumping back to dodge, releasing their battle chi at the same time, aiming a fist to counter Huang Xiaolong's attack. Sky Corpse Fist. Feral Undead. Both men shouted at the same time. Their attacks were shrouded in a perceivable death aura, accompanied by a nauseating smell that withered the air, akin to a 100-year-old rotting corpse laid bare. In a split second, their fist imprints collided with Huang Xiaolong's palm imprints. Boom! A loud impact resounded like the crackle of a vengeful thunderbolt. Air currents shook violently, blasting out in all four directions. Sand and dust rose as crack lines zigzagged on the peak's surface, deepening into fissures. What horrified the two men most was that Huang Xiaolong's Azura demon claws did not dissipate after the collision. Instead, they continued towards them. Just when they wanted to swerve away, the black claw imprints already arrived before them, striking their torso accurately. Both men plummeted to the ground with a tragic scream, raising another screen of dust and sand. Poof! Crashing into the ground, blood spurted from their mouth, dyeing the dry yellow soil dark red. You cannot be. Two men looked fearfully at Huang Xiaolong. There was shock, disbelief, and discernible fear in their eyes. Both of them were late Shantian 6th Order, yet in a joint attack they were the ones being gravely injured by the young man. Huang Xiaolong approached slowly, ignoring the shock on their faces. His cold voice sounded, like I've said earlier, I gave you a chance to attack first. Struggling to get up, they hastily moved back in panic. What do you want to do? Scarface repressed the fear in his heart, asking Huang Xiaolong aloud. What do I want to do? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Didn't you want to capture me and ask me about the Azura Demon Claw skill? Having their intentions exposed so plainly, uncertainty flitted past their eyes. It finally dawned on them that Huang Xiaolong already saw through their plan from the very beginning. The horse-faced man forced an awkward smile. This lil bro wee. Before he could finish, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette blurred in a flicker, disappearing in midair. In the next instant, he appeared right in front of them, hands poised for another attack. But both men raised their hands in defense half a beat too late, as Huang Xiaolong's palms once again struck their chests, sending them flying. Two figures slammed into the cliff wall not far away, sliding down with gravel and stones. Huang Xiaolong approached once again, standing in front of two sprawled bodies. Lil bro, we were wrong. We have eyes but failed to see. I beg you, spare us. The horse-faced, middle-aged man cried pitifully with a trembling voice. Regardless if they believed it or not, Huang Xiaolong's strength far surpassed their expectation and their strength. Before Huang Xiaolong, their resistance was futile. Spare you? Huang Xiaolong dawdled, Not killing you is a negotiable option. The two men looked dumbly at Huang Xiaolong, unable to react appropriately. At first, both of them thought they were dead for sure, for it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to spare them. But Huang Xiaolong really wasn't going to kill them? You won't kill us? Scarface ventured cautiously. That's right, Huang Xiaolong answered, ever indifferent. The scar-faced man hesitated before saying, You want us to submit to you? There was no other possibility other than this that could make Huang Xiaolong spare them. Huang Xiaolong nodded nonchalantly, causing the two to contemplate in silence. Huang Xiaolong waited patiently, in no hurry for a decision. His plan to conquer the Bedlam lands had to proceed one step at a time, and frankly, he had thought of reigning these two people when they appeared, as the stepping stones to taking over their sect, and with their sect as his base and foundation, spreading out to the entire Bedlam lands. If these two had no value, they would have died long ago. I agree. A short while later, the horse-faced middle-aged man was the first to speak. I'm willing to submit to you. Following that, the scar-faced man echoed the same words, willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Good. Now, release your soul C. I'm going to brand your soul C with a soul mark, Huang Xiaolong said while nodding his head. Brand a soul mark. Both men blurted out in shock as their faces turned a shade whiter. Watching their drastic reaction, Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. How could he not guess what these two were thinking earlier? First, they would agree to submit, and the second they stepped into the Sky Magi sect, they would sound the alarm, gathering the sect's forces to siege him. What? Not willing? The look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes sharpened. Both the scar-faced man and horse-faced man looked warped with shock and fear. They never imagined that Huang Xiaolong would know such a method. Soul-marking techniques were arcane and had been a lost heritage for many years. Around 600 years ago, there was a Saint Realm warrior that used such arcane, soul-marking to take control over several big families' patriarchs and sect sovereigns, setting off a maelstrom of carnage in the martial spirit world. Cultivators and commoners alike lived in trepidation. During that time, the Xiantian warriors that died under that person's hand numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Xiantian realm warriors, hundreds of thousands. As for Hotian warriors, countless. The real manifestation of blood flows like a river. At the end, that person's actions finally enraged some high-level recluse, Saint Realm experts that lived in a mysterious independent space, coming out to siege and hunt that person. Still, it only ended when a half-step God Realm high expert joined the ranks of the pursuers, successfully killing the culprit. He was referred to as Gore Fiend by later generations. Watching the many thoughts flashing clearly on the two people's faces, Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved up at the corners into a cold sneer. Sharp cold lights flickered close to Huang Xiaolong's hands as he summoned the Blades of Azura. The Blades of Azura appeared, issuing a strange buzzing sound as they vibrated. On the surface of their bodies, a mysterious dark light flowed like a black liquid, causing the two injured men to tense up immediately. I'm willing to release my soul sea barrier. The words flew out from the horse-faced man without further delay. Me too, I'm willing. The scar-faced man also did the same. Compared to dying, both of them were more willing to let Huang Xiaolong brand a soul mark in their soul seas, although doing so would give Huang Xiaolong full control over their life and death. Still, it was more favorable than dying immediately. Seeing the two men's swift response, Huang Xiaolong snorted, ordering them to release their soul seas as he initiated the soul mandate. Deep inside Huang Xiaolong's pupils, two dark purple soul characters glowed and flew out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes, instantly entering into the scar-faced man and horse-faced man's soul seas through the center of their eyebrows before their horrified expressions, firmly imprinting a soul mark in the core of their minds. In the 3 months' journey here, Huang Xiaolong had entered the first level of the ancient puppetry art, allowing him to brand soul marks into others' soul sea. Not only that, he managed to fuse the ancient puppetry soul marking method with the soul mandate so that he could use the soul mandate to perform the soul mark. It brought a better effect. The person being controlled looked normal from outside, being no different before and after the branding. Not even someone close would notice anything wrong. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's soul mark within their soul seas, both men gave up on the idea of betrayal. "This 2 pellets, swallow them." A tiny bright spark flashed as Huang Xiaolong withdrew 2 thumb-sized medicinal pellets from the azure ring. Staring at the round pellets in Huang Xiaolong's palm, their faces tightened once more. "This is—" Once again they couldn't help but ask with apprehension. Huang Xiaolong's face turned icy. "If I tell you to swallow, then swallow it down." With a wave, the 2 pellets floated into their palms. Staring at the round pellets and at Huang Xiaolong, the scar-faced and horse-faced man paled slightly. However, they obediently swallow it down. The instant the medicinal pellet entered their mouths, a warm energy spread throughout their bodies. They clearly felt the injuries on their bodies heal at rapid speed. Knowing that they had mistaken Huang Xiaolong's kind intentions, thinking those 2 pellets were poison pills instead of healing pellets, they looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong. "Now, lead me to your Sky Magi sect. Tell me about the sect's situation on the way," Huang Xiaolong instructed. "Yes, master." Both bowed respectfully. Huang Xiaolong flew up and left the wide plains, led by his newly recruited subordinates. As for the Azura Demon Claw, Huang Xiaolong would come again another time. On the way, the 2 middle-aged men reported the Sky Magi sect situation to Huang Xiaolong. The horse-faced man was called Du Xian and the sword-scar-faced man was called Deng Guangliang. Both were Sky Magi sect elders. Furthermore, the Sky Magi sect's patriarch, Chun Xiaotian, was their master. Chun Xiaotian had 5 disciples in total, and amongst them, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's strength was considered the highest. The other 3 disciples were Xiantian 3rd Order, 4th Order, and 1 at Xiantian 5th Order. Apart from them, the Sky Magi sect had roughly 130 Xiantian realm experts. However, within those numbers, only 20 of them were mid-level Xiantian, and as for high-level Xiantian, there were only 2 people. High-level Xiantian realm experts. One of them was none other than their master, Chun Xiaotian, a late Xiantian 7th Order, whereas the other person was the Sky Magi sect's Grand Elder, Gung Ken, a peak mid-Xiantian 7th Order. When the subject steered towards Chun Xiaotian's martial spirit, Huang Xiaolong was quite surprised to find out that Chun Xiaotian's martial spirit was actually the Windfire Tree. Windfire Tree, a nature-type martial spirit of the tree family, a first-rank grade 11 martial spirit. In the martial spirit world, the emergence of a nature-type tree martial spirit was rare. Moreover, it was a superb talent martial spirit. Gung Ken's martial spirit was slightly lackluster compared to Chan Xiaotian, a top-grade 10 martial spirit belonging to the weapon type, the Heaven-Splitting Hammer. Although Gung Ken was only a Grand Elder, his influence in the sect was comparable to Chun Xiaotian's, as the sovereign. There were over 20 elders in the Sky Magi sect and nearly half of them belonged to Gung Ken's faction, listening to his orders. In conclusion, Chun Xiaotian didn't have full control over the Sky Magi sect. Gung Ken. Huang Xiaolong repeated the name to no one in particular. This Gung Ken's strength was weaker than Chun Xiaotian's, yet he succeeded in reining in half of the support to stand toe-to-toe with Chun Xiaotian. There had to be a different charm to him. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang led Huang Xiaolong, flying northward. 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong saw a granite city, built upon vast stretch of golden sand dunes. The city was undoubtedly huge. Perhaps because of the years of succumbing to the grinding of desert sand, the city walls looked mottled and weather-worn. Nearing the city, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the top of the city walls reflected countless obscured dark lights, decorating the granite city walls. Huang Xiaolong guessed these dark lights should be splatters of blood left behind for many years. Then again, only a massive number of slaughters could leave such a mark. One could imagine how many people's blood stained these city walls. Could be 1 million, it could be 10 million. "This is Black Demon City?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Yes, young lord. This is Black Demon City," Du Xian and Deng Guangliang both replied. Master sounded awkward to Huang Xiaolong's ears. Thus he made Du Xian and Deng Guangliang change how they refer to him to young lord. The Sky Magi sect was located in Black Demon City. Huang Xiaolong nodded as he followed the 2 towards Black Demon City's city gates. "Oh, it's Elder Du Xian and Elder Deng Guangliang. When they neared the city gates, someone that seemed to be the city guard's captain approached Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, greeting them with a cupped fist and a smile. He ordered his subordinates to open the city gates, allowing the group of 3 to enter the city smoothly. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang nodded their heads slightly towards that captain, entering the city with Huang Xiaolong. Entering the city, Huang Xiaolong surveyed the city as he walked down the streets. The streets in Black Demon City were about 20 meters wide, with shop fronts lining both sides of the streets, yet it lacked the bustling, prosperous atmosphere found in the Duanren Imperial City or any other big cities for that matter. Most of the doors and walls of these shop fronts bore fighting scars from blades, swords, and other weapons. Some of these shop front signboards were actually cleaved in half, and along the way, they would come across an occasional puddle of blood. Evidence that a fresh battle just happened. As Huang Xiaolong strolled along the streets, looking around, the people in the streets were also observing him with curious stares. But these curiosities were nipped in the bud when they caught sight of Du Xian and Deng Guangliang behind him. Noticing Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, the pedestrians quickly scrambled away in fear. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang donned on the Sky Magi sect elders' robes, and here in Black Demon City, the Sky Magi sect was one of the 3 hegemony powers. With Du Xian and Deng Guangliang following behind him, no one dared to look for trouble with Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, there would have been a dozen instances of people coming to welcome Huang Xiaolong with kind intentions in the new city. The whole time, from Huang Xiaolong's observation, the majority of these Black Demon City residents emanated a strong killing aura and a heavy blood scent. Of course, most of them possessed quite a high battle chi cultivation. Even the little kids running around in the streets exuded a feral temperament. No doubt, those who managed to survive in the Bedlam lands were no easy characters. In the Bedlam lands, you couldn't afford to be kind. Beg. I beg you. Don't kill me. Just as Huang Xiaolong continued to walk calmly, up ahead on the same street, a disturbance took place. Looking over, Huang Xiaolong met with the scene of a brawny man kneeling on his knees, crying for mercy before a woman. This woman had her back towards Huang Xiaolong, hence he wasn't able to make out her features. Still, this woman's back was a scenery in its own right, tall and slender with scandalous curves. While the brawny man was on his knees begging for mercy, the woman slowly unsheathed her long sword from the scabbard hanging around her waist. The blade reflected the sunlight, glinting a chilling azure emerald light. Watching the woman's action, fear took over the brawny man, knocking his head against the street intensively as he continued to beg, "Don't kill me. I know my wrongs. I won't dare anymore." At the precise moment that man's voice fell, the woman's wrist turned. The long sword in her hand made a dazzling curve and the brawny man's pleading cries halted forever. A finger raised halfway to point at the woman, but the man's body swayed to the side, tumbling to the street. Only then did blood spurt out from the man's throat, painting a canvas of red on the pavement. Pedestrians gathered some distance away, watching like a spectating crowd at a performance. There were sounds of talking and laughter as if this kind of event were the norm for them. After killing the brawny man, the woman didn't even spare a glance at his corpse. She turned away and left without a word. When she turned around, Huang Xiaolong caught a glimpse of the woman's face, beautiful, but icy. As the woman was leaving, her eyes swept past Huang Xiaolong's face. There was a momentary shock when she caught sight of Du Xian and Deng Guangliang right behind him, but it was only for a moment and was gone when she brushed past Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened. This woman was not so simple. Her strength was on par with him, at least a 7th order. That woman is probably someone from the Ghost Shadow sect. After the woman was out of sight, Du Xian stepped closer to Huang Xiaolong and explained. Ghost Shadow sect? Huang Xiaolong puzzled. Yes, young lord. The Ghost Shadow sect's power in the Bedlam lands is not weaker than our Sky Magi sect. To be honest, they are slightly stronger than us. Deng Guangliang added, the Ghost Shadow sect's sovereign is a Xiantian 8 order expert, and that woman earlier should be Ghost Shadow sect sovereign Gue Ying's disciple. Their headquarters is located in Blood River City, not far from our Black Demon City. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Blood River City, is it? After he took control of Black Demon City, the cities surrounding Black Demon City would be next. Soon, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang brought Huang Xiaolong to their mansion. Having a personal mansion in a main city such as Black Demon City was a symbol of strength and power. In general, only mid-Xintian experts with status, such as Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, could own personal land in Black Demon City. Xiantian experts with lower cultivation and status at most could own a small courtyard. Entering the mansion, the servants and guards greeted Du Xian and Deng Guangliang respectfully as they moved towards the main hall. In the main hall, Huang Xiaolong sat in the center main seat. He had ordered both Du Xian and Deng Guangliang to assemble all the mansion servants and guards to the main hall. Understanding Huang Xiaolong's intentions, both of them executed Huang Xiaolong's order without question. When all the servants and guards arrived, each was shocked noticing the person sitting in the center main seat was a stranger to them, while Du Xian and Deng Guangliang stood on each side. With all of them gathered, Du Xian briefly introduced Huang Xiaolong to the servants and guards. Of course, it was done with obscuring details of Huang Xiaolong's background, mainly stating that Huang Xiaolong was to be referred to as young noble Huang. Seeing him was no different than seeing him or Deng Guangliang in person, and to be shown the same respect. Although many were curious and doubtful at the same time about Huang Xiaolong, no one dared to ask, only obediently following orders. Huang Xiaolong scanned the many faces of these servants and guards and spoke slowly, addressing their curiosity. I know all of you are curious about my identity, but I hope you understand clearly what should be said and what shouldn't be said. Whoever dares to leak a word of this outside this main hall, discussing my identity, if it reaches my knowledge, they will be killed on the spot. Do you understand? Huang Xiaolong released a sharp, murderous aura from his body, enveloping the entire main hall in a whelming pressure. Enveloped by the chilling murderous aura, all the servants and guards felt as if they fell into a 1,000-year ice abyss. Fear filled their eyes as all of them swiftly got down on their knees, each claiming they dare not whisper a word. At that moment, they realized this young noble Huang was stronger than their masters. Watching the group of servants and guards on their knees, Huang Xiaolong nodded, satisfied with their response. Allowing them to stand, Huang Xiaolong waved them away. You can leave, return to whatever you should be doing. Everyone answered in unison and hurried to withdraw from the main hall. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his gaze from the leaving servants. He wasn't done controlling the Sky Magi sect, therefore he didn't wish to expose his existence in Black Demon City so early, attracting Chen Xiaotian and Gung Ken's suspicion. It would be too much work. He believed that, with his warning earlier, there wouldn't be any loose lips amongst these servants and guards, unless someone tortured them. Of course Huang Xiaolong could use soul marking to control them, however, every time he used this method, it greatly consumed his spiritual force. And overusing the method had side effects, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. Hence, unless it was necessary, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't exhaust his spiritual force this way. Young Lord, what should we do next? After everyone had left the main hall, Deng Guangliang inquired of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the two of them, saying, No hurry, I will tell you what to do when the time comes. Both replied yes with respect. A tiny glow shone from Huang Xiaolong's hand as he took out 2 spirit pellets from the azure ring. These 2 are grade 6 spirit pellets. With that, he flicked the 2 pellets towards Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's palm. Instantly, an enticing fragrance wafted into Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's noses. Grade 6 spirit pellets. Both exclaimed in surprise looking at the pellet in their hands. Even in the Bedlam lands, grade 6 spirit pellets were hard to come by. Young Lord, this is rewarding us? Du Xian wasn't sure and ventured with caution. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Perform well in the future. You'll have many more of these grade 6 spirit pellets. Although Huang Xiaolong branded their soul Cs with his soul marks, forcing them to have no other choice but to listen to his orders, Huang Xiaolong was someone who had clear distinctions between reward and punishment. With those deserving to be rewarded, he would not be stingy. Moreover, to others, refining grade 6 pellets was a difficult task, but it didn't apply to Huang Xiaolong, who had the Thousand Beasts cauldron inside the Linglong treasure pagoda. "Many thanks, young lord. We will definitely carry out all of young lord's orders, doing our best effort for young lord unto our dying day." Du Xian and Deng Guangliang knelt down and kowtowed as they vowed. The words spoken were honest and heartfelt. Huang Xiaolong nodded and allowed them to take their leave for now. He would be giving them instructions later. Huang Xiaolong already had a plan on how to take over the Sky Magi sect. And so, Huang Xiaolong stayed in Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's mansion and started cultivating. For the time being, Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to take over and control the Sky Magi sect. At times like these, it was never a good idea to rush, even if he wanted to. Otherwise, it would only make matters worse, causing him to fall flat on his face instead. Huang Xiaolong needed to first restore his spiritual force after branding the soul marks on Du Xian and Deng Guangliang. It had consumed most of his spiritual force. 7 days passed quickly. Over the last 7 days, everything went on as usual within the mansion. Due to the stern warning from Huang Xiaolong on the first day, none of the servants dared to speak of him to outsiders or have hushed discussions amongst themselves. Thus, Huang Xiaolong's arrival escaped the attention of Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken of the Sky Magi sect. This gave Huang Xiaolong time to cultivate the ancient puppetry technique and soul mandate in peace. 7 days it was enough for Huang Xiaolong to fully recover from his overdrawn spiritual force, and it even became stronger, which made Huang Xiaolong notice a crucial point. Cultivating to restore spiritual force after exhaustion actually helped his spiritual force to grow faster. This discovery made Huang Xiaolong elated. With his spiritual force abundant again, Huang Xiaolong entered the 3rd layer of the Linglong treasure pagoda and approached the sacrificial altar. On the altar, the 19 supreme-looking giant puppets still remained seated in the same meditative pose. Although Huang Xiaolong had reached the 1st level of the ancient puppetry technique, giving him the ability to brand other living beings with a soul mark, he had yet to try manipulating any one of these 19 giant puppets. Now that Huang Xiaolong aimed to take over the Sky Magi sect, it highly increased his chances if he succeeded in controlling these giant puppets as his aides. Walking up to the sacrificial altar, Huang Xiaolong looked at the puppet in the front row that was the furthest away from him on the left corner. According to the ancient Linglong tribe's writings on the sacrificial altar, one must follow a specific order if they wish to activate and control these puppets. That puppet on the edge of the front row was the first one. Coming to a stop in front of the first puppet, Huang Xiaolong ran the ancient puppetry art. His sea of consciousness shook as he gathered spiritual force, sending out invisible waves of energy in the form of an imprint that aimed at the giant puppet from the center of its brows, penetrating straight into its mind. When Huang Xiaolong's soul mark entered the puppet's mind, he was horrified at the absorption force that emerged from inside the puppet. Huang Xiaolong felt his spiritual force being drained, devoured at rapid speed and out of his control. This is? Huang Xiaolong paled considerably. At this rate, his spiritual force was going to be emptied out in less than 2 minutes. If that happened, Huang Xiaolong would be reduced to an idiot. Huang Xiaolong ran the ancient puppetry art again, planning to terminate the connection between him and the puppet forcefully. But subsequently, Huang Xiaolong found out he actually couldn't withdraw or cut the connection using violent force. Why is it like this? Just as Huang Xiaolong contemplated if he should strike the giant puppet away, the strong suction whirlpool vanished all of a sudden. For Huang Xiaolong, it felt like he had just gone through an arduous battle for his life. His body swayed, falling to his butt on the altar, heavily gasping for air. Huang Xiaolong wiped his forehead and cold sweat trickled down his fingers. Damn, that was close, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. While Huang Xiaolong was trying to calm down, the first puppet's eyes snapped open. 2 brilliant green lights shone from their depths. Next, the giant puppet slowly got up. Even so, its every action shook the large sacrificial altar. When these giant puppets were in a sitting posture, Huang Xiaolong had roughly estimated their height to be more than 3 meters, but when the first giant puppet rose to full height in front of him, it far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's imagination. The giant puppet's height was close to 4 meters, with a body twice as big as an average human warrior, akin to a small hill. Ah, Feng greets master. After the puppet stood up, it moved closer to Huang Xiaolong and knelt before him in greeting. Seeing that his first attempt in branding a soul mark into the puppet's mind was successful, Huang Xiaolong was greatly relieved. Ah Feng! At this point, some memories entered Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, related to this particular puppet. The first puppet's strength had reached early Shantian's 6th order. However, because it was refined from an ancient giant tribe, its body defense and brute strength were entirely on another level. Therefore, even though it was only an early Shantian 6th order, this puppet was stronger than 2 late Shantian 6th orders like Du Xian and Deng Guangliang put together. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. 19 supreme giant puppets. As the order moved towards the back, each puppet's strength was higher than the one before. If the first supreme giant puppet was an early Shantian 6th order, then what about the second and the third one? What extent would their strength reach? Huang Xiaolong's heart surged with anticipation. Get up! Huang Xiaolong ordered Ah Feng. Instead of rushing to control the second puppet, Huang Xiaolong sat down and started to restore his nearly depleted spiritual force. 3 days and 3 nights later, Huang Xiaolong returned to peak form. Once again, he noticed that his spiritual force had grown much stronger after recovering. The entire time he was recuperating, the first giant puppet, Ah Feng, stood close to Huang Xiaolong, safeguarding him. After his spiritual force had recovered, Huang Xiaolong came to stand before the second supreme giant puppet. The second puppet seemed to be a female, but its appearance was just as intimidating as the first one, and just as huge. Standing in front of the second giant puppet, Huang Xiaolong once again ran the ancient puppetry art. His spiritual force gathered, transforming into a soul mark as the energy swirled, entering the female puppet's mind between the brows, just like with the first puppet. The same strong suction force came from within the female puppet, but this time, having experienced it once, Huang Xiaolong did not panic. Sometime later, the suction force disappeared just like it did before. However, the amount of spiritual force purloined by the second puppet exceeded the first. Inferring the situation from this discovery, Huang Xiaolong surmised that, at most, he could control 4 giant puppets with his current level of spiritual force. Any more than that, his spiritual force would not be able to support if he tried controlling the 5th giant puppet as well. Gaining the second puppet, Huang Xiaolong spent the next few days restoring his spiritual force, preparing to brand a soul mark into the 3rd giant puppet. The process repeated with the 4th giant puppet, and Huang Xiaolong stopped after that. The first giant puppet was an early Shantian 6th order, the second puppet was mid-Shantian 6th order, the third puppet a late Shantian 6th order, whereas the 4th giant puppet was peak late Shantian 6th order. Though for the time being, Huang Xiaolong could only manage to control 4 giant puppets, it was sufficient for his goal. Bringing these 4 giant puppets into play, Huang Xiaolong's plan of taking over the Sky Magi sect had just become much smoother. Initially, going up against Chun Shaotian and Gung Ken, he did not have a full grasp of defeating them. However, with these 4 giant puppets, those two were no longer an issue down the road. With that, Huang Xiaolong exited the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. As for the 4 giant puppets, Huang Xiaolong left them inside the pagoda, where he could easily summon them out from if the need arose. Appearing out from the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, Huang Xiaolong called for Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, telling them to hold a banquet tomorrow evening and invite their 3 junior brothers. Yes, young lord, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang answered respectfully, aware that Huang Xiaolong was prepared to make his move. Huang Xiaolong's plan was to control Sky Magi sect's elders firsthand before dealing with Chun Shaotian and Gung Ken at the end. When both of them and the Sky Magi sect elders were under his control, the Sky Magi sect would belong to Huang Xiaolong. It was a beautiful sunny weather the next day. Huang Xiaolong was nursing a cup of wine in the mansion's main hall. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang had both gone out to invite their 3 junior brothers to the planned banquet. Huang Xiaolong believed the 2 of them could perform this task well. While Huang Xiaolong was taking pleasure from the wine in his hand, sounds of footsteps and laughter were heard outside the main hall. Eldest senior brother, you're too kind to invite us several junior brothers personally. Sending a servant to inform us would have been enough. Do you think the 3 of us would dare refuse an invitation from you? Listening to these voices, Huang Xiaolong knew Du Xian and Deng Guangliang had returned. The one who had just spoken was one of their junior brothers. What is junior brother saying? Amongst so many disciples, Master favors junior brother Lin the most. Us two senior brothers still need your help to say some good things in front of Master for us. It was Du Xian who spoke. Hee, no problem. Just as that voice ended, Huang Xiaolong saw Du Xian and Deng Guangliang leading 3 young men, wearing Sky Magi sect elders' robes, stepping into the main hall. Upon entry, the trio saw Huang Xiaolong sitting in the hall, leisurely sipping on wine, and could not help feeling dumbfounded. After a brief moment of gaffe, all 3 regained their reason. Which dog cojones of a slave dares to sit in the master's main hall drinking wine? One of them bellowed with anger. Apparently, he had mistaken Huang Xiaolong for an audacious mansion servant. Eldest senior brother, isn't that slave acting too fearlessly? He dared to saunter into the master's place and drink wine when you were out. Another one seconded. Since it's like this junior brother shall teach this impetuous death-seeking slave on behalf of 2 senior brothers. The last of the trio exclaimed righteously, and his body blurred away in the next moment, striking a punch towards Huang Xiaolong. A fist imprint shattered the void, emanating a burst of nauseating smell like that of a rotting corpse that spread inside the hall. This was the same move that Du Xian and Deng Guangliang had tried to attack Huang Xiaolong with before on the hill, the Sky Corpse Fist. But this person's attack power paled significantly compared to Du Xian and Deng Guangliang. Watching that person aim a punch his way, Huang Xiaolong snickered coldly. According to Du Xian's description, this person should be Lin Yu, Chun Xiaoyan's most favored disciple. Lin Yu, a peak-late Xiantian 5th Order. Huang Xiaolong watched without moving, waiting until the fist got closer. Then he simply lifted a hand and countered with a casual palm strike, clashing against the opponent's fist head-on. From Huang Xiaolong's palm strike, a myriad of Buddha statues emerged beneath the floorboards in various appearances. A pure aureate light shone as Buddhism energy brightened the entire hall space. And at the same time, a great spiritual pressure enveloped everyone in the main hall, flooding the 4 directions. This was Huang Xiaolong's self-created battle skill, Earthen Buddha Palm. The space high above shook violently all of a sudden. The rest found it hard to believe as they watched the Sky Corpse Fist being crushed under Huang Xiaolong's palm, and the Golden Palm, which embodied the multifarious Buddha statues, slamming hard into Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu screamed, his body spun around, crashing into one of the main hall's stone walls, but not before shattering the wooden door, scattering wood pieces all over the floor. A deathly silence filled the messy main hall. The other 2, Gao Qing and Wu Honggong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets watching their 3rd senior brother Lin Yu being smashed to the floor with a blood-stained body. 3rd senior brother Lin Yu was defeated so pitifully by just 1 palm strike from a slave. Their first natural reaction was disbelief. How could a slave be this powerful? Their subsequent reaction was, this black-haired young man was probably not their senior brother's mansion slave. It was impossible for a slave to have that kind of strength. The 2 couldn't help but seek confirmation from Du Xian and Deng Guangliang. Big senior brother, who is this person? Is he also a guest of yours? How dare he injure senior brother Lin Yu so heavily? Gao Qing sounded shocked and angry at the same time. Before Gao Qing's words could finish, both of them saw Du Xian and Deng Guangliang approach the black-haired young man with respect, bowing their upper body in salute, greeting, "Young Lord! Young Lord!" Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were dumbfounded as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. What did Du Xian and Deng Guangliang call this young man? Young Lord! What is happening here? Neither one of them could figure out the situation fast enough. Both of you did well. Huang Xiaolong spoke a word of praise to Du Xian and Deng Guangliang. Joy spread across Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's face hearing Huang Xiaolong's praise. Quickly bowing again in gratitude. Many thanks for young lord's praise. This is something we subordinates should do. Something we subordinates should do. Gao Qing and Wu Honggang finally understood what was going on. Both were spitting fire from their eyes as they glowered at Du Xian and Deng Guangliang. their faces distorted horribly with anger. If they still could not figure out what happened by now, they should just end their lives by jumping off a cliff. Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, both of you actually betrayed the Sky Magi sect, submitting to another master? Gao Qing pointed a finger at Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's noses in an admonishing manner. These words made Du Xian and Deng Guangliang snicker in satire. Young Lord will take over the Sky Magi sect sooner or later. Not only the Sky Magi sect, in fact, the entire Black Demon City will soon fall under Young Lord's hands. Du Xian sneered. I advise you 3 junior brothers to kneel down and submit to Young Lord now. Swear your allegiance. Otherwise, it would be too late to feel regret later. Gao Qing burst into a manic laughter hearing this. A finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of contempt. This little colt wants to take over our Sky Magi sect? Control the entire Black Demon City. His laughter reverberated as if it was the funniest joke in the world. Not only Gao Qing, even Wu Honggang smirked at Du Xian's proclamation. The truth was, they couldn't be blamed for suspecting Huang Xiaolong's chances in the matter. Their master, Chun Xiaotian, had sat in the position of Sky Magi sect's sovereign for more than 100 years and yet had never been able to fully control the sect in his hands. They dared to claim a mere young man could achieve what their master couldn't? As for taking over the Black Demon City, that was akin to an impossible fantasy. Watching the two snickering in mockery, Huang Xiaolong paid no heed and walked towards them at an unhurried pace. Noticing Huang Xiaolong coming towards them, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were startled. It finally dawned on them at this very moment the most crucial point of all. Regardless if Huang Xiaolong could control the Sky Magi sect and Black Demon City. For now, if Huang Xiaolong wanted their lives, neither one of them was capable of escaping. As if by agreement, both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang each flicked out a poison pellet in Huang Xiaolong's direction and skidded backward, turning into 2 groups of yellow mist, wanting to escape. But, just as both of them leaped back, they caught sight of Huang Xiaolong, who blurred into multiple images, with numerous illusionary arms coming out of his back. 2 miserable screams echoed as the two were slapped to the ground. Poof! Blood spurted from their mouths as they raised their heads, looking fearfully at Huang Xiaolong. What was that battle skill just now? Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were not the only ones shocked. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang watching from the side felt cold shivers down their spine. I'm giving you one last chance. Die, or swear allegiance to me. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice rang. At this moment, Lin Yu, the first person struck by Huang Xiaolong, got up slowly from the floor. Rage-colored Lin Yu's eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong and spat the blood in his mouth at him. Pei, want us to submit to you? Little punk, who do you think you are? Do you dare to kill us off? Don't expect to leave Black Demon City alive if you lay a finger on us. Lin Yu's fearlessness stemmed from having support behind him. He truly believed that Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to kill them. Really? A strong killing intent exploded in Huang Xiaolong's pupils. In one swift action, he had moved beside Lin Yu. 2 cold lights glinted and vanished just as fast. Lin Yu clutched at his throat, turning slowly sideways. A finger numbly pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Red, warm blood spurted endlessly out from his throat. Could it be? He still refused to believe Huang Xiaolong dared to kill him in Black Demon City. Before the words finished, Lin Yu's body swayed and fell the floor. When he tumbled, his eyes were wide in disbelief. Until the very end of his life, he couldn't imagine what confidence Huang Xiaolong had to actually kill him in Black Demon City. Third senior brother. Gao Qing and Chu Honggang looked on dumbly as Lin Yu's body crashed to the floor. But the time they shook off the shock stiffening them, both had an ugly expression on their faces as they dashed to Lin Yu's side, crying out to him. Regardless how many times they cried out, there was no reaction from Lin Yu. From another spot, Huang Xiaolong slowly walked towards them, causing them to stumble backward in fright. After the little ambush earlier, both knew very well that they were powerless to escape Huang Xiaolong's clutches. Why aren't the 2 of you kneeling down, submitting to young lord? Du Xian and Deng Guangliang stepped out at this moment, ordering Gao Qing and Wu Honggang. Hesitation and fear flashed back and forth on Gao Qing and Wu Honggang's faces. Did they really have no other choice but to surrender to this black-haired young man? But the consequences of betraying the Sky Magi sect were, on the other hand, if they didn't submit, it was certain death. Involuntarily, their eyes swayed towards Lin Yu's cold body on the floor not far away. Both struggled internally. Huang Xiaolong waited patiently for their final decision, in no rush at all. Fine. I agree to submit to you, serving you as my master. Not long later, Gao Qing spoke with a slight hesitation. In the end, he chose to submit to Huang Xiaolong. He chose to live. Wu Honggang watched as Gao Qing submitted. His weak resolution faltered. Sighing quietly in his heart, he spoke the same words. I'm willing to surrender too. Huang Xiaolong nodded, satisfied with the results. No one person was willing to die. Before the choice of life and death, in 10,000 people, 9,999 people would choose to submit, compromise, or surrender. Open up your soul, see. I will brand a soul mark inside. Huang Xiaolong stated matter-of-factly. Brand a soul mark. Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were shocked and fearful. A technique like branding someone's soul, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang had only heard about it in passing. Inexplicably, their eyes turned towards Du Xian and Deng Guangliang. At this moment, they finally understood why their senior brothers were serving Huang Xiaolong so willingly. Correct. I also branded their soul Cs with a soul mark. Noticing their expressions, Huang Xiaolong said, and his words confirmed their suspicions. Once again, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang struggled with doubt and hesitation. In the beginning, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang held the same thoughts that Du Xian and Deng Guangliang initially had. First pretend to submit to Huang Xiaolong and then look for an opportunity later to deal with him. If they were branded with a soul mark, their lives would be controlled by Huang Xiaolong at all times. At that time, they would have no other choice than to serve Huang Xiaolong willingly. Despite many thoughts swirling in their mind, in the end, both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang lowered their spiritual defense and opened up their soul seas. When the two released the barriers protecting their soul seas in front of Huang Xiaolong, combining the soul mandate and the ancient puppetry arts, Huang Xiaolong marked their souls. At this stage, both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were fully under Huang Xiaolong's control. When it ended, Huang Xiaolong was secretly relieved. If all three of them refused to submit, he had no choice but to kill all three of them. This was not the result he wanted. After branding their soul seas, Huang Xiaolong gave each of them a grade 6 spirit pellet. Seeing the grade 6 spirit pellets in their palms, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were so excited, quickly kowtowing in gratitude. Instructing the four to deal with Lin Yu's corpse and some other matters, he told Gao Qing and Wu Honggang to return. Everything was as if, it seems I must speed up the plan, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Huang Xiaolong told Gao Qing and Wu Honggang to create a smokescreen with Lin Yu's death, telling outsiders that Lin Yu went out on a mission and probably won't be coming back in the short 1-2 months' time. This way, Chen Xiaotian wouldn't feel suspicious for the time being, but if the time dragged on too long, it would be inevitable for Chen Xiaotian to notice something was amiss. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had to control the other Sky Magi sect elders within these 2 months, including Gung Ken. By then, even if Chen Xiaotian became suspicious, the foundation of his plan would have already been laid. Chen Xiaotian alone wouldn't be able to flip any big waves. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong entered godly MT Shumi to restore his depleted spiritual force while cultivating the godly Shumi art, Azura tactics, and the body metamorphose scripture. 5 days later, Huang Xiaolong's spiritual force returned to its peak condition. Then came Huang Xiaolong's instructions for Du Xian and Deng Guangliang to hold another banquet, inviting the elders of Sky Magi sect. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang were Chen Xiaoyan's eldest disciple and second disciple. Therefore, in Sky Magi sect, both had an esteemed standing. Their invitation was received and face was given as the elders came to attend the banquet. Their invitation did not arouse other elders' suspicion. However, Huang Xiaolong limited the number to 3 people for every invitation. Relying on the strength of his current spiritual force, Huang Xiaolong could only brand a soul mark onto 3 people at the same time. 20 days later, including the 4 people Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, Gao Qing, and Wu Honggang, Huang Xiaolong had successfully branded 18 of the Sky Magi sect's elders. All in all, the Sky Magi sect had 24 elders, with 18 submitted to him. Huang Xiaolong controlled a big portion of the sect, as only 6 remained. Another 10 days and I can fully have all the elders under my control, Huang Xiaolong calculated in his mind. At this point, the overall situation had basically come to a conclusion. In the north side of Black Demon City stood a grand manor structure many times bigger than Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's mansion. Its 4 walls were the color of blazing fire red. Numerous huge blossoms of fire-red flowers bloomed on the ground. Inside the manor's great hall sat a small old man wearing a luxurious brocade garb the color of burning ember. This little old man was none other than Sky Magi sect's Grand Elder, Gung Ken, a very ordinary-looking, dwarf-sized old man. You're saying recently every 3 to 5 days, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang would hold a banquet and invite 3 of our sect's elders? Gung Ken asked the Sky Magi sect elder Wang Jing beside him. Yes, that's right, Grand Elder, Wang Jing affirmed respectfully. Gung Ken's brows creased together. What is their goal doing so? Wang Jing laughed. In another 2 months is the day our Sky Magi sect select the representative to enter the Magi Mausoleum. In my opinion, both of them are just trying to woo some support, hoping to gain some help at that time. What tricks could they have up their sleeves? Gung Ken shook his head. I have this nagging feeling that it's not so simple. Try to find out more. What did these 2 talked about with the elders they invited? Yes, Grand Elder, Wang Jing acknowledged with utmost respect. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang already invited 18 people. There are 6 remaining. Gung Ke's voice sounded solemn. If I'm not mistaken, 5 days later, they will invite another 3 people. When they do, you must report to me. Grand Elder, you're planning to? Wang Jing ventured cautiously. A sharp light glinted in Gung Ken's eyes. I want to make a trip and confirm what exactly is going on. 5 days passed quickly. Huang Xiaolong exited the godly MT Shumi. His recent period of cultivation had considerably strengthened Huang Xiaolong's spiritual force. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong's Azura tactics finally broke through to the 4th stage. Coming out from the godly MT Shumi space, Huang Xiaolong initiated the Azura Qi, and in the middle of his forehead suddenly appeared a vertical slit, revealing an eye a color of the brightest blood red. The Eye of Hell. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the surroundings with this new eye, and everything within the mansion was clearly reflected within it. Even the scene behind a dozen stone walls entered his eye clearly. Huang Xiaolong opened the Eye of Hell and surveyed the mansion's surroundings. In the next second, a sharp glint flickered inside the Eye of Hell, and 2 red beams of light pierced through the sky above. Some birds flying in the air above plummeted down to the ground with a poochie sound coming from their bodies. After a few moments of futile struggle, their vitality disappeared. This is the Eye of Hell's spiritual attack. Judging based on outside appearances, these birds didn't seem like they were harmed in any way. Regardless of what kind of living being it was, as long as it was something alive, it contained a soul. Just as these birds had souls, under Huang Xiaolong's Eye of Hell spiritual attack, these bird souls were instantly destroyed. However, Huang Xiaolong was frowning as he watched the last bird on ground, muttering to himself, "It seems I need to increase my spiritual force cultivation." The power of a spiritual attack was relevant to the strength of one's spiritual force. Currently, Huang Xiaolong's spiritual force was still too weak. Otherwise, with the Eye of Hell's spiritual attack earlier, these birds should have died instantly, not struggling even after falling to the ground. Moreover, these were just normal birds. Their souls were more vulnerable than most living beings. If they were Xiantian realm experts that had been cultivating for a long time, even without a spiritual force cultivation technique like Huang Xiaolong, their spiritual force was hundreds times stronger than these birds. Thus, Huang Xiaolong had to intensify his spiritual force cultivation. After testing the Eye of Hell's spiritual attack power, Huang Xiaolong triggered the Azura battle chi in his body, and the Eye of Hell on his forehead slowly closed, vanishing without a trace. and Huang Xiaolong's appearance returned to normal. Huang Xiaolong then headed to the mansion's main hall. Summoning Du Xian and Deng Guangliang there, he instructed them to prepare for a banquet like they did previously and invite another 3 Sky Magi Sect's elders. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang left the main hall after receiving Huang Xiaolong's order and went out of the mansion to perform the task. Huang Xiaolong himself remained in the main hall, slowly savoring the sapidity wine's fragrance, muttering to himself, "I should have brought more sapidity wine with me if I've known this earlier." When he left Duanren Empire, the sapidity wine collection he had inside the Azura ring was not very big, and it grew lesser by the day. The sapidity wine was the best wine Huang Xiaolong had ever tasted. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong raised his head. A light flitted past his eyes like quicksilver as he quietly ran the Azura Qi, opening the eye of hell in the middle of his eyebrows. When it was fully opened, Huang Xiaolong directed his gaze towards the main entrance of the mansion, where Du Xian and Deng Guangliang were, having just returned, leading 3 middle-aged men dressed in Sky Magi Sect's elder robes in. But there was an additional guest other than these 3 people. A small old man wearing a brocade robe of ember red. Following behind the group of 5, the small old man hid his presence skillfully. His small body seemed to fade into a half-translucent appearance that blended with the air, cunningly escaping Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's detection. "Looks like this little old man is that so-called Gung Ken," Huang Xiaolong sneered, watching Gung Ken sneakily hiding his presence, trailing behind Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's group. It was evident that Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's actions these days of inviting Sky Magi Sect elders had roused this old man's suspicion. Still, Huang Xiaolong remained nonchalant. At this point, the key pieces had fallen into place. Since the old man presented himself at the door, he might as well subdue him together, lest it becomes troublesome in the future. After controlling Gung Ken, next would be Chun Xiaotian. With that, the Sky Magi Sect will be fully under Huang Xiaolong's control. His spiritual force had improved greatly with recent practice. Exerting a little effort, he could manage to brand soul marks into 4 people at once. As these thoughts ran through Huang Xiaolong's mind, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang walked into the main hall with the latest batch of elders for the banquet. Similar to Lin Yu, Gao Qing, and Wu Honggong's reaction, all 3 elders were shocked and surprised to Huang Xiaolong sitting in the main hall drinking wine as they walked in. However, this time Huang Xiaolong did not waste time with nonsense. Instead, he leaped up and struck all 3 with an earthen Buddha palm. The 3 men did not expect the black-haired young man would suddenly attack, and all 3 Sky Magi Sect elders was sent flying from the unexpected impact. "You? Who are you?" All 3 heavily crashed to the floor. Getting up to their feet, the 3 elders demanded in anger. Fear weaved into their voices. "Young Lord," Du Xian and Deng Guangliang greeted respectfully, seeing Huang Xiaolong. "Young Lord." Du Xian and Deng Guangliang's actions and reference towards Huang Xiaolong stumped the 3 Sky Magi Sect elders. A strong feeling of unease rose in their hearts. Gung Ken, who hid his presence, was also shocked watching Huang Xiaolong suddenly attacking the 3 elders, and it rose a greater height hearing Du Xian and Deng Guangliang calling Huang Xiaolong young lord. His eyes sharpened. At this point, Huang Xiaolong slowly approached the 3 Sky Magi Sect elders. "Let me enlighten you, those Sky Magi Sect elders that were invited by Du Xian and Deng Guangliang before you. Other than Lin Yu, who was killed by me, the rest have submitted to me, just like Du Xian and Deng Guangliang," Huang Xiaolong said, stopping in front of them. "What?" The 3 Sky Magi Sect elders turned ghastly pale, shouting in shock. This message came like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Not only were the 3 elders shocked, even Gung Ken nearly sounded his surprise. Most of the Sky Magi Sect elders had aligned and sworn themselves to serve this black-haired young man as a master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was the first thought that crossed Gung Ken's mind. Not possible. This cannot be true. At this time, all 3 Sky Magi Sect shook their heads vehemently in denial. "This can't be true. Little brat. Do you think we would easily believe some nonsense out of your mouth? Speak. Who are you exactly? And what is your purpose coming to Black Demon City?" Seeing either one of the three believed him, Huang Xiaolong's expression did not change. He knew this was indeed something difficult to believe. Not to say just these three, anyone would have found it hard to believe. But then again, he didn't expect them to believe. Whether you believe it or not is not important to me. Huang Xiaolong continued. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Submit to me or die like Lin Yu. The three elders were fearful, moving away from Huang Xiaolong swiftly. When the trio prepared to flee, Huang Xiaolong made a dash forward, and with a palm strike across space, the three elders fell back to the floor. Huang Xiaolong sneered, watching three figures crash to the floor. It's best if you snuff the idea of escaping. This is your last chance. Submit to me or die. Pooey! Punk, who do you think you are? Daring to dream that we will submit to you. You mother's bullshit. One of them raged. This old man only has one cheap life. Kill me if you dare. Huang Xiaolong looked at the temerarious expression on that man's face. A sarcastic sneer appeared on his face, knowing that this elder was holding the same notion as Lin Yu, that he dared not kill them in Black Demon City. In front of the other two elders and the hidden Gung Ken, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and pointed a finger. A finger imprint shot out, piercing through that Sky Magi sect elder's forehead. That elder's eyes rounded in shock. His body tumbled to the floor. You really killed him? The remaining two Sky Magi sect elders stammered, watching that elder's blood seep out from the hole in the mid of his forehead. Despite it happening in front their eyes, the two Sky Magi sect elders still found it hard to believe that a Sky Magi sect elder was killed by Huang Xiaolong. Earlier, when the three of them were invited by Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, all of them were talking happily and laughing on the way here, but now one of them was murdered. Even if death was nothing new to them, this was too sudden. You still think all this is a farce? Huang Xiaolong rebutted with a sarcastic expression on his face. Seconds passed and the truth finally sunk in for the two Sky Magi sect elders. Both of them struggled up and remained silent as both stood there. Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry and did not rush them. While waiting for their answer, Huang Xiaolong's spiritual force was locked onto the hidden Gung Ken. As long as there was any sign that Gung Ken was going to leave, Huang Xiaolong would make a move without hesitation. Fine. I'm willing to submit, willing. It didn't take long before both Sky Magi sect elders spoke, willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong just like all the other elders before them. Thus, their decision didn't surprise Huang Xiaolong. However, this time, Huang Xiaolong didn't start with branding the soul mark on them. Instead, he looked over towards the left corner of the hall. How about it, old man Gung Ken? Still not willing to show yourself? How much longer are you going to watch? Everyone present in the main hall was stunned. From Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the two elders to the hidden Gung Ken at a corner, for he did not expect that Huang Xiaolong would suddenly say something like that. Especially Gung Ken, who did not believe anyone had the ability to detect him with all of his aura converged. Gung Ken hesitated for a moment. Then, in a flicker of light, he emerged from the dark corner and floated down to the great hall, appearing before everyone. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang panicked at Gung Ken's sudden emergence. Flustered and panicked, both of them hastened to plead guilty in front of Huang Xiaolong. Young lord, please punish us. It was evident to them by this point that Gung Ken trailed them over. Stand up. This can't be blamed on you too, Huang Xiaolong said. We're grateful for young lord's understanding. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang rose and retreated to Huang Xiaolong's side. Grand Elder, save us, save us. The two Sky Magi sect elder that had just willingly submitted to Huang Xiaolong shouted with joy and ran towards Gung Ken the instant they saw him materializing in front of them, as if they found the last ray of hope. Gung Kong directed a cold gaze at the two elders as he harumphed coldly. When the two of you return, go receive punishment according to the sect rules. Hearing that, the two elders' expression tightened. The Sky Magi sect levied heavy punishment for actions of betrayal. Watching the changes in their expression, Gung Ken added, but, looking at your many years of meritorious contributions to the Sky Magi sect, I will speak to the sect sovereign on your behalf to lighten your punishment. This promise seemed to appease both of them. as they cupped their fists in thanks to Gung Ken. "We thank Grand Elder, many thanks. We will definitely remain loyal to the Sky Magi sect and Grand Elder in the future." Gung Ken nodded his head with satisfaction. Huang Xiaolong stood on the side, watching the three of them discussed between themselves and gracefully did not interrupt. "Wait for Sky Magi sect's punishment when you return?" This Gung Ken was so sure they could leave here safely? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Judging from Gung Ken's manner of speech, it seemed he was very confident in his strength. At this time, Gung Ken finally turned his attention towards Huang Xiaolong with a scrutinizing eye, going over Huang Xiaolong up and down. "Little brother, what shall I call you?" "Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong calmly replied. Huang Xiaolong did not hide his name, for, in his opinion, it wasn't something worth concealing. Gung Ken searched his memories and Huang Xiaolong was a name unfamiliar to him. So it's little brother Huang. It seems that little brother Huang's strength is not bad. Gung Ken chuckled as he said, "Even Chan Xiaotian, that old fellow, cannot detect when I display my hidden body technique," which made me very curious. When did little brother Huang notice my presence? Just now. Just now was referring to when Huang Xiaolong revealed that the majority of Sky Magi sect's elders were under his control. Gung Ken may have accidentally exposed a faint trace of his aura due to shock. In Gung Ken's view, it must have been at that time Huang Xiaolong detected him. "Is it so important?" Huang Xiaolong asked instead of answering. Gung Ken was taken aback and then burst into a chuckle. I'm just asking. Little brother Huang's strength is not bad. How about we discuss a cooperation between us?" "Cooperation?" Huang Xiaolong waited for Gung Ken to continue. "Correct. Cooperation." Gung Ken's face bloomed. "The two of us will cooperate to kill Chan Xiaota. Then we can swallow up Blood Swallow School, annihilate the Nine Fiends sect, and will control the entire Black Demon City in our hands." Sky Magi sect, Blood Swallow School, and Nine Fiends sect were the three major forces of Black Demon City. Amongst the three forces, Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School's strength were similar, but the Nine Fiends sect was much stronger than both of them. Currently, the Black Demon City's Castellan position was held by the sect leader of the Nine Fiends sect. In other words, the Nine Fiends sect was the real master of Black Demon City, while the Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School only controlled an area within Black Demon City. Of course, Sky Magi sect's and Blood Swallow School's forces weren't as weak as it seemed. It wouldn't be easy if the Nine Fiends sect decided to annihilate these two forces. Moreover, Nine Fiends sect would need their assistance when outside forces come to attack. Hence, all this while, the Nine Fiends sect did not make any moves against the Sky Magi sect or Blood Swallow School. Huang Xiaolong looked at Gung Ken. Surprisingly, this little old man's ambitions were bigger than his build. Not only did he want to reign in the Blood Swallow School, he desired to annihilate the Nine Fiends sect and rule over Black Demon City. Gung Ken took Huang Xiaolong's silence as pondering over his proposal and was secretly delighted. Smiling amiably, he continued, throwing out a bait. "After we conquer Black Demon City, little brother Huang and I shall assume the equal positions of Castellan." In the Bedlams, this was a normal practice. One city with two equal authority ruling Castellans. "Oh, we both become Black Demon City's Castellans?" Huang Xiaolong's expression was bland, making it hard for anyone to guess what he was thinking. Gung Ken smiled and continued, "That's right. Both of us would share the responsibility of Black Demon City's Castellan. Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the two Sky Magi sect elders stood on the side. No one uttered a sound. The two elders originally belonged to Gung Ken's faction. Thus neither showed expression of shock hearing that Gung Ken planned to kill Chan Xiaotian. Huang Xiaolong looked directly at Gung Ken and shook his head. This old man Gung Ken was quite good at scheming, wanting to borrow his strength by using the position of Black Demon City's Castellan to lure him. This old fogey really thought Huang Xiaolong was a fool. Huang Xiaolong spoke, "Sky Magi sect and Black Demon City will be conquered, but not two people, only me." Gung Ken burst out laughing at Huang Xiaolong's words, but just as abruptly, his face turned gloomy. Sneering coldly, Gung Ken said, "Since little brother Huang is so confident, then I shall await for the glorious day when little brother Huang succeeds in becoming Black Demon City's castellan. Finished saying that, Gung Ken turned around, planning to leave with the other two Sky Magi sect elder. Who allowed you to leave? At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's icy voice sounded. Gung Ken stopped and turned around, facing Huang Xiaolong. A dangerous light flickered gloomily in the depth of his eyes. Little brat, within Black Demon City, I come and go as I please. Do you think a little sixth order like you can make me stay? As his sentence ended, a fiery red battle flame burst out from his body, and the surrounding space was instantly enveloped by a strong momentum. Gung Ken's battle chi momentum exploded. A bright light flashed behind him, revealing a giant hammer. A top-grade 10 martial spirit heaven-splitting hammer. When the thunderbolt hammer appeared, the hammer head rotated rapidly, issuing a whistling hum as it hovered behind Gung Ken, raising palpitations that clout the listener's heart. Gung Ken immediately soul transformed after summoning his martial spirit, fusing with his martial spirit as one entity. The originally dwarf-sized old man Gung Ken more than doubled in size after soul transforming. He was covered in shining silver, as if he had put on silver-armored battle gear. His arms became muscular and thick, akin to the sturdy handle of a hammer, clenched fists intimidating like iron hammers. Gung Ken bellowed and launched an attack onto the young man without the slightest hesitation. Figure blurring, instantaneously reappearing in front of Huang Xiaolong. A steely fist punched out. Little punk, die. Old man Gung Ken's eyes shone with brutality. With his keen eyes, Gung Ken judged the young man to be quite a powerful opponent despite only being a Xiantian sixth order. Hence, he soul transformed immediately after summoning his martial spirit and took the initiative advantage by attacking first. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang were alarmed and wanted to rush out, but Huang Xiaolong's voice halted their actions. No need. Retreat to the side and keep an eye on those two. Although stunned, both of them replied respectfully and retreated to the side, blocking the escape route to prevent the two Sky Magi sect elders to make a run for it. Huang Xiaolong stood where he was. Watching the opponent's fist close in, he sneered. Without dodging, Huang Xiaolong clenched his hand into a fist. Bright battle chi dazzled as he struck out his fist, colliding with the enemy's attack in the most direct manner. Seeing a measly sixth order like Huang Xiaolong daring to compete in fist power with his steel fist, Gung Ken's heart exploded with joy. Though he was only a peak mid-seventh order, the heaven-splitting hammer's steel body fused with his fists after he soul transformed. Now, his fists were like the hardest steel. Not even a late Xiantian seventh order expert would dare risk a direct collision. In his view, Huang Xiaolong was courting death faster by doing so. Under the tensed focus of others, two fists collided into each other. Like the screeching of metals, a sharp clang echoed in the air. Gung Ken's body was pushed backward, leaving more than 20 10-inch deep footprints on the marmoreal floor. Fissures snaked across the surface as large cracks appeared. Huang Xiaolong was repelled from the force, retreating more than 20 steps. But the difference between him and Gung Ken was the light footprints he made. There were no cracks or fissures on the floor surface resulting from Huang Xiaolong's retreat. Ah! Seeing the result, shock was evident on both Sky Magi sect elders. However, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang were feeling the same. Both were aware that Huang Xiaolong was strong, yet it never crossed their mind that Huang Xiaolong's strength could dominate, albeit marginally, over the Sky Magi sect's Grand Elder Gung Ken. A peak mid-sixth order warrior had the upper advantage against a peak mid-seventh order warrior. This was too monstrous. At least, the four people present in the hall, even with their positions as the Sky Magi sect's elders, had never come across anything like this before. Still, the shock they were experiencing was nothing compared to Gung Ken's. In that collision just now, he understood the most the extent of the young man's terror. His fists were as hard as steel after the soul transformation, but in that collision earlier, it felt like his steel fist slammed into a wall of fine iron that was several-fold sturdier. While others were still caught in shock, Huang Xiaolong steadied himself and his eyes locked onto Gung Ken. Though he was strong, the exchange cemented Huang Xiaolong's confidence in reigning in old man Gung Ken. If Gung Ken's cultivation was just a little bit higher, a late 7th order, then Huang Xiaolong might have to give up on the idea. The time spent on practicing the godly MT Shumi art is still too little. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Despite cultivating the godly MT Shumi art for only a little while, it had greatly enhanced both his physical defense and flesh's toughness that it was comparable to fine iron, but he was far from achieving major completion. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong could have broken Gung Ken's arm with the shockwave. As for Gung Ken's fist, it would be nothing more than exploded pieces of flesh. Huang Xiaolong strolled towards Gung Ken. With every step, his aura changed as he activated the Azura physique. Majestic ebony wings of demon erupted on Huang Xiaolong's back, visible dark red energy twisting and winding around his body. Lastly, Huang Xiaolong's hair flew up, turning pure white from the scalp down to the ends. Witnessing Huang Xiaolong's physical transformation, the increase in momentum and the heavy aura of slaughter emanating vibrantly, Gung Kong and the 2 Sky Magi sect elders were shaken inwardly. Before the aura of slaughter coming from Huang Xiaolong, Gung Ken's heart gave birth to a strong fear, stumbling backward constantly. At this moment he regretted following Du Xian and Deng Guangliang here. Deep down, he realized there would be no escape today. Pushed to the corner, Gung Ken raged, his whole body spun. Resplendent images of a steel hammer shot out from Gung Ken's body as his atmosphere rose to the peak, more overwhelming than before. Everyone present knew Gung Ken was desperate. And sure enough, Gung Ken suddenly rammed towards Huang Xiaolong. As Gung Ken continued vehemently to knock against Huang Xiaolong, the rotation speed of his body multiplied, as if he was turning into a giant version of a hammer. As he spun, a crushing pressure descended on the hall like a downburst, giving the illusion in Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the 2 elders' perception that space and void itself were distorted from the pressure. This was Gung Ken's innate martial spirit ability, Hammer Body. Fully fusing his body with his martial spirit, turning into hammer form, at high-speed rotation it created a terrifying force, crushing everything under it. Unfortunately, he met Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong scoffed, both palms lashed out. Multiple bright golden rings flew out, whistling through space. In the places where these golden rings flew by, all things halted, including Gung Ken. Gung Ken froze in midair. The turbulent wind created from his spinning vanished, everything returning to its previous calm. Huang Xiaolong leaped up into the air, landing a punch on Gung Ken's chest. Gung Ken crashed to the floor with a miserable scream. The crash jarred Du Xian and Deng Guangliang back to the present. Everything ended so fast. You, just now, what battle skill was that? Spitting out blood from his mouth, Gung Ken clutched at his chest as he stared at Huang Xiaolong, frightened. It actually stopped. Everything. This was a Saint Realm expert's ability to manipulate the laws of space. But Huang Xiaolong wasn't a Saint Realm warrior. With this battle skill, one could very well be invincible below the Saint Realm. Gung Ken wasn't the only one having this thought run through his mind. In fact, even though the God-binding palm might be heaven-defying, it wasn't as invincible as Gung Ken and the others thought it was. For instance, if the opponent's strength far exceeded Huang Xiaolong, then the God-binding palm would have minimal effect on them. Standing in front of Gung Ken, Huang Xiaolong asked, "Now, do you still want the position of Black Demon City's castellan?" Gung Ken's face warped. Only now did he understand how ignorant and ridiculous his proposal was. Without waiting for Gung Ken's reply, Huang Xiaolong looked over to the 2 Sky Magi sect elder. Huang Xiaolong's action made them go weak at the knees, falling to a kneeling position, kowtowing and begging Huang Xiaolong to spare them. "Young lord, spare us. Don't kill us. We were wrong. We're the wrong ones." "Don't kill you, you were wrong?" Icy gaze fell on him. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and pointed a finger in the void. Finger imprints pierced through the middle of the 2 elders' foreheads. 2 lifeless bodies slumped to the floor. In this world, there exists no such thing as medicine for regret. "Chance, I had given you one," Huang Xiaolong stated to no one in particular before turning back to Gung Ken. Watching Huang Xiaolong approach closer, An inexplicably cold shiver ran through Gung Ken's heart. Submit to me or die. Huang Xiaolong emphasized each word slowly, allowing time for it to sink in Gung Ken's thoughts. A series of emotions flitted across Gung Ken's face. From the way Huang Xiaolong dealt with the two Sky Magi sect elders earlier, Gung Ken knew. The instant he shook his head, Huang Xiaolong would exterminate him without slightest hesitation. Exterminated. When the thought of death appeared in Gung Ken's mind, a new fear reared its head in the core of his heart, spreading. He had lived so long, the number of people that died in his hands was no less than several hundreds of thousands. At times, watching an enemy struggle in the last moments of death, in fear, pain, and unwillingness, his heart felt joy and satisfaction at such sight. But now, when he himself was staring death in its eyes, he was paralyzed with fear. Huang Xiaolong saw the myriad of emotions that flickered past Gung Ken's face in silence, waiting nonchalantly for the person to speak their decision. In general, people like Gung Ken, ambitious and coveting power, were more afraid of death than any other person. Exactly as predicted, it didn't take Gung Ken long to surrender. Okay, I'm willing to yield to you. I'm willing to swear allegiance to you. Listening to Gung Ken's submission, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang were greatly relieved. Gung Ken's influence ran deep within the Sky Magi sect, and with him choosing to side with Huang Xiaolong, he would prove to be a big help for Huang Xiaolong in taking control of the Sky Magi sect. Huang Xiaolong was secretly relieved as well. If Gung Ken were too stubborn to submit, the only option left was to erase any variable factor, and that would be a loss in Huang Xiaolong's calculation. After all, Ascension's 7th Order was still quite important for a force like the Sky Magi sect. Using the Sky Magi sect as the stepping stone, he would proceed to incorporate the Blood Swallow School. Therefore, Gung Ken was worth more alive than dead. Good. Now, release your soul sea. I will brand a soul mark within your soul sea. Huang Xiaolong stated. What, soul mark? Gung Ken turned deathly pale hearing that. Gung Ken's reaction was no different than Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and other Sky Magi sect elders when they heard the word soul mark. Instead, it would have been suspicious if Gung Ken's reaction was calm. That's right, a soul mark. Came Huang Xiaolong's cool confirmation. Gung Ken stared astonishedly at the young man in front. This young man actually knew a soul marking technique, branding one's soul. He suddenly thought of the rumors of Gorfiend more than 600 years ago. Remembering some of the myths related to Gorfiend, Gung Ken broke out in cold sweat as if he saw the bloody history repeating itself in a dozen or 100 years' time, where blood flowed across the land all over the entire martial spirit world. Yet, in the end, he obediently released his soul sea for Huang Xiaolong to brand the soul mark. Whether Huang Xiaolong would turn into a second Gorfiend, Gung Ken didn't know, and it wasn't up to him to be concerned about. At this moment, he could only relent and yield to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong fully relaxed after he successfully branded Gung Ken's soul sea with a soul mark. With Gung Ken in his control, there was only Chen Xiaotian left. Chen Xiaotian might be a late Xianxian 7th Order expert, but still, he alone could not raise significant waves. It could be surmised that the situation had reached a conclusion. However, Huang Xiaolong still proceeded cautiously, instructing Gung Ken to return and keep an eye on Chen Xiaotian and to report to him immediately if there was any suspicious behavior. Understanding Huang Xiaolong's task for him, Gung Ken acknowledged respectfully and left the mansion. Before that, Huang Xiaolong did not forget to give him a grade 6 spirit pellet. Huang Xiaolong then turned to Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, telling them to take note of Blood Swallow School and 9 Fiend Sect's movements. Any time these two forces made any actions, they were to report to him immediately. Answering affirmatively in unison, both Du Xian and Deng Guangliang withdrew from the hall. When both had left, Huang Xiaolong initiated godly Mt Shumi, entering the inner temple. There, he swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and cultivated to restore his spent spiritual force. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong's spiritual force was fully restored. Not only that, every time he exhausted his spiritual force, its strength would enhance significantly when he meditated to restore it. Even so, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to exit the godly MT. Shumi Temple, continuing with his practice. His current strength was at peak mid-Shintian 6th order, infinitely close to breaking into late Shintian 6th order. Once he broke through to the late stage, battling against Chen Xiaotian would be less strenuous. Regardless, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush. He had a feeling that within a month's time he could achieve the desired result, breaking into late Shintian 6th order. Thus, secluding himself inside godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong threw himself into practice the godly Shumi art, Azura tactics, and the body metamorphose scripture. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the center of godly MT Shumi's 10 Buddha array formation. Time and again he practiced the godly Shumi art, vigorous energy coursing through his body as he simultaneously ran the Azura tactics and the body metamorphose scripture. The dragon might exuding from the twin dragons became even more condensed and potent. The ancient Buddhism spiritual energy, the netherworld spiritual energy, true dragon chi, and the world's spiritual energy descended like a downburst into Huang Xiaolong's body. Q. As Huang Xiaolong breathed in and out, the airflow around him rippled to the rhythm of his breathing. With every breath he drew, he could clearly feel the pores on his skin acting like whirlpools that sucked in everything between heaven and earth. Days passed, while Huang Xiaolong secluded himself in practice inside the Shumi Temple. Within the walls of the Sky Magi Sect's Great Hall, a tall and strapping Chen Xiaotian was scrutinizing Gao Qing and Wu Honggang with stinging coldness. A suffocating silence filled the dreary hall. Both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang stood before Chen Xiaotian, not daring to even breathe. Speak. Where did your third senior brother go? Chen Xiaotian barked. Don't you dare say that your third senior brother went out for a mission. Gao Qing and Chu Honggang lowered their heads and knelt on their knees, scared and jittery. Speak. Chen Xiaotian cornered. The two trembled visibly. Replying to Master, the truth is, third senior brother did not leave on a mission assignment. At this time, Gao Qing blurted out, third senior brother. He's already dead. What did you say? Chen Xiaotian jumped to his feet. A raging momentum burst out of him like a flash flood. I'm not lying, Master. Third senior brother is dead. It was Blood Swallow School's deputy, Cui Ming, that killed third senior brother. Wu Honggang interjected. Blood Swallow School's Cui Ming. A vicious light gleamed fiercely in Chen Xiaotian's eyes. Spit it out. What exactly happened? In fact, this was something cooked up by Huang Xiaolong. He had early on instructed both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang that if one day Chen Xiaotian became suspicious of Lin Yu's death, then they're to point the finger towards Blood Swallow School's deputy, Cui Ming. Hence, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang acted as per Huang Xiaolong's instruction, explaining the truth of the situation in detail to Chen Xiaotia. Listening to what his two disciples said, a light flickered in Chen Xiaotian's eyes, changing indecisively as if he could not determine the facts. I will investigate this matter, but if I find out that both of you lied to me, humph. Gao Qing and Wu Honggang quickly kowtowed, claiming vehemently they dare not lie. But, since you've already known early on that your third senior brother was killed by Blood Swallow School's deputy Cui Ming, why didn't you report this matter earlier? Chen Xiaotian's temper erupted all of a sudden, sending both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang flying with a flick of his hand. Go receive your punishment in the disciplinary hall. The two fled the hall in a panic after saluting Chen Xiaotian. Very soon, Huang Xiaolong received news of this matter. Chen Xiaotian, that old fellow, is starting to become suspicious? A playful expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Young lord, Du Xian ventured carefully. Huang Xiaolong understood what Du Xian wanted to say, but he shook his head saying, no need. The time wasn't ripe for him to take action yet. Du Xian and Deng Guangliang were shocked and confused inwardly, but no longer dogged the issue. Young lord, Chen Xiaotian is starting to feel suspicious. If we do not act swiftly now, when he finds out the truth of the matter, I'm afraid. Deng Guangliang approached closer and cautioned. There is still some time before he can determine anything. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, nonchalantly saying, no need to worry. You just focus on watching Chen Xiaotian's movements and await my orders. Well, both of you leave now. Yes, young lord. Both of them answered, saluted, and withdrew somberly. After the two had left, Huang Xiaolong resumed his practice. Chen Xiaotian would need some time to excavate the truth, and before that, Huang Xiaolong had to strive to break through into Late Shantian's sixth order. It won't be too late to act after that. Of course, most of Huang Xiaolong's confidence came from the fact that most of the Sky Magi sect's elders were in his control, so he was in no rush to confront Chen Xiaotian at this moment. Swallowing a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the 10 Buddha formation, enveloped by spiritual energy from the netherworld, ancient Buddhist energy, as well as true dragon qi. Days passed and soon 15 days went by. Huang Xiaolong, who was cultivating in the center of the 10 Buddha formation, suddenly shook. 3 bright glows flew out from his body like a tyrannical tornado, powerful winds blasting around inside the temple hall. In Huang Xiaolong's meridians and qi si, the netherworld battle, qi, true dragon battle qi, and ancient Buddha battle qi coursed through every part of his body, surging with vitality. Late Shantian's sixth order, he succeeded. Huang Xiaolong got up, standing in the center of the formation. 100 corporeal hands fanned out from his body as Buddhism power formed a protective vigor qi, giving off a golden light, as if he was the reincarnation of the ancient thousand-hand Buddha. With Huang Xiaolong's current comprehension of the godly Shumi art, he could project 160 arms, and he could also divide his body into a dozen Buddha avatars. Only some time later did Huang Xiaolong stop. The surging battle qi inside his body calmed down gradually as he breathed out foul qi from his mouth. Finally, he had broken through Late Shantian's sixth order, and the time had come to either subdue or clear out Chen Xiaotian. The time had come to have full control over the Sky Magi sect in his hands. Huang Xiaolong's body flickered into a blur and exited from the godly Shumi temple. Sky Magi sect headquarters Grand Hall. Chen Xiaotian sat on the throne on top of the dais with a gloomy expression. The subordinate he sent out to investigate about his third disciple Lin Yu came back to report that Lin Yu wasn't killed by Blood Swallow School's deputy Cui Ming. His 2 disciples were audacious enough as to lie to him. What nerves! He instructed the subordinate beside him. Go call Elder Gao Qing and Elder Wu Honggang over to the Grand Hall. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Yes, sect leader. The subordinate acknowledged respectfully and left the Grand Hall. These people were death warriors Chen Xiaotian personally trained, and each member of the group was a Xiantian warrior. Alone, they might not be Gao Qing or Wu Honggong's opponent. However, with more than 30 of them together, it was impossible for either Gao Qing or Wu Honggang to escape the capture. When the squad of death warriors left, Chen Xiaotian remained sitting in the throne, pondering sullenly. Both Gao Qing and Wu Honggang were his disciples. He knew their characters well. Unless there was someone instructing them at his back, they wouldn't dare to deceive him. Furthermore, recently, he sensed there was something amiss within the Sky Magi sect, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This feeling made him uneasy. Perhaps capturing Gao Qing and Wu Honggang could help him make sense of things. Chen Xiaotian deduced the best he could. However, a sudden miserable wail interrupted Chen Xiaotian's thoughts. Chen Xiaotian raised his head, looking dumbfounded. This voice sounded like the same subordinate he had just ordered to bring Gao Qing and Wu Honggang over. In the next instant, a series of tragic wails echoed inside the hall, the latter screams becoming clearer as the distance became closer to the Grand Hall. Hearing the consecutive miserable screams, Chen Xiaotian snapped to attention. His face turned slightly pale as an overpowering ominous dread filled his heart. These series of tragic screams all came from the squad of death warriors he sent out moments ago, as well as the guards around the Grand Hall. All of them were his most loyal subordinates and forces. Did someone launch an attack on Sky Magi sect? Chen Xiaotian was doubtful. The Blood Swallow School? Or Nine Fiend sect? In Black Demon City, only these 2 forces had the ability to do so. Just when Chen Xiaotian was about to step out from the Grand Hall to check out what was happening outside, he saw one of the guards run in drenched in blood. Sect leader, run quickly. When the words were out of his mouth, the guard tumbled to the floor, no longer moving. Qin Xiaotian looked ugly. Before he could make the next move, several guards' bodies were thrown into the grand hall. On each of these guards' chest was a glaring crimson handprint. Blood Palm. Qin Xiaotian's eyes glowered at the sight. Blood Palm was a high-grade battle skill of the Sky Magi sect. Only those with the position of Elder and above were allowed to learn this skill. At this point, a wave of people rushed into the grand hall. Qin Xiaotian turned around to look and he saw Gung Ken strolling in, clad in an ember-red robe, with a group of Sky Magi sect elders trailing behind him, including his two disciples, Gao Qing and Wu Honggang. The very same ones which he had just ordered his subordinates to capture, were amongst the elders entering the hall with Gung Ken. Not only that, even his eldest and second disciple, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, walked into hall, following half a step behind Gung Ken. Qin Xiaotian's expression likened the dark brewing storm. Gung Ken, what are you doing? Overcoming his shock, Qin Xiaotian actually became calmer, admonishing Gung Ken. Stopping 6 to 7 meters in front of Qin Xiaotian, Gung Ken had a cold, condescending look on his face. Sneering, he said, "What do you think?" As Qin Xiaotian's eyes swept over Gao Qing, Wu Honggang, Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the majority of the Sky Magi sect's elders, he suddenly threw his head back in exaggerated laughter. Halting just as abrupt as his laughter started, Qin Xiaotian glowered coldly at Gung Ken. "Little midget, looks like Qin Xiaotian underestimated you. But it won't be easy if you want to sit on the Sky Magi sect leader's place." Qin Xiaotian was pondering who was the one directing Gao Qing and Wu Honggang from behind, but seeing Gung Ken, he had already pegged that mastermind to be none other than Gung Ken. It wasn't just a day or two since Gung Ken nursed the ambition of taking the Sky Magi sect's sovereign position. However, neither Gung Ken or any of the Sky Magi sect elders spoke a word. Instead, all of them turned around and retreated to the side, opening a wide berth of space in the middle, with their heads lowered in respect towards the entrance. Before Qin Xiaotian's confused expression, a black-haired young man emanating domineering aura walked into the hall with fluttering steps. "We greet the young lord." Gung Ken and the present Sky Magi sect elders knelt down in salute, their voices rising high, shaking the spacious hall. Qin Xiaotian's eyes were wide, filled with confusion and shock as he observed the black-haired young man. Huang Xiaolong walked into the Sky Magi sect's grand hall. His face remained impassive even as he saw Gung Ken and the elders kneeling in salute. "Stand up." "We thank the young lord." Gung Ken and the rest stood up after giving thanks. Huang Xiaolong strolled leisurely until he was in front of Qin Xiaotian. Only at this moment was Qin Xiaotian jolted back to the present, and it dawned on him that he erred in his earlier conclusion. The person behind Gao Qing and Wu Honggang wasn't Gung Ken. Who is this black-haired young man? Who are you? The question flew from Qin Xiaotian's mouth as he studied Huang Xiaolong warily. His gut instinct told him that Huang Xiaolong didn't belong to the Blood Swallow School or Nine Fiend sect. Huang Xiaolong faced Qin Xiaotian, indifferently saying, "Who I am is not important." After a slight pause, Huang Xiaolong continued, "I think you would best understand that there is no escape for you today. You have two options in front of you: submission or death." Huang Xiaolong wasted no time with nonsense, laying down two choices on the table for Qin Xiaotian in a straightforward manner. Qin Xiaotian chanced another furtive glance in Gung Ken, Du Xian, and Deng Guangliang's direction as they stood behind Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, a cold, desolate feeling of despair rose from his heart. Was this how it felt being betrayed and abandoned? Did you plan on letting them attack me together, or one by one? Pushing down the feelings of despair, Qin Xiaotian asked Huang Xiaolong in a stiff, cold voice. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, waving a hand at Gung Ken, Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the other Sky Magi sect elders back. "All of you step back. No one is allowed to make a move without my order." When these words were spoken, all present were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's decision. "Young lord, this..." Gung Ken took a step forward, wanting to dissuade Huang Xiaolong. No one here knew Qin Xiaotian's true strength better than him. Although he had to admit that Huang Xiaolong was strong, Chen Xiaotian was a late Shintian 7th Order after all. Moreover, if his estimation was correct, Chen Xiaotian's real strength was higher than that. Step down! Huang Xiaolong snapped. Gung Ken trembled, swiftly saluted respectfully, and retreated to the back line where Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the rest were standing. Huang Xiaolong looked at Chen Xiaotian. If you can defeat me, you can leave. Chen Xiaotian glanced at the lineup of Sky Magi sect elders at the back, and then back to Huang Xiaolong. For real. Looking skeptical on the surface, but his heart was delighted at Huang Xiaolong's arrogance. He wasn't sure of Huang Xiaolong's actual strength, but judging from Huang Xiaolong's aura, Chen Xiaotian was sure Huang Xiaolong hadn't broken through to Xiantian's 7th Order. Correct. Huang Xiaolong affirmed coolly, catching the flicker of joy in Chen Xiaotian's eyes. It seems this Chen Xiaotian thinks he will win over me? The instant Huang Xiaolong's reply came, one azure and one red light flew out from Chen Xiaotian's body, merging into a tree above his head. A giant tree materialized, shrouded in an azure-colored gale and dark red flames. First rank grade 11 martial spirit, wind-fire tree. The power of the wind and fire elements instantly filled the grand hall. Chen Xiaotian wasted no time in merging with his windifer tree martial spirit immediately after summoning it. After soul transforming, both of Chen Xiaotian's arms were crackling and burning with dark red flames. At the same time, azure-colored wind swished up and down and around his body. The soul-transformed Chen Xiaotian seized the initiative, launching an attack on Huang Xiaolong. He dashed forward in a blur of azure light with streaks of dark red, at amazing speed, as if he was the embodiment of wind. Not only were Du Xian and Deng Guangliang unable to capture Chen Xiaotian's movements, even the strongest amongst them, Gung Ken, a peak late 6th Order Xiantian, could only see vague afterimages. This filled everyone with apprehension. Careful, young lord! Gung Ken and the others couldn't help exclaiming out loud. Huang Xiaolong branded a soul mark in each of their souls. Being connected at soul level, if Huang Xiaolong died, they too would follow, their souls facing destruction. Watching Chen Xiaotian coming at him, Huang Xiaolong released his azure physique. Black, ebony wings of demon spread, and displaying phantom shadow at the same time. Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared, leaving only a faint shadow in the air. Chen Xiaotian's fist struck, piercing through the shadow left behind in Huang Xiaolong's place. The afterimage shadow puffed away like wisps of smoke. His attack fell on empty air. Chen Xiaotian spun around with a horrified expression. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, this black-haired young man actually dodged his attack. His actual strength was not what the outside rumors claimed to be. He had long ago advanced into the peak of late Shintian 7th Order, and with the power of the wind element added onto his body after soul transformation, his speed greatly surpassed warriors of the same strength. Despite all of this, Huang Xiaolong managed to dodge his attack. Having avoided Chen Xiaotian's attack, Huang Xiaolong rounded back with the blades of Azura in his hands, slashing out at Chen Xiaotian from midair. The Azura sword skill's 4th move, State of Abundant Lightning. A lightning storm descended on the Grand Hall. Countless lightning flood dragons formed as they hit the floor, roaring at the targeted Chen Xiaotian. In the short blink of an eye, Chen Xiaotian was surrounded. Chen Xiaotian's face became ashen at the abrupt, grave situation he found himself in. Wind-fire flowing physique. With a bellow, Chen Xiaotian twirled his body around like a flaming cloud and floated to the air, barely escaping the attacks of several lightning flood dragons. But he didn't expect that the flood dragon-shaped lightning could turn into rotating gales, dogging his steps. After so many years, Huang Xiaolong had perfected the combination of Azura sword skill's 1st move, Tempest of Hell, and the 2nd move, Tears of Azura, into the 4th move, State of Abundant Lightning. When attacking, the lightning streaks were unpredictable, turning into an angry thunderstorm in the next moment. It evolved into quite a powerful move. Chen Xiaotian floated from one side to the other, endlessly flowing with the air current, dodging the attacks of the lightning flood dragons repeatedly. Time elapsed and the state of abundant lightning dissipated. After he was hit directly by the lightning, Qian Xiaotian appeared awkward and miserable. Parts of his robes were singed and tattered, with burnt black holes. Wind fist flowing fire palm. When Huang Xiaolong's attack dissipated, Qian Xiaotian vented his wrath. Qian Xiaotian struck with his left fist and a hurricane of wind formed in front of it, whereas his right hand struck a palm that pierced through space, dancing with dark red flames. A punch and a palm fused into one attack, violently influencing the airflow of the Grand Hall. So much that Gung Ken and the group of elders standing at the edge felt like they were being melted in a heated furnace. Yet at the same time, blades of wind cut against their skin. Even for Huang Xiaolong, it was the first time he came across such a battle skill. After a brief moment of surprise, Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned sharp and cold, swinging the blades in his hands. Countless blade lights spun in peculiar circular motions. As a deep-hued red eyeball materialized out of nowhere, it too spinning in the same direction. Icy blade lights flew out from the red eyeball, crashing into the enemy's wind fist and fire palm. High above in the Grand Hall space, a chain of blasts rang out. Aftershocks of wind and fire rolled out as remnants of blade lights ricocheted in all directions, leaving spine-chilling cut marks on the walls of the Grand Hall. When the deep red eyeball appeared, Qian Xiaotian felt dizzied from shock at the scene before him. Unable to control himself, his body wobbled as he looked at Huang Xiaolong with shock and trepidation. What kind of battle skill was this? By now, it was apparent to him that Huang Xiaolong had yet to break through to Xiantian's 7th order, but the cultivation technique he practiced was undoubtedly high. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong's battle chi grade exceeded his by more than a grade or two. On top of that, the battle skill he practiced was much stronger too. Perhaps it might even be a legendary heaven-grade battle skill. Seeing that even the Eye of Reincarnation failed to resolve Qian Xiaotian, Huang Xiaolong realized it would be difficult to defeat the opponent if he didn't summon his martial spirit. At the end of the day, Qian Xiaotian's strength was a peak late Xiantian's 7th order. With Qian Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the rest watching, a coruscating light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Roars of dragons shook the heavens as twin dragons materialized in Madeira black and a blue dragon. Overwhelming dragon might flooded the hall like the rushing currents of the Milky Way, spreading to every corner of the spacious Grand Hall. The black and blue dragons wound themselves around Huang Xiaolong, akin to a dragon god reincarnation. Twin primordial divine dragon martial spirits, Gung Ken, Du Xian, and Deng Guangliang's bodies trembled, staring at Huang Xiaolong with feverish eyes. Blue dragon martial spirit. Watching a blue dragon materialize behind Huang Xiaolong, Qian Xiaotian was astounded. News of Huang Xiaolong possessing superb talent twin martial spirits, primordial divine black and blue dragons, had yet to spread to the Bedlam lands. Therefore this was the first time any of them, be it Qian Xiaotian, Gung Ken or the rest, were confronted with the existence of a blue dragon martial spirit. After summoning his twin martial spirits, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose and soared continuously. In a dazzling flash of light, he soul transformed with the black and blue dragons. Before the stunned faces of Qian Xiaotian and the rest, layers of sturdy black and blue dragon scales grew on the surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin, covering him like an armor, as two tattoo-like dragon heads appeared on his back. After soul transforming, Huang Xiaolong's momentum greatly surpassed Qian Xiaotian's. Huang Xiaolong's body exuded an overwhelming dragon might, making it difficult for Qian Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the Sky Magi sect elders to breath. Deep within, the core of their souls gave birth to a desire to kneel, to prostrate, to submit before Huang Xiaolong. Only Qian Xiaotian was able to resist going down on his knees, although barely. Huang Xiaolong shifted, disappearing in a blur and reappearing right in front of Qian Xiaotian. A palm swiftly struck out. Qian Xiaotian turned ghastly pale at the sudden attack, raising his own palm in a panic, meeting Huang Xiaolong's attack head-on in an attempt of self-defense. A muffled explosion resounded in the Grand Hall, followed by terrifying aftershock waves spiraling outward. Qian Xiaotian had a feeling like his palm hit against a divine stone. It felt as if the bones of his hand shattered from the collision as he staggered backwards until the edge of the Grand Hall, just to steady himself. Horror was written all over Chen Xiaoyan's face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Before this black-haired young man, after soul transforming, relying purely on battle chi and battle skill grade to battle him, Chen Xiaotian knew he was marginally stronger. But the young man's strength increased drastically after soul transformation. A part of him actually gave up resistance facing the soul-transformed Huang Xiaolong. On the other side, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette flickered, wielding the blades of Azura at Chen Xiaotian again. Dancing blade lights spun into an alluring demonic flower right in front of Chen Xiaotian. Azura sword skill, 5th move, flower of the other shore. In the next breath, the flower vanished into thin air. All of a sudden, Chen Xiaotian screamed. His body was thrown back as if something hit him, red blood gushing out from his chest like a gurgling spring. A glaring, blood-red flower imprint could be seen on his chest as blood flowed out. Before Chen Xiaotian crashed to the floor, the blades in Huang Xiaolong's hands swung out a third time, sending countless blade lights that turned into a pair of tempestuous vortices, chasing after Chen Xiaotian. Tempest of hell. Fear and panic rose in Chen Xiaotian's heart watching the two cyclones coming at him. Wind-fire flowing physique. Chen Xiaotian's body rotated at high speed, turning into a cloud of flowing flames that floated in the air. However, due to the injury from the flower of the other shore, Azura Chi had invaded his body, greatly reducing Chen Xiaotian's speed and movements. In the end, the tempest of hell vortices wrapped around his legs, pulling him down from the air. Minuscule wind blades abraded Chen Xiaotian's legs. His flesh was flayed and blood splattered as they moved higher, towards Chen Xiaotian's torso. The white of bones was visible to the naked eye through the bloody wounds. Huang Xiaolong stopped his attack and walked over to where Chen Xiaotian laid. Severely injured by the flower of the other shore and having his legs crippled by the tempest of hell, Chen Xiaotian was a withered version of his robust self. The elemental power of wind and fire weakened and dissipated. In this state, any average Xiantian 6th-order warrior could snuff out Chen Xiaotian's life without exerting much effort. Chen Xiaotian struggled to drag his injured body away with his arms, as Huang Xiaolong approached closer, until he reached a wall where there was no more space to retreat. "Submit to me. I can heal your injuries, also let you break through to the 8th order." Huang Xiaolong lowered his gaze, his icy voice giving no room for doubt. "Or die. Cut by my blades, with the Azura Chi invading your body. The last moments before death are absolute torture. You probably don't feel so good right now." A series of thoughts flashed past Chen Xiaotian's pallid face. Just as Huang Xiaolong stated, the invading Azura Chi felt like 10,000 poisonous snakes sinking their poisonous fangs into his skin. The pain grew increasingly excruciating by the seconds. If it weren't for his wind and fire elemental battle chi suppressing that terrifying energy inside his body, the pain would be 100 times worse than what he was experiencing now. Huang Xiaolong watched him coldly, waiting for an answer. Gung Ken, Du Xian, and Deng Guangliang all looked at Chen Xiaotian in absolute silence. Huang Xiaolong had easily defeated Chen Xiaotian after soul transformation. The shocking truth was already deeply etched in Gung Ken, Du Xian, Deng Guangliang, and the Sky Magi sect elders' hearts, and it showed on their faces. Time ticked by and the prolonged silence grew foreboding. "Fine. I'm willing to submit to you." A short while passed. Chen Xiaotian sighed towards the sky and gave in. The moment these words left his lips, he looked as if he grew old in an instant. As the Sky Magi sect's sovereign, Chen Xiaotian was considered as one of 3 hegemony existences in Black Demon City, an existence that even the 9 Fiend sect's patriarch showed a point or two of respect and wariness towards. But now, he was reduced to submitting to another person, having a master over him, a junior. The circumstances of this change were difficult for him to accept. Huang Xiaolong was secretly relieved that Chen Xiaotian was willing to submit. This was the most favorable outcome. This way, on the surface, Chen Xiaotian could remain as the face of Sky Magi sect's leader, while Huang Xiaolong controlled everything behind the scenes. Proceeding in this manner would reduce the chances of Blood Swallow School and 9 Fiend sect getting suspicious. Otherwise, Things would be more troublesome if he had to make Chen Xiaotian disappear or missing. Good. Release your soul C, Huang Xiaolong added. I'm going to brand a soul mark. Soul mark. Chen Xiaotian's reaction was identical to Gung Ken, Du Xian, and the rest upon hearing the words soul mark. The fact that Huang Xiaolong knew the art of soul marking was shocking to Chen Xiaotian. His eyes strayed towards Gung Ken, his disciples, Du Xian and Deng Guangliang, as well as the Sky Magi sect elders. Realization dawned on him. All of them were branded with a soul mark by Huang Xiaolong. Like the many before him, Chen Xiaotian relented, releasing his soul C, allowing Huang Xiaolong to brand a soul mark. Displaying the soul mandate combined with the ancient puppetry art, Huang Xiaolong branded Chen Xiaotian's soul C with a soul mark. When all was completed smoothly, he finally relaxed. Reigning in Chen Xiaotian, the Sky Magi sect was now fully under his control. In the Bedlam lands, Huang Xiaolong now had his own force. Successfully branding a soul mark in Chen Xiaotian, Huang Xiaolong drew out the Azura Qi within and gave him a grade 6 spirit pellet and a healing pellet, so that he could heal his wounds. With Chen Xiaotian on his side, Huang Xiaolong turned to the 3 remaining Sky Magi sect elders, reining them in just as he did with the others. However, Huang Xiaolong did not make Chen Xiaotian call for an assembly of the core disciples announcing his identity. Before he swallowed up the Blood Swallow sect and Nine Fiends sect, the fewer people that knew about him the better. Yet, at the same time, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush to take over the 2 other forces. Instead, he ordered Chen Xiaotian and Gung Ken to have someone watch the movements of Blood Swallow School's elders. His plan was to divide and conquer. When these elders were outbound for tasks, he would either kill or rein them in. He would only act when the Blood Swallow School's doyen, Jiang Tianhua, noticed something was amiss. From then on, Huang Xiaolong stayed in the Sky Magi sect headquarters, spending his days cultivating inside godly MT Shumi. As his spiritual force and strength continued to rise, Huang Xiaolong tried to control the 5th puppet inside the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. And Huang Xiaolong finally succeeded 10 days later. Young Lord, this subordinate found out that 2 Blood Swallow School elders, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang, accepted a task to the Death Domain in search of the bedeviled spirit bead. One day, the Sky Magi sect's leader, Chen Xiaotian, came to report to Huang Xiaolong. Heading to the Death Domain in search of the bedeviled spirit bead? Huang Xiaolong repeated in surprise. The Death Domain was one of 3 of the Bedlam Land's forbidden areas, also known as the Deathland. In that area, the death aura and demonic energy were extremely thick, covering entire miles. Putting aside the weaker Hotian realm warriors, even some early Xiantian realm warriors that entered the Death Domain would be bedeviled if they were just a little careless, turning into a half-human half-devil existence. Yes, the Blood Swallow School's doyen, Jiang Tianhua, practices a battle skill called Devil Tribulation Finger, and he needs the bedeviled spirit bead for it. Chen Xiaotian added. Thus Li Yunhua and Lu Liang were sent to search for the bedeviled spirit bead in the Death Domain. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The bedeviled spirit bead was a type of rare bead formed from nature by gathering death aura and demonic energy, extremely beneficial to those cultivating dark types of battle chi or evil battle skills. In your opinion, has Jiang Tianhua advanced to the 8th order? Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded solemn. Chen Xiaotian contemplated the question and answered in a tone just as solemn. Although the rumors circling outside claimed Jiang Tianhua to be a peak late Xiantian 7th order, no one could confirm it, for no one has witnessed Jiang Tianhua's strength in the last decade. In this subordinate's estimation, it is very likely that Jiang Tianhua has already broken through to Xiantian 8th order. Xiantian 8th order. Huang Xiaolong repeated with a frown on his forehead. He could easily suppress a peak late Xiantian 7th order Chen Xiaotian after soul transforming with his twin dragon martial spirits, but Huang Xiaolong didn't have full confidence to be able to defeat a Xiantian 8th order warrior. For high-level Xiantian warriors, the strength gap became more significant in every small stage they advanced. Although there was seemingly a small gap between Chen Xiaotian's peak late 7th order strength and Jiang Tianhua's 8th order, strength-wise, too, perhaps even 3 of Chen Xiaotian could not compete with a single powerful Xiantian 8th order warrior. Even amongst early Xiantian Eighth Orders, there was a distinction between strong and weak ones. As the herald behind the Blood Swallow School, Zhang Tianhua's strength definitely ranked in the top few among Xiantian Eighth Order warriors. Then, there was but one way. He had to break through to Xiantian Seventh Order as soon as possible. Huang Xiaolong weighed the chances, musing to himself. After breaking into Xiantian Seventh Order, Huang Xiaolong had full confidence to defeat Zhang Tianhua. When are Li Yunhua and Lu Liang setting off to the Death Domain? Huang Xiaolong looked inquiringly over at Chun Xiaotian. It should be within these 2 days. Chun Xiaotian answered. Good. Continue to watch their movements and report to me once they left Black Demon City. Huang Xiaolong instructed. "Mn, you can withdraw now." "Yes, young lord." Chun Xiaotian made a respectful salute, turned around, and left. After Chun Xiaotian's silhouette disappeared, Huang Xiaolong once again entered the Shumi Temple, swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and cultivated. It was imperative for him to break through to Xiantian Seventh Order if he wanted to ensure his success in defeating Zhang Tianhua in one fell swoop. Once he entered the high-level Xiantian Order, his strength would rise drastically. With Huang Xiaolong's twin dragon martial spirits, the godly Shumi art, and Azura sword skill, in the Bedlam lands, he was an expert strong enough to rule in one direction. The night passed quietly. Huang Xiaolong stopped practicing the godly Shumi art, moving on to the Azura tactics and the body metamorphose scripture. Ever since he refined the godly MT Shumi, he had been taking a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir every day, improving his flesh and muscles. On the surface, Huang Xiaolong seemed the same, for no one could see the earth-shaking changes taking place inside his body, other than Huang Xiaolong himself. His meridians were covered with a layer of tenacious golden film-like glow, spreading over and wrapping around his internal organs. If, before this, his internal organs were likened to hard granite, then his current improvement would shame the core of the hardest steel. It could be said that Huang Xiaolong's physical defense was more shocking than an early Xiantian Eighth Order's physique. Even if Huang Xiaolong just stood there and allowed Qin Xiaotian to land punches on him without countering, he would not suffer any real damage. Still, I need to find a way for godly MT Shumi to produce a new supply of geocentric Buddha elixir. Looking at the ever-diminishing cloudy white liquid in the tiny pond, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Before leaving Duanren Empire, he gave some geocentric Buddha elixir to his family. On top of the amount he used for his own cultivation, there wasn't much left. At most, it would only be enough to support him for no more than a year. Meaning to say, if Huang Xiaolong could not find a way that would allow the godly MT Shumi to produce geocentric Buddha elixir within the next 2 years, his supply of geocentric Buddha elixir would all be gone. A while later, Huang Xiaolong concentrated. Now, the crucial task was taking over Black Demon City. With the Black Demon City in his grasp, he could be considered as having established himself in the Bedlam lands. After that, he would focus on finding a method for the godly MT Shumi to generate more geocentric Buddha elixir. At this moment, the Azura ring on Huang Xiaolong's finger sparkled as he took out the Azura sword skill illustrations. He had mastered the 6th move, Eye of Reincarnation, thus it was about time he started training the 7th move. Huang Xiaolong studied the illustrations. Death God's Chain. Huang Xiaolong said the name out loud. Death God's Chain. That was the name of the Azura sword skill's 7th move. Huang Xiaolong continued to study the illustration, committing the flow of battle qi and the attack movements to his memory. Sometime later, after he memorized them, Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes and recalled the details using mind visualization, repeating the moves many times over in his mind. It was several hours later when Huang Xiaolong finally opened his eyes. His body moved. The blades of Azura were already in his hands as he leaped up, swinging the blades in his hands to the front. Countless blade lights shot forward in rapid rotations, like a poisonous snake, like an electric drill, akin to angry dragons as they transformed into a pair of links of a crimson chain that struck out. The surrounding void where the chains shot past looked as if it was perforated through and through. After the first attempt, Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes once again, remembering the feeling he had when he displayed the Death God's Chain. Half an hour later, the blades in Huang Xiaolong's hands swung out a second time, creating a hail of spinning blade lights that turned into 4 links of a crimson chain, whipping out in the 4 directions. When the attack subsided, Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes. Then it was another attempt in after half an hour's time. One day passed quickly in this manner. At the end of the day, Huang Xiaolong could already form 20 links of the chains when displaying the Death God's chain. When attacking, the chains of blade light spun, being able to launch an attack from any direction and angle at any moment. According to the description written beneath the illustrations, once one reached the major completion stage, an attack from the Death God's chain could cover a piece of heaven and earth, measuring tens of thousands li, in a dense forest of crimson chains that would slice and penetrate through everything in their path. The most terrifying element of the Death God's chain was its ability to control the space within its area, locking everything in place. When the night came, Huang Xiaolong stopped his training. At this time, Chun Xiaotian came in to report that the 2 elders of Blood Swallow sect, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang, had left Black Demon City for their Death Domain mission. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Finally, the 2 of them left the Black Demon City area. Thus, Huang Xiaolong, together with Chun Xiaotian acting as a guide, headed out from the Sky Magi sect headquarters to pay a visit to Li Yunhua and Lu Liang. 10,000 li outside of Black Demon City, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang were passing through a chain of barren mountain ridges. The task in going to the Death Domain this time must absolutely succeed. We will definitely find a bedeviled spirit bead for the Doyen. With it, our Doyen's undying devil physique and devil tribulation finger will finally reach major completion. When that time comes, even the 9 Fiend Sect's sovereign wouldn't be our Doyen's opponent. The day when our Blood Swallow school rules Black Demon City is close. Li Yunhua laughed. Hearing this, Lu Liang laughed agreeably. You're right. The first one we're gonna swallow up will be the Sky Magi sect. If that Chun Xiaotian doesn't know what's good for him, he can only join the Reincarnation line. Later on, when our Doyen achieves major completion in his undying devil physique and devil tribulation finger, killing Chun Xiaotian will take nothing more than a flick of a finger. Li Yunhua laughed blatantly. The moment Li Yunhua's laughter rang out, a cold snort sounded from the void. It came too abruptly, startling the 2 Blood Swallow school elders. Alerted, both turned, backs facing each other as they scanned the surroundings warily, barking, "Who is it? Roll out here." Before the vigilant eyes of Li Yunhua and Lu Liang, 2 silhouettes emerged from the void, Huang Xiaolong and Chen Xiaotian, revealing themselves to Li Yunhua and Lu Liang. Chun Xiaotian. Both Li Yunhua and Lu Liang were so shocked seeing one of the 2 people was Chun Xiaotian that they exclaimed aloud. Even though both of them ridiculed how useless and vulnerable Chun Xiaotian would be in front of their Doyen, deep down they understood that regardless of their opinions, Chun Xiaotian was a peak Late Shintian 7th Order expert, one of the hegemons of Black Demon City. Whereas the 2 of them were only Late Shintian 6th Order. Almost immediately, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang's keen eyes noticed that Chun Xiaotian was actually walking half a step behind a black-haired young man, humble in demeanor, his body slightly lowered at the waist. Their sight hastily shifted onto Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. Huang Xiaolong looked at them with cold nonchalance. Kill Chun Xiaotian? Swallow the Sky Magi sect. Without waiting for a reply, Huang Xiaolong looked over to Chen Xiaotian. I'll leave them to you, as long as they still have one breath hanging at the end. Chun Xiaotian's eyes lit up hearing that and thanked Huang Xiaolong respectfully. Thank you, young lord. Earlier, when he heard them saying that if the Blood Swallow sect's Doyen, Jiang Tianhua, wanted to kill him it would only take the effort of wriggling a finger, Chun Xiaotian had been suppressing the anger boiling in his veins. Because there was no order to act from Huang Xiaolong, he dared not charge ahead on his own. Now, with Huang Xiaolong's order, Chun Xiaotian shot forward with great elan, launching attacks on Li Yunhua and Lu Liang at the same time. Young lord. Catching the crucial term Chun Xiaotian used to address the black-haired young man standing in front of them, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang couldn't believe their ears. Before they could figure out what was happening, Chun Xiaotian's attack already reached in front of them. Jarred back to their senses, both men raised their arms in defense. However, relying on their Xianxian sixth-order strength, they were no match for Chen Xiaotian at all. In the first wave of attack, Chen Xiaotian already displayed his wind fist flowing fire palm. A palm and fist combination, instantly suppressing Li Yunhua and Lu Liang until they were unable to put up the slightest resistance, crashing down to the ground. Wind force blasted gravel and rock debris everywhere. Chen Xiaotian stopped, spitting out blood from his mouth. Li Yunhua hollered anxiously. Lu Liang was angry and just as shocked as Li Yunhua. Chen Xiaotian's feet landed gently on the ground. A contemptuous snicker sounded from his throat as he struck out another wind fist flowing fire palm onto the two men's chest. Throughout the battle, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang were given no chance to summon their martial spirits out to soul transform. Screams reverberated in the air as bodies tumbled harshly on the jagged ground, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. At the end, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang slammed heavily against two large boulders and slid down. Huang Xiaolong's order stated that it was fine as long as they still had a breath in them. Therefore, Chen Xiaotian did not hold back. Every attack was ruthless, venting fierce rage, pounding it into the two punching bags. Chen Xiaotian did not stop there. He sent them up to the air once again and continued to assault Li Yunhua and Lu Liang in a torrent of fists and palms. 10 minutes later, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang sprawled half dead on the ground, turning into a pair of unrecognizable bloodied pulps, unable to even move their little fingers. Although Chen Xiaotian's attacks were ruthless, they were well measured, guaranteeing that Li Yunhua and Lu Liang would not die accidentally. Good. It's enough. Huang Xiaolong, who had been watching at the side the entire time, finally spoke. Only after hearing Huang Xiaolong's order did Chen Xiaotian stop attacking, retreating respectfully behind Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong slowly strode towards the two bloodied men. Peering down at their blood-stained, swollen faces, he said, "I know you're very curious about my identity. You will know very soon. Let me tell you frankly, the Sky Magi sect is already under my control now. Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and all the Sky Magi sect elders have all submitted to me." The two heavily injured and weakened Li Yunhua and Lu Liang that couldn't even lift a pinky suddenly snapped their eyes wide open, staring at Huang Xiaolong, as great waves of shock hit their hearts. What? This black-haired young man had full control over the Sky Magi sect. Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and all Sky Magi sect elders had all submitted to him. Their minds buzzed. A brief moment later, two pairs of eyes fell on Chen Xiaotian's body. It was hard to believe, yet judging from Chen Xiaotian's earlier behavior in front of Huang Xiaolong, that respectful demeanor that was no different than a slave, Li Yunhua and Lu Liang knew that Huang Xiaolong was speaking the truth. However, how did this black-haired young man make Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the Sky Magi sect's elders submit to him? Why didn't the Blood Swallow School or Nine Fiends sect receive any wind of something so big? I'm giving you two a choice. One, like Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the others submit to me, or two, death. Huang Xiaolong added. Li Yunhua and Lu Liang's expressions tightened. You're dreaming if you want us to submit. Li Yunhua glared ferociously. Impossible. Kid, kill us if you want, our Blood Swallow School will never let you go. Not only you, our Blood Swallow School will destroy the entire Sky Magi sect. Huang Xiaolong's face sank. He shook his head. There'll always be some people that weren't aware of the direction in which the wind blows. Then, a hint of coldness shone in Huang Xiaolong's pupils. A finger pointed out as he raised his hand. Dark gray fog rolled out like rumbling storm clouds. Strange dark creatures issued wails from its depth that pierced at the soul. A terrifying force burst out from the thick dark gray fog, enveloping Li Yunhua and Lu Liang. The Absolute Soul Pearl's heritage skill. The Absolute Soul Finger. The appearance of the gray fog and the strange cries petrified Li Yunhua. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, the Absolute Soul Finger imprint already pierced through the middle of his brows. Lu Liang saw everything clearly from the side. The finger imprint pierced through his comrade's eyebrows and out from the back of his head. Blood and brain matter splattered out. Li Yunhua stiffened, mouth agape, as he tumbled sideways to the ground. Lu Liang's heart shivered staring at Li Yunhua's body and then at Huang Xiaolong again. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to be so decisive and ruthless, giving no second chances. As these thoughts crossed Lu Liang's mind, Huang Xiaolong slowly turned to him with piercing eyes, like a pair of swords. At this precise moment, a great shadow loomed over Lu Liang's heart, body, and soul. I can give you time to reconsider. Think well before deciding. Don't learn from him, opening his mouth recklessly. Huang Xiaolong then added, but there's only one chance, live or die. Lu Liang's expression turned ugly beneath the blood stains. Huang Xiaolong instructed Chen Xiaotian, deal with his corpse. Of course, Li Yunhua's corpse couldn't be left anywhere. All traces of evidence had to be erased. Yes, young lord, Chen Xiaotian answered. A great suction force came from his palm and Li Yunhua's lifeless body flew up into the air. Then, Chen Xiaotian's fire battle chi burned brightly as he struck a flowing cloud fire palm on Li Yunhua's corpse, incinerating it to gray ashes that scattered on the ground in just a moment. Barely any time passed for the dust and sand blown by the wind to cover all traces. Lu Liang's expression turned from bad to worse, watching with his own eyes as Chen Xiaotian destroyed the evidence and the remains of Li Yunhua. I am willing to submit. As the last traces of Li Yunhua's gray ashes disappeared, Lu Liang made his decision. Huang Xiaolong nodded, ordering Lu Liang to release his soul C for him to brand his soul C with a soul mark. Hearing Huang Xiaolong talk about branding his soul C, another surge of tidal waves crashed at Lu Liang's heart, but he had no other options. In the end, he obediently did as he was told, releasing his soul C, allowing Huang Xiaolong to place his soul mark. When all was done, Huang Xiaolong secretly breathed in relief. Lu Liang's submission signaled the first step of incorporating Blood Swallow School and Sky Magi sect. Because Li Yunhua and Lu Liang left Black Demon City on a task to look for the bedeviled spirit bead in the Death Domain, their actions were safe. The Blood Swallow School's doyen, Jiang Tianhua, wouldn't be suspicious for at least 3 to 4 months. And within these 3 to 4 months, Huang Xiaolong had to make his way inside the Blood Swallow School before Jiang Tianhua became suspicious. Lu Liang's surrender was a big stride in Huang Xiaolong's plan of swallowing the Blood Swallow School. Lu Liang was a Blood Swallow sect elder, one of the more influential ones, which gave him privy to many hidden secrets of the school. Although Chen Xiaotian had been investigating and following the Blood Swallow School, they were informations Chen Xiaotian was unable to get wind of. For example, while cultivating the undead devil physique, the Blood Swallow School's doyen Jiang Tianhua erred, causing damaging demonic energy to enter his body. Every year, there would be a day when his strength would fall to the weakest point. Or, the fact that Blood Swallow School's deputy Cui Ming and the 9 Fiend sect sovereign's little concubine had illicit moonlight rendezvous, etc. Jiang Tianhua has a day every year when his strength falls greatly? Huang Xiaolong asked. That's right, young lord. Lu Liang reiterated. However, this subordinate doesn't know which day exactly. Huang Xiaolong nodded, a somber, pensive expression on his face. A brief moment later he said to Chen Xiaotian, go spread rumors about the affair between Blood Swallow sect's deputy Cui Ming and 9 Fiend sect sovereign's little concubine. Remember, act with discretion. Chen Xiaotian was stumped but quickly recovered and acknowledged the orders. For Huang Xiaolong instructed him to pay attention to the reaction from Blood Swallow School and 9 Fiend sect after the word had been let out. As for Lu Liang, Huang Xiaolong instructed him to stay at the Sky Magi sect's headquarters and keep a low profile. He was not allowed to show himself until he had successfully taken over the Blood Swallow School. Since that day, rumors about the affair between Blood Swallow School's deputy Cui Ming and 9 Fiend sect sovereign's little concubine spread. Just like what Huang Xiaolong predicted, the 9 Fiend sect sovereign, Hu Han, blew up in rage. In front of an assembly of 9 Fiend sect disciples, he beheaded that concubine. After that, he made a public demand for Blood Swallow School doyens, Jiang Tianhua, to hand out deputy Cui Ming. Cui Ming was Jiang Tianhua's both left and right hands. There was almost no chance of Jiang Tianhua complying with the request. Hence, The Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect's relationship became extremely tense, as if a bloody battle could break out at any moment. Receiving the report of this result, Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction inwardly. All he had to do now was to sit back and watch as the two tigers battled. While both sides were fighting, he would gain control over their elders. Amidst the intense battle atmosphere, Hu Han and Jiang Tianhua's attention on Sky Magi sect would slacken, which was advantageous to Huang Xiaolong's plan to spread his control over both sides. 2 days later, Chun Xiaotian reported that a fight broke out between the Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect's disciples. More than a dozen dead and injured. As time wore on, scuffles and fights between both sides' disciples became more common and frequent. The conflict between the two forces escalated, while Huang Xiaolong immersed himself in secluded cultivation within the Shumi Temple. Huang Xiaolong's strength grew stronger with each passing day. Every day was filled with practicing the godly Shumi art, Azura tactics, the body metamorpho scripture, and he insisted on allocating time for the ancient puppetry art, Soul Mandate, as well as the Azura sword skill's 7th move, Death God's Chain. The most obvious improvement was in Huang Xiaolong's ancient puppetry art. Initially, he estimated he would need at least a year to break through to the 2nd level, yet now, there were signs that he would be able to advance in 2 months' time. Once he entered the 2nd level, his spiritual force strength would take a great leap, allowing him to easily brand 6 people with soul marks at once and significantly reduce his spiritual force recovery period to a mere day or two. Not forgetting that his Eye of Hell's attack power would also be enhanced due to his stronger spiritual force. At the ancient puppetry art's 1st level of spiritual force, casting the Eye of Hell spiritual attack on an enemy with similar strength would only bring about negligible effects, but this would change when his spiritual force entered the 2nd level. The power of his spiritual attacks would pose a threat to his enemies. Other than holding up in practice, Huang Xiaolong seized every chance to intercept the Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect's elders every time they ventured out of Black Demon City for tasks. Those who refused to submit were always killed on the spot, whereas those who surrendered and submitted were branded with a soul mark. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. In this 1 month, other than Lu Liang, the number of elders from Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect who submitted grew to 11, 7 people from Blood Swallow School, and 4 people from Nine Fiend Sect. Though the number seemed small, it was by no means a weak force. At first, Huang Xiaolong planned to take control over Blood Swallow School before making his move on Nine Fiend Sect, but he had changed his mind, penetrating both sides simultaneously, speeding up the process of having Black Demon City under his control. Due to Sky Magi Sect pouring oil over fire from the shadows, in this 1 month, the conflict between the Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect had become overblown to the point where one side couldn't stand the sight of the other, akin to fire and water. As for Huang Xiaolong, after having 11 elders of these two forces submit to him, his power spread swiftly by pulling the same old trick of having these elders invite elders of Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect to a banquet, and subjugation them one by one. 2 months later, a total of 23 elders from both the Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect submitted to Huang Xiaolong. The ones who refused amounted to 6, all silenced on the spot by Huang Xiaolong. With the 23 elders and the Sky Magi Sect, Huang Xiaolong had control of half of Black Demon City's power. Even if the Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect made a pact and turned their spearhead towards his side, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could fight them on an even scale. In the Shumi Temple, Huang Xiaolong swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and stood at the center of the 10 Buddha formation, practicing the godly Shumi art, as the Azura tactics and the body metamorpho scripture ran simultaneously inside his body. Above him, Buddhism energy, netherworld spiritual energy, and true dragon chi came down like a waterfall. As Huang Xiaolong practiced, ethereal shadows of Buddha statues, archdemons, and primordial divine dragons appeared around him. The Buddhism energy, netherworld battle chi, and true dragon chi in his chi sea and meridians became denser, surging endlessly. The night passed. Huang Xiaolong stopped practicing at daybreak. 2 months passed. Huang Xiaolong managed to bring his cultivation infinitely closer to Xiantian's 7th order from peak late Xiantian's 6th order. In another 10 days or half a month at most, he was confident he could make that breakthrough, and that included his ancient puppetry art, which was at the peak of the 1st level. In the Blood Swallow School's Great Hall, The small-built Jiang Tianhua was sitting on the main throne-like seat with an ugly expression on his face. Just now, the Nine Fiend Sect's sovereign, Hu Han, ordered down that if the Blood Swallow School did not hand out Cui Ming, their Nine Fiend Sect disciples would kill every Blood Swallow School disciple they come across. Wasn't this the same as uprooting the Blood Swallow School? Extermination? Hand out Cui Ming? If he really handed out Cui Ming, wasn't that the same as having his dignity as a doyen trampled? How would he govern the elders in the future? How would they look at him? Moreover, Cui Ming was both his left and right hands, extremely loyal to him. Jiang Tianhua grew angrier by the second as these thoughts swirled in his mind. Sovereign. That Hu Han is bullying us too much. He's really acting as if our Blood Swallow sect is a soft persimmon that they can mold as they like. At this time, one of the elders present in the great hall stood out clamoring. That's true, Sovereign. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight them. Another Blood Swallow sect elder echoed the sentiment. However, these two elders were already subjugated by Huang Xiaolong. The other elders who submitted to Huang Xiaolong sang the same tune in front of Jiang Tianhua. They were ready to fight to the death with the Nine Fiend Sect. Sovereign, how about we ally with Sky Magi Sect? At this point, a tall, middle-aged elder possessing excellent features suggested. And this middle-aged man was none other than Deputy Cui Ming. Ally with Sky Magi Sect? Jiang Tianhua was surprised for a moment and then nodded slowly. In this situation, this was the only option available. Jiang Tianhua sent Cui Ming over to our side. Wanting to discuss an alliance against the Nine Fiend Sect? Huang Xiaolong looked over at Chun Shaotian beside him. Yes, young lord, Chun Shaotian confirmed. Where is that Cui Ming now? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. He's right outside in the Great Hall, Chun Shaotian answered. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Since 2 months ago, Huang Xiaolong had predicted that Blood Swallow Sect would try to make an alliance with the Sky Magi Sect. The conflict between Blood Swallow School and Nine Fiend Sect placed Blood Swallow School at a disadvantage, going against the stronger Nine Fiend Sect. At last, their remaining option was to ally themselves with the Sky Magi Sect. Young lord, how shall we proceed? Chun Shaotian ventured cautiously. Tell him to go back. Huang Xiaolong's tone was solemn. Tell him that if Blood Swallow School wants to ally with the Sky Magi Sect, Jiang Tianhua must come himself, bearing gifts. Chen Shaotian was stunned. He had assumed Huang Xiaolong would agree. Tell Jiang Tianhua to come in person? Jiang Tianhua's status and identity in Black Demon City was a tad more influential than Chen Shaotian. Yet Jiang Tianhua was to come bearing gifts? Yes, young lord. Although feeling doubtful, Chun Shaotian dare not disobey Huang Xiaolong's instructions. He saluted and left, making his way to the Great Hall. When Chen Shaotian arrived at the Great Hall, he saw Cui Ming sitting leisurely, sipping on a cup of fragrant tea. Cui Ming did not stand up even after he noticed Chun Shaotian walking in. He continued to enjoy his tea and said, Sovereign Chun, have you thought about it? In Cui Ming's opinion, the Sky Magi Sect would definitely agree to their request. Otherwise, once Nine Fiend Sect uprooted the Blood Swallow School, it would be hard for the Sky Magi Sect to survive in Black Demon City. In the end, Sky Magi Sect would suffer the same fate as Blood Swallow School. Watching Cui Ming continuing to drink tea comfortably, Chan Shaotian secretly sneered, If the Blood Swallow School wants to ally with us, let Jiang Tianhua come bearing gifts. Cui Ming had just taken a sip. The hand holding the cup halted midway as he stared dumbly at Chen Shaotian for a moment, as if he did not expect Chen Shaotian to actually decline. Let Jiang Tianhua come bearing gifts? Cui Ming's expression became gloomy when he understood Chun Xiaoyan's underlying meaning. Sovereign Chen, you're sure you want our doyen to come over himself bearing gifts? Cui Ming's face turned ugly. Chun Shaotian retorted simply, I believe you are not deaf. You! Angered, Cui Ming jumped to his feet. What, you want to start a fight? Chun Shaotian taunted the other side. Cui Ming suppressed his anger with much difficulty. To Chun Shaotian he said, Good, good. I will return and report your exact words to our doyen. Sovereign Chun, I hope you will not regret your decision today. Regret? Chun Xiaotian. You can scram now. Scram. Cui Ming's face turned red, but he did not utter a single word more. He exited the Great Hall and headed straight towards Blood Swallow Sect's headquarters. Blood Swallow School Headquarters Great Hall. Chun Xiaotian really said so. He wants me to go over in person bearing gifts? When Jiang Tianhua heard Cui Ming's report, he was surprised. Subsequently, his expression darkened. Doyen, this Chun Xiaotian is too presumptuous. A Blood Swallow School elder lost his temper. A measly Sky Magi sect sovereign dares to utter such brazen words, telling our doyen to come in person, bearing gifts. We'll go now and first annihilate this damn Sky Magi sect. That's right. We'll destroy them first. Other Blood Swallow School elders voiced their anger. Cui Ming stepped forward at this moment. Doyen, it would be simple if we exterminate Chan Xiaotian and take over the Sky Magi sect. After that, we would be strong enough to contend with the Nine Fiend sect. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? That's right, Doyen. After taking control over Sky Magi sect, we'll destroy the Nine Fiend sect, and then Black Demon City will be our paradise. Another Blood Swallow School elders echoed his support of Cui Ming's suggestion. Jiang Tianhuan raised his hand, waving for everyone to calm down. He scanned the crowd, saying, swallowing the Sky Magi sect is inevitable sooner or later, but now is not the time. His undead devil physique hadn't reached major completion yet. It's about time for Li Yunhua and Lu Liang to return, isn't it? Jiang Tianhua questioned. Yes, Doyen. Elder Lu Liang sent a message the day before yesterday, saying that in another month, they will return with the bedeviled spirit bead from the death domain. Cui Ming reported. In order to not raise Jiang Tianhua's suspicion, Huang Xiaolong instructed Lu Liang to send news back to Blood Swallow School from time to time. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhua nodded. Let Chun Xiaotian temporarily enjoy 2 more months of life. Then, Doyen, what shall we do now? Cui Ming asked. Jiang Tianhua scanned the Great Hall. His sight finally stopped on Cui Ming's body, saying, inside the Sky Magi sect, Chun Xiaotian is not the final decision-maker. Cui Ming's eyes lit up. Doyen is referring to Gung Ken? Jiang Tianhua smiled faintly. Correct. Yes, Doyen, I know what to do. Cui Ming answered. Bowing respectfully, Cui Ming left the Great Hall, heading in the direction of Gung Ken's manor. Although Doyen Jiang Tianhua did not elaborate on the details, Cui Ming already understood his intention, ally with Gung Ken. Gung Ken's status and influence within Sky Magi sect were on par with Chun Xiaotian, thus joining hands with Gung Ken would achieve the same result. If Gung Ken was willing to cooperate with Blood Swallow School, judging from a different aspect, it was more favorable than cooperating with Chun Xiaotian, because the relationship between him and Gung Ken had always been good. Entering Gung Ken's manor, Cui Ming went straight to the main hall, waiting for Gung Ken while enjoying tea. A short while later, Cui Ming saw Gung Ken coming into the main hall from outside. Brother Gung Ken, I haven't seen you for several months. Your face is glowing. Seeing Gung Ken walking in, Cui Ming stood up, greeting him with a wide smile. However, Gung Ken's reaction was rather lukewarm, taking a seat after giving Cui Ming a glance. Cui Ming's smile froze on his face. Awkward and embarrassed, he returned to his previous seat. What purpose does Deputy Cui Ming has in visiting my manor? Gung Ken cut to the chase, asking Cui Ming in a straightforward manner as soon as he sat down. Cui Ming looked at Gung Ken and stated the purpose of his visit, adding, our Doyen gave his word. When our Doyen takes control over Black Demon City, he definitely won't mistreat Brother Gung Ken. Take over Black Demon City? Gung Ken's lips arched up in a taunting smile as he stared at Cui Ming. Look for me when you've taken over Black Demon City. We'll talk then. Cui Ming stiffened. Brother Gung Ken's meaning is? You don't understand? Gung Ken sneered coldly. Our sovereign's meaning is my meaning. Instantly, Cui Ming's face tightened. Weren't Gung Ken and Chun Xiaotian arch-rivals? How was he showing a united front with Chun Xiaotian now? Please see yourself out. At this point, Gung Ken stood up, indicating to Cui Ming his presence wasn't welcome. Although Gung Ken didn't use the word scram, like Chun Xiaotian, in essence the meaning was the same. Cui Ming stood up, fire raging in his heart. But in the end, he kept quiet, leaving Gung Ken's manor. Blood Swallow Sect Headquarters. What did you say? Jiang Tianhua's face was extremely gloomy listening to Cui Ming's report. Gung Ken said. Cui Ming hesitated. Chun Xiaotian's meaning is his meaning. Chun Xiaotian's meaning is his meaning? A strong killing intent glinted in Jiang Tianhua's eyes. The elders present in the main hall lowered their heads, trembling, being as quiet as possible. Doyen, Gung Ken and Chun Xiaotian's relationship has never been harmonious. But this time they're actually singing the same tune. There's something odd about this. After what seemed like a long time, Cui Ming came forward, whispering with caution. A light flickered in Jiang Tianhua's eyes. This was exactly the point he couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, Gung Ken should have been overjoyed at Cui Ming's proposal, honored to be joining hands with the Blood Swallow sect. However, not only did Gung Ken refuse, but he even aligned himself with Chun Xiaotian. Send people to investigate what exactly is happening inside the Sky Magi sect that could make Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken put up a united front? A while later, Jiang Tianhua ordered. Yes, Doyen. Cui Ming replied respectfully. But 10 days passed and Cui Ming's report came back clueless. Unable to find out. Jiang Tianhua's brows were locked tight together. This was even more unusual. About Blood Swallow School's movements in trying to investigate about Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken, Huang Xiaolong of course was informed. He told Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken not to bother with this matter. All they needed to do was continue watching Blood Swallow School and 9 Fiend Sect's actions. Inside the Shumi Temple, Huang Xiaolong stood at the center of the 10 Buddha formation, dazzling, bright light shining around him, akin to a holy flame. The netherworld spiritual energy, ancient Buddhism energy, and true dragon chi took shape in the form of an archdemon, an ancient golden Buddha, and a golden primordial divine dragon, the 3 of them spinning around Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong's momentum continued to soar as the 3 energies coursed through his meridians and chi-si, expanding, crashing against the Xiantian 7th Order barrier. Once, twice, thrice. Soul-tearing pain pierced every nerve in Huang Xiaolong's body. The onslaught of pain from breaking the Xiantian 7th Order barrier was 100 times, 1,000 times more compared to breaking to the 5th or 6th Order. Gritting his teeth, Huang Xiaolong held on, pushing his battle chi to break the barrier. As such, it continued for a long time when, suddenly, a blinding light broke out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong's body trembled and the light became brighter as his momentum rose to a terrifying height, raising a tempest in the middle of the temple hall. Unearthly cries, chants of mantras, and dragon roars came from the 3 formed mandates: the archdemon, ancient golden Buddha, and golden primordial dragon. This lasted for a long time before the sphere of light gradually reduced, slowly dissipated away, including the 3 mandate shadows. Huang Xiaolong stopped triggering his battle chi. He looked up roaring towards the sky, akin to a primordial divine dragon. He finally stepped into Xiantian 7th Order. Breaking into Xiantian 7th Order meant he was now a high-level Xiantian realm expert. In the vast expanse of the martial spirit world, he was considered as one of the upper elites. The number of Saint Realm experts was too little, with the odds of only one success in 100,000 Xiantian warriors trying to break through the Saint Realm barrier. Huang Xiaolong felt the surging power contained in his battle chi, sensing the changes in every inch of his body. From his flesh, veins, meridians, and chi-si, he was ecstatic. Sure enough, breaking through to Xiantian 7th Order, the benefits weren't limited to a mere increase in power. Xiantian 7th Order and peak late Xiantian 6th Order were basically 2 different concepts, 2 different heights. As a second afterthought, Huang Xiaolong opened the Eye of Hell on his forehead. The Eye of Hell opened, glowing a glaring red, raising a storm that swept out in all 4 directions, shaking the entire temple hall. Just a few days ago, Huang Xiaolong advanced into the 2nd level of the ancient puppetry art, further enhancing his spiritual force. indirectly improving the Eye of Hell's attack power compared to before. Moreover, at the second level, his spiritual force was strong enough to create a spiritual tempest. The storm earlier from the glaring red eye of hell was the spiritual tempest. Spiritual tempest, traceless, formless, soundless. The time to take over the Blood Swallow School has come. Retrieving the Eye of Hell, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Now that he had broken through to Xiantian's seventh order, combined with the second level of the ancient puppetry art, Huang Xiaolong had enough confidence to defeat Zhang Tianhua. After taking care of Blood Swallow School, next would be the Nine Fiends sect. Organizing his thoughts, Huang Xiaolong exited the Shumi Temple. However, just as Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Great Hall, Chun Xiaotian hastened over to report, saying that Blood Swallow sect's doyen, Zhang Tianhua, was there. Zhang Tianhua is here? Huang Xiaolong nodded. This was even better, saving him the trouble of making a trip over to the Blood Swallow School headquarters. How many people has he brought over? Huang Xiaolong asked. Other than Zhang Tianhua, there are also Cui Ming and 16 elders of Blood Swallow School. Chun Xiaotian answered with respect. 16 elders of Blood Swallow School. Zhang Tianhua actually brought so many elders over. Huang Xiaolong sneered in his heart. He could guess Zhang Tianhua's motive. It would seem that if the Sky Magi sect didn't agree to an alliance, Zhang Tianhua had decided to make the first move on Sky Magi sect. Want to swallow the Sky Magi sect? Lu Yunhua's words suddenly popped up inside Huang Xiaolong's mind. Show them in. Huang Xiaolong cleared his thoughts and said to Chun Xiaotian beside him. Yes, young lord. Chun Xiaotian answered, turned around and left to make arrangements, allowing Zhang Tianhua, Cui Ming, and others inside Sky Magi sect's Great Hall. A Sky Magi sect disciple approached Zhang Tianhua outside the main entrance, saying, Doyen Zhang, our sovereign allows you inside. Seeing this, Zhang Tianhua's face sank. He came here personally, yet Chun Xiaotian did not come to meet him at the door? Not only that, he only sent out a normal disciple to let him in. What did this disciple say? Allows them inside. Allow and not invite. Allow and invite represented different attitudes altogether. What audacity! How presumptuous! Chun Xiaotian actually didn't come to welcome our doyen himself. One of the Blood Swallow School elders exploded in anger. His fist struck directly onto the Sky Magi sect disciple, sending him flying. When the disciple landed, there was no breath left in him. Zhang Tianhua watched silently from the side. The surrounding Sky Magi sect disciples quickly retreated to one side, staring in shock at the group of high-ranking Blood Swallow School people. Go in. Zhang Tianhua smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, he led the group by taking a large stride forwards through the Sky Magi sect's headquarters entrance. Entering Sky Magi sect headquarters, Zhang Tianhua was puzzled to find that there were no other Sky Magi sect disciples to be found along the way. Sky Magi sect is nothing but a wuss, a Blood Swallow School elder mocked. Knowing that we're here, all the disciples have gone into hiding. Perhaps they're shaking in fear so badly that their guts shrunk. Cui Ming and the rest of the elders broke out in laughter. Although Zhang Tianhua found it strange, he did not think too much about it. Soon, Zhang Tianhua and his group reached the entrance to Sky Magi sect's Great Hall. Watching the tightly closed Great Hall door, Zhang Tianhua frowned. He felt there was something strange that he couldn't put his finger on, not to mention the faint unease in his heart. Doyen, are we going in now? Cui Ming, looking at Zhang Tianhua's expression. Doyen, it doesn't matter even if Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken stand on the same side. They're not a threat to us. Not a threat. Zhang Tianhua nodded. Perhaps he worried too much. Just like what his subordinate Cui Ming said. Even if Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken reached an agreement, they still didn't pose a threat to him. Open the door. Zhang Tianhua said to a Blood Swallow School elder standing beside him. Yes, Doyen. Responding to Zhang Tianhua, that elder stepped to the front, gathering force in his palm and striking against the door leading to Sky Magi sect's Great Hall. A loud blast sounded as the door shattered. Enter. Zhang Tianhua ordered with a wave of his hand. Cui Ming and the elders followed behind Zhang Tianhua in a line. Upon entering the Great Hall, Zhang Tianhua saw both Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken. Apart from the two of them, the Sky Magi sect's elders were also present. However, what stunned Zhang Tianhua was that in the main throne seat inside the hall sat an unfamiliar black-haired young man, while Chun Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the rest were standing respectfully on the left and right. Without exception, everyone was shocked noticing this, including Cui Ming and the others that entered after Zhang Tianhua. But then again, amongst the Blood Swallow School elders that came with Zhang Tianhua, a large portion had submitted to Huang Xiaolong. Thus there wasn't much surprise coming from them. Zhang Tianhua stood there, even forgetting his purpose of coming to the Sky Magi sect. A black-haired young man was actually sitting on the Sky Magi sect's sovereign throne. This was too shocking to him. Doyen Zhang is surprised? At this time, Huang Xiaolong's voice dawdled. His fingers curled upon the armrest, gently tapping, issuing a monotonous tapping sound. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's voice jolted Zhang Tianhua back to his senses. "Who are you?" Zhang Tianhua couldn't resist blurting the question. His reflex reaction was to find out this black-haired young man's identity. Cui Ming and the Blood Swallow School elders also turned their attention onto Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong laughed indifferently at Zhang Tianhua's question. "Who I am is not important. It wouldn't matter even if you knew. Now, the Sky Magi sect is under my control. Chun Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and all the Sky Magi sect elders have submitted to me." "What?" Zhang Tianhua's face tightened. Chun Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and all the Sky Magi sect elders submitted to this black-haired young man. No one from the Blood Swallow School's group could hide the shock from their faces, including Zhang Tianhua, Cui Ming, or the elders. When did this happen? How come the Blood Swallow sect did not receive any news? At this point, Zhang Tianhua finally understood why Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken suddenly showed a united front. Why Chun Xiaotian and Gung Ken would refuse to cooperate with the Blood Swallow sect. The root cause of all this was the black-haired young man. Everything was happening because this black-haired young man had said so. Cui Ming also reached the same conclusion, and his face turned ugly. After a momentary blunder, Zhang Tianhua forced himself to appear calm, showing an amiable smile towards Huang Xiaolong. "So Sky Magi sect is under this brother's control. My purpose in coming here today is to propose an alliance with brother against the Nine Fiend sect." "Alliance with me, against the Nine Fiend sect," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Nothing could be read from this calm expression. "That's right. I'm sure brother is aware, if our Blood Swallow School is destroyed or merged into the Nine Fiend sect, then the next target would be Sky Magi sect," Zhang Tianhua affirmed. Huang Xiaolong chuckled lightly. Zhang Tianhua frowned at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. What is brother laughing at? There wasn't anything funny in what he just said. Huang Xiaolong faced Zhang Tianhua. "How do you know that it won't be me that will destroy the Nine Fiend sect?" Zhang Tianhua blanked. "You? Annihilate the Nine Fiend sect?" Cui Ming couldn't hold it in any longer. "Relying on you and this small Sky Magi sect you control?" Obviously, in Cui Ming's opinion, Huang Xiaolong was too arrogant, overestimating his abilities. Huang Xiaolong's eyes swept over Cui Ming. "If you kneel down now and beg for mercy, perhaps I can consider sparing your life." "What did you say?" Cui Ming turned gloomy, glaring ferociously at Huang Xiaolong. Without warning, a bright light burst from Cui Ming's body. A person's battle chi grade was related to the grade of their cultivation technique, whereas a person's battle chi color was influenced by their martial spirit. In general, white-colored battle chi was seldom seen. Huang Xiaolong looked at Cui Ming's white-colored battle chi and snickered. From Chen Xiaotian and Gung Ken's mouths, he already knew that this Cui Ming's martial spirit was the Ghostface martial spirit. The Ghostface martial spirit belonged to a rare type of necromartial spirits, and there were two kinds of Ghostface martial spirits. One was the black Ghostface, and the other was the white Ghostface. Cui Ming's martial spirit was white Ghostface. However, just as Cui Ming was about to attack, Zhang Tianhua extended his arm out, blocking Cui Ming. The entire time, Zhang Tianhua's eyes never left Huang Xiaolong. With a condescending, mocking snicker, He directed Huang Xiaolong a question. You think that relying on Sky Magi sect's strength you can annihilate the Nine Fiends sect? Ignoring the other side's mockery, Huang Xiaolong retorted nonchalantly. Perhaps now it is insufficient, but after reigning in Blood Swallow School it can be done. Huang Xiaolong's reply was so stupefying that it caused Jiang Tianhua and Cui Ming to stiffen for a moment. In the next second, one after another, powerful battle chi soared, turning the entire Great Hall into the eye of the storm. Are you sure that what you've said is not a joke? Jiang Tianhua glared sharply at Huang Xiaolong, undisguised killing intent flitting past his eyes. Huang Xiaolong replied with another question. Do you think it was a joke? In the tense deadlock, a scream rendered the air, and another powerful aura targeted Jiang Tianhua from the back. Jiang Tianhua's face tightened. With no time to think, he leaped into the air as his palm poised, snaking an attack to the hidden assailant. A loud blast shook the spacious hall. Landing on another side of the Great Hall, Jiang Tianhua turned and saw amongst the group of Blood Swallow School elders that came with him that 5 of them laid on the floor, whereas the ones who attacked them were the other Blood Swallow School elders. You all! Jiang Tianhua and Cui Ming were shocked and angered. Several Blood Swallow School elders came before Huang Xiaolong, kneeling down in salute. Greeting the young lord. Greeting the young lord? Jiang Tianhua and Cui Ming's jaws dropped when they heard that, the expressions on their faces turning worse. All of you stand up. Huang Xiaolong looked at the group of Blood Swallow sect elders that knelt before him and said, We thank the young lord. Only then did the elders stand up and retreated to the side. Among the 16 Blood Swallow School elders that Jiang Tianhua brought with him to Sky Magi sect, 11 of them had already submitted to Huang Xiaolong. When these 11 people launched a lightning-fast sneak attack, other than Cui Ming and Jiang Tianhua, the remaining 5 elders were all injured. You group of traitors! Cui Ming roared in anger. His silhouette blurred in a flicker, targeting a Blood Swallow School elder next to Huang Xiaolong. As Cui Ming slammed his palm down, a white bone hand clawed at that elder. But, before Cui Ming's attack reached its target, a cold snort sounded in the hall. Huang Xiaolong flew out from the throne seat, one palm strike bringing forth 10,000 Buddhas as Buddha luminescence lit up the hall. Earthen Buddha Palm. The earthen Buddha palm instantly shattered the white bone claw, and at the same time, Huang Xiaolong reached right in front of Cui Ming. Caught with no retreat, Cui Ming made a desperate attack, striking a palm at Huang Xiaolong first, but just as he attacked, a fist imprint enlarged right before his pupils. Terrified, it was as if he fell into a quicksand in mid-air, unable to move. Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on his chest. Powerful force exploded. Cui Ming was akin to a withered leaf whisked away by a violent tempest, struck by Huang Xiaolong's palm, spinning high in the hall before crashing into one of the stone pillars, then sliding down to the floor. Pooh! Landing on the floor, a gush of warm liquid rose up in Cui Ming's throat, spurting out from his mouth. The light in his eyes dimmed, becoming dull. Huang Xiaolong's palm attack earlier accurately struck Cui Ming's qi. Not only did Cui Ming's qi break, frigid azure qi invaded his body. Waves after waves of torturous pain spread all over his entire body. The unbearable pain made Cui Ming scream tragically. Cui Ming! Jiang Tianhua's body flickered and reached Cui Ming's side instantly. Doyan, you, run, quickly run! Cui Ming panted, failing to string a full sentence. Jiang Tianhua pushed his battle qi, wanting to force out the destructive energy inside Cui Ming's body, but he sensed an aura that came from the depths of hell, coiling into his body through his palm. Frightened, Jiang Tianhua quickly withdrew his palm. But even so, Jiang Tianhua noticed that same palm turning a deep dark purple, dark as ink. Furthermore, a layer of black ice formed on the surface of his skin. Such a terrifying, dark, frigid force. Jiang Tianhua was shocked as he hurried to run the undying devil qi, trying to counter the frigid qi. A dark black glow glimmered on the surface of his palm, and wisps of demonic qi floated up. Moments later, his palm returned to normal. Seeing this, Jiang Tianhua sighed with relief. Huang Xiaolong stood on the side without interrupting, generously giving Zhang Tianhua ample time to force out the Azura Qi from his body. Although the amount of Azura Qi that entered Zhang Tianhua's body was minuscule, still, being able to force it out showed commendable strength. Successfully forcing out the terrifying frigid energy from his body, Zhang Tianhua turned around and surveyed the Great Hall to find Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the group of Sky Magi sect elders blocking all exit routes. There were no longer any escape routes, no turning back. Standing in the Great Hall, Zhang Tianhua suddenly laughed out loud. A desolate laughter, a disheartened laughter. Was this the end of his road? When his laughter died, Zhang Tianhua looked at Huang Xiaolong, saying each word slowly, "Come, all of you together." All together? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. They're not going to interfere. Not interfering. Zhang Tianhua was astonished. As long as you defeat me, I will let you leave, Huang Xiaolong added. But if you lose, you will submit to me. Of course, you can also choose death. Zhang Tianhua was indecisive for a moment. Then he raised his head and stared into Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Fine, if you can defeat me, I will submit to you, but if I win, I will not leave alone. I will take them with me. Zhang Tianhua pointed at Cui Ming and the 5 Blood Swallow School elders. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Cui Ming and the 5 Blood Swallow School elders. Nodding, he answered, "Granted." The instant Huang Xiaolong agreed, a blinding light surged from Zhang Tianhua's body, spurting a blackish-yellow gas. Looking behind Zhang Tianhua, a giant blood-red eyeball could be seen floating. This blood-red eyeball was different from Huang Xiaolong's Eye of Hell. Around Zhang Tianhua's blood-red eyeball, lines of red ancient symbols swirled, gathering right at the center of the pupil to form a bigger, more complete ancient diagram. Eye of the Yellow Springs. Huang Xiaolong looked at the enormous blood-red eyeball floating behind Zhang Tianhua, naming Zhang Tianhua's martial spirit. Eye of the Yellow Springs, first rank grade 11 martial spirit, also a type of necromartial spirit. However, comparing Zhang Tianhua's Eye of the Yellow Springs and Chen Xiaoyan's Windfire Tree, although both were first rank grade 11 martial spirits, it had to be said that Zhang Tianhua's martial spirit was stronger. Zhang Tianhua wasted no time to soul transform after summoning his martial spirit. After the soul transformation, slits opened on Zhang Tianhua's body, turning one after another into blood-red eyeballs throughout his entire body. Each blood-red eyeball was the size of a thumb, an exact replica of the original Eye of the Yellow Springs, down to the ancient diagram at the center of the pupil. At the same time, an unearthly coldness and a smell of death filled the great hall. Zhang Tianhua's body nearly doubled in size, looking like a death god where he stood. Seeing Zhang Tianhua summoning his martial spirit and soul transforming, Huang Xiaolong could not afford to be careless. A coruscating light of black and blue gushed out, dragon roars thundered in the hall, and before Zhang Tianhua's astonished eyes, 2 larger-than-life dragons emerged, one black and one blue, hovering behind Huang Xiaolong. With Huang Xiaolong breaking into Xiantian's 7th order, the twin dragons evolved and grew larger still. Especially the whelming pressure of dragon might that exuded from their bodies felt like a mountain weighing on one's chest. Even a Xiantian 8th order like Zhang Tianhua felt his breath stagnate. Even more so for Chen Xiaotian, Gung Keng, and the others. Superb talent twin dragon martial spirits. Blue dragon. Zhang Tianhuan stared at the twin dragon martial spirits, unable to recover for a long time from his disbelief. In general, warriors that cultivated until high-level Xiantian possessed formidable martial spirits. In fact, most of them would fall into grade 11. Only a small number of them had top grade 10 martial spirits, which were very close to grade 11. But grade 12 martial spirits were a rare sight. And for people like Huang Xiaolong, twin martial spirits with both of them being grade 12 and above was an even rarer sight. Could be said that in the martial spirit world, it would be hard to find a Saint Realm expert with a stronger martial spirit than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's soul transformed right after summoning the black and blue dragons. Thick dragon scales covered his body from head to toe, his arms akin to sturdy dragon claws, eyes piercingly sharp. On his back emerged 2 lifelike tattoos of a black and a blue dragon head. What a rich, abundant power! Sensing the raw power coursing through his flesh after soul transforming, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel shocked himself. This was the first time he soul transformed with both the black and blue dragons since he broke through to Xiantian 7th Order. Before this, it might have crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind that there would be a drastic increase in strength, but never did he imagine that it would reach this extent. The power he felt, not to mention an early Xiantian 8th Order, even a mid-Xiantian 8th Order, he could battle them. At this point of time, Zhang Tianhua bellowed. Leaping up, he took the initiative to launch the first attack. Both fists struck at Huang Xiaolong. Ghost God Punch. Fist imprints whistled through the air, ghost wails screeching. Demonic air flooded out in great waves. The Ghost God Punch was a high-grade Earth rank battle skill that exuded an invisible might. Huang Xiaolong ran his battle chi and stabbed out a finger to the void in front. Dark gray fog billowed out. A finger imprint pierced forward, carrying shrieks of strange black creatures. Absolute Soul Finger. Fist collided with finger. Aftershocks blasted the air onto the stone walls of the hall. To Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and others' horror, cracks lines spread out like a spider web on the hard stone walls. Zhang Tianhua's body swayed, retreating one step from the collision, while Huang Xiaolong stood firmly on the same spot. Seeing this result, Zhang Tianhua was dumbstruck. He judged Huang Xiaolong's battle chi cultivation to be at Xiantian 7th Order, whereas he, a Xiantian 8th Order, actually fell short in that head-on earlier. Zhang Tianhua let out a shout. Leaping out once again, both fists aimed at Huang Xiaolong a second time. Huang Xiaolong shifted his body and dashed forward instead of dodging, going in for close combat. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tianhua and Huang Xiaolong had exchanged more than a dozen moves. The more they fought, the more Zhang Tianhua's shock rose and his heart grew apprehensive. He discovered that whether it was in terms of defense or power, Huang Xiaolong superseded him. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's speed seemed to be increasing constantly, so that in the end he could do nothing but retreat. Slamming a full-force fist at Huang Xiaolong to push him back, a black gleam flashed across Zhang Tianhua's eyes as he raised a finger. But it wasn't aimed at Huang Xiaolong, it was pointed straight up. Devil Tribulation Finger, Zhang Tianhua hollered. Multiple dark, terrifying black lights exploded from Zhang Tianhua's finger, shooting straight up to the space above the Great Hall. A booming blast thundered above the Grand Hall. In the spot where Zhang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger pointed, space tore and opened a large hole. Diabolical lights shone around its edges. In the Grand Hall below, Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and the others had ashen faces. For many years there was an ever-present rumor which claimed Zhang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger could pierce through heaven and earth, but it had always remained a rumor. No one had ever witnessed Zhang Tianhua display the Devil Tribulation Finger before this, and now, right in front of them, it actually released such an overpowering force. The Sky Magi Sect's Grand Hall was built using the hardest steel that could be found on Martial Spirit World. Even if Chen Xiaotian punched the walls a dozen times with all his might, these hard stone walls would hardly crack or shake. But now, Zhang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger easily pierced a large hole right through them. All of a sudden, before the astounded group below, a space hole materialized right above Huang Xiaolong's head. Before anyone could react, a giant finger came crashing down through the space hole. The gigantic finger was shrouded in a demonic aura, covered with diabolical symbols, and exuded a chilling air. The attack had yet to arrive, but its momentum had shattered the granite floor. "Young Lord, careful!" Chen Xiaotian shouted, while the others turned ghostly pale. Huang Xiaolong looked at the giant finger pressing down, his countenance indifferent. Without a word, Huang Xiaolong pointed high up with his finger in a frontal confrontation. From Chen Xiaotian and those below's point of view, rolling dark gray fog spread upward with rapid speed. Sharp shrieks of unknown black creatures sounded, and from within the thick gray fog, a finger imprint flew out, piercing through the air. The Absolute Soul Finger. Absolute Soul Finger colliding with Devil Tribulation Finger. A roaring explosion shook the Grand Hall. Other than Chen Xiaotian and Gung Ken, most of the elders nearly stumbled and fell to the floor. All they could sense was the endless buzzing in their ears, the swaying hall, and the strong wind that seemed to cut their skin. After steadying themselves, the only thing they found was that a large area of the stone granite floor had exploded into ruins, large and small pieces having flown everywhere. While Zhang Tianhua and Huang Xiaolong both shook from the impact force, both staggered back one step. However, Zhang Tianhua's face paled considerably, whereas Huang Xiaolong stayed the same. Though the Devil Tribulation Finger was a powerful attack, Zhang Tianhua wasn't able to fully display its power with his current level of battle chi strength. Furthermore, Zhang Tianhua had yet to reach major completion. Zhang Tianhua was dumbstruck as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Never did he imagine that his Devil Tribulation Finger would be countered by Huang Xiaolong. Keeping an eye on Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Tianhua smoothed the chaotic battle chi running havoc inside his body. And as he did so, Zhang Tianhua's eyes gradually turned a bright blood red. Lambent of the Yellow Springs. Zhang Tianhua bellowed with a tinge of cold bloodlust in his voice. The multiple blood-red eyeballs on Zhang Tianhua's body shone with a glaring brightness that formed multiple red blade lights, piercing towards Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, the Eye of Yellow Springs sent out bursts of peculiar glowing symbols. Chen Xiaotian, Gung Kong, and the group of elders felt dizzy when their eyes met with the glowing symbols, making them apprehensive. Lambent of the Yellow Springs. This was Zhang Tianhua's martial spirit's innate ability. Huang Xiaolong looked at the wave of countless red blade lights flying in his direction. His face grew cold. Bright sparks flashed and the blades of Azura appeared, gripped in his palms as he swung sharply out. Numerous cold blade lights spun out, rotating in front of Huang Xiaolong. In the center of the tornado of blades, a blood-red eyeball appeared. The Azura sword skill's sixth move, Eye of Reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation released a wave of blade lights, clashing with the red blade lights created by Zhang Tianhua's Lambent of Yellow Springs. Zing! Blade lights, as numerous as raindrops during a thunderstorm, collided. Not waiting for a result, the blades of Azura in Huang Xiaolong's hands were swung out again. Wrath of the Nether King. Two streaks of blade light turned into a pair of powerful energy cannonballs, shooting forward like an erupting volcano, like 10,000 sprinting stallions, across the length of the Grand Hall, arriving in front of Zhang Tianhua before one could blink. Zhang Tianhua's eyes widened with shock. Undying Devil Physique. Zhang Tianhua bellowed. A beam of light burst out from his body, black fog billowing as pieces of fish-like scale armor emerged on the surface of Zhang Tianhua's skin. A diabolical glow flickered, emanating a mysterious power that surged violently around Zhang Tianhua. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's Wrath of the Nether King attack arrived. Wrath of the Nether King's blade attack clashed with the mysterious power swirling around Zhang Tianhua, grinding away each other's power. One breath's time was all it took for Wrath of the Nether King to pierce through the mysterious power barrier, stabbing into Zhang Tianhua's flesh. Zhang! A metal clashing sounds rang out as the fish-scale armor on Zhang Tianhua's body glimmered from the impact. His body staggered back a dozen steps. Frowning, Zhang Tianhua touched the spot on his chest where Huang Xiaolong's attack hit. There was a clear slash mark. Huang Xiaolong too was surprised seeing this result. Zhang Tianhua's fish-scale armor actually held on after being struck with his Wrath of the Nether King attack. This Zhang Tianhua's undying devil physique's defense was indeed formidable. Moreover, neither Zhang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger nor his undying devil physique had reached major completion yet. If they did, wouldn't Zhang Tianhua be even more powerful? Although surprised, this result gave Huang Xiaolong a certain understanding of Zhang Tianhua's undying devil physique. Yes, it was formidable, but unfortunately Zhang Tianhua had yet to reach major completion. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to break through that fish-scale armor's defense, it wasn't that difficult to do. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong used the Phantom Shadow ability. In a flicker, he had arrived in front of Zhang Tianhua, striking a palm at him. Before Zhang Tianhua's startled face, rings of golden lights flew out from Huang Xiaolong's palm strike. God-binding palm. Just as Zhang Tianhua wanted to counter, he was alarmed to discover that his arms actually could not move. Not only his arms, his entire body could not move an inch. This is? Jiang Tianhua was frightened, confused, and at a loss as he watched with shocked eyes as Huang Xiaolong's second palm was about to fall. However, a sudden burst of dark violet qi came gushing out from Jiang Tianhua's body. Undying demonic qi. From the distance, Chun Xiaoyan's voice rang out. The cultivators of the undying devil physique contained undying demonic qi inside their bodies, and this undying demonic qi was mysterious and unpredictable. The undying demonic qi gushed out, shaking the god-binding palm's restriction. Jiang Tianhua swiftly lifted his hand, striking his palm out. Two palms collided. Jiang Tianhua was pushed back in the blast, staggering back weakly. His face turned a shade paler. The undying demonic qi in his body might have shaken off the invisible restrictions, but he was unable to initiate any battle qi at the moment. That was the reason he had failed to take Huang Xiaolong's palm earlier, and now his blood and energy flowed chaotically, wreaking havoc internally. Huang Xiaolong swayed after the collision, but in the next second his silhouette disappeared. Disappeared? Jiang Tianhua was stunned, immediately tried to sense the surroundings with spiritual sense, but within the scope of the grand hall, Huang Xiaolong's aura had indeed vanished. Huang Xiaolong reappeared in front of him out of nowhere, the blades of Azura slashing out. Countless blade lights transformed into a strange flower, blooming as it spun in midair. Flower of the other shore. The blooming flower vanished into thin air, and when it reappeared, it was imprinted on Jiang Tianhua's chest, sending him flying back, crashing onto the messy floor. Jiang Tianhua spat a mouthful of blood. The undying demonic qi around him dissipated quickly. Huang Xiaolong floated down to the grand hall, walking slowly towards Jiang Tianhua. "Do you want to continue the fight?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Jiang Tianhua's face was pale and gloomy. Huang Xiaolong stood patiently, waiting for his answer. "Lost, I lost. I actually lost." Jiang Tianhua looked at Huang Xiaolong with infinite unwillingness in his heart, as well as shock and disbelief. He, someone who cultivated in the undying devil physique and devil tribulation finger, actually lost in the hands of a seventh order. Moments passed. Finally Jiang Tianhua spoke. "May I know your sword skill just now? What battle skill was that?" The powerful sword skill that the young man had shown was mysterious and profound. The rank definitely exceeded his devil tribulation finger. "Azura sword skill," Huang Xiaolong answered. Everyone standing in the grand hall, from Chun Xiaotian, Gung Ken to the rest, had all submitted to him. It mattered not to Huang Xiaolong if they knew the name of the Azura sword skill. Azura sword skill. Jiang Tianhua repeated the name to himself, but this was the first time hearing this name, Azura sword skill. "Very well, since I've lost, I shall submit to you." Jiang Tianhua looked toward the sky, sighing as he said. The unwillingness and denial were still strong in his heart. However, the truth is the truth. A loss is a loss. Losing means you should adhere to your word. This was his life principle. "But I hope that you can let them go." Jiang Tianhua pointed at Cui Ming and the 5 Blood Swallow School elders. "As long as they submit to me, I can spare their lives." Huang Xiaolong nodded. He had no grudge with Cui Ming or the others. It wasn't like he absolutely had to kill them, but then again it was based on the condition that Cui Ming and the 5 elders submit to him. Cui Ming and the 5 Blood Swallow School elders hesitated, but in the end, all 6 of them nodded, choosing to submit. Since their doyen Jiang Tianhua had chosen to submit, what were they resisting for? For them, choosing to submit to a stronger person like Huang Xiaolong may not necessarily be a bad thing. Next, Huang Xiaolong told Jiang Tianhua, Cui Ming, and the 5 elders to release the barriers to their soul sea for him to brand them with a soul mark. Soul mark. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong wanted to brand their souls, Jiang Tianhua and the 6 others revealed the same expression Chen Xiaotian and every elder in the Sky Magi sect did. They were greatly shocked. Still, like their predecessors, the 7 of them released their soul seas, allowing Huang Xiaolong to mark them one by one. Huang Xiaolong secretly breathed in relief when all was done. With Jiang Tianhua, Cui Ming, and the rest submitting, it meant more than half the work was done. He now had the Blood Swallow School in his grasp. With both the Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School under his control, the remaining entity would be the Nine Fiend sect. By this point, the Nine Fiend sect was no longer a big hindrance in his plan to take over the entire Black Demon City. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong already controlled half of the Nine Fiend sect's elders. In conclusion, he had more than half of Black Demon City's forces and power at his call. Instructing Jiang Tianhua and Chen Xiaotian with some tasks, the most important one being watching the Nine Fiend sect's movements, he sent Jiang Tianhua, Chen Xiaotian, and the rest away. As for the Nine Fiend sect, there was no hurry to gain control immediately. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong needed to rein in several Blood Swallow School elders as well. After Jiang Tianhua, Chen Xiaotian, and the rest left, Huang Xiaolong entered the Shumi Temple. Taking a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir, he initiated the godly Shumi art to recover his exhausted spiritual force. One day later, Huang Xiaolong had returned to peak form. After advancing to the second level in the ancient puppetry art, Huang Xiaolong's recovery period had reduced by many folds. When Huang Xiaolong was fighting Jiang Tianhua, from the beginning until the end, he did not use the Eye of Hell's spiritual attack, even more so the godly Shumi art. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had decided that, in front of others, he would try not to use the godly Shumi art, if possible. The godly Shumi art was heralded at Martial Spirit World's #1 battle skill. If the news somehow leaked out, Huang Xiaolong would find it hard to protect his own backside even if he broke through the early Saint realm immediately. In the same quiet manner, 5 days came and went. In these 5 days' time, Huang Xiaolong branded the remaining Blood Swallow School elders, totally holding the reins for the Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School in his hands. Apart from that, Huang Xiaolong's battle chi cultivation continued to improve, stabilizing his recent advancement into Xiantian's 7th order. The Azura sword skill's 7th move, Death God's Chain's attack power, also enhanced considerably. Currently, Huang Xiaolong could form 40 to 50 chain links with one swing, with each chain reaching several hundred zhang long. Within several hundred zhang square feet, only death remained after Death God's chain streaked past. On this particular day, Huang Xiaolong stood in the small yard after exiting the Shumi Temple, watching the morning sun emerge on the horizon, letting out a heavy breath. I hope everything's fine on Dad and Mom's side, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. It had been nearly a year since he left Duanren Empire. There was also Li Lu. Thinking of Li Lu, her image floated in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Ever since Li Lu was taken away by her master the last time, Huang Xiaolong had totally lost all news about her. How was she faring in Deity's Templar? Huang Xiaolong has no idea at all. There was also Yao Fei. A sharp glint flashed across Huang Xiaolong's eyes at the thought of Yao Fei. After he broke through to the Saint Realm, the very first person he was going to kill was Yao Fei. Perhaps I won't need to wait until the Saint Realm, Huang Xiaolong thought. With his strength, as long as he broke through to Xiantian 10th Order, he was confident he could kill the peak late Xiantian 10th Order Yao Fei. A while later, Huang Xiaolong left the small yard, arriving at the Sky Magi sect's Grand Hall. Calling Chen Xiaotian, he asked about Nine Fiend sect's recent movements. Chen Xiaotian answered and reported everything respectfully. You can go. I'm going to take a stroll outside, Huang Xiaolong said after Chen Xiaotian kept Huang Xiaolong abreast of the last situation. He had been in Black Demon City for several months, but other than the Sky Magi sect's headquarters, Huang Xiaolong had yet to take a look around Black Demon City. Thus, Huang Xiaolong planned to take a walk and relax his heart. Young Lord wants to go out? Chen Xiaotian was dumbfounded, which he quickly disguised by saying, Then this subordinate shall accompany the young lord. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. I'll be fine alone. If Chen Xiaotian followed him, it would definitely attract the Nine Fiend sect's attention. Before Huang Xiaolong decided to make the move on Nine Fiend sect, it was best if he could slip under the Nine Fiend sect's radar. It seemed that Chen Xiaotian also thought of this point. Then, should I send 2 disciples to accompany young lord? Thinking over the matter, Huang Xiaolong nodded and agreed. Then you go arrange it. Although he was the one behind the Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School, other than the elders, none of the disciples knew about his identity. Having 2 Sky Magi sect disciples with him could reduce many problems. Thus, Chen Xiaotian somberly went to select 2 disciples to follow by Huang Xiaolong's side. Before leaving, Chen Xiaotian especially reminded the 2 disciples that Huang Xiaolong's words were his words. Huang Xiaolong's orders were his orders. No matter what Huang Xiaolong said, they were to follow obediently and carry themselves with proper respect towards Huang Xiaolong. Though the 2 disciples were puzzled and surprised about Huang Xiaolong's identity, neither dared to inquire too much into it. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong left the Sky Magi sect's headquarters with the 2 disciples in tow, to the streets of Black Demon City, looking around. It wasn't much different from the first time Huang Xiaolong arrived at the city. Signs of fighting could be seen everywhere. The sky above Black Demon City was permeated with a faint scent of blood. As the 3 of them were walking, a commotion happened in front of them. The pedestrians on the street hastened to dodge to the sides. Looking over, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. More than a dozen 9 Fiend sect disciples were swaggering on the streets, heading his way, led by a young man at the front of the group. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, lightly fanning himself with a steel fan. Seeing this young man's clothing and appearance, Huang Xiaolong already guessed that this young man must be the 9 Fiend sect sovereigns, Hu Han's son, Hu Sheng. From the information relayed by Chen Xiaotian and Jiang Tianhua, Huang Xiaolong was aware that this Hu Sheng had a lustful character. Not merely lustful, he actually had a very perverted hobby. He liked to capture young men with good looks. After capturing them, he would cut off their lower part and then disfigure their faces. According to what Chen Xiaotian and Jiang Tianhua said, this Hu Sheng couldn't stand the sight of another young man more handsome than himself, which was the main reason why Black Demon City had so few good-looking young men. Huang Xiaolong frowned slightly. He didn't expect to run into this guy, coming out for a stroll. That girl is not bad. At this point, Hu Sheng pointed at a young girl not far away. The several disciples around Hu Sheng immediately understood what their young lord meant. In the next instant, 2 amongst the group went over and intercepted the young girl. The young girl looked around 17 to 18 years old, and together with the girl was a young man in his early 20s. When the young man saw 2 9 Fiend sect disciples block their path, his face paled. Even his voice was shaky. "You? What are you 2 trying to do? What are we trying to do?" The 2 9 Fiend sect disciples exchanged a knowing glance and broke out in boisterous laughter. One of them pointed his finger at the young girl, snickering. "Trying to do something good, very good." The disciple stepped forward and grabbed onto the young girl's clothes as he said that, dragging her as they walked in Hu Sheng's direction. The young girl lost all color, screaming in panic. "No, no! Let me go! Let me go!" The young man wanted to step forward to stop that disciple, but he lacked courage. All he could do was to plead from the side. "I beg you, please let Xinlan go. She is my wife. We're from Mysterious East Sect." Mysterious East Sect? That 9 Fiend sect disciple snickered conceitedly. "So, it's Green Spirit City's Mysterious East Sect." Green Spirit City was located close to Black Demon City. However, Mysterious East Sect was just one of Green Spirit City's small sects. Its strength couldn't even compare to Sky Magi Sect. Thus, Hu Sheng did not pay it much attention. By this time, that 9 Fiend sect disciple already dragged the young girl Xinlan until she was in front of Hu Sheng. Hu Sheng pinched the young girl's face between his fingers so he could take a good look at her face. He nodded with a faint smile. "Not bad, delicate and bright. Really a little beauty." Done with checking the girl, Hu Sheng looked over to the Mysterious East Sect young man, saying, "Since she is your wife, I will not make it difficult for you." Hearing this, the Mysterious East Sect young man lit up, but at this moment Hu Sheng continued, "As long as she accompanies me for 3 nights, I'll let her go." The joy on the young man's face vanished without a trace, turning ugly. Especially the young girl's expression, as if she fell into hell's abyss. "I don't want, please, I beg you, spare me. My dad is an elder of the Mysterious East Sect." The young girl secretly gathered battle chi in her palm as she was saying this. But, just as she made her move, her hand was pinched under Hu Sheng's strong grip. The young girl was only a Hotian 10th order. How could she be Hu Shang's opponent, a Xianxian 4th order? Mysterious East Sex Elder? Blocking the young girl's attack, Hu Shang laughed heartily in mockery. In the next moment, his other hand reached out, tearing off the front of the young girl's clothes from the chest down, exposing the young girl's bare naked torso in the streets. Two youthful, plump peaks shook when the young girl trembled. She struggled and screamed, wanting to cover herself. Unfortunately, both of her hands were locked in a tight grip by another 9 fiend sect disciple. All resistance was hopeless. Xinlan, the mysterious East sect young master, cried out. When he tried to rush up, a 9 fiend sect disciple struck him, sending him flying, landing in a street corner some distance away. Hu Shang looked at the young girl. It won't help you even if your dad is mysterious East sect's patriarch, not to mention a mere elder. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, you choose to accompany me for 3 nights, or 2, I'll let these subordinates of mine accompany you now. When Hu Shang finished, the 20/9 fiend sect disciples around broke out in laughter. Their eyes shone with lust, roaming over the young girl's body. People on the streets spectated from afar. No one dared to stand out to help the young couple. Huang Xiaolong lifted his foot and walked in the young girl's direction. He was not a person that liked to interfere in others' affairs, but since he encountered it, then he wouldn't ignore it either. He had always been disgusted to the core towards lustful perverts bordering psychopathic tendencies like Hu Shang. The 2 Sky Magi sect disciples accompanying Huang Xiaolong panicked noticing Huang Xiaolong's action. He hastily raised an arm to block Huang Xiaolong. Young noble Huang, it's better we don't go over and be nosy. Yes, young noble Huang. The other side is from the 9 Fiend sect. The leader is 9 Fiend sect sovereign's son, Hu Shang. The other disciple also spoke to persuade Huang Xiaolong. Both conveyed clearly the unmistakable meaning. The other side is the 9 Fiend sect sovereign's son. Our Sky Magi sect cannot afford to provoke this kind of trouble. Before the 2 Sky Magi sect disciples came out with Huang Xiaolong, Chun Shaotian briefed them, telling them to refer Huang Xiaolong as young noble Huang, emphasizing they must be respectful towards Huang Xiaolong as if Huang Xiaolong was himself. However, both of them didn't really carry the words out exactly, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to block or stop Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze fell upon the 2 Sky Magi sect disciples. One word resounded, "Scram!" An invisible pressure spread out. The 2 Sky Magi sect disciples were startled, not daring to meet Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and swiftly retreated to one side. At this point, Hu Shang's attention was attracted. He turned to look in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Watching as Huang Xiaolong came forth, he chuckled, saying to the 9 Fiend sect disciples around him, I didn't expect there would really be someone who isn't afraid to die. Another wave of laughter came from the 9 Fiend sect disciples. Huang Xiaolong walked until he was 10 meters away from Hu Shang before stopping. Hu Shang passed the mysterious East sect young girl to a 9 Fiend sect disciple beside him before scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong from head to toe. In a strange, lilting tone of voice, Hu Shang said, with a smug smile on his face, Little brat, you're not bad looking. It was just like Hu Shang stated. The current Huang Xiaolong, at 21, was about 5'9", with thick brows and bright eyes, tall nose bridge, and long hair casually secured. Overall, Huang Xiaolong's appearance exuded a hard-to-describe aura and dominance. No matter which aspect one was looking from, it was undeniable that Huang Xiaolong was a good-looking, handsome man. The more Hu Shang looked at Huang Xiaolong, the more annoyed he became. Fire of jealousy burned maliciously inside his peach blossom eyes. You guys go catch that little brat, cut off his lower part with one strike in public. Also, dig out his eyes. Hu Shang ordered one of the 9 Fiend sect disciples next to him. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's eyes made him uncomfortable. Yes, young lord. 2 9 Fiend sect disciple answered respectfully and turned towards Huang Xiaolong with a cold, sinister chuckle. Little brat, are you going to cut your little thing off yourself? Or you want us to do it? One of them grinned. What this father hates most are nosy people like you. If we act, I'm going to chop your thing into a dozen pieces. Therefore, I advise you to do it yourself. The two Nine Fiends sect disciples were about 3 meters away from Huang Xiaolong, when one of them suddenly unsheathed the long sword in his hands. A cold light slashed across the air at fast speed. Both of them were Xiantian's second order. As Hu Han's son, the people around Hu Shang were chosen after going through meticulous selection. Each had their own strengths. However, just when that Nine Fiends sect disciple's long sword slashed in Huang Xiaolong's direction, Huang Xiaolong's hand extended out. The long sword body was pinched between Huang Xiaolong's 2 fingers, alarming the two Nine Fiends sect disciples. Before they could react, Huang Xiaolong swayed to the side. With a flick, the long sword spun, slitting across its owner's neck. That Nine Fiend sect disciple's body froze stiffly on the spot, head lowered in disbelief looking at the long sword in his hand. Blood slowly slid down the length of the sword. He opened his mouth to say something, but before any sound could be heard, his body tumbled down. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. A tense silence surrounded the street. The crowd stared at Huang Xiaolong in surprise, including Hu Shang and the 2 Sky Magi sect disciples that wanted to stop Huang Xiaolong from sticking his nose into others' affair. Of course, the young couple belonging to the mysterious East sect stared dumbly at Huang Xiaolong. Before the surprised expression of the people around him, Huang Xiaolong approached the other Nine Fiend sect disciple. Watching Huang Xiaolong walk towards him, that Nine Fiend sect disciple was jarred back to the present. Fear filled his eyes. By the time he thought of escaping, it was already too late. Huang Xiaolong's body swayed, as a pair of black blades appeared in his hands. Cold lights flashed, and the only thing the people around could see were 2 fleeting blade lights slashing across the air. Then, that Nine Fiend sect disciple's actions halted abruptly, standing stiffly on the spot, falling down to the street in the next second. That Nine Fiend sect disciple's eyes were still wide with shock and confusion. Even as he fell, hitting the street with a soft thud, blood came spurting out as if delayed, painting the dirty street bright crimson. In the rest of the Nine Fiend sect disciples' eyes, the sequence of events was whelming and appalling. Ignoring the shocked stares directed his way, Huang Xiaolong continued to walk in Hu Shang's direction. Hu Shang's eyes narrowed as he watched Huang Xiaolong. Snorting with disdain, Hu Shang demanded, "Punk, who are you? What is your relation with Sky Magi sect? Are you even aware that this black demon city is controlled by my Nine Fiend sect?" Controlled by the Nine Fiend sect? Huang Xiaolong sneered, albeit a little nasty. Very soon, it won't be anymore. Very soon, it won't be anymore? Hu Shang's expression turned ugly hearing that. What do you mean? Huang Xiaolong merely shook his head at Hu Shang, not bothering to answer. Too bad you won't live to see that day. Because at that moment Hu Shang had to die. Kill that punk for me. Hu Shang swiftly moved to the back as he shouted to the Nine Fiend sect disciples surrounding him, pointing angrily at Huang Xiaolong. Whoever kills him, this young lord will reward him 1,000,000 gold coins. The moment Hu Shang's voice fell, battle chi broke out from Nine Fiend sect disciples' bodies, all summoning their martial spirits and attacking Huang Xiaolong. Amongst these disciples, some had water element martial spirits, glowing in water blue battle chi. Some had fire element martial spirits, shrouded in fiery red battle chi, glaring to the eyes. Also earth element martial spirits, a soil yellow-colored battle chi surrounding them. In a split second, multicolored bright glows soared up, lighting up the whole street. While the disciples were dealing with Huang Xiaolong, Hu Shang took out something from his chest that looked like a smoke funnel and pressed. A prism-colored bright sphere shot high up to the sky from it, reaching 100 zhang, and exploded. In the Nine Fiend sect headquarters main hall, a silver-haired Hu Han was discussing the impending attack on Blood Swallow School when the sound of a loud explosion attracted their attention. Sovereign. That sounded like the young lord's distress signal, one of the Nine Fiend sect elders commented. Who doesn't know the young lord's identity in Black Demon City? What exactly is going on? Another Nine Fiend sect elder argued. But this indeed is the young lord's distress signal. In the grand hall, a group of elders discussed noisily. Lin Shuang, the 4 of you go over and take a look. Hu Han ordered an old man in purple robe below the dais. If it's really some reckless rockhead wanting to harm the young lord, regardless of who it is, kill on the spot. The purple-robed old man and another 3 men stood up. Yes, sovereign. And go now, Hu Han ordered. The 4 of them saluted before leaving the grand hall, heading Hu Shang's direction, following the distress signal to pinpoint the location. At this time, Huang Xiaolong looked at the group of 9 fiend sect disciples rushing towards him. Leaping up to the air, his body started spinning at amazing speed before the stunned eyes of Hu Shang and the 9 fiend sect disciples, swinging out the blades of Azura. Blade lights flew out, turning into countless lighting streaks and lightning flood dragon, zigzagging out in all 4 directions. The Azura sword skill 4th move, State of Abundant Lightning. In less than a breath's time, the group of 20 over 9 fiend sect disciples were struck by the lightning flood dragons. Their battle chi dissipated and martial spirits dispersed. One by one the disciples plummeted down from high up. When these 9 fiend sect disciples crashed onto the street, it could be seen that all of them were charred black like charcoals. A scent of roasted meat wafted through the crowd. Among these 9 fiend sect disciples, the strongest cultivation was at Xiantian 3rd order and the weaker ones were only Hotian 10th order. How could they have defended against one strike of State of Abundant Lightning? With his current strength, executing the move was enough to embarrass a peak late Xiantian 7th order. Huang Xiaolong landed gently on the street, directed a glance at the piles of charred bodies, and continued approaching Hu Shang. Hu Shang was almost paralyzed with fear looking at the charred bodies of 9 fiend sect disciples littered on the street, sensing the smell of cooked meat that permeated the air. Watching Huang Xiaolong coming closer to him, an overwhelming dread and fear filled him like he had never experienced said fear of death. You! Hu Shang bolstered his courage even while he was retreating, trying to scare Huang Xiaolong. Who are you exactly? This is the Black Demon City. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape either. Escape? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. With a flicker, Huang Xiaolong already closed in on Hu Shang with a well-aimed punch. Alarmed, Hu Shang raised his hands to block Huang Xiaolong's fist, but Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on his chest before he could take any action. Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on his chest, but the force came out from his back, shaking the building structure on the other end of the street. Hu Shang's clothes were shredded from the force, scattered in the wind as his body was flung out, rolling on the street for more than 20 meters. Huang Xiaolong caught up leisurely to Hu Shang's side. At this point, there was nary a thread covering Hu Shang's entire body, bare naked for the whole street to see. Standing in front of the naked Hu Shang, Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance at his lower part. This Hu Shang grew to be a sturdy-built young lad, but his lower part was best friends with the earthworms below. Huang Xiaolong harumphed, raised his foot and stomped down without mercy. In this Black Demon City, it was unknown how many young men and women were scourged by it. This kick could be considered as collecting the debt for them. Hu Shang screamed shrilly, clutching his lower part, rounding into a ball of pain. The disciples of other sects and commoners were secretly clapping in joy watching Hu Shang suffering in pain. A feeling of satisfaction filled their hearts. However, the 2 Sky Magi sect disciples lost all color from their faces. If Huang Xiaolong killed Hu Shang, the Sky Magi sect would be implicated from top to bottom. Just as they were about to step forward to stop Huang Xiaolong, a voice thundered from afar. Who dares to hurt my young lord? The crowd was aghast. Everyone turned to look and saw from afar, for silhouettes were rushing over in their direction, led by a man in purple robes with bushy eyebrows. It's the 9 Fiend sect's Elder Lin Shuang. In the 9 Fiend sect, Elder Lin Shuang's strength is only below Hu Han and Su Mimi's. He is a true peak late Xiantian 7th order expert. There's also Su Gao, Chen Nianhua, and Lu Yi. The 3 big elders are here too. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in shock. Huang Xiaolong stopped what he was doing and turned around, watching as 4 silhouettes flew over at rapid speed. Lin Shuang. Huang Xiaolong focused on the frontmost person. This Lin Shuang, Chen Xiaotian mentioned him to Huang Xiaolong previously, the number 3 person in terms of strength inside the 9 Fiend sect. Although both Lin Shuang and Chen Xiaotian were peak late Xiantian 7th Order, Lin Shuang was more formidable than Chen Xiaotian. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shuang's group of 4 arrived, landing on the street. The first thing Lin Shuang did was scan the surroundings, and when he saw the naked Hu Shang curled up a ball due to pain, the muscles on his face tightened. "Young lord!" Lin Shuang hastened over to Hu Shang's side. Lin Shuang reached Hu Shang's side. Looking at Hu Shang's caved-in chest due to Huang Xiaolong's punch, his face looked extremely ugly, and it only turned worse when he saw the bloodied patch of Hu Shang's lower body. The other 3, Xiu Gao, Chen Yanhua, and Lu Yi were just as angry. Lin Shuang turned around towards Huang Xiaolong, eyes chilling as a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body like a storm. Influenced by Lin Shuang's strong killing intent, the surrounding air turned into a cold, biting gale. "How do you want to die?" Lin Shuang emphasized every single word, sounding as if he emerged from the underworld abyss. Battle Qi exploded with glaring light. Hu Shang, as the young lord of Nine Fiend sect, was actually injured within Black Demon City, and his lower part was actually stomped into death. Lin Shuang's eyes glowed with a dark, menacing light. But before Lin Shuang's surging battle Qi could peak, before he managed to make a move, a figure blurred. In the next moment, powerful fists struck. Lin Shuang was startled, hands moving to block, yet a pulsating pain traveled from his chest. He stared disbelief at the pair of fists sticking to his chest. After a momentary pause, warm liquid rolled up Lin Shuang's throat, and he spurted blood as his body staggered back until he reached the edge of the street, where he fell. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his fists. His eyes coldly observed the fallen Lin Shuang. Everyone stared dazedly at Lin Shuang's figure slumped on the street. The Nine Fiend Sect's number 3, Lin Shuang, was injured in one move by Huang Xiaolong. Lin Shuang was a peak late Xiantian 7th Order warrior, including Su Gai, Chen Yanhua, and Lu Yi, who arrived with Lin Shuang, stood frozen on the spot, whereas the 2 Sky Magi sect disciples were flabbergasted. Moments later, Su Gao, Chen Yanhua, and Lu Yi recovered. "Elder Lin!" Exclaiming in shock, all 3 of them swiftly rushed over to Lin Shuang's side, helping Lin Shuang up. However, while they were busy assisting Lin Shuang, a silhouette flickered. The 3, Su Gao, Chen Yanhua, and Lu Yi did not relax their vigilance. Whirling around, all 3 were shocked to see a bright Buddha luminescence and Buddha statues. As if hit by a storm, Su Gao, Chen Yanhua, and Lu Yi were sent flying. Lin Shuang, who was just being helped up, was sent flying as well. Apart from Lin Shuang, amongst the elder trio, the strongest was only an early Xiantian 7th Order. Relying on Huang Xiaolong's current strength executing Phantom Shadow, his speed was comparable to an early Xiantian 8th Order. Not to mention the 3 elders, even Lin Shuang would find it hard to capture Huang Xiaolong's movements. With one earthen Buddha palm, Huang Xiaolong sent the 4 of them flying, slowly walking towards them after they landed. In fact, with Lin Shuang's strength, if it weren't due to his carelessness, he could have withstood several moves from Huang Xiaolong. But it was too late now. He was already injured and barely had any strength to resist. Looking down at the 4 people, a cold light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he summoned the blades of Azura. Seeing the ominous black blades in Huang Xiaolong's hands, all 4 became ashen with obvious fear written on their faces. "You!" Lin Shuang and the other 3 struggled to stand up, grasping for a chance to escape. Huang Xiaolong waved the blades of Azura. Cold lights gleamed in midair. Almost simultaneously, for different screaming voices sounded at once. The 2 Sky Magi sect disciples and the surrounding crowd were petrified to see blood gushing out from Lin Shuang and the other 3 Nine Fiend sect elders' throats, covering the ground below them red in an instant. Countless shocked gasps sounded from the crowd. This Lin Shuang was the Nine Fiend sect sovereign Hu Han's left and right-hand man, a confidant through and through. Su Gao, Chen Yanhua, and Lu Yi were highly loyal to Hu Han, and since Huang Xiaolong had decided to destroy the Nine Fiend sect, he killed these 4 without hesitation to weaken Hu Han's forces. After killing the 4 people, Huang Xiaolong paid no heed to the shocked eyes directed at him. He walked to where Hu Shang was. Even now, Hushang was still clutching his lower body in excruciating pain. Noticing Huang Xiaolong coming his way, the gloom of death seemed to descend on his face. Hushang cried for mercy. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He saw clearly how Huang Xiaolong killed Lin Shuang and the other 3 elders. "Don't worry. I won't kill you." Huang Xiaolong's cold voice sounded. Although this Hushang deserved to die many times over, Huang Xiaolong has a use for him so he could temporarily keep his life. Hearing Huang Xiaolong said he would not kill him, Hushang were half frantic with joy. In his heart, Hushang breathed out in relief. In his opinion, he was the 9 Fiend sect's young lord. Huang Xiaolong must feel apprehensive. That was why he didn't dare to kill him. Thinking through this point, a killing intent flitted across Hushang's heart. Wait till his father and the other 9 Fiend sect experts arrive. He would repay Huang Xiaolong 1,000, 10,000 times over. Huang Xiaolong sneered, detecting the flickering lights in Hushang's eyes. Guessing the thoughts in Hushang's mind, he laughed sarcastically in silence. Stepping up, Huang Xiaolong sealed Hushang's cultivation using acupuncture. Then he dragged Hushang back to the Sky Magi sect's headquarters. Being dragged across the street's surface, Hushang's lower body scrapped due to friction, resulting in a chain of wails and screams ringing in the air. It wasn't until some distance far away that the 2 Sky Magi sect disciples came back to their senses and quickly chased up behind Huang Xiaolong. Both disciples wanted to stop Huang Xiaolong, yet neither was brave enough. The 9 Fiend sect headquarters Grand Hall. Hu Han sat on the sovereign throne. His brows were tightly locked together. It had been quite a while since Lin Shuang and the others went out. Why weren't they back yet? Sitting on the seat a head lower than Hu Han was a charming lady with hands of marmoreal skin. But the nails on her hands were noticeably longer than normal. Furthermore, they were green in color, like jade. This was the 9 Fiend sect's second-in-command, Su Mimi. Her strength was only weaker than Hu Han. "Sovereign, should I go take a look?" Seeing Hu Han's expression, Su Mimi volunteered. Lin Shuang and the other 3 elders taking such a long time baffled her as well. "Sovereign, with Elder Lin's strength, there is only Blood Swallow School's Jiang Tianhua that could be his opponent in the entire Black Demon City." At this time, a 9 Fiend sect elder stood up, saying, "Therefore, Sovereign and Deputy need not worry. I think Elder Lin and the rest will return very soon." Hu Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, other than himself and Su Mimi, only Blood Swallow School's doyen could be Lin Shuang's opponent in the entire Black Demon City. Thinking of this point, Hu Han relaxed. However, at this time, a 9 Fiend sect disciple ran into the Grand Hall all flustered, agitated, and anxious. Seeing this disciple's expression, Hu Han's heart sank. All the 9 Fiend sect elders turned to look at that disciple. "Sovereign, it's bad." The instant the disciple ran into the Grand Hall, he fell to his knees, words flowing out of his mouth rapidly. What happened? Hu Han's face was gloomy, snapping at the disciple. "Sovereign Elder Lin, they were all killed." That 9 Fiend sect disciple blurted out with fear. "What?" It was as if a bomb exploded in the Grand Hall. All the 9 Fiend sect elders revealed astonishment and confusion. Hu Han and Su Mimi both wore grave expression. "The young lord. Where's the young lord?" Hu Han jumped up from his seat, hollering in anger. "The young lord, he was taken away by that person." That 9 Fiend sect disciple stammered. "Taken away?" Only then did Hu Han was relieved. Taken away meant his son was still alive. "But, young lord, he... That disciple hesitated to explain further. "Speak, what happened to the young lord?" Hu Han became nervous. "The young lord's lower part is crippled." The 9 Fiend sect disciples quickly answered. "The lower part, crippled?" All the 9 Fiend sect elders were stunned, each one showing a weird expression. "What did you say?" Hu Han roared in anger. With a quick flicker, his silhouette left the throne dais, appearing right in front of the 9 Fiend sect disciple. Both hands reached out and lifted the disciple up by the collar as a horrifying killing intent swirled out from Hu Han's body like a hurricane. That nine-fiend sect disciple was so terrified that he lost all colors in his face. Young Lord he. The disciple stammered incoherently. Hu Han's anger was further stoked with the disciple's action. His palm slapped straight onto that disciple's chest, sending the disciples tumbling on the floor all the way until the edge of the hall, where he hit a stone pillar, halting his movements. Struck by Hu Han, the disciple struggled to get up only to fall to his knees, begging for mercy. Sovereign mercy. Sovereign mercy? Ah! Hu Han harumphed curtly. Speak. Recount every detail of the event clearly. If it wasn't for him being anxious to know what happened, he would have killed this disciple with that palm just now. Yes, sovereign. That nine-fiend sect disciple answered with dread as he quickly recounted in detail what he knew. Hearing that a young man punched his son's chest and then went on to cripple his lower part, Hu Han's face layered with frost. But when he heard that after Lin Shuang and the other three elders arrived, Lin Shuang was actually injured by the young man, also with one punch, whereas the three, Su Gao, Chan Yanhua, and Lu Yi were thrown off simultaneously with just one palm. Hu Han, Su Mimi, and the present elders revealed expressions of astonishment. The nine-fiend sect disciple continued in a shaky voice. After that black-haired young man injured the four elders, he slit their throats with his blade. Elder Lin Shuang and the other elders were already killed before they even had time to escape. Hu Han had an ugly expression on his face hearing this, unable to conceal the amazement from his eyes. After that, Hu Han asked solemnly. After killing the four elders, the black-haired young man then dragged the young lord away, in the Sky Magi sect headquarters direction. That disciple hastened to answer. Sky Magi sect's headquarters? Everyone present in the grand hall was stumped. Could this black-haired young man be an expert the Sky Magi sect sovereign, Chun Xiaotian, hired? Regardless of whether he is or not, this black-haired young man is definitely connected to the Sky Magi sect. The nine-fiend sect elders started to state their opinions one after another while Hu Han's face grew gloomier by the second. It was obvious he was trying to figure out what that black-haired young man's relationship with Sky Magi sect was. If this black-haired young man was someone hired by Chen Xiaotian, what did they mean by holding his son? Was the Sky Magi sect declaring war against the nine-fiend sect? Su Mimi was also pondering the matter as she sat quietly on the chair, not speaking a word. Sovereign, regardless of who that brat is, since the young lord is being held in the Sky Magi sect's headquarters, then we shall surrounded the Sky Magi sect this instant and rescue the young lord. At this point, one of the elders stood up proclaiming. Hu Han's eyes flickered, tempted. Deputy, what do you think? Hu Han turned around, inquiring his second-in-command Su Mimi. Su Mimi said seriously, Sovereign could first send a summon to Sky Magi sect sovereign, Chan Xiaotian. Have him hand out the young lord, while you send people out to investigate that black-haired young man's identity. Hu Han nodded. Su Mimi's opinion was the same as his. Attacking the Sky Magi sect headquarters without knowing that black-haired young man's identity was not a wise move. First, investigate that black-haired young man's bottom line. Annihilating him and the Sky Magi sect at that time wouldn't be too late. Not wasting time, Hu Han instructed one of the nine-fiend sect's elders to head out to Sky Magi sect and tell Chen Xiaotian to hand over his son. Hu Shang, while on the other hand, he sent some people out to investigate the black-haired young man. However, very soon, the elder Hu Han sent out came back, blood staining his robes, a wound on his chest. Moreover, he returned alone. Seeing this result, all the nine-fiend sect elders clenched their fists in anger. Hu Han's sullen face darkened deeper. Sovereign, that Chun Xiaotian, he said, if you want to bring the young lord back, go to Sky Magi sect headquarters yourself and to kneel and beg in front of him. The moment that nine-fiend sect elder returned to the grand hall, the words flowed out without being asked. What? All the nine-fiend sect elders present were filled with rage. This Chan Xiaotian is too presumptuous. Sovereign, we'll rush to the Sky Magi sect's headquarters right now and save the young lord. That's right. Rescue the young lord and destroy the Sky Magi sect. Capture that Chun Xiaotian and make him kneel in front of the sovereign. He thinks having that black-haired young man helping him, Our Nine Fiends sect daren't do anything to him. Annihilate Sky Magi sect. Annihilate Sky Magi sect. All the Nine Fiends sect elders clamored noisily. Huhan felt slighted and chagrined. An intense killing intent surged in his heart. He, as the sovereign of the Nine Fiends sect, the castellan of Black Demon City, with all the power he had in Black Demon City, he had never felt such vexation. In the past, he just needed to stamp his foot and it would be enough to scare Xianxia until he pissed his own pants. A brief moment passed as Huhan forced himself to suppress the boiling killing intent in his heart. Raising both of his hands, his indicated everyone to calm down. When the grand hall quieted down, he scanned the faces before him, saying in a solemn voice, "The Sky Magi sect must be annihilated, Xianxia and that black-haired young man must die. But not now." The more Xianxia acted this way, the more prudent and vigilant Huhan became. "Tell the people below to speed up their investigation of the black-haired young man." Huhan looked over in Su Mimi's direction. "Also, other than that black-haired young man, find out if the Sky Magi sect has any other experts guarding in the dark." "Yes, Sovereign." Su Mimi stood up and acknowledged with respect. At this time, the elder that returned bloodstained from Sky Magi sect opened his mouth after slight hesitation. "Sovereign, Xianxia also told me to bring you a message," he said. "Tomorrow he would cut off one of young lord's arms, the day after tomorrow an arm and a leg, and on the third day, he would cripple young lord's remaining leg." "What did you say?" The anger Huhan worked so hard to suppress erupted like a volcano. The four walls of the grand hall, pillars, and floor were covered with a layer of frosty white ice. Behind Huhan, an ice serpent flickered in and out vaguely. Not only Huhan, all the Nine Fiends sect elders were furious. "Sovereign, this Xianxia is simply too arrogant. Please give us the order. We'll gather up and destroy the Sky Magi sect this instant." A Nine Fiend sect elder could no longer suppress his anger and jumped up from his seat, claiming once again, "Yes, Sovereign, give us the order." Other elders echoed the suggestion. Huhan inhaled deeply. A dark, eerie light flitted across his eyes. "Pass my order down. From now onwards, kill every Sky Magi sect disciples that the Nine Fiends sect disciples and elders come across." "Yes, Sovereign." All the Nine Fiends sect elders answered in unison, not daring to clamor more than they had. At the same time, the Sky Magi sect headquarters grand hall. Huang Xiaolong sat on the throne seat, whereas Chun Xiaotian, Gung Ken, Jiang Tianhua, as well as the groups of Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School experts stood in respectful manner in the grand hall. Also, in the grand hall was a dumbfounded Hu Shang staring wide-eyed at the experts of Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School on both sides. Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School's experts actually? He stared at Huang Xiaolong in horror. Who is this black-haired young man exactly? What does he want to do? Hu Shang daren't think further. Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School's experts stood in a respectful manner in the grand hall, lowering the sounds of their breathing to the best they could. A pin drop could be heard clearly in the grand hall. Chan Xiaotian stood out, reporting, "Young lord, just now, the Nine Fiends sect sovereign Huhan issued an order. All Sky Magi sect's disciples, once found, they are to killed on the spot." "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong's reaction was calm as his eyes glanced over at Hu Shang in the grand hall. This simple glance made Hu Shang shiver to his core, his face white as a sheet. Chun Xiaotian retreated to his spot after reporting the matter, and the huge hall returned to its previous heavy silence. Both Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow sect were waiting for Huang Xiaolong's orders. Huang Xiaolong drummed his fingers on the throne's armrest. A dull drumming sound echoed softly in the large hall. Without a doubt, Huang Xiaolong could take over the Nine Fiends sect at this stage, but doing so would risk a lot of the Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School's life. Thus, even if Huang Xiaolong successfully took over the Black Demon City, he would be taking over an overall weaker Black Demon City. If a foreign enemy attacked Black Demon City at this time, it would be hard for Black Demon City to resist invasion. This was something Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to happen. Limited, he could only wait for half a month. At Huang Xiaolong's current second-level spiritual force, In another half a month's time, he would be able to control the remaining of the 9 fiend sect's elders. When he managed to accomplish that, it would the right time to attack the 9 fiend sect and deal with Hu Han. Hu Shang had to die. Therefore, Hu Han could not be left alive. Hu Han also had to die. As for the 9 fiend sect's deputy, Su Mimi, as long as she was willing to submit, Huang Xiaolong would spare her. A while later, Huang Xiaolong said to Chen Xiaotun, "Keep him in the dungeon below," as he pointed a finger at Hu Shang. After a small pause, he continued, 2 days later, cut off one of his arms and send it to Hu Han. "Yes, young lord." Chen Xiaotian and Jiang Tianhua saluted with respect. No, don't, I beg you. Whatever you want, my 9 fiend sect can give you. Don't cut off my arm. Hu Shang turned deadly pale at Huang Xiaolong's orders, crying out for mercy. But 2 Sky Magi sect elders dragged Hu Shang out of the grand hall, one on each side. Hu Shang struggled intensely, screaming, as his voice sounded further away until it could no longer be heard. Huang Xiaolong turned back to Chen Xiaotian and Jiang Tianhua. "Both of you, pay attention to the 9 fiend sect's movements. Come report to me immediately if there are any unusual circumstances." "Yes, young lord." Huang Xiaolong ordered down more tasks for the both of them and then told everyone to withdraw. When he was alone in the grand hall, Huang Xiaolong entered the Shumi temple, swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir, and continued cultivating. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, Huang Xiaolong reminded Chen Xiaotian to cut off one of Hu Shang's arms and send it to the 9 fiend sect headquarters. Seeing his own son's cut-off arm being delivered to him, Hu Han's rage boiled over, yet he still did not order down for the 9 fiend sect to attack the Sky Magi sect headquarters. Though Hu Han did not order an attack, in multiple areas of Black Demon City, the 9 fiend sects and Sky Magi sect's disciples could be seen conflicting, fighting, and killing. Adding the previous conflict the 9 fiend sect had with the Blood Swallow sect, the entire Black Demon City was enveloped in internal turmoil and puddles of flowing blood. The pedestrians on the streets lessened, giving the city a bleak, deserted atmosphere. 10 days came and went. In the 9 fiend sect headquarters grand hall. "Is what you said accurate? Other than that black-haired kid, there are no other experts inside the Sky Magi sect." Hu Han sat on the throne, looking down at Elder Fan Hai. Fan Hai answered respectfully, "That's correct, Sovereign. This subordinate has investigated clearly. There are no other experts inside the Sky Magi sect. Moreover, this subordinate found out that the kid arrived in the Bedlam lands about half a year ago." "Half a year? Just arrived in the Bedlam lands?" A sharp light glinted in Hu Han's eyes. "What you're saying is, this kid has no background here in the Bedlam lands?" Fan Hai nodded. "Yes, Sovereign. Did you find out before entering the Bedlam lands which empire, which family that kid comes from?" Hu Han asked solemnly. "We haven't found this information as of yet," Fan Hai answered. Hu Han nodded. What he worried the most was that the black-haired kid belonged to a certain hegemonic power in the Bedlam lands. But now he could act without reserve. As for which empire or which family that kid came from, it was unimportant. The Bedlam lands had its own rules that not even the superfamilies of the 3 mainlands could break as they desired. "Sovereign, what should we do now?" Fan Hai moved closer, asking cautiously. Murderous intent flashed in Hu Han's cold eyes. "Order it down. All 9 fiend sect elders are to leave their duties and gather here in the grand hall." Fan Hai was overjoyed receiving this instruction. Yes, Sovereign. He knew the Sovereign was finally moving down on the Sky Magi sect. The night seemed quiet and tranquil. The bright moonlight shone down, showering light over the dark land. More than a dozen dark silhouettes flew out from the 9 fiend sect's headquarters, akin to midnight wandering spirits, heading towards the Sky Magi sect in the dead of the night. Soon, these dozen silhouettes arrived at their destination, the Sky Magi sect's headquarters. One of the silhouettes signaled with his hand and several figures flickered, separating from the main group, heading towards the Sky Magi sect's grand hall. Along the way, all of the Sky Magi sect disciples they came across were killed silently, without raising any alarm. One by one, the Sky Magi sect's disciples fell, the aura of death gradually thickened. In mere seconds, the group arrived at the door of the Grand Hall. At this time, one of the men spoke, "Sovereign." This time Chen Xiaotian definitely couldn't have imagined that we would suddenly attack the Sky Magi sect. Another man chuckled. Who knows? Maybe Chen Xiaotian is even spending the night with a woman. Afterwards, when we rush in, he might be scared to the point that he can't put on his pants properly. The rest of his comrades laughed lightly. Hu Han chuckled softly, before the look in his eyes turned sharp and cold. Afterwards, leave Chen Xiaotian and that black-haired young man's dog life to me. Fan Hai. The four of you go bring Hu Sheng out from the Sky Magi sect's underground dungeon. Yes, Sovereign. Fan Hao answered respectfully. However, at the same moment, Hu Han ordered the other elders to break the Grand Hall door, and everyone prepared to rush in. Su Mimi suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Hu Han and the rest halted abruptly. Su Mimi spoke, "Sovereign, I feel something's not right. Didn't we come into the Sky Magi sect's headquarters too smoothly? On the whole way, they basically did not encounter any resistance and their people easily entered to the center of Sky Magi sect's Grand Hall." Hu Han frowned at the mention of this. "Deputy, you think too much. This time our attack plan was impromptu, moreover, it was a top secret. It's nothing out of the ordinary for things to go smoothly." At this time, an elder within the group laughed. Su Mimi did not rebuke this argument. "Enough, after we rush in, first kill Gung Ken, and then Sky Magi sect's other elders, crippling his left and right hand, and then move on to others' elders," Hu Han ordered. "Also, if something goes awry, retreat immediately." All of the 9 fiend sect's elders answered yes in low whispers. No longer delaying time, Hu Han slapped open the door with a single palm strike, rushing into the Grand Hall at lightning speed. Inside, Hu Han scanned the surroundings, but the Sky Magi sect's headquarters Grand Hall looked empty and abandoned. Hu Han stood there, doubt flickering in his eyes. The 9 fiend sect elders that rushed in after him also stopped their actions looking at the weird scene. "Sovereign," Su Mimi approached. "This situation isn't right." Hu Han nodded in agreement. He also felt things weren't right. However, at this moment, a loud bang sounded. When Hu Han and the 9 fiend sect elders looked back, they discovered the doors they went through were shut tight. Everyone's expression tensed at the uncertain circumstances. "Sovereign Hu Han and elders of the 9 fiend sect, welcome to Sky Magi sect. If you notified us earlier, we'd prepare a banquet in advance for your arrival." At this point, a voice sounded. Hu Han and the 9 fiend sect elders searched for the origin and saw a black-haired young man walking out from the inner hall. Behind him were Chen Xiaotian, Gung Ken, and a litter of Sky Magi sect elders. But what shocked Hu Han and the rest of the 9 fiend sect elders was that other than Chen Xiaotian's Sky Magi sect group, the Blood Swallow School Doyen Jiang Tianhua and Deputy Chui Ming were also amongst them. Before the group of shocked Hu Han and 9 fiend sect elders, Huang Xiaolong entered the Grand Hall, heading straight to the throne seat, whereas Chen Xiaotian and Gung Ken stood humbly a step below the dais to the left side, while Jiang Tianhua's Blood Swallow School group on the right side. Hu Han and Su Mimi exchanged a glance. Each mirrored the other's astonishment. After sitting down, Huang Xiaolong took a glance at Hu Han and Su Mimi before telling Chen Xiaotian, "Bring Hu Sheng up." "Yes, young lord," Chen Xiaotian replied respectfully. "Young lord." Another great wave surged in Hu Han and Su Mimi's hearts hearing Chen Xiaotian referring to the black-haired young man as young lord. While Hu Han and Su Mimi were reeling in shock, Chen Xiaotian signaled with his hands for people to bring Hu Sheng up to the Grand Hall. Moments later, 2 Sky Magi sect elders dragged Hu Sheng into the hall. At this point, Hu Sheng's arms were already cut off, hair a disheveled mess, with deep sunken eyes. One could hardly find a place not covered with blood. Seeing his son's miserable state, Hu Han's killing intent surged. His dark, vengeful eyes burned with intensity. "Father, save me. Quick, save me. Quick, save me." Being handled roughly and brought to the Grand Hall, Hu Sheng screamed frantically once he laid eyes on Hu Han. Because his meridian's points were sealed by Huang Xiaolong, he had no strength to throw off the 2 Sky Magi sect elders. Release my son. Hu Han faced Huang Xiaolong, biting each word in fury. A layer of ice started to spread out beneath his feet. Ice the color of dark purple, glistening in a spectral light. It was as if Huang Xiaolong did not see the dark purple ice spreading out. Speaking calmly like everything was normal. Release your son? It can be done. Hu Han was stumped. Huang Xiaolong continued. As long as you can leave this grand hall. You! Hu Han's fury exploded in his eyes, but a scream sounded next to him. The unexpected scream sent Hu Han and Su Mimi into a momentary loss. When they turned around to look, what greeted them was several flashes of cold light aimed at them. Alarmed, Hu Han and Su Mimi swiftly dealt with the attacks and jumped out of the way. When Hu Han and Su Mimi saw clearly the attackers' faces, eternal fury seemed to burn inside their eyes. Fan Hai, what are trying to do? The ones who attacked both Hu Han and Su Mimi were none other than the several Nine Fiend sect elders that came with them. But Fan Hai's group acted as if they did not see Hu Han's wrath. All walked until they arrived before Huang Xiaolong and knelt down in utmost respect. We greet the young lord. Young lord. Hu Han and Su Mimi were dumbfounded and furious watching Huang Xiaolong and Fan Hai's group of turncoats. Stand up, Huang Xiaolong said with indifference. Many thanks, young lord. Only then did Fan Hai and his group stood up, retreating to one side. This Fan Hai had been reined in by Huang Xiaolong early on. Fan Hai's report to Hu Han claiming there were no other experts in Sky Magi sect was ordered by Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, how could Fan Hai know that Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Bedlam lands a mere 6 months prior? Hu Han glared angrily at Fan Hai. How could he not understand that everything Fan Hai reported to him was a deliberate action to mislead him? After the dead Lin Shuang, Fan Hai was one of Hu Han's most trusted confidants. But Fan Hai actually betrayed him. Fan Hai stood half a step behind Huang Xiaolong. Seeing the ferocious eyes Hu Han was looking at him with, Fan Hai knew Hu Han must wish to tear him apart, eat his flesh and drink his blood. However, Fan Hai sneered, Hu Han, I advise you to surrender without resistance. Resisting would only make you suffer. I'll kill you. Hu Han raged. A dark purple light exploded brightly from his body. With lightning-fast movements, Hu Han reached Fan Hai in a split second, with one palm aiming to strike. The palm shot out, whistling through the air, issuing a strange shrill noise. Just like Jiang Tianhua was before, seeing his own people's betrayal, neither of them could remain calm for long. There was only a desire to kill off these traitors. But Hu Han's palm strike had yet to reach before it was blocked by countless Buddha statues that emerged from the ground below. A thunderous explosion rang inside the hall. Hu Han felt a powerful energy rush in his direction. Being caught off guard, Hu Han staggered back several steps until he returned to where he stood. He searched and was stricken to find the person who blocked his attack just now was none other than that black-haired young man. Su Mimi was reeling in shock as she watched. Huang Xiaolong not only blocked Hu Han's palm, he even pushed Hu Han back. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Hu Han and the 5-9 Fiend sect elders standing on his side, including Su Mimi. It's already a fact that Black Demon City is already under my control. If you submit to me now, it's still not too late. I can spare your lives. This opportunity only comes once. Huang Xiaolong's voice floated in the grand hall. Hesitation flashed across Su Mimi and the other 4 elders' face, while Hu Han's face revealed an ugly expression. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit. A brief moment passed when suddenly one of the remaining 9 Fiend sect elders spoke up. When there was a precedent, there would be subsequent people who followed. Hu Han erupted like an angry lion with all its hair standing on ends, letting out a booming roar. His fists punched out at the 2 Nine Fiend sect elders. No one expected Hu Han to strike so suddenly. Before the 2 elders could react, they died under Hu Han's fists. Bodies flung to the end of the hall, crashing to the floor. Su Mimi and the 3 remaining elders were taken aback. Still, Hu Han's action put fear inside them, and for an instant, the 3 swaying elders dared not declare their submission towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong indicated Chen Xiaotian, Geng Ken, Jiang Tianhua, and Cui Ming with his eyes. Understanding Huang Xiaolong's intention, all four of them flew out, surrounding Hu Han in the center. As for Su Mimi, Huang Xiaolong did not attack her. Su Mimi stood at the side. The look in her eyes shifted back and forth as she watched Hu Han being sieged by Chen Xiaotian, Geng Ken, Jiang Tianhua, and Cui Ming, obviously making her final decision. Undoubtedly, Hu Han was strong in terms of one-on-one battle. But now there were Chen Xiaotian, Geng Keng, Jiang Tianhua, and Cui Ming against him alone. Hu Han was forced back time and again. Strong battle chi fluctuations filled the grand hall from the 5 people. With 4 people working together, it did not take long for Hu Han to fall at a disadvantage. In a moment of carelessness, he received the full force of Jiang Tianhua's Eye of Yellow Springs. Blood trickled down from every part of Hu Han's body. After successfully striking Hu Han with Eye of the Yellow Springs, Jiang Tianhua suddenly pointed a finger to the void above, bellowing, "Devil Tribulation Finger!" A space hole was torn high above as a giant finger came crushing down on Hu Han. Hu Han paled when he saw the Devil Tribulation Finger descending on him. He was well aware of how powerful Jiang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger was. If he was to say what constitutes as a threat for him in Black Demon City, then it would be Jiang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger. Relying on his current mid-sentient 8th Order strength, taking a hit from the Devil Tribulation Finger was enough to cause him grave injuries. Watching Jiang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation getting closer, Hu Han hollered a war cry. Dark purple battle chi gushed out from his body. But in the next moment, everything dimmed and his silhouette disappeared. The Devil Tribulation Finger crashed on the floor, shaking the grand hall, sending pieces of stones and dust in the air. A large crater formed in the floor and everyone stared with dumbfounded eyes, including Su Mimi. Her heart shivered at the sight of that huge hole. Whereas Jiang Tianhua, Chen Xiaotian, Geng Keng, and Cui Ming were frowning tensely at this moment, because none of them could detect Hu Han's presence with their spiritual sense. Huang Xiaolong sneered. In the middle of his forehead, a red-colored vertical eye suddenly appeared. Eye of Hell. The Eye of Hell released a bright light that seemed to cover the entire grand hall. Huang Xiaolong lifted his finger and pointed towards a left upward corner. Dark gray fog rolled out like tidal waves. Shrill shrieks filled the air as a finger imprint pierced out through the dense gray fog. A scream sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Turning around, they saw Hu Han falling down from high up on the left side of the grand hall, landing heavily. He was swaying unsteadily as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood off his mouth, Hu Han stared at Huang Xiaolong. "You could actually see through my body of darkness?" He had never revealed this body of darkness in front of anyone before. Chen Xiaotian, Jiang Tianhua, and not even Su Mimi knew about this skill of his, which made Hu Han extremely confident in this hidden body skill. At first, he thought he could use this body of darkness to come and go from Sky Magi Sect's headquarters smoothly and leave Black Demon City. He could restore his strength and return for revenge in the future. This was his trump card. But now, his heart sank deeper down a bottomless lake. Despair and death shrouded his heart. Huang Xiaolong stared at Hu Han without answering. He signaled Jiang Tianhua, Chen Xiaotian, and the others with a look. The 4 of them understood Huang Xiaolong's meaning, resuming their attack on Hu Han. Hu Han no longer had any trump cards after Huang Xiaolong broke his body of darkness. With no fight left in him, there was only the thought of fleeing. However, the 4 people sieging him already saw through Hu Han's intention, blocking all of his escape routes. Due to the injury caused by Huang Xiaolong's absolute soul finger attack, very soon he suffered continuous injuries under Chen Xiaotian, Jiang Tianhua, Geng Ken, and Cui Ming's flurry of attacks. In a moment of carelessness, he received a blow from Jiang Tianhua's Devil Tribulation Finger right on the chest. Almost consecutively came Chen Xiaoyan's Wind Fist Flowing Fire Palm. Hit by 3 powerful attacks from Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Tianhua, and Chen Xiaotian, Hu Han was in an awkward state. Disheveled hair, blood blotches staining his brocade robe, a far cry from his usual domineering image of an expert, the majestic castellan of Black Demon City. Hu Han wobbled as he stood, looking as if he was about to fall any time. Despite that, he smiled as he watched the 4 people attacking him, then Huang Xiaolong, the Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School's experts. An empty, hollow smile. "Father!" Hu Sheng cried out. Hu Han smiled sadly at his son. "I'm sorry, Shenger. This time father cannot protect you." Hu Sheng cried, grief-stricken. Hu Han turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, saying, "I hope you can spare my son. Do you think that's possible?" Huang Xiaolong questioned in return. Hu Han looked to the sky and sighed. The logic of cutting troubles at their roots. How could he not understand? He was carrying a slim glimmer of hope, in case. At last, Hu Han stood staring at Su Mimi for a full minute in silence. As if no one was around, Hu Han roared with rage, unwillingness as he stood there. Bloodline cracks started to appear on his chest, spreading out like a spider web, and in the next moment, his chest exploded. Then his limbs and other parts of Hu Han's body. Hu Han's blood splattered over the Grand Hall's stone pillars. Hu Han actually chose to blow up his Qi, death by exploding all his meridians. Everyone present was surprised at Hu Han's choice, even Huang Xiaolong. "Father!" Hu Sheng wailed, his face lost all colors in them. Huang Xiaolong looked at Hu Han's body. "Bring it away. Handle the funeral properly for the Black Demon City's castellan." Huang Xiaolong's meaning was clear. Hu Han's body to be accorded the respect at par with Black Demon City's castellan. Jiang Tianhua, Chen Xiaotian, and the elders answered in unison. As for Hu Sheng, Huang Xiaolong gestured a killing signal to Jiang Tianhua. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's motion, Jiang Tianhua raised a sword in his hand and went to Hu Sheng, ending his life with a single sword. Hu Han and Hu Sheng, father and son, death. When things on the other side were settled, Huang Xiaolong shifted his attention onto Su Mimi. Su Mimi lowered her head as she approached Huang Xiaolong. Kneeling in front of him, Su Mimi saluted. "Su Mimi greets young lord." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Su Mimi willing to submit was best favorable outcome. Otherwise, he could only kill her. According to what Chen Xiaotian reported, Hu Han harbored feelings for this Su Mimi, but that was no longer important. After he branded Su Mimi's soul C with a soul mark, he need not worry about her hiding ill intentions. Huang Xiaolong ordered Su Mimi and the remaining 3 Nine Fiend sect elders to release their soul C. After half an hour, Huang Xiaolong finally breathed easy after all 4 people were marked. Now, all 3 major forces in Black Demon City Sky Magi sect, Blood Swallow School, and 9 Fiend sect I were all under Huang Xiaolong's control. Black Demon City was now his territory, his foothold in the Bedlam lands. Of course, having a foothold didn't mean that Huang Xiaolong could be a lord. In the Bedlams, a city could change owner any time in the day, sieged and taken over. However, taking control of Black Demon City, Huang Xiaolong could use it as base, slowly encroaching to neighboring cities until he was a force to be reckoned with in the Bedlam lands. Despite having all 3 forces in his grasp, Huang Xiaolong did not plan to have his identity made known. He appointed Jiang Tianhua to be the new Black Demon City castellan while he directed things from the shadows. The next morning, Hu Han's death spread to every corner of Black Demon City, setting off an uproar at the abruptness of their castellan's death. Riding on the wave, the news quickly reached nearby cities. Blood River City, several thousand miles from Black Demon City. At this time, sitting in Blood River Castellan's main hall were 5 middle-aged men. Each one of them had palms 2 times larger than normal people. Moreover, all 5 people's palms and nails were black. These 5 people were the 5 temple chiefs of the 5 poison cult that controlled Blood River City. Sitting in the middle was the big bro Lu Minghai. The grand hall was heavy with silence. Hu Han's death. What are your opinions? Lu Minghai looked at the other 4 people and asked. His voice sounded slightly hoarse. Big bro, now that Hu Han is dead, the Black Demon City is definitely unstable internally. This is a good opportunity for us to take over Black Demon City. The 4th bro, Lu Guang, said. That's right, big bro. Black Demon City must be in a mess right now. It is our most opportune time to attack and capture Black Demon City as ours. 2nd bro Lu Ding echoed the same thoughts. Lu Minghai's brows scrunched together as he turned to the side looking at 3rd bro Lu Wu. Who is Black Demon City's new castellan? It is the Blood Swallow School's doyen Zhang Tianhua. The word around is, Zhang Tianhua and Chun Xiaotian allied themselves, launching a surprise attack on the Nine Fiends sect when they least expected, killing Hu Han. Third bro Lu Wu replied. Lu Minghai fell into a pensive ponder. Seeing this, the other four people kept silent. A brief moment later, Lu Minghai looked up asking, Did Su Mimi submit to Zhang Tianhua? That's right, big bro. Third bro Lu Wu confirmed, but he paused for a second before adding, I don't know what method this Zhang Tianhua used to be able to persuade Chun Xiaotian to ally with him, even successfully steering Su Mimi into betraying Hu Han, swearing allegiance to him. Other than Su Mimi, other Nine Fiends sect elders also submitted to Zhang Tianhua, and because of this, Zhang Tianhua and Chen Xiaotian could join hands, easily killing off Hu Han. Lu Minghai shook his head, saying, I'm afraid this matter may not be as simple. The other four people were surprised. Big bro, are you saying there is another force behind Zhang Tianhua? A thought flashed in third bro Lu Wu's mind. Lu Minghai nodded. If my guess is right, it should be so. Otherwise, Zhang Tianhua could not have persuaded Chun Xiaotian to ally with him in such a short time and make Su Mimi and the elders betray Hu Han. The four people exchanged a glance between themselves. Big bro, then what should we do now? Second bro Lu Ding asked openly. Lu Minghai said in a solemn voice, Send people to investigate. Confirm if there is any other force supporting Zhang Tianhua. If the answer is yes, the other side would have subsequent moves. Therefore, we must be vigilant and prepare in advance. If there is none. At this point, a bloodlust light gleamed in Lu Minghai's eyes. We must make our move before other cities take action. Capture Black Demon City firsthand. Yes, big bro. All four others answered at once. Apart from that, pay attention to Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch. Lately, they have been very close with people from Tornado Valley. If Ghost Shadow Sect harbor any intentions, annihilate them. Lu Mingbai sentenced with a hard edge in his voice. The four others answered affirmatively. The scene happening in Blood River City took place with little difference in the cities surrounding Black Demon City. Even though Hu Han was dead, no one acted recklessly. Instead, sending their people out to investigate clearly if there was another force supporting Zhang Tianhua in the shadows, and which Bedlam's force it was. Within the walls of Black Demon City's Castellan Mansion, Huang Xiaolong was listening to Zhang Tianhua, Chun Xiaotian, and Su Mimi's report about the neighboring city's actions and response after getting news of Hu Han's death, nodding his head. There were a total of 6 cities spreading out inside a 10,000 miles area, and each city's forces were more or less at the same level as Black Demon City. Some were marginally stronger, some weaker. After listening to the trio's report, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the power distribution and the related forces in those 6 cities. All 3 reported to the best of their knowledge. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong had a much clearer idea about these 6 neighboring cities. Blood River City. Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself. Having an understanding of the forces in the surrounding cities, Huang Xiaolong decided that his next goal would be Blood River City, for the situation in Blood River City was similar to Black Demon City. In Black Demon City, there were 9 Fiend Sect, Blood Swallow School, and Sky Magi Sect, 3 forces coexisting, whereas in Blood River City there were the 5 Poison Cult, Ghost Shadow Sect, and Tornado Valley, 3 major forces with 5 Poison Cult at the helm. Since Huang Xiaolong decided on his next target, he instructed Zhang Tianhua, Chun Xiaotian, and Su Mimi to watch 5 Poison Cult, Ghost Shadow Sect, and Tornado Valley's movements and seek an opportunity to take action. After instructing them with that task, Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tianhua. Find out if there are any cities in the Bedlam lands auctioning Grade 1 Spirit Stones. Grade 1 Spirit Stones. Though Zhang Tianhua was curious why Huang Xiaolong was looking for Grade 1 Spirit Stones, he dared not show his curiosity, only answering yes with respect. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and the trio withdrew away. When they left, Huang Xiaolong once again entered the Shumi Temple Hall to cultivate. Recently, his spiritual force improved tremendously and he hoped to reach the 2nd level of the ancient puppetry art at the earliest possible. At that time, it would greatly help him, whether it was against his enemies or people he wanted to rein in, expanding his forces. And Huang Xiaolong's body metamorphosed scripture had reached the final stage, hanging tail form. It wouldn't be long before Huang Xiaolong completed the entire 12 stages, entering minor perfection stage to form an inner core in his body. The inner core births true essence energy by absorbing spiritual energy at all times, and the true essence energy was brimming with vitality, never dissipating. With the presence of true essence energy, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed became faster. Therefore, most of his time and effort were spent on practicing the ancient puppetry art and sometimes the Azura sword skill other than the main godly Shumi art and body metamorphose scripture. On some occasion, Huang Xiaolong would make time to return to the battlefield. He was at when he first arrived in the Bedlam lands to practice the Azura demon claw by absorbing the dead spirit's cloud accumulated in the sky above. During this time, Huang Xiaolong's Azura demon claw's first move, Lament of Thousands of Demons, improved more than it had in these past few years. Half a month went by. On this day, Jiang Tianhua came in to report, "Young Lord." This subordinate found out that 1 month later, there's an auction in the City of Myriad Gods offering Grade 1 Spirit Stones. Oh, City of Myriad Gods. Huang Xiaolong repeated the name. The City of Myriad Gods was one of the 10 largest cities in the Bedlam lands, ranked in the second place, right below Sin City. The City of Myriad Gods was an old city left behind by the ancient races and god tribes, one of the 10 hegemony existences in the Bedlams. No one knew the city's real strength, only that its castellan became a Saint Realm expert many years ago. Yes, young lord. Other than Grade 1 Spirit Stones, I heard the City of Myriad Gods auction will also be offering a heaven rank cultivation technique and a battle skill. Jiang Tianhua continued with his report. Heaven rank cultivation technique and battle skill. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Jiang Tianhua added, moreover, they are mid-grade heaven rank cultivation skill and battle skill. The cultivation technique seemed to be called Great Thousand Technique, and the battle skill's name is Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. Great Thousand Technique? Peerless Wind Breaking Finger? Huang Xiaolong nodded. He had heard Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu mention these two techniques before. It was going to be very lively at the City of Myriad Gods with the auction of these much-coveted heaven-ranked cultivation technique and battle skill. Make the preparations. I will set off to the City of Myriad Gods in 2 days. Huang Xiaolong pondered briefly and ordered Jiang Tianhua. From Black Demon City to the City of Myriad Gods, with Huang Xiaolong's current speed, he still needed a month's time to arrive, at least. Jiang Tianhua nodded and continued to report the recent movements of Blood River City's 5 Poison Cult, Ghost Shadow Sect, and Tornado Valley. Huang Xiaolong nodded, reminding Jiang Tianhua to defend Black Demon City well in the time that he's not around, paying close attention to the surrounding city's movements. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong departed for the City of Myriad Gods. Alone. He left Jiang Tianhua, Chun Xiaotian, and Su Mimi behind to defend Black Demon City, should the circumstances arise. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left Black Demon City, in the void several thousand li from Black Demon City, space fluctuated as a figure appeared. This person was none other than Yao family's Yao Fei. Yao Fei stood in the air, muttering to himself. According to Deity's Templar's information, that bastard entered the Bedlam lands. But the Bedlam lands stretch endlessly for tens of thousands of miles. It won't be easy to find that him. Forget it. Since that punk is sure to be here, I don't believe he can slip through my fingers this time. Yao Fei's silhouette flickered away, whistling through the air, and before long, he arrived at the same battlefield Huang Xiaolong did. Such a dense dead spirits cloud. Even Yao Fei couldn't help exclaiming as he came across the dark red clouds gathering in the sky. However, in the next moment, joy lit up his eyes. A dark light flashed behind him and a giant figure that emanated a fiendish aura, tyranny, and darkness appeared. Top grade 12 martial spirit, Dark Malevolent Sovereign. When the Dark Malevolent Sovereign appeared, its mouth opened wide and sucked in just like a whale devoured water. The dead spirit's cloud spiraled like a twister into its body. The originally pure black body gradually gained a tint of blood-red glow, making the Dark Malevolent Sovereign look even more fiendish, even more tyrannical and domineering. It was half a day later when Yao Fei stopped, recalling the dark, malevolent sovereign back. If it wasn't for the fact I need to search for that little bastard, I could stay and practice in this battlefield, and after 3 years I could break through the Saint Realm. An intense, murderous light glinted in Yao Fei's eyes. But it's not too late to find and kill that little bastard first, and then come back here to practice. As his sentence ended, his body flickered into a blur, flying in the Black Demon City's direction. 2 hours later, Yao Fei reached Black Demon City. After entering Black Demon City, Yao Fei simply chose an inn and went in. When he sat down and was about to eat, he heard the people at the table next to him talking. I heard that this time, the City of Myriad Gods auction will be auctioning a heaven-rank cultivation technique and battle skill. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a skull exclaimed. Heaven-rank cultivation technique and battle skill? The person beside him was amazed. That's right. These heaven-rank cultivation technique and battle skill are the Great Thousand Technique and Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. It's actually the Great Thousand Technique? The Great Thousand Technique was the cultivation technique of Holiness Great Thousand Tuo that he cultivated 300 years ago. It was said that once one cultivated the Great Thousand Technique, they will have the power of Buddhism protecting their body, that's practically comparable to being immortal. That Peerless Wind Breaking Finger was Holiness Great Thousand Tuo's strongest battle skill. A few hundred years ago, numerous Saint Realm experts met their ends before Holiness Great Thousand Tuo's Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. Listening in on the discussion on the next table, Yao Fei was severely tempted. City of Myriad Gods auction? Great Thousand Technique. Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. Yao Fei stood up and walked over to the next table, staring at the skull-black-robed middle-aged man, asking, When is the auction at City of Myriad Gods being held? The skull-black-robed middle-aged man looked at Yao Fei and snorted, Kid, what did you say? I didn't quite hear you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yao Fei pinched his throat, lifting him up from the seat. You didn't hear me clearly? Yao Fei inquired icily. I heard you clearly. There are another 28 days until the City of Myriad Gods auction. Dread filled the middle-aged man's eyes as he stammered the information Yao Fei wanted. Waiting until the man finished, Yao Fei exerted pressure in his hand. With the twist of his wrist came the sound of bones breaking. Yao Fei threw the middle-aged man's body to a corner of the inn, his neck looping to the side with no signs of breathing. Evidently, his neck was broken. Yao Fei glanced at the 4 people that shared the same table with the middle-aged man. Facing Yao Fei, the 4 of them retreated hastily in panic, but Yao Fei lost interest in them after killing the middle-aged man. Instead, he turned around, disappearing in a flicker, leaving Black Demon City's gates in seconds. His goal was the City of Myriad Gods. Great Thousand Technique. Sparks of black flames danced briefly in Yao Fei's eyes. According to his knowledge, the person who created this Great Thousand Technique 300 years ago, the Holiness Great Thousand Tuo, also possessed a dark element martial spirit. With this Great Thousand Technique, his battle chi cultivation would enhance with the speed of 10,000 li in a single leap. The day he breaks through to the Saint Realm was just around the corner. Saint Realm. Hence, this time he absolutely had to get the Great Thousand Technique. Regardless if it was through the auction or through other means. While Yao Fei was rushing towards the City of Myriad Gods, on another side of a wasteland, a figure flickered, hovering in midair. This was exactly Huang Xiaolong, who was journeying to the City of Myriad Gods. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the wasteland below, taking out a map from his sleeves. This should be the savage sanguine wasteland. Huang Xiaolong studied the map, talking to himself. This Bedlam Lands map was something Huang Xiaolong asked Jiang Tianhua to prepare, and although it wasn't very detailed, it marked most of the important locations. Amongst them was this savage sanguine wasteland. The savage sanguine wasteland was one of the stranger places in the Bedlam Lands. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a massive city on this land, but 2 Saint Realm experts battled here, causing mass destruction in the city. A ruined city and both Saint Realm experts fallen on this piece of land. In the last 100,000 years, not a single leaf of grass could grow here. Putting back the map, Huang Xiaolong looked at the darkening sky and landed on a small hill in a quick sway. It was already late. Thus he decided to stay here for the night before continuing tomorrow. On the small hill, Huang Xiaolong's palm faced upward as a strong suction force appeared, gathering a stack of dead wood. A fire lit up with a single point of his finger. After building the fire, Huang Xiaolong initiated the instant recovery martial ability, instantly recovering his depleted battle qi and internal force to full vigor. As Huang Xiaolong's strength continued to rise, all three of his martial spirit abilities' power grew stronger with him. Then, Huang Xiaolong spent some time practicing the Azura tactics and the body metamorphose scripture. As the night grew darker, the brilliant moonlight diffused like an ocean of blood mist over the savage sanguine wasteland. Since the two Saint Realm experts had fallen here many thousands years ago, once night descended, this ocean of blood mist would appear. Thus the name Savage Sanguine Wasteland appeared. Half a month left to the City of Myriad Gods auction. Huang Xiaolong calculated the time. This trip to the City of Myriad Gods was solely for first-grade spirit stones. The city was a monument left behind by ancient god tribes. In the areas and space around the City of Myriad Gods were dwellings left behind by some god tribes experts. Huang Xiaolong wanted to try his luck and see if he could find one of these abandoned mansions. In general, there would be grade 10 spirit pellets or even heaven-grade spirit pellets. Counting the time, Deity's Templar's next disciple selection was no more than 3 years away. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed had always been amazing, yet it was still a far cry from breaking through to Saint Realm within a 3-year period, unless he could find the legendary grade 10 spirit pellet or heaven-grade spirit pellet. Although the area around the City of Myriad Gods had numerous ancient god tribes experts' hidden spaces, the people that managed to find one were few and far in between, the chances less than 1 in 1,000. Right at this time, a wind-piercing sound traveled to Huang Xiaolong's ears. Turning around to look, he saw 2 people flying in his direction at high speed. When the 2 people were close enough for Huang Xiaolong to make out their features clearly, he was surprised. The other side consisted of a man and a woman. If Huang Xiaolong remembered correctly, the woman was the ghost Shadow Sect's disciple. Huang Xiaolong saw her once when he first arrived in Black Demon City. At that time, Sky Magi Sect's elder Deng Guangliang told him that this woman was very likely the ghost Shadow Sect Patriarch's disciple. Second senior apprentice sister, there's someone over there, the man was heard saying to the woman, a finger pointing at Huang Xiaolong. Though the night was dark, with blood-colored mist clouding the vision, Huang Xiaolong had a campfire burning, which made his location all the more obvious. The woman looked over in Huang Xiaolong's direction, but it seemed her eyesight was slightly worse than Huang Xiaolong's, being unable to discern his features clearly. After briefly hesitating, she said, "Let's go over and have a look," and flew straight toward Huang Xiaolong. Less than 100 meters from Huang Xiaolong, the woman finally saw his face clearly and showed a surprised expression. Him? Evidently, the woman too remembered Huang Xiaolong, even though she only caught sight of him once. Second senior apprentice sister, you know this person? The man asked out, baffled by her reaction. The woman nodded her head, explaining, a few months ago, I saw this person in Black Demon City. He was together with Sky Magi Sect's elder Deng Guangliang and Du Xian. By this point in time, both of them landed in front of Huang Xiaolong, not too far away. Elder Deng Guangliang was correct when he said this woman was likely to be the ghost Shadow Sect Patriarch's disciple. Not only that, she was the most doted on by the Patriarch. Her name was Li Fei. The ghost Shadow Sect's Patriarch had 12 disciples in all. Li Fei was second in seniority, but amongst the 12 disciples of ghost Shadow Sect's Patriarch, she was the strongest. The man was also one of ghost Shadow Sect Patriarch's disciples, ranked 6th in seniority, named Zhou Cheng. The instant Zhou Cheng heard of Sky Magi Sect's elders Deng Guangliang and Du Xian, killing intent glinted in his eyes. 2 years ago, his ring and index fingers on his left hand were broken by Deng Guangliang and Du Xian. Brat, what is your relationship with Sky Magi Sect's Deng Guangliang and Du Xian? Zhou Cheng approached Huang Xiaolong, his face frosty. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. What my relationship with Deng Guangliang and Du Xian is, I'm not obliged to tell you. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed with malice. No further words were spoken as a sudden deep scarlet glow broke out from his body. When the glow dimmed, a large sword hovered above Zhou Cheng's head. With the large sword's appearance, a silvery steel-like glimmer shrouded Zhou Cheng's body. A turbulent sirocco swirled straight at Huang Xiaolong. Li Fei did not expect Zhou Cheng to attack Huang Xiaolong so suddenly. Her mouth opened wanting to stop her junior apprentice brother. But it was already too late. She could only watch Zhou Cheng's sword light engulf Huang Xiaolong. Li Fei sighed and shook her head as she watched things unfold on the side. Sixth junior apprentice brother Zhou Cheng's martial spirit possessed the strongest attacking power-grade Earth Giant sword, combined with a high-grade Earth rank battle skill, whirlwind sword tactic. Even a late Xintian 6th Order expert would be troubled facing Zhou Cheng. She could already imagine the scene where Huang Xiaolong was split into two by the giant sword. It was a pity. She had wanted to find out from Huang Xiaolong how Sky Magi Sect and Blood Swallow School allied together to defeat Hu Han, and finally swallowing the Nine Fiend Sect. When she first met him, both Deng Guangliang and Du Xian were walking behind him, proving that his status should be quite high. Perhaps he had some inside information. As the sword light engulfed Huang Xiaolong entirely, Zhou Cheng, in truth, was somewhat surprised that it was so easy to kill this person. It occurred to Zhou Cheng that this young man must have some skills since he dared to come to a place like the savage sanguine wasteland alone. He didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong failed to receive one move from him. Pathetic. So you're nothing but a weakling, Zhou Cheng sneered coldly. But just as his voice sounded, a beam of glaring blade light soared skyward, exuding an aura of annihilation, tyranny, and destruction as it instantly pulverized Zhou Cheng's sirocco sword light. The whirlwind sword tactic was broken, bursting like a bubble and dissipating. The surroundings fell into immediate silence. Li Fei, standing on the side, was dumbfounded staring at Huang Xiaolong holding the blades of Azura in his hands. A dark crimson-black energy wound around Huang Xiaolong where he stood, as it surged out in all direction like a tsunami, emanating a scary aura of slaughter that was enough to make hearts palpitate with fear. Both Li Fei and Zhou Cheng's faces tightened, feeling the tyrannical atmosphere and terrifying slaughter aura. Especially Zhou Cheng. The look on his face was extremely bleak. Disregarding Li Fei, Huang Xiaolong slowly walked toward Zhou Cheng. Watching Huang Xiaolong approaching, Zhou Cheng awakened from his daze. Kid, unexpectedly you indeed have some skills, but it's better this way, more interesting. If you died merely from one move, I won't feel satisfied killing you. Bloodlust sparkled in Zhou Cheng's eyes. The great earth sword spun rapidly above his head, releasing a mysterious power. His strength was amplified by this mysterious power, and Zhou Cheng's atmosphere climbed up at dramatic speed, becoming 1/3 stronger than he was at the beginning. This was Zhou Cheng's martial spirit innate ability, similar to Fei Ho's Silver River martial spirit strengthening ability. Both could enhance the owner's battle chi strength. However, the enhancement rate was slightly weaker than Fei Ho's. Bellowing at the top of his lungs, Zhou Cheng's body basked in resplendent sword light rays, transforming into a giant sword and launching another attack at Huang Xiaolong, arriving right above Huang Xiaolong's head in the next moment, cutting down with full force. The giant sword hadn't arrived, yet the force was enough to raise stones to the air as they crumbled into stone dust. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the giant sword cutting down on him, but he did not receive it head-on. Steering away with phantom shadow, Huang Xiaolong left behind a blurred image, dodging the attack with ease. Barely dodging the attack, a thunderous explosion came from the spot where Huang Xiaolong stood a split second ago. Looking back, the giant sword left a 100-meter gash on the ground, opening a cliff. The whole small hill tremored, raising a curtain of dust several meters high. Seeing Huang Xiaolong dodge his second attack, Zhou Cheng was upset. Kid, don't dodge if you've got guts. Before Zhou Cheng's voice ended, the figure in front of him flickered. Huang Xiaolong appeared within the close distance of a few meters from him, pupils glinting with a hint of iciness. His hands swung out the blades bereft mercy and hesitation. Multiple blade lights turned into many chains, enveloping the surrounding space, overwhelming, radiating an aura of death. Death God's chain. Zhou Cheng was startled. His body swerved to the side, wanting to dodge, but despite his quick response, he found that no matter which direction or angle he turned to, there was no way to escape the pursuing chains. Suddenly, his movements were restricted. Zhou Cheng looked down and saw chains upon chains coiled around his body like hell serpents. A frigid energy that felt like it originated from hell seeped into his body through these nasty chains, invading his body like the venom of 10,000 serpents. Zhou Cheng's shrill scream rendered the night air. Li Fei stood blankly on the same spot. Everything happened too fast. The confident Zhou Cheng had just cut an abyss on the hill, yet faster than the blink of an eye, the situation was flipped over. Li Fei quickly composed herself and was about to help Zhou Cheng when all the chains returned from all sides and angles, piercing right through Zhou Cheng's body. Li Fei, who was about to help, stiffened. Time seemed to stop as well. Zhou Cheng's eyes rounded wide, bending his head to look at his perforated body filled with bloody holes. Losing all strength, he plummeted down to the ground. You! Zhou Cheng pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Sixth junior apprentice brother. Li Fei cried out, dashing straight to Zhou Cheng's side. Zhou Cheng's reply was spewing out a mouthful of blood, splattering all over Li Fei. His head hung lifelessly as he tumbled to the ground. Li Fei wiped the blood off her face blankly. It felt sticky and slightly warm to the fingers. Sixth junior apprentice brother. Sixth junior apprentice brother. Li Fei called out endlessly, but Zhou Cheng wouldn't be giving any more responses. In the distance, Huang Xiaolong slowly approached. The sound of Huang Xiaolong's footsteps jolted Li Fei back to the present. She spun around, staring at Huang Xiaolong. The blasé calm in her eyes was already replaced with apprehension and wariness. She understood Zhou Cheng's strength well, and this young man easily killed him, so vulnerable. Not to mention her, even her master, the patriarch of Ghost Shadow Sect, couldn't do it. What do you want? Li Fei bravely snapped at Huang Xiaolong even as he was stepping back. Didn't you want to know about my relationship with Sky Magi Sect's Elder Deng Guangliang and Du Xin? Huang Xiaolong taunted. Li Fei stiffened. The truth is, the entire Sky Magi Sect and Blood Swallow School are under my control. Huang Xiaolong continued. Li Fei blanked for a moment. Eyes widened in shock as the real meaning dawned on her. You mean? The Black Demon City's new castellan was Blood Swallow School's Zhang Tianhua. This young man just said the entire Blood Swallow School and Sky Magi Sect were under his control. Didn't that mean that the real master of Black Demon City was this black-haired young man? Impossible. Back when the Nine Fiends sect sovereign Hu Han was rumored to be dead, Black Demon City's sudden change of master had caused the forces in surrounding cities to send people out to investigate the crust of the matter. Her master, Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch, also felt that there was something amiss. Now, this black-haired young man in front of her said that everything was orchestrated by him behind the scenes. Li Fei couldn't digest this fact. Black Demon City is fully under my control. Next would be Blood River City. Huang Xiaolong added, that is a certainty. Now I'm giving you two options. 1. Submit to me, or 2. Die. At the point when Zhou Cheng attacked, Huang Xiaolong had decided, after all, his next target was to conquer Blood River City. He might as well start laying the groundwork now. Huang Xiaolong planned to first take over Ghost Shadow Sect. Succeeding so would greatly ease the next part of his plan, taking over Blood River City's Five Poison Cult. Frankly, with Huang Xiaolong's current strength, with the addition of Ghost Shadow Sect, destroying and subjugating the Five Poison Cult was not grandstanding. Conquer. Death. Li Fei's expression changed again and again. She could tell that this black-haired young man was not lying, and since he dared to reveal the truth, it also meant he wasn't afraid of her escaping. If she tried, she would end up just like her sixth junior apprentice brother. Dead. Her eyes glanced furtively at Zhou Cheng's corpse on the ground. But, if she submitted, then, you don't have to worry about your master. Soon, not only your master, but the whole Ghost Shadow Sect and Blood River City will be under my control. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice interrupted Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei studied Huang Xiaolong. From the black-haired young man's facial expression and tone of voice, She detected absolute confidence in conquering everything. Huang Xiaolong did not add another word after that, only looking at the young woman. It would be best if this girl submitted willingly, otherwise, he had no option but to kill her. For Huang Xiaolong, this didn't affect his plans in taking over Blood River City. Just like how he was when he slowly turned Sky Magi sect and Blood Swallow School's elders. Unhurried, giving the other side ample consideration time. Half an incense stick later, Li Fei lowered the guard around her soul sea, allowing Huang Xiaolong to brand a soul mark within. Huang Xiaolong was secretly relieved when all was done. Li Fei's presence would be beneficial to his future plans in conquering Ghost Shadow Sect. Subsequently, Li Fei shared everything she knew about Ghost Shadow Sect's situation truthfully, not withholding information. 1 hour later, Li Fei ended her report. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The information from Li Fei clearly outlined the Ghost Shadow Sect's internal situation to Huang Xiaolong, and the Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch should be an early Xiantian 8th Order, comparable to Huhan, the previous 9 Fiend sect sovereign. Apart from the patriarch, there were 4 Xiantian 7th Order experts, while the mid-level Xiantian went up to about 30 over people. However, what came as a surprise was that the Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch actually nurtured a group of Ghost Shadow Death Messengers. 38 people in total. Each one was at least a Xiantian 4th Order and above, and the strongest was a peak late Xiantian 6th Order. When he requested Sky Magi Sect and Blood Swallow Sect to investigate Ghost Shadow Sect, this piece of information wasn't included. Still, water runs deep. It seems this Ghost Shadow Sect patriarch was such a character. From Li Fei's report, Ghost Shadow Sect's true force wasn't that much weaker compared the owner of Blood River City, 5 Poison Cult. Huang Xiaolong also found out from Li Fei that Ghost Shadow Sect and Tornado Valley had secretly allied to deal with 5 Poison Cult, and were in the midst of planning an attack in recent days to replace 5 Poison Cult status in Blood River City. A light shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. What were you two doing here in the savage sanguine wasteland? Huang Xiaolong asked. We were tasked by Master to look for someone called Fan Enqing. Li Fei answered. This person has with him a part of map left behind by a god tribe master from the ancient era. A partial map left behind by a god tribe master from the ancient era. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Yes, Li Fei asserted. Apart from me and 6th junior apprentice brother, Master, senior apprentice brother and 3rd junior apprentice brother are also here, in the savage sanguine wasteland area. We pursued separately. Master on his own, me and 6th junior apprentice brother in one team, while senior apprentice brother and 3rd junior apprentice brother formed another team. A part of a map left behind by an ancient god tribe master. Huang Xiaolong could barely contain the joy in his heart. This map could very likely be a map to their hidden dwelling. Moreover, he didn't expect for the Ghost Shadow Sect patriarch to be here as well. At this time, something shook around Li Fei's waist, and she took out a small jade tablet. Senior apprentice brother is calling us. Taking out the jade tablet, Li Fei glanced over it and informed Huang Xiaolong. It must be that senior apprentice brother has located that Fan Enqing. Go, bring me there now. Huang Xiaolong stood up abruptly. Yes, young lord. Li Fei promptly set off in the direction of her senior apprentice brother, leading Huang Xiaolong. Both of them rushed over at breakneck speed, and about 20 minutes later, they arrived at a valley that vibrated with energy fluctuations that indicated a fight was taking place. Huang Xiaolong and Li Fei leaped to the air, entering the valley, speeding towards the direction of the fight. Getting closer to the location where the fight was taking place, Huang Xiaolong and Li Fei came upon 2 middle-aged men, wearing Ghost Shadow Sect's disciple robes attacking an old man clad in a green robe. Those 2 Ghost Shadow Sect disciples were undoubtedly Li Fei's senior apprentice brother Jiedong and 3rd junior apprentice brother Lu Chong, whereas the old man in green was Fan Enqing. Huang Xiaolong could tell at a glance, although Jiedong and Lu Chong were attacking together, they did not gain the upper hand. However, Fan Enqing wasn't able to dominate the battle either. Hearing the sounds of whistling wind, all 3 turned around. 2nd junior apprentice sister. 2nd senior apprentice sister. Seeing it was Li Fei, both Jiedong and Lu Chong were ecstatic, but somewhat astonished when they noticed Huang Xiaolong's presence. When the green-robed old man, Fan and Qing saw Li Fei. His face tightened as panic set it. He could handle Jie Dong and Lu Chong both at the same time. Adding another Li Fei, however, he would lose for sure. Taking desperate action, Fan and Qing made a sneak attack, punching out both fists, aiming at Jie Dong and Lu Chong. Fists pierced the air. The force multiplied like waves hitting the sand. Alerted, Jie Dong and Lu Chong whirled around and hastened to jump back in order to avoid Fan and Qing's attack. Once Jie Dong and Lu Chong moved away, a path opened up. Seeing this, Fan and Qing seized the opportunity, sprinting past the two of them at lightning speed. In an instant, Fan and Qing was 100 meters out of reach. Jie Dong and Lu Chong were anxious to not let Fan and Qing escape. Not bothering to greet Li Fei, both flew forward to block Fan and Qing. But just as they wanted to move, they saw a figure had blocked Fan and Qing's path. That person punched and a blast exploded, sending Fan and Qing crashing to the ground. That person was none other than Huang Xiaolong. On this Fan and Qing was a section of an ancient god tribe expert's map. Of course Huang Xiaolong would not allow him to flee. Huang Xiaolong joining the fray startled Jie Dong, Lu Chong, as well as Fan and Qing himself, looking warily at this unfamiliar person. After blocking Fan and Qing from running away, Huang Xiaolong did not make another move, nor said a word. All noise ceased awkwardly in the valley. Roughly a minute later, Jie Dong broke the silence. Second junior apprentice. Sister, this brother is? Where is sixth junior apprentice brother? Isn't he with you? Jie Dong asked, looking at Li Fei. Lu Chong too looked inquisitively at Li Fei while she chose to be silent, eyes seeking Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at Jie Dong and Lu Chong, admitting frankly, "Your sixth junior apprentice brother was already killed by me. As for who am I, you will come to know later." Three people, Jie Dong, Lu Chong, and Fan and Qing, were dumbfounded at Huang Xiaolong's disparaging confession. Jie Dong and Lu Chong paled slightly. Second junior apprentice sister? Is what he said true? Jie Dong roared at Li Fei. He killed sixth junior apprentice brother? Anger rose speedily in Lu Chong's face. Li Fei looked at both Jie Dong and Lu Chong, affirming and nodding, yes. Jie Dong's face warped with anger and shock. Li Fei, you actually dared to betray Ghost Shadow Sect, colluding with outsiders to harm own sect disciples. Jie Dong glared at Li Fei with chilling eyes that seemed to look at a dead person. This young man had killed their sixth junior apprentice brother Zhou Chong. But Li Fei came here with him. This was unforgivable. Lu Chong too glowered at Li Fei, killing intent growing thicker by the second. Fan and Qing at the side has been keeping quiet. Most of all, he did not expect things would turn out this way. Li Fei betraying Ghost Shadow Sect, conspiring with this black-haired young man in front of him to kill her sixth junior apprentice brother. Fan and Qing was secretly overjoyed. If things progressed in this manner, when these four people start fighting, he could sneak away quietly. Li Fei, if you admit your mistakes and repent now, aid me and third junior apprentice brother to kill this person and capture Fan and Qing as atonement. I will plead Master to have mercy on you. Master dotes on you the most. He definitely will forgive you and overlook the death punishment. Jie Dong spoke again. Lu Chong was stunned at first, but he quickly understood Jie Dong's underlying meaning, thus tried to convince Li Fei. That's right, second senior apprentice sister. You can be forgiven if you turn back now. Huang Xiaolong watched in silence, but he was inwardly shaking his head at these two people. However, the whistling sound of the wind heading in their direction broke the tension. Everyone turned around to look. The person coming at them had amazing speed, leaving a trail of flames behind him. Seeing this person's arrival, Jie Dong and Lu Chong revealed a happy expression, whereas Fan and Qing and Li Fei paled a little. It's Qin Yang. Li Fei shifted beside Huang Xiaolong with a sway, hurrying to inform Huang Xiaolong the person's identity. Qin Yang, Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch, an early Xianxia 8th Order expert. At this point, someone leaped up. Fan and Qing. Seeing that even the Ghost Shadow Sect patriarch arrived, fluster and anxiousness all mixed up, and he tried to flee again. But just as he did so, from the distance, a purple halberd twirled across the night sky akin to a shooting star appearing above the valley. targeting Fan and Qing. Alarmed, Fan and Qing swung out the sword in his hand, creating a curtain of swords to block the purple halberd's trajectory. A series of metal clashing sounds reverberated in the air. The large impact pushed Fan and Qing back to the ground once more. As Fan and Qing tumbled to the ground, a figure floated down gracefully, a tall-built, robust middle-aged man with stubble facial hair and sharp chiseled cheeks, exuding an invisible momentum that whelmed others. This was none other than Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch, Qin Yang. Fan and Qing had an ugly expression on his face seeing Qin Yang. Jie Dong and Lu Chong hurried over to their master's side, saluting. "Disciple greets master." Uncertainty flickered across Li Fei's face watching this. Qin Yang nodded at his two disciples, Jie Dong and Lu Chong, kneeling down in salute. "Stand up." His eyes became sharp as sabers as he stared at Li Fei hiding behind Huang Xiaolong. "Master, second junior apprentice sister has betrayed the sect, colluding with this person in killing sixth junior apprentice brother." Jie Dong stepped behind Qin Yang, reporting respectfully. She admitted with her own lips earlier. A burst of cold light flitted in Qin Yang's eyes hearing this, glowering sternly at Li Fei. Is what Jie Dong said true? Although he knew his eldest disciple dared not lie to him, Qin Yang could not believe that his second disciple, Li Fei, would betray Ghost Shadow Sect, betray him. Li Fei stood behind Huang Xiaolong, keeping mum. Watching her demeanor, flames blazed on Qin Yang's body, dancing wildly as a trace of murder shone in his eyes. But the fire was cold, frigid, filling the entire valley. Li Fei not answering showed that it was acquiescence in silence. Li Fei was the disciple he favored the most, the one with the highest talent. He never imagined it would be the same disciple he had doted on so much, the one who betrayed him. Rage became the fuel to his killing intent. "Die!" Qin Yang hissed the word, his tone icy. The instant the word sounded, Qin Yang already attacked with his palm. Li Fei was petrified, watching a giant hand imprint shrouded in flames growing bigger in her vision. However, when the flaming palm was mere meters in front of Li Fei, the world lit up in an aureate light from thousands of Buddha statues. Rainbow-like prism Buddha luminescence shone over the whole valley, colliding with the flaming palm. A resounding explosion rang out in the valley. The flaming palm shattered and dissipated due to the impact. This result astounded everyone. Eyes snapped towards Huang Xiaolong was the one who blocked Qin Yang's attack. Qin Yang finally turned his attention to Huang Xiaolong. There was surprise in his eyes, as if he didn't expect a young-looking man could block his attack. The move he executed was what made him famous. His renowned skill, Heart of Flame Palma high-grade Earth rank battle skill. "This warrior, your strength is not bad." Qin Yang gave a praise as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, hardly concealed the sharp look in his eyes. "But you killed my sixth disciple. Thus this valley shall be your burial place." This young man might have blocked his attack, but Qin Yang only used half of his strength in that palm, which made Qin Yang assured that Huang Xiaolong was no match for him. Really? Huang Xiaolong cared not for Qin Yang's words. Qin Yang ordered Jie Dong and Lu Chong, "The two of you, take care of Fan and Qing. Don't let him escape. Wait till I deal with this kid and this traitor. I will come and assist you in capturing Fan and Qing." "Yes, master." Jie Dong and Lu Chong replied respectfully in unison. Silhouettes flickered into blurred images as both of them lunged at Fan and Qing. Qin Yang slowly approached Huang Xiaolong and Li Fei. Qin Yang stood in front of Huang Xiaolong, looking at Li Fei as he stated, "I am very disappointed." He valued this disciple the most, no wonder he was disappointed. "I'm giving you one last chance. Kill this kid. Then kneel down and admit your mistake. Master will pardon you, waiving the death punishment." Qin Yang's voice sent chills bone deep. Li Fei continued to stand behind Huang Xiaolong, persevering in her silence. Huang Xiaolong shook his head helplessly. Looks like this Qin Yang had no inclination of the situation. "Step aside." Huang Xiaolong ordered Li Fei. "Yes, young lord," Li Fei answered respectfully. "Young lord." Watching Li Fei paying no heed whatsoever to his words, but replying to Huang Xiaolong with such humble respect, referring to the young man as young lord, the fury and killing intent erupted in his heart. Momentum soared from Qin Yang's body, as sand and stones scattered and whirled up into the air with Qin Yang as the center. In the next second, everyone saw a gigantic dark silhouette materializing behind Qin Yang, 3 zhang tall, with 4 hands and blood-red eyes. As thick black vapor weaved around its bodice was Qin Yang's martial spirit, Ghost Shadow. The Ghost Shadow was another kind of top-grade necromartial spirit. Summoning the Ghost Shadow martial spirit out, Qin Yang's strong momentum rose further still. This made Jiedong and Lu Chong that were battling Fan and Qing surprised. All 3 of them inevitably looked towards Huang Xiaolong's direction. Gradually, Qin Yang's eyes turned black, tinted with glowing blood red. "Brat, call out your martial spirit, if not, you might not even have a chance to do so later." Qin Yang glanced at Huang Xiaolong and taunted in a condescending voice of an esteemed senior. Huang Xiaolong digressed by shaking his head. "No need. No need." Qin Yang was taken aback. "Correct." Huang Xiaolong added simply, "Against you, there is no need." Qin Yang was powerful, comparable to the previous 9 fiend sect sovereign Huhan's strength. Despite that, in Huang Xiaolong's opinion, there was no need to summon his martial spirits. A little more than a month ago, Huang Xiaolong could already defeat Huhan, and more than 1 month later, his strength had continued to increase every day, reaching Michintian's 7th order. Huang Xiaolong's words only served to add oil to Qin Yang's already flaring anger, pushing it sky-high. Arrogant. Qin Yang's robe fluttered fiercely, then his whole body blurred as if turning invisible. At the same time, his martial spirit shone with a dark light, and Qin Yang disappeared in a flicker. Akin to a specter in the darkest of night, he appeared right in front of Huang Xiaolong. "Go die!" Qin Yang's blood-red eyes glowered at Huang Xiaolong, spilling with rage and icy murderous intent. Both hands spread into palms that aimed straight for Huang Xiaolong's chest. In Huang Xiaolong's vision, Qin Yang's palms doubled in size inexplicably, turning red as if they were stained with fresh blood, emitting a nauseating smell at the same time. The palms brought with them scorching heat as they pierced forward. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong raised his hands and struck against Qin Yang's bloody palms. But Huang Xiaolong's palms seemed to contain no power at all, soft and bending like the seaweeds in the water, while Qin Yang held disdain in his heart seeing that the ignorant young man dared to underestimate him, to actually counter his attacks with both palms. Naive! Qin Yang's eyes were icy as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. This blood spiral palm's power couldn't be compared with his earlier attack. Not to mention, this time he exuded full force. In the entire Blood River City, only the 5 poison cults head of the 5 chiefs, Lu Minghai, dared to counter this move directly. For palms met at in this instant. The eyes that held contempt and disdain, the lips that arched back in a smug sneer all vanished the moment his palms collided with Huang Xiaolong's palms, being replaced with shock, disbelief, and a hint of denial. Those seemingly soft and weightless palms gave Qin Yang an apprehensive feeling as he felt the powerful frigid energy. The collision resounded with a booming explosion, echoing in the valley. Qin Yang staggered back from the impact, leaving a long trail deep footprints on the ground as he tried to steady himself. He stared down his own hands, astonished to see a layer of inky purple ice forming over his palm. An extreme frigid energy spread into his body through his palms, making Qin Yang shiver involuntarily. "What kind of palm power is this?" Qin Yang blurted out in shock. His spiral blood palm was a Yang fire-based skill, a natural nemesis of anything Yin and cold, but instead he was the one being overwhelmed in the end. Moreover, he found out that his battle chi failed to suppress the frigid energy inside his body. In fact, what Huang Xiaolong used earlier was the ethereal palm list with Azura battle chi and Azura frigid energy. Huang Xiaolong's Azura tactics had reached the peak of 4th level, greatly enhancing the extreme chill contained in the Azura chi. Disregarding Qin Yang, even a Michintian 8th order would find it difficult to suppress Huang Xiaolong's Azura chi. Successfully pushing Qin Yang back, Huang Xiaolong's body blurred, reappearing within a few meters of Qin Yang. A finger pointed at him. Thick gray fog rolled, accompanied by strange shrill shrieks. A finger imprint flew out from the thick gray fog, stabbing Qin Yang's chest. The absolute soul finger. An implausible fear birthed in Qin Yang's soul, evident in his eyes as he watched the finger imprint piercing towards him. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, the ghost shadow hovering above him flashed brightly, activating the soul transformation. At first, he had thought that he could deal with Huang Xiaolong easily, therefore he did not soul transform. But now he didn't have the luxury to choose. Soul transforming at the fastest speed. His strength rose to another level, with black vapor swimming around him. 2 additional arms grew out from Qin Yang's shoulders, bulkier than his own arms. 10 long fingers equipped with nails that were more similar to 10 sharp daggers, glimmering a dark red glow. The 2 new additional arms extended out. 10 sharp nails spun to block Huang Xiaolong's absolute soul finger. Another thunderous blast rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Qin Yang only knew that his 10 fingers and 2 arms were numb from the impact. He quickly checked his condition only to find blood dripping out from all 10 fingers. This greatly enraged him and astonished him at the same time. This pair of ghost arms grew after he fused with his martial spirit ghost shadow. They were harder than steel even when compared to blades and swords tempered from cold steel. Warriors of the same level could merely leave a slight white mark on these arms of his. But even so, they failed to block Huang Xiaolong's single-finger attack. His judgment clouded by rage, Qin Yang hollered and rampaged forward instead of retreating. His long nails slashed out like 10 sharp blades, glowing strangely red, cutting down on Huang Xiaolong. At this time, a cold light glinted and 2 black blades appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands. The blades of Azura appeared and swung out. Countless blade lights were seen rotating out, forming an eerie red eyeball in the air. Eye of Reincarnation. The eerie red eyeball continued to rotate, shooting out sharp blade lights, totally blocking Qin Yang's attack, but it did not stop there. The red glow shone brightly, expanding. Very quickly, it covered a large area, stunning Qin Yang with a momentary dizziness. Shaping both of his hands into claws, Huang Xiaolong slashed towards Qin Yang across the Voidasura demon claw, lament of thousands of demons. Screams of wraiths echoed in the valley, scaring the 4 other people. All of them turned their heads to look and saw a dazed Qin Yang, under the eye of Reincarnation's influence. Failing to dodge, the claws slashed down vertically on Qin Yang's torso. Poof! Qin Yang buckled back, crashing straight into a mountain cliff wall some distance away, tumbling down to the ground. When it says, flickered into a blur. All 4 directions fell into abrupt silence. The 3 fighting in the distance, Jiedong, Lu Chong, and Fananqing, were dumbstruck as their attention shifted to Huang Xiaolong's side of things, where Qin Yang lay sprawled on the ground, barely able to move. Li Fei fared better than them. After all, to be able to control Black Demon City from the shadows without real strength was an implausible feat recovering from their brief shock. Jiedong and Lu Chong abandoned Fananqing and hastened to their master's side. Master! Jiedong and Lu Chong called out anxiously as both of them carefully helped Qin Yang up. At this time, Fananqing finally recovered his senses, panicked at the circumstances of his situation. He leaped to the sky in an attempt to flee. What he didn't know was that Huang Xiaolong was watching his every movement. From the moment Fananqing stood up, Huang Xiaolong took a sidestep, and he was already blocking in front of Fananqing. Seeing Huang Xiaolong in front of him, fear filled Fananqing's eyes, but he managed to force himself to calm down, squeezing an ugly smile on his face. May I know this little brother's great name? Many thanks for little brother's help earlier. This one is hardly Qin Yang's opponent. Many thanks for little brother's help? Huang Xiaolong shook his head inwardly. This Fananqing's skin was quite thick, knowing his goal was the same as Qin Yang's group, yet could still pretend so naturally he didn't know. Hand over the map part. Huang Xiaolong had no interest in babbling nonsense with Fananqing. His expression remained indifferent as he extended his hand, cutting the chase short. Fananqing's face tightened for the briefest time, smiling even milder. Map part? What map part? Is little brother perhaps misunderstood something? There is no map on me. Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly. Don't have it. He glanced over at Li Fei. You're saying she lied to me? Li Fei hurried forward. Young lord. This subordinate absolutely dare not deceive young lord. She turned to Fan Enqing. Fan Enqing, I advise you to hand over the map part. Don't place your hopes on a slim chance of luck. If my young lord were to seize the map part from your body, you can imagine the consequences. Li Fei's threat shook Fan Enqing's resolve. A painful grunt sounded at this time, coming from Qin Yang. Being helped up by Jie Dong and Lu Chong, Qin Yang barely managed to stand up. Visible to everyone's eyes was the horrifying black claw print on Qin Yang's chest that seemed to emanate death aura, accompanied by thousands of shrieks of wraiths that sent shivers to the soul. The flesh around the claw print had started to rot and die, revealing the whites of bones underneath. Qin Yang's eyes too were filled with unprecedented fear as he watched Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, his face twisted with pain. Obviously, he wasn't having an easy time trying to suppress the Azura frigid qi that was wreaking havoc within his body. Huang Xiaolong did not bother with Qin Yang and the other two people. He stared at Fan Enqing saying, I'm giving you a last chance. Hand over the map and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you and then search for the map. Seeing Qin Yang's tragic state, hesitation flitted back and forth on Fan Enqing, struggling to make a final decision. In all honesty, this ancient god tribe master's partial map was something he had gotten by killing someone else, but he held a great blood grudge in his heart. With this piece of ancient god tribe master's partial map, he had hope for revenge, but now... Fine! A short while later, Fan Enqing relented, albeit reluctantly through gritted teeth. He took out something from his spatial ring that seemed to be made out of some kind of beast-hide leather. This was the said ancient god tribe master's partial map. Looking at the piece of map in his hand, Fan Enqing sighed deeply, exerting a mild strength from his hand. The piece of map floated towards Huang Xiaolong. Although the map was important, what would it matter if he was already dead? What could he do about his hatred and blood feud at that time? Huang Xiaolong received the map and studied it briefly. The map itself was probably made of some kind of ancient beast's hide, eroded by time. The edges were frayed and most indications on the map were blurred and hardly discernible. Without another word, Huang Xiaolong kept the partial map in his ring. Fan Enqing wouldn't dare to trick him by giving him a fake map. Close by, Qin Yang, Jie Dong, and Lu Chong could only stare begrudgingly as Huang Xiaolong kept the map away. They had been chasing Fan Enqing for 10 days and 10 nights straight, yet the map still fell into someone else's hands. Deep as their unwillingness may run, none of them dared to make a move to snatch it from Huang Xiaolong. The three of them stood there, wary and somewhat scared to move. After keeping the map, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention back to Fan Enqing. I can spare you. Fan Enqing's face lit up. But on the condition you swear allegiance to me just like her, with me as your master. Huang Xiaolong indicated a finger at Li Fei. Of course, Huang Xiaolong couldn't let Fan Enqing leave like that. Once a rumor spread, he would be the next Fan Enqing. Looking at Li Fei, Fan Enqing's resistance was evident from his expression. But he already knew that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have let him go just like that. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong branded Fan Enqing's soul C with a soul mark. Watching the whole thing right in front of them, Qin Yang, Jie Dong, and Lu Chong each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. After taking care of Fan Enqing, Huang Xiaolong finally turned to Qin Yang's group of three. He continued to watch them without saying anything. An inexplicable pressure spread out, covering the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Under this immense pressure, the gravely injured Qin Yang turned even paler as he needed to suppress the frigid Azura Qi inside his body at the same time, whereas Jie Dong and Lu Chong sweated bead-sized drops of perspiration. Not much time had passed when Qin Yang opened his mouth. I'm willing to submit to you. Pausing here momentarily, he added, but I have a condition. Condition? Huang Xiaolong coldly repeated, shaking his head at Qin Yang in refusal, saying, You're not qualified to negotiate any condition. This remark greatly pierced Qin Yang's pride. Master, you need not beg this person. Even if senior apprentice brother and I die, we will make sure to send you out of here safely. Lu Chong shouted righteous-sounding words. You can avenge us later by killing that bastard and that wench. Wench referred to Li Fei. As his last word was uttered, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from where he stood. The next thing everyone heard was howling pain. Searching for the origin, everyone saw the middle of Lu Chong's forehead had been pierced, and now had a finger-sized hole that sprayed out blood like a red pillar. When Lu Chong's body tumbled to the ground, Huang Xiaolong's figure gradually reappeared, standing on the same spot as he did before. Everyone present stared dumbly at Lu Chong's stiff corpse, including the first amongst them who submitted, Li Fei. No one saw exactly how Huang Xiaolong killed Lu Chong, not even Qin Yang next to him. The power to manipulate space. Qin Yang watched Huang Xiaolong drastically astounded. Only a Saint Realm expert had the ability to manipulate the power of space, but Huang Xiaolong was not a Saint Realm warrior. Ignoring the shocked looks directed at him, not even sparing a glance at the dead Lu Chong, Huang Xiaolong looked at Qin Yang. Now, do you still want to negotiate conditions? Qin Yang paled in his speechlessness. It didn't take long for Qin Yang to submit to Huang Xiaolong without any condition. Following Qin Yang's submission, Jiedong also submitted without much resistance. Huang Xiaolong proceeded to mark their souls, and when all was done, he relaxed. With this, the Ghost Shadow Sect was under his control now. In other words, the Blood River City was already in his pocket. In fact, this was an unexpected harvest to him. Telling the four of them to deal with Lu Chong's corpse, the five of them left the valley and traveled forth. Half a day later, they came to a stop at the foothill of a certain mountain. Taking out the map, Huang Xiaolong began to study it. In the past, while he was still studying in Cosmic Star Academy and Duanren Institute, he researched many times this ancient text and writing, therefore he managed to decipher what was written on the partial map. City of Myriad Gods? Four Seas Mountain? After several hours of going over the map, the location the map pointed to was close to the City of Myriad Gods, in a place called Four Seas Mountain. In other words, the place where this ancient god tribe master cultivated during his life was at this Four Seas Mountain. For Seas Mountain, Huang Xiaolong took out the Bedlam Lands map, searching for the said location on it, but ended up creasing his brows. From what he could see on the map, among the hills and mountains surrounding the City of Myriad Gods, none were called Four Seas Mountain. Then he called Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan and Qing over, asking them about the Four Seas Mountain. Four Seas Mountain? Qin Yang shook his head, replying to young lord, around the City of Myriad Gods there is 100 Venom Hill, Golden Leaf Mountain, and others, but this subordinate has never heard of Four Seas Mountain. Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan and Qing all shook their heads simultaneously at Huang Xiaolong. The three of them had never heard of the name either. Huang Xiaolong's brows locked together. There was no Four Seas Mountain in the proximity of City of Myriad Gods? Perhaps due to the passage of time, the name Four Seas Mountain was replaced by another name. Maybe the Four Seas Mountain doesn't exist anymore. Several tens of thousands of years had passed. Countless ancient cities had submerged in the river of time. What more a mere Four Seas Mountain? This is truly a headache. But a light shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He still needed to make the trip to the City of Myriad Gods. No matter what, he had to find this Four Seas Mountain, find the location stated on the map. Only this way could he break through to Saint Realm before the deity's Templars' next disciple selection began. The sky started to brighten. Sunlight streamed over the savage sanguine wasteland, penetrating the layer of sanguine fog that was slowly thinning and dissipating. Huang Xiaolong looked at the vast wasteland and stood up, saying to the four people with him, "Let's go." "Yes, young lord," the four answered. Thus all five people continued on their journey to the City of Myriad Gods. On the way, Huang Xiaolong gave Qin Yang injury healing pellets and forced out the extreme cold poison caused by the Azura demon claw from his body. Huang Xiaolong then questioned Qin Yang regarding Ghost Shadow Sect and Blood River City, which were all truthfully answered by Qin Yang. As the Ghost Shadow Sect's patriarch, the things he knew were undoubtedly more than Li Fei, extending to some of Five Poison Cult's confidential secrets. 2 days later, the group was out of the savage sanguine wasteland, arriving in a place called Saber Imperial City. This Saber Imperial City was one of the Bedlam Land's 10 mega-cities, although in the lower ranks at number 9. According to rumors, that person's comprehension and skills in the art of saber were bordering perfection. Even gods and demons needed to give way. Huang Xiaolong stood before the gates of Saber Imperial City, looking at the large stone saber hanging on the gate arch that exuded a sharp saber energy that seemed to pierce the passers-by straight at their souls. He was amazed. A mere stone saber could exude this extent of pressure, affecting even one's soul. Young Lord, it was said that this giant stone saber was the Lord Saber Emperor's personal weapon before breaking into the Saint Realm. Qin Yang walked up, explaining to Huang Xiaolong respectfully. There was a look of awe and worship in Qin Yang's eyes as he faced the stone saber. After Lord Saber Emperor broke into the Saint Realm, he made a fiend saber. Later, when he built Saber Imperial City, he hung the stone saber on top of the city gates. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Saber Emperor was one of the few top-rank experts of the Bedlam lands famous for his saber skills. Since this sword was his personal weapon before he broke through Saint Realm, it must have absorbed a certain amount of Saber Emperor's saber intent. I wonder who's stronger, comparing Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu with this Saber Emperor. Huang Xiaolong mused. Azura's Gate was Star Cloud Continent's super-large sect. As Azura's Gate left and right custodians, not only were they considered as the sect's top-tier power, they were also Star Cloud Continent's top-level experts. Let us enter. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his sight from the huge stone sword on the gates and said to Qin Yang and the rest. The five of them no longer delayed, entering the Saber Imperial City. By the time they passed through the gates, the sky already darkened. Therefore Huang Xiaolong decided to first look for a place to rest for the night before continuing on their way. At the speed the five of them were traveling, they could make it into the City of Myriad Gods in good time before the auction date. The five of them checked into an inn called Warm Fragrance. The inn had a restaurant on the ground floor, medium-sized but packed with people, so many that they could hardly find a vacant table. When they walked in, a tantalizing wine fragrance filled every inch of the restaurant space. The moment Huang Xiaolong stepped inside, the scent of wine teased his nose. Huang Xiaolong found a vacant table in a corner and sat down, whereas Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan Anqing stood behind him, hesitant to sit. All of you also sit down. Huang Xiaolong pointed at the empty chairs around. The four answered with respect and each took a seat with Huang Xiaolong's express permission. Li Fei called for the waiter after she sat down. Seeking Huang Xiaolong's opinion, she ordered a table of dishes and 2 jugs of good wine. The waiter returned a short while later, bringing up Li Fei's orders. The table was laden with good food, fulfilling 3 main criteria: color, fragrance, and taste, rousing Huang Xiaolong's appetite. Although with Huang Xiaolong's Xiantian realm strength he could go more than half a month without food, he still kept the habit of eating. Beside him, Li Fei opened up one of the wine jugs, pouring out a cup for Huang Xiaolong, which he downed in one gulp. The wine smoothly passed his throat, spicy and austere with a slightly bitter taste lingering on the top of the tongue at the end. Yet it filled his taste buds with a memorable vibrance. Good wine, Huang Xiaolong praised. Although it could hardly compare with the Beauty Allure wine or Sapidity wine, it was a different flavor on its own. He indicated Qin Yang and the rest to fill their cups, enjoying the wine together. While the 5 of them were lifting their cups and drinking, a commotion sounded outside the inn and a group of 5 people walked in. Amongst them were 2 women. When Huang Xiaolong caught a clear glimpse of the women's faces, he was shocked. Chui Li. Ever since the Duanren Imperial City battle ended, he rarely came across Chui Li. The last time he saw her was 3 years ago, before he departed from Duanren Empire to come here, to the Bedlams. Xiaputi mentioned Chui Li in their conversation. He'd never imagined he would run into Chui Li here, in the Bedlam lands. What is Chui Li doing here? The other woman was Chui Li's young aunt. Huang Xiaolong met her once, many years ago, at Duanren Imperial Palace on the reward ceremony day. The other 3 people, from the way of their dressing, were probably members of Chui family. The moment she entered the restaurant, as if she sensed something, Chui Li raised her head and looked up, her gaze precisely meeting with Huang Xiaolong's. Seeing Huang Xiaolong there, Chui Li's beautiful eyes contained surprise, followed by melancholy. Chui Li's youngest aunt also noticed Huang Xiaolong, and she was just as surprised. Li, you know that kid? At this time, the young man beside Chui Li asked as he watched Huang Xiaolong with hostile eyes. Chui Li recovered her thoughts, but she didn't answer the young man, merely shaking her head. The group then proceeded to an empty table in another side of the restaurant and sat down. Ordering some dishes, the 5 people started eating quietly when their orders were served. Each had their own thoughts, especially Chui Li. The frown on her forehead was too obvious in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. A short while later, the 5 paid and left. Though curious about Chui Li's presence in the Bedlam lands, Huang Xiaolong didn't think too much about it, nor did he care. A quiet night descended over the Saber Imperial City. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in his room and was about to start practicing when a noise came from outside his room and he focused to listen. Our young lord has spoken. In any case, tonight, those 2 Chui family women must be sent to his bed. 2 Chui family women? This sentence caught Huang Xiaolong's attention. Hee. Our young lord has Lady Luck smiling on him tonight. 1 young and 1 old, a pair of beauties, and I can tell the young one is still a virgin. It's going to be a lot of fun playing with her. The voice added with a tinge of excitement. 2 muffled voices ringing with filthy laughter sounded in the night, gradually drifting far away. A light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The 2 Chui family women, without a doubt, referred to Chui Li and her young aunt. The world was so vast, with many people having the same surname, but Huang Xiaolong believed this was too much of a coincidence. Listening to the 2 men's conversation for a while, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from his room in a flicker. Though it was not his principle to be nosy, it also wasn't in his character to ignore something happening right in front of him either. Trailing behind the 2 people, Huang Xiaolong reached an abandoned little courtyard located in one of the more secluded corners of Imperial Saber City. Both men were seen entering the small courtyard. Hesitating briefly, Huang Xiaolong followed in quietly, attaching himself to the roof when angry noises and sounds of battle rang out up ahead. Huang Xiaolong looked down. In the yard below, for people were fighting. 2 of them were the people he followed over, whereas the other 2 were Chui Li and her young aunt. However, the 3 other people with Chui Li and her young aunt during the day were nowhere to be seen. Huang Xiaolong watched the 2 men waving their hands and 2 black shadows flew out. In the next instant, Chui Li and the other woman fainted and fell to the floor. It happened too suddenly and Huang Xiaolong was too late to stop it. After that small surprise, Huang Xiaolong focused on the black shadows, watching them fly back to the men's hands. Underneath the moonlight, 2 small black worm-like insects were revealed, with ink-black carapaces that reflected the moonlight and small beady green eyes. Black poison beetles. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. The black poison beetles were a variant of toxic beetles. If bitten, the entire body would succumb to a numbing paralysis, dizziness, and even fainting, lasting an hour. Without the antidote, the victim's flesh would decay and rot, with pain so excruciating assaulting the body that death felt like mercy. He didn't expect that these 2 men actually bred this kind of black poison beetles. On the other side, the 2 men kept the poisonous beetles and approached the 2 women on the floor, snickering wickedly, with eyes roaming all over their bodies. Beneath the soft moonlight, the 2 women appeared more alluring and beautiful. The high rise of their fair skin curves exuded an inexplicable temptation, rousing a yearning in the hearts of the seer. No wonder young lord ordered us not to kill these 2 women. One of the men spoke lecherously. Even I do not have the heart to hurt these 2 dainty little beauties. The other man squatted down beside Chui Li's young aunt. His hands crudely brushed against her breast before kneading them with a vengeance, commenting, "Quite big, nice texture too, very comfortable." His hands slid down as he said that, planning to explore the lower region. "That's enough. The young lord wants these 2 women. We need to bring them to him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if young lord finds out about this, you know his methods." Only then did the man stop his actions. "Rest assured, once young lord grows tired of them, he will reward them to us. You can play to your heart's content at that time." Both of them moved to carry both women, wanting to leave the courtyard. Just as they prepared to carry them away, a shadow shifted and there was an additional person standing in front of them. "Who?" seeing an unexpected person suddenly appearing right in front of them. Both men were alarmed. Both barked threateningly at the same time. Huang Xiaolong stared at both men coldly. "Take out the antidote." The men exchanged a glance in silence. One of them broke out in mocking snicker. "Kid, you're being too nosy in others' affairs. You must know, nosy people come to no good ending." "Really?" Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned icy. Both men moved suddenly, waving their hands out, and two tiny black shadows shot out in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong sneered. The blades of Azura appeared in his hand and slashed out cleanly. Both blades cut across the air and metal-like sounds were heard as two tiny sparks burned, issuing high-pitched shrieks. Two black poison beetles fell, landing inches from Huang Xiaolong's feet. Both black beetles were halved by his blades. "You!" Watching their black poison beetles split into two, both men were enraged and startled. "Kid! You actually dared to kill our poison Saint Sec's black poison beetles," one man bellowed, whereas his comrade's silhouette flickered into a blur, his hand holding a long sword aimed at Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Underneath the pale moonlight, the edge of the sword shone with an opaque green. It was evident that it was smeared with toxic poison. Huang Xiaolong stood unmoving as he watched the sword tip coming at him. When the attacker was inches from him, Huang Xiaolong's figure swayed to the side, leaving the sword barely grazing his skin while the blades of Azura in his hands turned, slitting the man's throat. All action stopped. The long sword fell to the ground as the man's hands clutched at his own neck, filled with horror and despair, feeling warm blood spurting out, seeping through his fingers. Moments later, he tumbled to the ground. These two men were no weaklings, both were Xiantian Fourth Orders. One of them was even a late Xiantian Fourth Order. Still, before Huang Xiaolong, all were but smoke. You! Watching Huang Xiaolong killed his comrade in the blink of an eye, he looked at Huang Xiaolong in horror, his feet moving back, voice stammering. "I beg you, don't kill me, I'm—" His voice was cut off here as a cold blade light gleamed across his neck, leaving behind a bloody hole in his throat. Huang Xiaolong coldly watched the man fall to the ground. Releasing the blades of Azura, he searched both bodies and found two jade bottles. Opening them, Huang Xiaolong took a sniff and determined they contained the antidote required. Other than the antidotes, Huang Xiaolong found two secret technique manuals. A quick flip through them told Huang Xiaolong that one was the method of breeding the black poison beetles and the other was a poison attack battle skill. Everything was placed into the Azura ring by Huang Xiaolong. Only when these were done did he approach the two women, prying open their mouths and pouring the antidote inside. The antidote worked almost immediately. It didn't take long for both women to regain consciousness. Huang Xiaolong. When Chui Li opened her eyes, Huang Xiaolong's face entered her vision. Apart from surprise, there was a hint of happiness in her voice. Li. Exactly at this time, an angry shout rang out. In the next moment, a figure launched an attack on Huang Xiaolong, a sharp double-edged sword swinging down on Huang Xiaolong's back. "Let go of Li." Huang Xiaolong frowned, a displeased expression on his face, but he did not dodge, releasing a sphere of vigor chi around himself, bouncing off the attack and the attacker, who was none other than one of three men in Chui Li's group during the day. It was clear he misunderstood that Huang Xiaolong wanted to do something unseemly towards both women, judging upon the scene he arrived on. The other two men also entered the courtyard moments later. "Wait! Big bro Wuxia, he rescued us," Chui Li shouted when that young man wanted to launch a second attack on Huang Xiaolong. The young man was stunned and sought Chui Li's young aunt for confirmation. She nodded her head. "Humph!" Wuxia snorted disdainfully. "Although this kid saved both of you, who knows for sure if he wasn't in cahoots with those poison Saint Sect people from the beginning?" Chui Li stood up facing Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong? I'm sorry, brother Wuxia." Before Chui Li could finish her words, Huang Xiaolong merely glanced at the young man, turned around and left. Watching Huang Xiaolong's leaving silhouette, her eyes became red. Teardrop fell. Wuxia sneered coldly, watching Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure. "Huang Xiaolong, is it?" A cold gleam flashed quickly across his eyes. Cui Li and the others were watching Huang Xiaolong as he left. No one noticed Cui Duojia's odd behavior. At this point, Cui Duojia moved closer to Cui Li. Li, this person has devious eyes. He must be one with a cunning and sly character. It's best you don't come in contact with him often. Cui Li looked over at Cui Duojia. Hearing her words, she's staring fixedly at him with undisguised anger. Sensing the anger beneath, Cui Duojia clamped his mouth shut. On the other side, Huang Xiaolong returned to the inn. Back in his room, Huang Xiaolong swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and started practicing the godly Shumi art. While Huang Xiaolong concentrated on the godly Shumi art, in a secret underground chamber beneath a city, not far away from the Saber Imperial City, a young man clad in the darkest black robe, with eyebrows tinged with faint green, was observing the middle-aged man kneeling before him with an icy gaze. On the young man's black robe was sewn a conspicuous poison character. You're saying, not only did Ma Lai fail to bring back the two Cui family's girls, they were all killed? The young man questioned in an icy tone. Catching the killing intent laced within the young man's voice, the middle-aged man trembled with fear as he hastened to reply, "Young lord, it was an accident. We didn't expect someone would appear out of nowhere to save that two Cui family girls." "Who is that person?" The young man revealed a cold sneer. "A little rascal called Huang Xiaolong." The middle-aged man's voice held respect as he answered, "This person knows Cui Li. He should be someone that came from the Snow-Wind continent." "From the Snow-Wind continent?" The young man had a disdainful sneer hanging on his lips. "No wonder he's so zealous. He even dared to kill my poison Saint Sect's disciples." An aggressive aura suddenly rose in the chamber. Ice formed on the floor's surface, exuding a frigid coldness. Ice that was black in color. This young man was Poison Saint Sect's young lord, Hu Er, whereas the middle-aged man kneeling on the floor was Poison Saint Sect's elder, Xiao Liang. Hu Er looked at Xiao Liang. "You know what to do next without me saying so." "Yes, this subordinate understands," Xiao Liang answered. "This subordinate will definitely capture that Huang Xiaolong and the two Cui sisters and bring them in front of young lord. Go now." "Yes, young lord." The night passed quickly. Huang Xiaolong spent something practicing in the godly MT Shumi, and by the time he came out, the sky was already bright. In recent days, Huang Xiaolong persisted in practicing the ancient puppetry art and absolute soul pearl soul mandate every day, and he could feel an improvement at the end of each practice. Huang Xiaolong believed that at this rate, it wouldn't take long before he advanced into the third level of the ancient puppetry art. Coming out from the Shumi temple, for people were already waiting for Huang Xiaolong, Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan Enxing. Settling the payment for the inn, they continued to journey on towards the city of myriad gods. No doubt, before leaving Huang Xiaolong's Azure ring was well stocked with good wines. Exiting the Saber Imperial City, the five of them chose to travel through mountain passes. As they rushed to make good time, Huang Xiaolong did not summon his martial spirits, but even so, his speed was faster than most, so much that Qin Yang and the rest could barely keep up with Huang Xiaolong. "Looks like I should take some time out to refine a flying sword." A thought came to Huang Xiaolong's mind. Huang Xiaolong's body metamorpho scripture had advanced into stage 12. Hanging tail form and his internal force became 10 times richer and more abundant, being able to sustain his sword flight within a certain time limit. When Huang Xiaolong reached the small perfection stage, a trace of true core energy would form in his dantian. At that time, using sword flight, he could cover several li in one breath's time. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong stopped abruptly. Seeing Huang Xiaolong suddenly stop, although feeling it was strange, Qin Yang and the other three also reduced their speed and came to a stop. Just when Qin Yang was about to step up and ask, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned around, fixing a deadly stare on a fallow slope. "How long is Sir planning to follow us? Aren't you going to show yourself?" The four people with Huang Xiaolong were stunned. Moments later, a loud noise sounded as a figure emerged from the fallow slope, wearing a black robe that had a conspicuous poison character sewn on it. "Poison Saint Sect!" Qin Yang exclaimed the moment he saw the other side's robe style, tensing up. It seems he had knowledge about Poison Saint Sect. That person seemed very satisfied with Qin Yang's reaction, issuing another burst of strange chuckles, low, yet sharp to the ears. Qin Yang and the rest felt as if their eardrums were pierced with many sharp needles. This is the great demonic Yin sound, Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded. At the same time, an invisible Buddha energy burst out from his body, enveloping Qin Yang and the rest. The piercing pain in their ears instantly vanished. Great demonic Yin sound. Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the rest turned whiter than sheet at the name. In the martial spirit world, there existed some horrendous battle skills that made one's heart palpitate just by listening to their names, and the Great Demonic Yin sound was one of them. The Great Demonic Yin sound was a sound-type battle skill. In the beginning, the victim's eardrums would feel pain as if they were pierced with sharp needles. Next, the victim's brain became enlarged, swollen, and bloated, and in the end, the victim would bleed to death from the 7 orifices. At the point of death, the victim would suffer a torturous end, feeling like their brain was being pierced with thousands of needles continuously. The other side was stunned seeing Huang Xiaolong countering his great demonic Yin sound. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with obvious surprise. This is Buddhism energy? In general, only people who practicing Buddhism-related battle skills until a very high level would be acknowledged by the Buddha world, and only by receiving acknowledgement could one possess Buddhism energy within their bodies. In the whole of martial spirit world, those kind of people were scarce. Hee. How is it, Elder Jean? Didn't I tell you this kid is not so easy to deal with? At this time, another voice sounded and the owner gradually emerged from his hiding place. This person was none other than the person who was instructed by Poison Saint Sec's young lord to come capture Huang Xiaolong. Poison Saint Sec's Elder Qiao Liang. The other Poison Saint Sect Elder Jean, looked ugly. Xiao Liang's attention shifted onto Huang Xiaolong. In truth, he was shocked that Huang Xiaolong could counter Elder Jin's great demonic Yin sound attack. No wonder this young man dared to kill my Poison Saint Sect disciples. You've got some skills. Xiao Liang's eyes turned sharp. However, for hundreds of years, those who killed my Poison Saint Sect disciples died without any exception under thousands poisons piercing their intestines, gnawed on by thousands of poisonous insects. Huang Xiaolong approached them with an air of nonchalance. People who want to kill me are no less than thousands in number, but in the end, all of them died in my hand. What Huang Xiaolong said was the truth. All these years, there had been too many people who wanted to take his life. Instead, their lives ended under Huang Xiaolong's blades of Azura. Arrogant, Elder Jean screeched. A frosty blue gleam flickered in his eyes. Qiao Liang clapped his hands once and several shadows nearby moved, as a group of Poison Saint Sect disciples clad in black emerged, surrounding Huang Xiaolong's group of 5 in the middle. At a quick glance, there were 50 to 60 people. Watching the mob closing in on them, Qin Yang and the other 3 turned a ghastly shade of white. It was obvious to them that each of these Poison Saint Sect disciples was no weakling. Although in a one-on-one fight, none of these disciples was qualified to be their opponent, but en masse, enemies 10 times their number made them feel somewhat helpless. Moreover, Poison Saint Sect disciples' bodies were known to be smeared with poison. A little negligence and they would be poisoned. The result could be imagined. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the large group of Poison Saint Sect disciples surrounding them with no changes to his expression. When Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang saw Huang Xiaolong remain unperturbed, both of them exchanged a look, for they could clearly tell that Huang Xiaolong wasn't putting on an act. Could Huang Xiaolong have a trump card up his sleeve? Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang were doubtful watching Huang Xiaolong's calm demeanor. Neither gave the Poison Saint Sect disciples the order to attack. But seconds later, Jin Zhong suddenly jeered, saying, "Little brat, you can really put on an act. I'll see how long you can maintain that calm facade." Jin Zhong waved his hand, signaling the disciples, "Get him!" Hearing Jin Zhong's command, the surrounding Poison Saint Sect disciples swarmed towards Huang Xiaolong's group of 5. Overwhelmed by the numbers, Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the rest couldn't help but panic a little. Just when the horde attacks were about to strike them, a blinding golden flash appeared above Huang Xiaolong. When it disappeared, it revealed 6 giant humans floating in midair. After the 6 giant humans appeared, stalwart fists punched down onto the swarm of poisoned Saint Sect disciples. A dozen booming blasts rang out in their midst almost simultaneously. The disciples that were struck and affected by the shockwaves were sent flying. Miserable screams rendered the air. However, all was quiet when they crashed into the soil several hundred meters away, no longer breathing. The abrupt turn of events was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Yang and the others stared dumbly at the 6 giant humans, guarding in front of them. Even Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang were dumbfounded watching this, staring blankly in shock at the 6 giant people that seemed to be coated with a layer of golden paint. This is the ancient golden giant tribe? Something flashed in Jin Zhong's mind and he couldn't help blurting out in extreme shock. Ancient times golden giant tribe? Xiao Liang's eyes were rounded in shock as well. He dared not believe the scene in front of him. He stammered, "An ancient era's golden giant tribe? Didn't the golden giant tribe go extinct? Of the many big tribes of the ancient era, now there were only the elf and dwarf race left, the others had gone extinct. What were they seeing in front of them?" Their shocked eyes trailed towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong coolly admitted, "Correct, the ancient golden giant tribe. More accurately, it's golden giant tribe puppets." Ancient golden giant tribe puppets. Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang shouted in unison. At this moment, they finally realized what Huang Xiaolong's trump card was. Those 6 ancient golden giant tribe puppets were exactly the giant puppets found on the 3rd layer of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. In the recent months, as Huang Xiaolong's ancient puppetry art and soul mandate continued to advance, he had increased the number of puppets under his control to 6. 6 supreme giant puppets. The weakest one was at the early Xiantian 6th order, while the strongest puppet strength was at mid-Xiantian 7th order. A mid-Xiantian 7th order puppet possessed battle power comparable to a peak early Xiantian 8th order. Moreover, the giant puppets were immune to poison. That was why Huang Xiaolong didn't put these poisoned Saint Sect disciples in his eyes. The strongest amongst these poisoned Saint Sect disciples were Xiantian 6th order. More than half of them consisted of Xiantian 4th order and 5th order. Not many disciples were above these levels. In a mere few breaths' time, the 6 ancient golden giant tribe puppets sent another batch of poisoned Saint Sect disciples flying. A sharp gleam flickered in their eyes. With a body twirl, they deployed another attack into the midst of disciples. A wave of panic hit the remaining poisoned Saint Sect disciples. They were all thumbs and toes as they tried to defend and counter at the same time. Some used poison and some drew their swords. Sharp swords slashed onto these puppets and loud clashes reverberated in the air. But to the horror of these poisoned Saint Sect disciples, they discovered that their full-force sword attacks merely left harsh white lines on these puppets' bodies. The poisonous insects' bites felt no different than a gentle tickle to these puppets. Completely ineffective. This result scared the poisoned Saint Sect disciples even more. Each of them was at a loss of what to do. Although the size of these puppets was enormous, they were by no means slow. At lightning speed, another dozen of poisoned Saint Sect disciples were sent flying off. The giant puppets' bodies were extremely tough. Their fists were harder than steel. Being struck by these fists, most of the poisoned Saint Sect disciples' internal organs shattered from the impact. Watching this happen before their eyes, Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang were shocked and enraged. Shocked due to these giant puppets' defense, power, and toughness. Angry because their disciples were so vulnerable and weak before these giant puppets. Forget about the giant puppets. Go kill them. Xiao Liang raged, pointing at Huang Xiaolong's group. The poisoned Saint Sect disciples reacted one by one, avoiding the puppets, all aiming their attacks at Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan and Sheng. Still, no more than half of the initial 50 to 60 disciples were left. For Qin Yang's group, this much did not constitute a threat. This time around, Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the other 2 dashed into the midst of poisoned Saint Sect's disciples. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong controlled 4 puppets to continue attacking the poisoned Saint Sect disciples, while the 2 strongest puppets at Xiantian 7th Order rushed towards Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang. As elders of poisoned Saint Sect, Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang's strength weren't weak. respectively at Midshintian 8th Order and peak Midshintian 8th Order. Although their strength was marginally higher than the puppets, their every attack being capable of pushing the puppets back, it still failed to cause any actual damage. Both giant puppets were impervious to pain. If they were pushed back, they would just charge again and again. The longer Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang fought the puppets, the angrier and frustrated they became. A short while later, Jin Zhong struck a palm against the puppet he was fighting. Seizing the window, he sprinted forward, targeting Huang Xiaolong with another palm. "Xiao Liang, you delay the giant puppets? I'll kill that brat." Jin Zhong finally realized these puppets were controlled by Huang Xiaolong. Kill him and the biggest part of their problem would be eliminated. Xiao Liang too noticed the same issue. Huang Xiaolong stood on the same spot. The corners of his mouth suddenly curved up, watching the poison Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong coming at him with a palm attack, full of sarcasm and a taunting flavor. Judging from the expression on this poison Saint Sect Elder's face, did he think he could easily deal with him? On the surface, Huang Xiaolong was but a Midshintian 7th Order. When Elder Jin Zhong was a little more than an arm's length away from Huang Xiaolong, rolling demonic black fog enshrouded Huang Xiaolong. A terrifying aura of slaughter flooded out in all directions. The abrupt rush of terrifying slaughter aura made Jin Zhong's heart palpitate with unease, quickly anchoring his attack. In the next instant, he saw wings as black as ebony erupting from Huang Xiaolong's back, with dark red runic patterns adorning their surface. The dark red runes contained a mysterious power that made hearts recoil in fear. Huang Xiaolong's hair defied gravity and turned white, as his eyes turned crimson red. This is? When Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang not far away saw Huang Xiaolong's transformation, the word shock couldn't describe what they were feeling. Before the blow receded, a dragon's roar resounded in their ears. In the split second they were stupefied. A giant black dragon materialized behind Huang Xiaolong. Black dragon martial spirit. Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang shook. The giant black dragon's emergence also attracted the attention of nearby poison Saint Sect disciples. Summoning out the black dragon, Huang Xiaolong's soul transformed immediately. Layers upon layers of shiny black dragon scales covered his arms, chest, legs, and the rest of his body. His arms bulked up, with 10 fingers akin dragon claws. Dragon's might soared towards the sky. Before Jin Zhong recovered from his stupefied shock, Huang Xiaolong moved. A palm struck out, earthen Buddha palm. Buddha statues covered the heavens, filling 4 corners of the world in Buddha luminescence. Jin Zhong was jolted back to his senses, desperately trying to retreat while calling out his martial spirit at the same time. A giant figure emerged behind Jin Zhong, covered entirely in crystal ice that reflected a ghostly green glow. This was Jin Zhong's martial spirit, Soul Glacier Green Demon. Soul Glacier Green Demon. Looking at the Poison Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong's martial spirit, Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised. Jin Zhong's Soul Glacier Green Demon was the most tyrannical among the Ice Element Martial Spirita top grade 11 superb martial spirits. And most of all, it was rare for top grade 11 martial spirit to appear. Huang Xiaolong did not expect this Poison Saint Sect Elder's talent to be so high. A person's martial spirit grade indicated their future achievements in battle chi cultivation. If there were no mishaps, this Poison Saint Sect Elder could break through until the peak Late Xintian 10th Order. That is to say, an existence infinitely close to a Saint Realm expert. Unfortunately, this person came across him. Poison Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong summoned his Soul Glacier Green Demon and instantly soul transformed. An armor made of crystallized ice covered Jin Zhong's body, reflecting an eerie green glow underneath the sunlight, while in his immediate proximity floated wisps of frigid white air. About 100 meters away, Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the others felt the chilling cold despite the distance between them. 10,000 Li Glacial Storm. At this time, Poison Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong's icy voice cut through the air. The green glow on his body shone like the sun, covering the 4 directions. Where the light spread, from the ground up, everything was frozen into ice. Pieces of rock, dust and sand were all covered with a layer of glacial ice. Under this cold assault, Huang Xiaolong's worldly Buddha luminescence and an earthen Buddha palm were affected. Its attack power reduced significantly by the time it reached the poisoned Saint Sect Elder. Truly unexpected that you martial spirit is actually a primordial divine black dragon. After breaking Huang Xiaolong's earthen Buddha palm, Jin Zhong hovered in midair, glowering at Huang Xiaolong with surging killing intent. In his several hundred years of cultivation, this was his first time he came across someone who possessed a higher-grade martial spirit than his own. Die! Jin Zhong suddenly shouted. Invisible soundwave rushed toward Huang Xiaolong, and he followed up with a punch. Perceiving the violent energy fluctuations, Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. He then wrapped the Buddhism energy around his body and projected it out, disrupting the opponent's great demonic soundwave attack easily. Simultaneously, Huang Xiaolong raised both arms, countering with the second wave of attack. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded. The explosion shook the eardrums of Qin Yang's group with pain, causing them to look over at Huang Xiaolong's side with concern. What they saw was Huang Xiaolong and the poisoned Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong both staggered backward at the same time. Jin Zhong looked at his arms to find the glacial armor covering his body was actually shattered by Huang Xiaolong's fist in the arm area. Multiple crack lines traveled up to his upper arms from his fists. This result both shocked and angered him. He hurried to look over at Huang Xiaolong's side. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong's black dragon scale armor was tainted with a green glacial ice, Jin Zhong became ecstatic. He sneered, "Punk! You've been poisoned with my extreme cold poison. Very soon, you'll be turned into an ice sculpture." Extreme cold poison. This was Jin Zhong's Soul Glacial Green Demon martial spirit's innate ability. His Soul Glacial Green Demon was the strongest amongst ice element martial spirits, and its extreme cold poison was no doubt one of the most tyrannical cold poisons in existence. Even deadlier than an ice element martial spirit one grade above. Not even a Xiantian 9th Order expert could easily resolve being poisoned with his extreme cold poison. Ice sculpture. Huang Xiaolong glanced nonchalantly at the green glacial ice dotted his fists keep spreading. One breath, two breaths. The green glacial ice had covered Huang Xiaolong's arms entirely and was spreading to other parts of Huang Xiaolong's body at rapid speed. Qin Yang and the others were anxious and fretful. "Young lord, quick, cut your arm off." Qin Yang even cried out in agitation. Qin Yang was aware how horrible the extreme cold poison's effect was. Only by chopping off his arm could Huang Xiaolong be saved. Otherwise it would be too late once the poison spread to his body. Yet, Huang Xiaolong doesn't seem affected as he studied the green glacial ice calmly. And in the blink of an eye, the green glacial ice already spread to Huang Xiaolong's chest, head, both legs, until his whole body was covered. In less than a dozen breaths' time, Huang Xiaolong was turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, poisoned Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong heavily breathed out in relieved. In the next second, he laughed heartily as he approached the green ice sculpture that was Huang Xiaolong. Top grade 12 martial spirit. Divine Black Dragon is only this much. Jin Zhong was vainglorious. The way I see it, this Black Dragon's grading should be switched with my Soul Glacier Green Demon. Watching this result, the other poisoned Saint Sect Elder, Xiao Liang, sighed in relieved. However, before Xiao Liang's breath of relief ended, the two giant puppets that he was fighting abruptly attacked, scaring Xiao Liang in a flustered retreat. His face was ashen, realizing something. Logically, with Huang Xiaolong's death, these giant puppets controlled by him should not be moving, but why were they? His head snapped around toward where Huang Xiaolong was, frozen in green-colored glacial ice, and cried out, "Jin Zhong, careful!" Just as his voice fell, the green ice sculpture exploded. Pieces of green glacial ice ricocheted all around. Huang Xiaolong's figure was seen shooting straight up to the air, and with a sway, he vanished from sight. Jin Zhong retreated in alarm. Watching Huang Xiaolong vanished right before his eyes, Jin Zhong was stunned again. His face tightened the next moment, but it was too late when he wanted to dodge. Huang Xiaolong reappeared, printing a palm directly on Jin Zhong's chest. Jin Zhong grunted from the force, half flying, half stumbling backward, as far as several meters. When he finally managed to steady himself, Xiao Liang saw that Jin Zhong's chest was imprinted with a black palm print. Black demonic qi spread rapidly, covering Jin Zhong's entire body, melting the layer of green glacial ice armor while Jin Zhong wailed miserably. Elder Jin, Xiao Liang and the Poison Saint sect disciples cried out. Huang Xiaolong moved again, this time, his body shrouded brightly in holy Buddha luminescence. In front of an astounded Xiao Liang and Poison Saint sect disciples, more than a dozen arms grew from Huang Xiaolong's back. A dozen arms formed a fist simultaneously, punching onto Elder Jin Zhong's chest in a torrent of fist, all at the same time. Bang! A loud rumbling sound rang out as the layer of green glacial ice shattered and Elder Jin Zhong was seen sprawled on the ground. All of a sudden, the noisy fighting scene quieted. A brief moment later, Poison Saint Sect Elder Jin Zhong tottered as he tried to get up from the ground, spewing out blood. "You, what battle skill was that just now?" Jin Zhong's voice sounded hoarse, unable to conceal the fear in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Jin Zhong, ever indifferent. Godly Shumi art. Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang blanked, before the shock set in as if they saw a ghost in broad daylight. Their entire bodies trembled even as they pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong. Su, godly Shumi art? No, not possible, godly Shumi art. How could it be the godly Shumi art? Jin Zhong and Xiao Liang were stammered like people with a severe stutter. Godly Shumi art. The #1 battle skill in this heaven and earth. After more than several tens of thousands of years, it finally resurfaced again. Furthermore, it happened right in front of them. When the words left Jin Zhong's mouth, muffled blasts came from his body. Xiao Liang looked over and saw one after another golden fist imprint hovered close to Jin Zhong as he screamed. Moments later, Jin Zhong disappeared from the world. Xiao Liang looked as Jin Zhong's body turned into a golden light, vanishing right in front of his eyes. He was stupefied and frozen on the spot. Jin Zhong, a Xiantian 8th Order, died just like that? Dead. At this time, in mid-air, a ring dropped to the ground. Jin Zhong's spatial ring. Watching Jin Zhong's spatial ring falling down, the stupefied Xiao Liang woke up from his daze. His eyes lit up, hand reaching out, preparing to snatch the ring. But when he was about to move, a strong suction force came from Huang Xiaolong's palm. The spatial ring fell into Huang Xiaolong's hands. Xiao Liang was dumbfounded for a second before staring at Huang Xiaolong with jealousy and fear. Godly Shumi art. This black-haired young man in front of him actually possesses the #1 battle skill on this piece of heaven and earth. The godly Shumi art. Without wasting any time to think, Xiao Liang jumped back, and in the next moment he turned around to escape. But, right after he twirled around, a silhouette flickered in front of him, and Huang Xiaolong was already blocking in front. "You, little brother, no, senior!" Xiao Liang cried out in fear, but just as he opened his mouth to plead, several dozen arms once again appeared on Huang Xiaolong's back. Claws, palms, fingers, all struck out simultaneously. Demonic air soared to the sky. 10,000 demons shadowing heaven and earth. Azura demon claw. One after another, golden rings of light spread out, piercing through the air. Wherever they passed, all living beings stopped. The god-binding palm. Gray fog rolled and black strange creatures were shrieking. The absolute soul finger. Xiao Liang watched helplessly as the Azura demon claw engulfed him. Feeling the terrifying power of the god-binding ring and absolute soul finger, he lost all will to resist. The only thought was to escape, to run, but it was too late. The god-binding palm and absolute soul finger already reached him. Despair filled his eyes. In these last moments of his life, Xiao Liang suddenly thought of his young lord, wondering if it was a fortune or a disaster that their young lord provoked someone this terrifying. It was said that the person who has the godly Shumi art has the power to change the entire martial spirit world. Azura demon claw, god-binding palm, and the absolute soul finger struck Xiao Liang's chest, pushing him back like a broken kite. Crashing to the ground, like Jin Zhong before him, bright lights of claw, palm, and finger imprints shone from inside Xiao Liang's body. He then vanished forever into thin air. Huang Xiaolong's expression remained the same from the beginning until the end. With a small suction force from his palm, Xiao Liang's spatial ring flew to Huang Xiaolong's hand. His spiritual sense probing inside the rings, Huang Xiaolong found heaps of gold coins, spirit stones, spirit pellets, and also two secret techniques, one being the Great Demonic Yin Sound and the other Great Void Divine Fist. Great Demonic Yin Sound? Although Huang Xiaolong practiced many different types of skills, he had yet to learn one that used sound to attack. Thus he was delighted to find the manual for the Great Demonic Yin Sound in Poison Saint Sect Elder Jinzhong's spatial ring. In fact, this Great Demonic Yin Sound was not a weak battle skill. Combining it with his extreme Yin and frigid Azura Qi, executing the Great Demonic Yin Sound would have twice the power of what Jinzhong displayed. But what kind of battle skill was this Great Void Divine Fist? Huang Xiaolong took out the skill manual from Spatial Ring and started to scan through the pages on the spot. And the more he read, the more shocked he became. This Great Void Divine Fist was actually a battle skill from the Great Void Divine World. Grade-wise, the Great Void Divine World was perhaps lower ranked compared to the Azura Netherworld or Buddha World, but it was still one of the Divine Worlds. How did this Great Void Divine Fist manual fall into a Poison Saint Sect Elder's hand? The spatial ring belonged to Elder Qiao Liang. Furthermore, why did that Qiao Liang not use this skill just now? If he did, Huang Xiaolong probably wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. However, when he flipped to the last page of the Great Void Divine Fist manual, only then did Huang Xiaolong understand. To practice this Great Void Divine Fist, one must possess at least a grade 12 martial spirit. No wonder. It seems Qiao Liang's martial spirit grade failed to meet the prerequisite condition. Thus he couldn't practice it. Still, where did this Qiao Liang get his hands on this manual? At this time, tragic screams rendered the air, causing Huang Xiaolong to turn around. With the 6 giant puppets' assistants, Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the other 2 dealt the remaining Poison Saint Sect disciples cleanly. Thus, Huang Xiaolong kept the Great Void Divine Fist into the Azura Ring and went over to join Qin Yang's group. When Qin Yang and the rest saw Huang Xiaolong approaching, there were changes in the way they looked at him. There was trepidation and hot fanaticism. They witnessed clearly the scene where Huang Xiaolong used the godly Shumi art to exterminate elders Jinzhong and Xiao Liang. The godly Shumi art. Thinking of these 3 words, all 4 couldn't help shaking with hard to contain excitement. Stopping his steps not far from the 4 people, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. A bright light flashed as all 6 giant puppets returned to the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Glancing at the Poison Saint Sect disciples' bodies around, he said, "Clean up, we'll continue forward." "Yes, young lord," all 4 answered in sonorous voices. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to deal with the corpses around. Then the group of 5 moved on. As for the spatial rings on those Poison Saint Sect disciples' bodies, they were all taken away by Huang Xiaolong. These Poison Saint Sect disciples were all mid-level Xiantian and above. There were quite a lot of good things inside their spatial rings. Half a day later, in an underground secret chamber in Knife Imperial City, Poison Saint Sect's young lord, who was looking gloomy. One of his subordinates just reported that they lost contact with Jinzhong and Xiao Liang. Dubious lights flickered in his eyes. 10 days passed quickly. After 10 days, Huang Xiaolong's group of 5 was currently standing before the giant gates of a city. From the distance, this massive city was like a godly mountain supporting the heavens. This was one of 10 largest cities in the Bedlam lands, ranked at number 2, the city of myriad gods. Standing in front of the gates, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere blew against their faces. That was greatly different with the Knife Imperial City. The atmosphere around Knife Imperial City surged with an overbearing dominance and vigor, whereas City of Myriad Gods was akin to a vast ocean that stretched endlessly. This is the City of Myriad Gods. Huang Xiaolong studied the 4 ancient texts on top of the city gates. Rumor has it, those 4 ancient texts were carved out by an ancient god tribe king using the power of his eyes. The ancient god tribes had 6 famous kings. "Let's go in." Moments later, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his gaze as he spoke to Qin Yang and the others. The 4 answered respectfully, following behind Huang Xiaolong as the group entered the city. The city of myriad gods was Bedlam Land's second largest city. Naturally, it was bustling and lively. On top of that, with the time for the start of the auction nearing, the number of people in the city was more than usual. Fortunately, the streets in the city of myriad gods were wide and spacious, so it didn't feel crowded. Huang Xiaolong strolled along the streets while scanning the shops and the surroundings. Busy pedestrians moving up and down the streets wore different styles of clothes. The shops were like mushrooms after the rain, with most of them selling cultivation techniques and battle skills. An hour later, it was close to midday. Huang Xiaolong's group found a restaurant and went inside. The restaurant was big and business was booming. Guests came in and out constantly, and there were loud noises of discussions that perked Huang Xiaolong's interest. I heard that the final item in this time's auction isn't Big Thousand Temple's wind-breaking finger. Oh, then is it? It's a piece of jade. A piece of jade left behind by the ancient god tribes. A piece of jade left behind by the ancient god tribes? Huang Xiaolong was slightly astonished. Why were relics related to the ancient god tribes surfacing one after another lately? Moreover, I heard this piece of jade was left behind by the ancient Herculean king. At this time, the discussion at the table nearly continued. Ancient Herculean king. How can it be? The friend exclaimed in awe. Huang Xiaolong too found it incredible and hard to believe if there were 6 great kings during the ancient times, and the Herculean king was one of the stronger ones amongst the 6 kings. Thus, a piece of jade left behind by the ancient Herculean king was priceless, but someone actually brought it out to be auctioned. Perhaps the auction house is deliberately fabricating fake news to heat up the auction? Who would take out the Herculean king's jade to auction? Unless that person is a fool. Another person interjected full of doubt. No one is clear about this. Rumor says that the auction house was bequeathed by a masked person to auction the jade. All 3 high-level City of Myriad Gods senior appraisers have examined the jade and agreed unanimously that the jade is the same one the Herculean king had with him at all times, called the Herculean king jade. A jade that the Herculean king had with him at all times? Herculean king jade? Shock washed over everyone. The Herculean king jade was noted in some ancient text manuals claiming that the Herculean king jade contained the Herculean king's cultivation technique. Whoever could comprehend it would have the power to flip mountains and overturn seas. Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the rest were just as shocked that the Herculean king jade appeared in this time's auction. Young lord, it is truly a pleasant and unexpected surprise that we would come across the Herculean king jade in the auction, Qin Yang said excitedly and went on with respect. If young lord could obtain that Herculean king jade at that time. At this point, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand at Qin Yang. Qin Yang immediately stopped what he was saying, seeing Huang Xiaolong shaking his head. Though the rumor was extremely tempting, claiming that the jade recorded the cultivation technique of the Herculean king, despite that, for someone like Huang Xiaolong that had the Azura sword skill, godly shumi art, and body metamorpho scripture, the allure failed to stoke his interest. Furthermore, being auctioned, the piece of jade was sure to garner tough competition from many strong and powerful experts. Even if Huang Xiaolong successfully bid for it, he lacked the power to protect the jade. A short while later, the dishes were served. Finishing quickly, Huang Xiaolong and his group paid and left the restaurant. Next, Huang Xiaolong went inside a shop and spent 100,000 gold coins to procure a detailed map of the Bedlam lands. Studying the map, Huang Xiaolong was surprised to find that even this detailed map did not pinpoint the location of Four Seas Mountain. Left with no option, Huang Xiaolong visited a bookstore and bought several books related to the Bedlam lands, returning to his room to study. There were 3 more days until the auction. Thus, other than practicing, Huang Xiaolong spent all his time poring over the books. After going through more than a dozen books, as well as his own study, Huang Xiaolong deduced that the mountain called Broken Tiger Rift somewhere close to the City of Myriad Gods was once the Four Seas Mountains he was searching for. Broken Tiger Rift, Huang Xiaolong said aloud. Having a target location in mind, Huang Xiaolong exited the City of Myriad Gods, speeding in the direction of Broken Tiger Rift. Broken Tiger Rift was not far from the city, thus Huang Xiaolong could leave and return in half a day's time. But he went to scout alone, leaving the 4 others in the city. 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of a tall mountain that bore a close resemblance to the shape of a tiger. Taking out the map, he checked the surroundings to confirm that it was indeed the Broken Tiger Rift. In the middle of the mountain, there was a large rift that made it look like a tiger that was cut into halves from afar. Thus the name Broken Tiger Rift. With a quick flicker, he landed atop of Broken Tiger Rift's peak, spreading his spiritual sense out to survey the area. But after 1 hour of practically searching every inch of the mountain, there was no harvest. Did I make a mistake in my deduction? Huang Xiaolong doubted. Huang Xiaolong's eyes searched around. In the end, his gaze fell on the large rift separating the mountain into 2 sections. Other than going down this rift, he had nearly flipped the mountain over. Coming to one side of the rift's edge, he looked down. Even relying on Huang Xiaolong's keen eyesight, he only managed to see as far as 20 meters down. Further down was nothing but a stretch of darkness. Extending one of his hands out, he sucked a several-meter-tall boulder nearby over, throwing it down into the rift. Despite waiting for a long time, Huang Xiaolong did not hear the echoes of the boulder crashing. Huang Xiaolong was dumbstruck, eyes flickering. Judging from afar, this Broken Tiger Rift was at most several hundred meters tall. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't take long for a stone to reach the bottom after being thrown from such a height, issuing echoes of a crash. But now, there was actually no echo. Did the rift connect to the underground? Otherwise, it was illogical for the boulder to not reach the bottom by now. Huang Xiaolong stood there pondering for some time. In the end, he still decided to go down the rift. Thus, Huang Xiaolong leaped off the edge, diving into the rift, initiating battle chi and internal force to control his falling speed. Passing 100 meters down, Huang Xiaolong's range of view only extended 10 meters around him. He continued to drop when a sudden chilly wind rose from the bottom of the rift, striking his skin. Huang Xiaolong felt as if he was slashed by a cold sword and his flesh was slightly stinging from the pain. Huang Xiaolong was truly shocked. Since he had broken through the Xiantian realm, especially after entering high-level Xiantian, his skin was extremely tough, even surpassing most average Xiantian 8th Order's toughness, and had no fear towards the general swords and spears. Not forgetting that the Azura chi flowing inside his body was of extreme yin and extreme cold, but he felt pain from a cold wind that came from the bottom of a rift? What kind of cold wind was this? While Huang Xiaolong was immersed in his thoughts, another gust of cold wind blew up and he quickly twisted his body away, barely dodging the cold wind. Controlling his speed, his vigilance peaked. The lower he got, the presence of the cold wind became more common, frequent, and bigger. In the beginning, it was 1 or 2 gusts. As he fell lower, it rapidly increased to 10, then 20, so much that Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to project out his Azura battle chi to create a protective vigor chi barrier that wrapped around his body. Nevertheless, strands of cold wind eroded through the barrier, causing Huang Xiaolong much discomfort. Passing 600 meters, Huang Xiaolong had no choice but transform into the Azura physique, at the same time summoning the Black Dragon, fusing as one. At 1,000 meters, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Blue Dragon and soul transformed. Despite all these, Huang Xiaolong felt like the blood in his body was frozen stiff, unable to flow. 1,200 meters later, Huang Xiaolong was forced to stop to catch his breath. Raising one hand, he struck a side of the rift wall and drilled into the cave mouth. Using more than an hour's time, he finally made it back to the rift top with great relief. Broken pieces of ice fell off his body with a small shudder. It seems I can only check this place out after the auction. Huang Xiaolong looked downward at the bottomless rift, thinking to himself. The sky was already dark and tomorrow was the day of the auction. He needed to rush back to the city. He had a feeling at the bottom of the rift, there should be a different world. 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong made it back to the city of myriad gods from Broken Tiger Mountain. It was already midnight. Young Lord, Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the rest waited in front of a small courtyard for quite some time. When they spotted Huang Xiaolong, all of them hurried up to greet him. Huang Xiaolong nodded and entered the courtyard. Taking into consideration the time needed to explore the Four Seas Mountains dwelling, they would be spending quite a few days in the city of myriad gods. Hence Huang Xiaolong decided to purchase a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large, but the price reached millions in units, although gold coins were the thing that Huang Xiaolong lacked the least of all. Huang Xiaolong had lost count of the amount of gold coins the 9-tripod commerce earned these years. Adding the riches acquired from the spatial rings of the Xiantian realm experts he killed on the way, these built up to a substantial wealth. Especially the band of exterminated poison saint sect elders and disciples. Entering the yard, Huang Xiaolong excused Qin Yang and the other 3 people, reappearing in the Shumi temple in a muted flash. Once there, he took out the 2 manuals, Great Void Divine Fist and Great Demonic Een Sound, and started practicing. In recent days, ever since he had gotten these 2 manuals, Huang Xiaolong allocated some time to practice both skills and managed to achieve favorable results. Within the Shumi temple, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette was seen constantly jumping and shifting positions, both hands forming firm fists as they punched out many times over, creating a series of intangible and surreal giant fist imprints that pierced through the air, striking onto the void. Intangible one moment and solid the next, mystical and strange. This was the Great Void Divine Fist. Time elapsed, then Huang Xiaolong flicked his wrists, changing the energy circulation in his body as his pupils suddenly glowed dark. His mouth opened and sound waves burst forth from Huang Xiaolong's mouth like surging tidal waves, hitting the walls of Shumi Temple and bouncing out in all directions. The echoes lasted for a long time in the Shumi Temple hall. Compared to that Poison Saint sect Elder Jinzhong's display of the skill, the power of Huang Xiaolong's attack had doubled the damage. By the time he was done with practicing these 2 skills, the sky already started to brighten. Huang Xiaolong stopped and exited the godly MT Shumi. When he came out of the godly MT Shumi, Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jie Dong, and Lu Chong were already waiting for him in a humble manner. Not wasting more time, the group of 5 headed to the auction house. Due to the auction's attraction this time around, people rushed from all over to the city of myriad gods. The crowd heading towards the auction house was like an endless river of people flowing in one common direction. Although the distance wasn't far, Huang Xiaolong's group still used no less than half an hour to pass through the crowded doors. The message related to the Great Thousand Technique mid-grade heaven rank cultivation technique, peerless wind-breaking finger battle skill, and also the Herculean King's Jade had spread far and wide in the Bedlam lands. Experts of different forces were rushing into the city to attend the auction. Look, that is Sin City's young noble Zhao Chun. A sudden ruckus swept the crowd. Attracted by the noisy crowd, Huang Xiaolong turned over to look, following the gazes of the crowd. A small path opened by itself between the initially crowd-packed entrance, where a handsome young man dressed in a rich brocade robe walked in, escorted by a team of bodyguards. I didn't expect that even young noble Zhao Chun would come here. I heard the Sin City's castellan has 13 children. Young noble Zhao Chun possesses the highest talent and is most favored by the Sin City's castellan. I wonder what young noble Zhao Chen's strength is. There were rumors about him breaking through the Saint realm as early as 30 years ago. Boisterous discussions happened all at once amongst the crowd. Many disciples of families and sects were looking at Zhao Chun with burning eyes full of worship. Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised hearing the surrounding people's discussions. The handsome young man in black brocade robe was actually one of the Sin City Castellan's children. Sin City, one of the top 10 hegemony forces in the Bedlam lands, in fact, it stood at the top of the list. At this moment, protected by his guards, Zhao Chun was passing in front of Huang Xiaolong. Unsure whether it was intentional or not, when Zhao Chun was passing by Huang Xiaolong, he glanced at Huang Xiaolong from the corner of his eyes. Their eyes met, and at the same time, an invisible pressure swiftly enveloped Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's soul shuddered, but it was only for the briefest moment, and he managed to recover almost instantly. When he did, Zhao Chun and his guards had already entered into the auction hall. Young lord. Qin Yang moved closer to Huang Xiaolong, venturing cautiously. Huang Xiaolong looked unblinkingly at Zhao Chen's back. Let us go in too. Although it was only a split-second collision, it was enough for Huang Xiaolong to have an estimate of Zhao Chen's strength. Without a doubt, Zhao Chun was genuine Saint Realm expert. That kind of momentum couldn't lie. Not only that, Huang Xiaolong could see it in Zhao Chen's eyes. He knew who he was? Arriving at the auction house's entrance, Huang Xiaolong paid 1,000,000 gold coins and entered the auction hall with Qin Yang and the rest. Going up to the first floor, Huang Xiaolong scanned around, choosing a slightly secluded corner, and sat down. There were a total of 3 floors in this City of Myriad Gods auction house. The second and third floor were reserved private rooms, which were specifically built for Saint Realm experts. Thus, Huang Xiaolong could only stay on the first floor, like most of the other guests. In the private room number 9, on the third floor, Zhao Chun sat down. Through the special crystallized walls of the room, he noted Huang Xiaolong taking a seat on a more secluded corner on the first floor below. "He's Huang Xiaolong?" he questioned a guard beside him. A silver-haired old man that was standing to the left of Zhao Chen's back stepped forward. "Yes, young lord." Zhao Chen nodded, eyes twinkling, but no one knew what was on his mind. Whereas on Huang Xiaolong's side, noisy chatters sounded next to him just as he took a seat. This time's auction. Even Millennium City's senior He Yunxiong is here. Senior He Yunxiong is here? That's right. It was said that Senior He Yunxiong's ancestor was the Herculean King, one of the 6 ancient kings. Surely, the Herculean King Jade has attracted Senior He Yunxiong over. In my opinion, Senior He Yunxiong is determined to get his hands on the piece of jade. I heard that young noble Zhao Chun is also here this time. He must also be aiming for that Herculean King Jade. Senior He Yunxiong might not be able to have his wish come true so smoothly. He Yunxiong? Listening in to the small talk taking place beside him, Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He didn't expect even He Yunxiong would attend this time's auction. All because of that piece of jade. Millennium City was one of the 10 largest cities of the Bedlam lands, but it ranked slightly to the bottom, and He Yunxiong was the castellan of Millennium City, also one of Bedlam land's top 10 experts. Any one of Bedlam land's top 10 experts rarely showed their faces in public in dozens of years. Everyone was excited to see He Yunxiong attending the auction in person. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared fixedly at a figure seated in one of the auction hall's corners. This person was actually Yao Fei. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned icy. Yao Fei appearing here in the Bedlam lands was probably not a coincidence. As if he had a feeling, Yao Fei turned his head around. His sight collided with Huang Xiaolong's. At first, Yao Fei was stunned. Then it was replaced with the wonderful joy of a hunter locking onto its prey. The desire to kill shone through his eyes. Fixing a dead stare at Huang Xiaolong, Yao Fei mouthed soundlessly, "Huang Xiaolong, you're dead now." Huang Xiaolong's lips pulled back into a cold sneer. Huang Xiaolong's and Yao Fei's eyes met briefly, and then both looked away. Since this Yao Fei came here to the Bedlam lands, then he should stay here forever. A flash of killing intent flitted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. A short while later, the doors to the auction firm hall closed, signaling the start of the auction. The auction was presided by an old man with spirited dark pupils and a full crown of white hair. The only high-grade auctioneer in the City of Myriad Gods, named Fang Dong. Standing on the stage, Fang Dong explained some auction rules and things to note in a candid manner, then swiftly proceeded with the first auction item. The first auction item wasn't an elixir of any type, nor was it spirit pellets or spirit stones. It was a sharp cutlass named Demon Blood. The cutlass was short in length, with a dark maroon-black body, as if it was smeared with a layer of black-colored blood. According to Fang Dong's introduction, this blood demon cutlass was a weapon left behind by a Saint Realm warrior called Chun Fei from 1,000 years ago. The cutlass was extremely sharp, and its most terrifying ability was that it could suck blood, sucking the enemy's blood. The victims that fell under this cutlass, when they died, all the blood in their bodies would be sucked dry, akin to a mummified corpse. When the warriors present in the auction hall heard that demon blood had the terrifying ability to suck the blood of the enemies, their eyes lit up noticeably. For them, who lived in the bedlams where killings happened every day, a good weapon was essential for a higher chance of survival. However, when Fang Dong revealed the bidding price for the cutlass, the majority of the warriors below drew a sharp intake of breath. 50 million. 50 million gold coins, and it was only the starting price. Although for some big forces and families the sum of 50 million wasn't a lot, it still wasn't like pebbles on the mountains. Just as Fang Dong's voice stopped, there were already people bidding 60 million, 60 million, an increase of 10 million in an instant. The warriors turned to look at private room 6. 61 million. While everyone was still in shock, another voice rang out. 70 million. Private room 6 again. The price continued to go up and soon it broke 100 million. Regardless what price others bid, the guest in private room 6 increased it by 10 million each time. The entire time, Huang Xiaolong sat calmly. Although the blood demon cutlass seemed like a good weapon to him who possessed the blades of Azura, bidding for demon blood was redundant. In the end, the demon blood cutlass was bought by the private room number 6 for 110 million. The second auction item after the demon blood cutlass was a jade box containing 3 stalks of spirit herbs life soul grass, an extremely rare spirit herb. Every single one of those stalks of life soul grass was above 1,000 years old. The value of a stalk of life soul herb older than 1,000 years was immeasurable. Watching the 3 stalks of life soul grass of the stage, Huang Xiaolong's eyes brightened. If he took these 3 stalks of life soul grass, his ancient puppetry art and soul mandate cultivation could definitely have another breakthrough, doubling his spiritual force power, perhaps triple it or even more. For these 3 stalks of life soul grass, the starting price is 30 million each. All 3 are auctioned together at the starting price of 90 million. Auctioneer Fang Dong briefly described the many uses of life soul grass, at last stating that all 3 stalks of life soul grass would be auctioned together. This time, unlike the previous time, the hall was silent. No one made any quick bid. Although the life soul grass was a spirit herb greatly beneficial for the soul, one needed to complement its dosage with a spiritual force cultivation technique to reap any actual benefits. Otherwise, its effect would barely reach the minimum. Moreover, there weren't many spiritual force cultivation techniques available. Therefore, not many people had any interest towards life soul grass. 100 million. After a short silence, someone finally made a bid. Everyone in the hall turned to look. Once again, it was private room number 6. 110 million. Came a raise from the private room number 7. 150 million. Private room number 6. 150 million. Private room number 6 spiked the price 40 million higher, scaring everyone in the hall below. Shocked voices erupted in the hall. Huang Xiaolong remained taciturn, not showing any impatience to join in. However, at 150 million, private room number 7 quieted down. It was clear that the expert within did not feel the 3 stalks of life soul grass were worth 150 million, despite their rarity. Anyone else wishes to offer a higher price? A short silence lapsed. Auctioneer Fang Dong scanned the crowd and asked. All Fang Dong received was silence. 150 million once. Seeing that no one was responded, Fang Dong declared. 150 million twice. When the people present thought there won't be anyone bidding, a voice suddenly rang out. 160 million. Stunned, the people turned over to look at the source. Huang Xiaolong, who wanted to bid, was also surprised. For that person was Yao Fei. Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly. He didn't expect that Yao Fei would also be interested in these 3 stalks of life soul grass. 170 million. Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's voice, Yao Fei turned around. 2 pairs of eyes locked with ill will. 180 million. Yao Fei made a bid. His eyes filled with frost glaring opposite him. 190 million. 200 million. Huang Xiaolong and Yao Fei's voice sounded in the auction hall tit for tat, each increasing the bid by 10 million every time, quickly hiking the price to 200 million. By this time, private room 6 had stopped bidding. The people in the hall were left dumbstruck as each expert tried to guess Huang Xiaolong and Yao Fei's identities. After all, most big forces couldn't simply chuck out 200 million just to bid for 3 stalks of life soul grass. 210 million. Hearing Yao Fei increased the bid price to 200 million, Huang Xiaolong called out, unperturbed. Strong killing intent flickered across Yao Fei's eyes. His fingers dug into his palm, but they gradually relaxed. Surprisingly, Yao Fei did not continue to bid. Thus, in the end, Huang Xiaolong got the 3 stalks of life soul grass for 210 million gold coins. Huang Xiaolong kept the life soul grass in the Azura ring after he paid for them. His eyes looked at Yao Fei's without much expression. He could naturally guess what Yao Fei was scheming. Most likely, Yao Fei planned to kill him after the auction. Grabbing the life soul grass at that time was just the same. After the life soul grass, roughly 20 items were auctioned. Every item was rare and precious, and bidding voices rang out endlessly in the auction hall. But despite that, neither Huang Xiaolong nor Yao Fei bid for anything else. Next, our auction item is Grade 1 Spirit Stones. After sealing the deal for some spirit wood, Fang Dong introduced the next item. Grade 1 Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Finally, they have brought up the Grade 1 Spirit Stones. This was Huang Xiaolong's main objective in attending the City of Myriad of Gods auction. Grade 1 Spirit Stones value and usage, I believe everyone here already knows, and I don't need to explain. This time, there is a total of 59 pieces of Grade 1 Spirit Stones. The bidding price starts at 500 million. Fang Dong's voice rang out in the hall. 500 million. Many experts in the auction hall couldn't help but shudder when the amount was mentioned. 500 million was considered a sky-high price in the Bedlam lands. 600 million. At this time, Zhao Chen's voice came from private room number 9. 600 million. The auction hall fell into immediate silence hearing Zhao Chen's voice. 600 million. Hearing this figure made the hearts of many experts in the auction hall jump. The starting bid price was horrifying enough. They didn't expect there would be someone who would increase the price by 100 million at the first go. This sounds like young noble Zhao Chen's voice. Sin City's young noble Zhao Chen? The auction hall boiled up with whispers. Because Zhao Chen did not disguise his voice in any way, the people in the auction hall guessed the owner of the voice almost immediately. Zhao Chen? Huang Xiaolong frowned. He didn't expect this Zhao Chen would be interested in this batch of Grade 1 Spirit Stones. The other experts that were interested in this batch of Grade 1 Spirit Stones hesitated hearing Zhao Chen's voice. The majority of people had misgivings about Zhao Chen's identity. Private room number 9 offered 600 million. Is there anyone else with a higher offer? Seconds later, auctioneer Fang Dong surveyed the crowd and asked, 700 million. When everyone thought there wouldn't be anyone increasing the bid, a sonorous voice sounded from private room number 12, raising another commotion in the auction hall. 700 million. I wonder who this person is. Daring to challenge young noble Zhao Chen. Many suspected that this person might be Millennium City's senior He Yunxiong. Knowing full well that it was Zhao Chen, there were only a handful of people who still dared to bid. Undoubtedly, that person must be one of 10 strongest experts in the Bedlam lands, senior He Yunxiong. Inside private room 9, a tiny crease appeared on Zhao Chen's brows. Others perhaps couldn't recognize He Yunxiong's voice, but he could. Years ago, He Yunxiong once visited the Sin Palace. At the same time, the silver-haired old man standing on the left side behind Zhao Chen approached, saying, Young lord, since it is senior He, do we? Zhao Chen snorted dismissively. Senior He? So what are we afraid of him? Hearing this, the silver-haired old man dared not persuade further and retreated to his position. 800 million. Zhao Chen waved his hand and ruthlessly increased another 100 million. 800 million. His voice echoed like the crashing waves, hitting the auction hall below. 900 million. The moment Zhao Chen's voice sounded, He Yunxiong's voice followed. 1 billion. 1,100,000,000. The rest of the auction hall was quiet. Only Zhao Chen and He Yunxiong's voices reverberated. The experts below shuddered every time Zhao Chen and He Yunxiong called out. 1,100,000,000. What kind of concept was that? 1,100,000,000 gold coins pooled together was probably higher than 100 zhang tall mountain. In fact, that many gold coins were enough to reclaim a river. Listening to Zhao Chen and He Yunxiong's price war, even Huang Xiaolong was shaking his head inside. He could afford the price of 1,100,000,000, but He Yunxiong being interested in this batch of Grade 1 Spirit Stones was something Huang Xiaolong didn't expect. Thus, he could only give up. It was unnecessary to form a conflict with He Yunxiong for these Spirit Stones. Moreover, he wasn't in any rush to have these grade 1 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong looked around and once again his sight fell on Yao Fei's silhouette. From Huang Xiaolong's seat, he has a clear view of Yao Fei profile, watching Yao Fei sitting there unmoving in a pensive manner. After the life soul grass like Huang Xiaolong, Yao Fei didn't bid for anything else. In the end, the batch of grade 1 spirit stones was bought by He Yunxiong with 2,200,000. Inside private room 9, Zhao Chen's eyes turned a chilling cold. The next auction item was a large blade that was broken by an unknown entity. The remaining body of the broken large blade was filled with dense ancient language writings and diagrams. This large broken sword was determined to be an ancient relic after it was inspected by our expert. Auctioneer Fang Dong explained. Although we cannot determine what materials this large blade is made from, it cuts through steel as if it were mud. Furthermore, engraved on the body of the large blade is an ancient sword skill. It may be incomplete, but our expert has confirmed it to be at least a heaven rank battle skill. A heaven rank or above sword skill. Regardless of it being an incomplete one, it was enough to stir the interest of many experts in the auction hall. Huang Xiaolong directed his spiritual sense, wrapping around the broken large blade. Finding nothing special about it, he lost interest immediately. A heaven rank sword skill was tempting, too bad it was incomplete, not to mention he wasn't lacking in battle skills. This large broken sword was bought by the guest in private room 2. Next up is the Great Thousand Technique and Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. Auctioneer Fang Dong's voice resounded once again. Great Thousand Technique, Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. The whole auction hall erupted with excitement. Most of the people present at the auction this time had set their sights on these two items. Both Great Thousand Technique and Peerless Wind Breaking Finger are heaven rank skills. Auctioneer Fang Dong continued. I'm sure everyone is aware of what a heaven rank cultivation technique or battle skill is, thus I shall not waste any more time. According to the owner's requirements, both Great Thousand Technique and Peerless Wind Breaking Finger will be auctioned together, and their bidding price starts at 20 billion. 20 billion. The noisy auction hall fell into a dead silence that they could hear their own heartbeats drumming in their ears. 20 billion. Some experts almost stopped breathing on the spot. They already knew the Great Thousand Technique and Peerless Wind Breaking Finger would fetch an exorbitant price, but 20 billion was too horrifying. Who even had the capability to take out 20 billion in one go? In the Bedlam lands, only a scarce number of people had that background. Yao Fei's brows scrunched together tightly. More than 20 billion wasn't much for his Yao family, but the gold coins he currently had on him would barely suffice. 20 billion and 100. Zhao Chen's voice rang out in the silent hall. After Zhao Chen, He Yunxiong's voice trailed behind, just like the scene earlier. When both were fighting for the batch of grade 1 spirit stones, Zhao Chen and He Yunxiong's voices called out one after another. Huang Xiaolong sat calmly, watching things unfold. To him, it was inconsequential whether it was Zhao Chen or He Yunxiong who got the Great Thousand Technique and the Peerless Wind Breaking Finger. In the end, both heaven rank cultivation technique and battle skill were bought by Zhao Chen for 30 billion. The next item was the Herculean King Jade, also the final item in the auction, and this piece of ancient Herculean King Jade was bought by He Yunxiong for a steep price slightly over 30 billion. With that, the auction ended. This time, although Huang Xiaolong failed to get any grade 1 spirit stones, he didn't leave empty-handed, with 3 stalks of life soul grass over 1,000 years old. Huang Xiaolong led Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan and Qing out from the auction hall. When Yao Fei spotted him, his figure flickered, blocking right in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, hehe, you never thought you would run into me here, right? As he said that, a dark energy fluctuated around Yao Fei. What, you want to fight here? Huang Xiaolong faced the other side, an unconcerned expression on his face. Fights and killings were the norm in the Bedlam lands, but even so, it was forbidden to fight within the 10 main cities. Not even a Saint Realm expert would dare to break this rule, fighting inside the city. Yao Fei glared icily at Huang Xiaolong. Don't worry, I won't do anything inside this city of myriad gods. Hopefully, you can hide here forever and never take half a step outside the city. Yao Fei disappeared amongst the crowd with a sway after throwing the sentence to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stared at Yao Fei's silhouette. A cold sneer appeared on his face as he turned around to leave. However, when Huang Xiaolong turned, two young men came towards him. Huang Xiaolong recognized them at first glance. These two young men were part of Zhao Chen's guards. The two young men stopped in front of Huang Xiaolong, obstructing his path. "Little rascal, our young lord wants to meet you. Come with us for a little trip." Halting Huang Xiaolong's steps, one of them stated with a disparaging tone as he grinned widely. "Your young lord wants to see me?" Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance at the two pompous young men. "What if I decline?" Ideally, Huang Xiaolong preferred not to have any conflict with this Zhao Chen. But he was not a soft persimmon that everyone could pinch or squash as they liked. "Decline." Chun Chang and Zhang Chu exchanged a look between them before laughing in a brazen manner. Still laughing, Chun Chang said, "Little rascal, perhaps you don't know who our young lord is? Our young lord is young noble Zhao Qin. In the Bedlam lands, there is yet anyone who dared to defy our young lord's words. Our young lord orders you to go meet him. That is your greatest honor." Zhang Chu snickered. "Little rascal, I advise you to follow us obediently, otherwise he—" An undisguised antagonistic spark shone in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong remained nonchalant. "If your young lord wants to see me, tell him to roll over himself." Not waiting to see the two young men's reaction, Huang Xiaolong looked over to Qin Yang and the other three, saying, "Let's go." "Yes, young lord. Roll over." Chun Chang and Zhang Chu were enraged hearing Huang Xiaolong actually dared to tell their young lord to roll over even after knowing his identity. "Bastard, you're courting death." Chun Chang struck his fist out in rage towards Huang Xiaolong. Trailing the powerful punch was a surreal shadow of a tiger's wide-open jaw. Feeling the strong energy fluctuation coming at him, Huang Xiaolong dared not underestimate the enemy. His feet swiftly retreated as his hands formed a fist and punched out the Great Void Divine Fist. The Great Void Divine Fist, ethereal, yet tangible the next moment, reality and illusion overlapped, collided head-on with the Tiger Fist. A booming explosion resounded, raising a curtain of sand and dust. Huang Xiaolong's body shook, retreating more than 10 meters back. However, Chun Chang also retreated more 10 meters back. "You!" Chun Chang was astounded as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He was a peak late Xintian 8th Order expert, and he could see that Huang Xiaolong hadn't even broken through to the early 8th Order. Zhang Chu was no exception. "Brat, no wonder you're so arrogant, relying on these few points of strength." Zhang Chu smirked derisively. "Do you think with only this much strength you can defy our young lord's order? Let me enlighten you. Even if you were a Saint Realm expert, there's only death in defying our young lord." A dark teal light burst out from Zhang Chu's body. Both hands formed into claws, slashing down towards Huang Xiaolong. More than a dozen dark teal lights transformed into dozens of snakes that were as thick as an adult's arm, flaring out in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Zhang Chu was an early Xintian 9th Order, a mere difference of a small order, but his attack was many times more powerful than Qin Cheng. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, his expression turning grim. Both his hands struck out and glowing golden rings pierced the air. Where the golden rings passed, all attacks slowed down and gradually stopped in midair. Zhang Chu was dumbfounded. What kind of battle skill was this? At this time, Qin Yang, Li Fei, and the rest moved, blasting off the dozens of teal-green snakes. Who is it, so audacious as to fight inside the city of myriad gods? From afar, a voice thundered. Echoes reverberated in the street. Even building structures seemed to shake. In less than a breath's time, a team city guards clad in shiny black armors appeared riding on earth tiger mounts, galloping into the scene. Seeing this, Chun Chang and Zhang Chu had no choice but to stop. Moments later, the team of city guards arrived. A seemingly captain-like middle-aged man of the team nudged his earth tiger mount closer, stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong and the others. "Captain Wang." Seeing the middle-aged man, Zhang Chu cupped his fist and greeted with a smile. Wang Hai was surprised, Seeing it was Chun Chang and Zhang Chu both, he laughed and said, "So it was brother Zhang Chu and Chun Chang." Wang Hai dismounted from the tiger beast's back as he did so. Huang Xiaolong stood where he was, watching. It was surprising to see that Chun Chang and Zhang Chu were familiar with City of Myriad Gods City Guard's captain. Judging from their greetings, they seemed to be on good terms too. He waited expectantly to see how this captain would handle the matter. At this time, Zhang Chu proceeded to explain the situation with a smile. "Captain Wang, you truly arrive at the right time." With one finger pointing at Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Chu continued, "We have some previous grudges with this punk. We didn't expect him to ambush us while we weren't paying attention." Wang Hai nodded. "So it was like this?" Then, his expression became cold as he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. "Brat, don't you know it's prohibited to fight inside the City of Myriad Gods?" Without waiting for Huang Xiaolong to explain, Wang Hai waved at his subordinates at the back. "Arrest all of them first. Throw into the dungeon." "Yes, Captain." The team of city guards quickly surrounded Huang Xiaolong's group of 5. This result raised a mocking sneer on Huang Xiaolong's face. Since this was the way they wanted to play, he didn't mind slaughtering his way out. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to call out the blades of Azura, preparing to let blood flow, suddenly a voice sounded from the void above. "Stop!" The voice wasn't loud, but it contained a strong deterrence force that crushed any objection. Everyone turned to look. A gray-haired old man in mulberry robe strode over. On the chest of his robe was embroidered a double-headed celestial beast emblem, and surrounding the beast were extremely lifelike dark, fiery red flames. Noticing this person's arrival, Chun Chang and Zhang Chu's face tightened, ashen a little. In the next moment, Wang Hai hastened forward to greet the old man. "Greetings, Senior He." "Senior He?" The name struck Huang Xiaolong's mind. He Yunxiong. This old man was none other than Millennium City's He Yunxiong, one of the top 10 experts of Bedlam Landstat He Yunxiong. He Yunxiong ignored Wang Hai, walking straight towards Huang Xiaolong as his eyes observed him up and down. There was praise in his eyes, rubbing his barely exist beard in an appreciative gesture. He Yunxiong smiled. "Not a bad brat. Are you interested in worshipping me as your master?" Worship He Yunxiong as master? People who gathered close by was dumbfounded hearing He Yunxiong's words, especially Wang Hai, Chun Chang, and Zhang Chu. Their mouths agape. Huang Xiaolong sweated quietly. If he didn't know that this old man in front of him was He Yunxiong, he'd definitely suspect whether this old man was crazy. Before Huang Xiaolong could answer, Zhang Chu stepped forward, venturing with caution. "Senior He, this kid is someone our young lord." However, his sentence has yet to finish when He Yunxiong flicked his robe sleeve and Zhang Chu felt as if he slammed into a tall mountain. His entire body shot away in a tragic holler until he reached the end of the street. Crashing onto the street pavement, not even a grunt came. "I, He Yunxiong, am talking. It is not a place where a slave like you can interrupt." He Yunxiong scoffed, not even turning around to look. Chun Chang looked over at the end of the street where Zhang Chu's corpse laid. He was so terrified that even his bones were shivering, falling but first to the ground. Wang Hai and the team of city guards sweated profusely, looking pale as white sheets. He Yunxiong pointed a finger at Chun Chang, and he was thrown back several hundred meters away, blood spurting from his mouth as he landed. "Return and tell that brat Zhao Chun that I like this kid." He Yunxiong's light, fleeting voice sounded. "Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks for Senior He's mercy in sparing my life." Chun Chang fled for his life in panic after a series of kowtows. In a mere few seconds, his figure disappeared in the crowd. Wang Hai felt an itching thirst in his throat, standing there and not daring to move. "Why aren't you scramming away?" He Yunxiong snapped at Wang Hai. "Yes, yes, Senior He." Immediately, not even climbing onto his mount, he led his subordinates and ran away on foot. As Wang Hai and the city guards fled further away, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his gaze. Looking at He Yunxiong, he really couldn't figure out what about him He Yunxiong liked enough to receive him as a disciple. He Yunxiong was one of top 10 experts in the Bedlam lands. As long as he said the words, the people who wanted to be his disciples could line 100 miles long. As though He Yunxiong saw through Huang Xiaolong's doubts, he laughed lightly. Brat, you must be puzzled about the reason I want to accept you as my disciple? To be frank with you, I practice a kind of secret law that could roughly estimate a person's talent. Moreover, your character matches well with mine. Huang Xiaolong was nonplussed. That simple? However, He Yunxiong's secret law that could estimate a person's talent astounded Huang Xiaolong. Such techniques, admittedly, were a little terrifying. Even if it was only a rough estimation. He Yunxiong went on, Brat, up to now you haven't cultivated over 100 years, right? Less than 100 years and you can already defeat a peak late Xiantian 8th order. This level of talent, amongst the geniuses I've come across, you can be considered one of the top 3. 100 years? Huang Xiaolong smiled. If He Yunxiong knew he was only 20-something, how would he react? Most people in general, once they entered the Xiantian realm, would use some secret techniques or take certain elixirs that made them look younger than their real age. Hence, it was difficult to guess a person's actual age just by judging from appearances. How about it? My words are accurate. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong kept silent the entire time, He Yunxiong thought Huang Xiaolong acquiescence to his evaluation. Smiling, he said, Brat, for now, let's make it a simple kowtow acceptance ceremony. Once we return to Millennium City, I will send out the invitations for the official ceremony with top experts as witnesses. We'll do the proper master-disciple ceremony at that time. When He Yunxiong assumed Huang Xiaolong would kowtow with joy, Huang Xiaolong shook his head instead. Many thanks for Senior He's assistance earlier, however. I have a master. In Huang Xiaolong's mind, he only had one master, the previous Azura's Gate sovereign, Ren Wuquang. Though he acknowledged Shi Tianfu as senior brother in that trip to the Blessed Buddha Empire, those were unexpected circumstances and it was merely a title. He Yunxiong looked stupefied for a moment. This brat actually refused him? Then he broke into a grin. He had been explaining without introducing himself to the little brat. This brat surely wasn't aware of his identity. Little brat, I think you don't know who I am, right? He Yunxiong smiled amiably. I am He Yunxiong, Millennium City's castellan. Fearing that Huang Xiaolong might still be lost, he added another sentence at the end. One of Bedlam Land's top 10 experts. Huang Xiaolong smiled helplessly at his words. Senior He, I'm aware of this. It was He Yunxiong's turn to be bewildered. Frowning, he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. This little brat knew who he was, yet he still refused to worship him as master? Why? He Yunxiong's voice was solemn. Huang Xiaolong replied, In my heart, I only have one master. He Yunxiong paused. In martial spirit world, most of the Saint Realm experts have more than one master in their lifetime. I myself worshipped 4 different masters. What He Yunxiong said was the general truth in martial spirit world. The majority of Saint Realm experts had more than one master. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong still shook his head and declined. He Yunxiong looked at Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly an intangible pressure burst forth from He Yunxiong's body, enveloping Huang Xiaolong, causing the other 4, Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fan and Xing to pale visibly. But, facing the pressure from He Yunxiong, Huang Xiaolong appeared calm, even as He Yunxiong gradually increased the pressure. In the next moment, the solidified pressure from He Yunxiong retreated like the tide, vanishing. He stared at Huang Xiaolong like a defeated rooster in a match as he smiled, saying, Little brat, since it's like that, I shall not force you. If you ever change your mind, come look for me in Millennium City. This is a Millennium Medallion. Fishing out a small pendant-sized medallion, he gave it to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong received the grayish medallion inscribed with a double-headed celestial beast. The same celestial beast on He Yunxiong's robe. Without another word, He Yunxiong's hand reached out, tearing space. His body entered and disappeared from the spot in a flicker. Keeping the Millennium Medallion into the Azura ring, Huang Xiaolong returned to the small courtyard residence they bought with Qin Yang and the rest. On another side, in the south section of the city, within an exquisitely decorated grand mansion, Zhao Chun was extremely sullen as he glowered at Chen Chun, who was kneeling before him. Garbage! Zhao Chun kicked Chen Chun, who was kneeling on the floor, without mercy. A woeful scream came from Chen Chun as he was sent tumbling to a corner of the yard. Zhao Chen's hands grasped at the chairs beside him, turning them into powder. An intense sharp light glinted in Zhao Chen's eyes. This He Yunxiong, acting against me every time. One of these days I'm going to crush Millennium City and toy with his wives and concubines to their death. All the guards behind Zhao Chun lowered their heads. None dared to utter a sound. Crush Millennium City? Not even Sin City's Castellan dared to speak of crushing Millennium City lightly. Millennium City had existed for thousands of years. The forces within were deeply rooted. Would it be so easily destroyed? Zhao Chun swirled around towards the silver-haired old man behind him. Steward Feng, keep a tail on that Huang Xiaolong kid. Once they leave the city of myriad gods, come report to me immediately. Yes, young lord. The silver-haired old man answered respectfully. Zhao Chun nodded as a light gleamed in his eyes. Little punk, as long as you come out from the city of myriad gods, I'll let you know the consequences of defying my Zhao Chen's orders. Don't assume just because there is He Yunxiong, that old fogey, shielding you that I won't dare to kill you. As for Huang Xiaolong, he entered the godly MT Shumi upon arriving back to the courtyard, swallowing all 3 stalks of life soul grass in the Shumi temple hall. He concentrated on practicing the ancient puppetry art and soul mandate. Due to He Yunxiong's intervention, Huang Xiaolong believed that Zhao Chun wouldn't act against him in public, at least not while he was still inside the city. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the Shumi temple, Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt waves spreading out from his soul sea as his spiritual force gathered into a twister of energy, rotating like a violently howling storm, with strands of azure energy multiplying constantly. Sensing this, Huang Xiaolong quickly ran the ancient puppetry art and soul mandate to absorb this energy. 10 days passed. Under constant refinement, the energy inside all 3 stalks of life soul grass was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. Finally, his soul sea returned to its prior calm, while in the space above his soul sea, the black and blue dragons hovered, dragons' roars echoed endlessly, exuding dragon might in every direction. At the same time Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. The eye of hell of the center of his forehead opened as well, and 2 beams of deep scarlet glow materialized like a thunderstorm. After refining the 3 stalks of life soul grass, Huang Xiaolong's ancient puppetry art finally broke through to the 3rd level, greatly enhancing his spiritual force, and combined with his eye of hell, his spiritual attack was even more powerful than before. Huang Xiaolong astutely felt that after this time's practice, even his battle chi and internal force benefited. It's time to visit the Broken Tiger Rift again, Huang Xiaolong decided. Huang Xiaolong had a strong feeling that the Broken Tiger Rift was the said 4 Seas mountain. In the depth of that rift was where that ancient god tribe master's dwelling was. He was as sure as he could be. Despite his rapid increase in strength over these years, Huang Xiaolong still felt that he was too weak. Disregarding experts like He Yunxiong, merely facing Yao Fei or Zhao Chun at his current level of strength, it would be a tough battle to fight. Therefore, he had to break through to the Saint Realm as soon as possible. Exiting the Shumi Temple, Huang Xiaolong summoned Qin Yang, Li Fei, Jiedong, and Fananqing, telling them that he would be absent for the next few days, and in that period, they should stay and wait for him in the residence. After giving them certain tasks, Huang Xiaolong took out godly MT Shumi, controlling it to fly in the direction of Broken Tiger Rift. He stealthily left the city of myriad gods. Leaving the city using the godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong needn't worry about being found by Zhao Chun. Very soon, Huang Xiaolong arrived at Broken Tiger Rift, standing at the edge of the same sharp rift, looking down. Staring down at the dark, endless bottom, Huang Xiaolong initiated his battle chi and internal force, cautiously adjusting his speed as his body fell. Due to the previous experience, this time his speed was much faster than before. However, 600 meters down, Huang Xiaolong was forced to transform into the Azura physique and soul transformed with the Black Dragon martial spirit simultaneously, and by 1,000 meters, he summoned his Blue Dragon martial spirit and fused with it as well. Soul transforming with the Twin Dragon martial spirits, layers of black and blue dragon scales covered Huang Xiaolong like an armor. Yet he still felt the frigid cold wind blowing up, invading his body through the dragon scales. Regardless of the spherical barrier of vigor chi around him, The wind still affected him, its effect was minimum. The frigid cold energy gradually spread through Huang Xiaolong's body, freezing the blood in his veins. Even the battle qi within his qi si showed signs of solidifying. There's actually such terrible ice energy in this martial spirit world. Huang Xiaolong made every effort to control his speed of falling, feeling shocked in his heart. The Azura tactics required him to absorb the netherworld's spiritual energy, and the netherworld's spiritual energy was deemed the coldest and most energy in this heaven and earth. But now, this unknown cold wind actually surpassed the netherworld's spiritual energy by at least 10 times. I cannot continue like this. Otherwise I'd turn into an icicle before reaching the bottom. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Now, he was 1,300 meters down, yet there was still no sign of the bottom. Perhaps he might not see it even after another 200 or 300 meters further down. Relying on Huang Xiaolong's current level of strength, he had no hope of succeeding. What do I do? Leave? Come back when he breaks through to Xiantian 8th Order? But how long will it take for him to break through to Xiantian 8th Order? It might be half a year or even longer. Ever since he broke through to Xiantian 7th Order, Huang Xiaolong clearly felt his cultivation speed slowing down drastically. Huang Xiaolong's feet landed on a protruded boulder on the rift wall. His brows furrowed deeply in thought as he stared downward. There were less than 3 years until the next deity's Templar disciple selection. He didn't have much time to waste. Furthermore, Yao Fei came searching for him in the Bedlam lands and found him. This would very likely lead more people belonging to deity's Templar over here. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find that ancient god tribe master's dwelling. But how could he resist this unknown cold wind? Then, a thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind, godly Mtishumi. Godly Mtishumi was the Buddhist world's heavenly treasure. As terrifying as this cold wind was, it shouldn't be able to penetrate into godly Mtishumi's space. Right? Immediately, Huang Xiaolong brought out the godly Mtishumi and went inside the Shumi temple hall in a flicker. Stepping into the center of the Ten Buddha formation, Huang Xiaolong initiated his battle qi and guided it to fly down slowly. Several gusts of cold wind blew up, wrapping over the godly Mtishumi, and moments later, Huang Xiaolong confirmed that this cold wind could not penetrate into the godly Mt. Shumi's space. This finding greatly relieved him. At last, he found something that could block this damn nameless cold wind. Nevertheless, Huang Xiaolong was still shocked. Although the cold wind failed to penetrate into the godly Mtishumi space, it formed a layer of crystallized dark azure-colored ice around the outer exterior. And this layer of dark azure ice actually affected the speed of godly Mtishumi. Huang Xiaolong immediately pushed the Ten Buddha formation. Buddhism energy poured down from the void above, spreading out inside the temple hall and outwards, slowly melting away the dark azure ice enveloping the godly Mtishumi. When all is done, Huang Xiaolong continued to travel down further, ever more cautious as he tried to avoid the increasing number of nameless cold winds blowing up, covering the godly Mtishumi with another layer of ice. Further and further down, reaching 2,000 meters down, Huang Xiaolong finally caught a glimpse of the ground. The sand and stones at the bottom of the rift were a brownish azure, barren as far as the eyes could see. Not even a leaf of grass growing, it gave a desolate and gloomy atmosphere. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the spacious surroundings. On both sides, the rock walls were thickly layered with crystallized dark azure-colored ice. And above, a dark azure blue twister rotated in a never-ending cycle, with howling winds that left the hearts of those who heard it full of apprehension. Not only that, this dark azure wind twister's form was ever-changing. Sometimes it was a dragon, next it was a serpent, a tiger, and other times it was shaped like a phoenix. This cold wind actually gave birth to intelligence. Huang Xiaolong was shocked, and his first thought was impossible. Between heaven and earth, it was not easy for living beings like trees and flowers to grow intelligence, something that cannot be achieved without tens of thousands of years, and that required fulfilling strict conditions. As for elements like wind, it was even harder compared to trees or flowers. Like this wind, in another few thousand years or even a few hundred years, it could evolve into a real solid entity of existence, such as an ice element dragon or phoenix. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong calmed down, His eyes gradually brightened as he studied the ever-changing azure wind. This is some good stuff, ah. Although this azure wind hadn't fully evolved and taken shape into dragon or phoenix, if he could absorb it, someone practicing the azure tactics like Huang Xiaolong would definitely reap an unimaginable harvest. But this azure cold wind that had given birth to intelligence was no doubt extremely frigid. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, merely coming in close contact was enough to turn him into an ice sculpture. Lights flickered in his eyes when he thought about the thousand-beast cauldron on the second layer of the Linglong treasure pagoda. I wonder if the thousand-beast cauldron could absorb this cold azure wind that has intelligence. If it's possible, then I can absorb it. Instantly, with a single thought, the Linglong treasure pagoda that was combined into the godly MT. Shumi flew out into midair. Guided by Huang Xiaolong, it slowly approached the gales of the azure cold wind. However, the closer the Linglong treasure pagoda got, the more terrifying the frigid coldness became. The surrounding space turned into a domain of ice. The battle chi and internal force within Huang Xiaolong's body spurred madly to support the Linglong treasure pagoda getting closer to the azure cold wind until it was within a 10 meters range. Then, he initiated the array inside the thousand-beast cauldron to absorb the azure cold wind. Huang Xiaolong dared not devour the azure cold wind all at once, biding his time, slowly absorbing tiny strands. But even at this rate, the Linglong treasure pagoda was covered by a layer of ice on the outside. Seeing this, he had no choice but to divide a portion of battle chi and internal force to initiate the 10 Buddha formation, using buddyism energy to melt the layer of ice away. In this manner, Huang Xiaolong stayed there for more than 2 hours, absorbing the azure cold wind until he felt it was enough and retrieved the Linglong treasure pagoda. He then concentrated his battle chi and internal force on the thousand-demon engulfing destruction array to refine the azure cold wind, expelling the extreme cold element. 1 hour passed and Huang Xiaolong was delighted. The extreme cold element of the dark azure wind was gradually dispelled by the thousand-demon engulfing destruction array inside the thousand-beast cauldron. The refinement process went on for 10 long hours before all the extreme cold element was expelled. When it finally ended, Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic and relieved at the same time. His eyes sparkled staring at the cloud of refined azure green wind inside the thousand-beast cauldron. Although the cold element had been separated, it did not affect the spiritual benefits it would bring. Then, Huang Xiaolong opened the lid of the thousand-beast cauldron, revealing within an azure snake about 10 meters long and thick as an adult's arm that flew out, trying to escape. Dazzling azure energy flashed in midair, filling up an area of 100 zhong in azure light, emanating a pulsating, vibrant spiritual energy. Such a dense, natural spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he quickly sat down in a meditative pose, running the azure tactics. He opened his mouth and sucked in akin to a whale drinking water, swallowing the cold azure energy flow into his body. Not only did Huang Xiaolong not feel cold when the azure energy entered his body, instead, he felt extremely warm and comfortable, to the point of almost groaning aloud. Huang Xiaolong made every effort to run the azure tactics, controlling it to refine the azure natural spiritual energy. Instantly, Huang Xiaolong felt the fog pool of battle chi accumulated within his chi-si rumble violently. Above his chi-si, the 3 mandate shapes a golden primordial divine dragon, archdemon, and the golden Buddha shone brightly, while battle chi roared inside every inch of his meridians and veins. Further down, Huang Xiaolong's dantian glowed a hazy aureate as the internal force in his dantian increased rapidly. 1 hour, 2 hours. In a mere 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong's battle chi cultivation broke through a small order. Gold, azure, midnight ink, and ember-colored glows whirled endlessly around him. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Huang Xiaolong, who had been sitting in a meditative pose, suddenly opened his eyes. A dark azure light flashed and disappeared in midair as the 4 colored lights of gold, midnight ink, azure, and ember dissipated. Huang Xiaolong immersed his spiritual sense internally to check the situation inside his body and cultivation, and was delighted to discover that after 3 days of refining and absorbing the azure energy, his cultivation broke through from mid-Shintian 7th order to peak mid-Shintian 7th order. Moreover, The internal force in his dantian was more abundant, with signs of transforming into a liquid state. This was the precursor to internal force evolving into true essence force. This made Huang Xiaolong unable to calm down for a long time. If his internal force could evolve into true essence force, it meant that he could successfully step into a stage where generations of Huang family ancestors had failed, becoming immortal as civilization on Earth would term it. An atmosphere of strong confidence burst forth from Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the remaining azure cold wind hovering in the space above. Previously, the Thousand Beast Cauldron only sucked and refined in 1/10 of the extreme cold wind. Once again Huang Xiaolong guided the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to approach the hovering azure cold wind and initiated the Thousand Demon Engulfing Destruction Array inside the Thousand Beast Cauldron to expel the cold element within. Once the cold element was eliminated, Huang Xiaolong absorbed and refined the Xiantian spiritual energy within time and again, repeating the same steps. It was slightly over a month later that Huang Xiaolong finally finished refining the azure cold wind, propelling him to break through to Xiantian 8th Order, reaching peak early Xiantian 8th Order at the end. If word got out that someone broke through to peak early Xiantian 8th Order from a peak mid-Xiantian 7th Order in slightly over a month's time, it would be hard to imagine the stir it would cause in the cultivation world. Before arriving at the bottom of the rift, even Huang Xiaolong would find it hard to believe it himself. Not only his battle qi, even his internal force took a great leap forward. The fog-like internal force in his dantian turned dense and viscous, floating above his dantian. This was definitely a sign that his internal force was on the verge of turning into liquid form. Just a little bit more was needed to succeed. Nourished by the half-formed true origin force in his dantian, Huang Xiaolong felt that with every breath he took, his flesh and body grew stronger visibly. Once the force in his dantian was fully turned into true origin force, his flesh and body would continue to be nourished at all times, every minute, every second being strengthened. This was more beneficial and effective to Huang Xiaolong than taking grade 8 or grade 9 spirit pellets that enhanced physical strength. Now that I've advanced to Xiantian 8th Order, I wonder how many giant puppets I can control now. Huang Xiaolong mused. Not wasting time, he disappeared from the spot, entering the 3rd layer of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Running the ancient puppetry art, he started gathering spiritual force to brand the 7th giant puppet's mind. It didn't take long for him to succeed. He then moved on to the 8th puppet. When Huang Xiaolong finished branding the 10th puppet and wanted to control the 11th puppet, his spiritual force was unable to support him and the attempt failed. Only then was Huang Xiaolong willing to stop, but he was still satisfied with the result. He realized that to fully control all 19 giant puppets, he had to break through to the Saint Realm. After branding the 10th giant puppet, Huang Xiaolong appeared inside the rift, exploring the ground by flying with godly MT Shumi. After flying slowly for half an hour, all he could see was barren ground the entire way. Not a single leaf of green grass. In an environment dominated by the azure cold wind, not to mention plants, even a Saint Realm expert could not survive in such conditions for long. Still, the path stretched further. The end had yet to be seen even after an hour of flight. Although Huang Xiaolong had refined the azure cold wind, the frigid cold air remained. Thus he continued to explore using the godly MT Shumi. What baffled Huang Xiaolong was, the deeper he went, the stronger the cold atmosphere seemed to grow. Another half an hour passed before Huang Xiaolong detected a small lake. Perhaps a cold spring would be more accurate. The water bubbling up from the spring was dark green in color, whereas above the spring were flows of azure cold air that formed endlessly. Could it be? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Did the azure cold wind at the bottom of this rift originate from this cold spring? What was this cold spring exactly? There was 100 zhang distance between them and he was inside the godly MT Shumi. Yet Huang Xiaolong felt the terrifying extreme frigid air coming from the cold spring. However, just as terrifying the extreme frigid air was, it also contained abundant spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong activated the Eye of Hell to search within the small lake, and saw that there were actually fish swimming within. Fish! But these weren't normal fish. They were something transformed from the natural spiritual energy in the air. Fish born from natural spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed. This was a treasure even a Saint Realm expert would go crazy for. Taking one could not only enhance one's strength, it also tempered one's flesh, muscles, and bones, akin to being reborn from the soul to every inch of the physical body, including internal organs, even to the ends of the hair. Removing the body's impurities, when one cultivates later on, it brings unimaginable benefits, especially in terms of absorbing spiritual energy. He would never have expected that at the bottom of this rift would exist such a treasure. Even with Huang Xiaolong's calm demeanor, he couldn't help getting excited. Moreover, in this small cold spring pond, he detected 2 natural spiritual energy fish. Not one, 2 natural spiritual energy fish. It took Huang Xiaolong some time before he could calm down. It was fortunate that he had heavenly treasures like godly MT Shumi. Otherwise, not even Saint Realm experts could reach this far in the rift. Even the top of the heavenly treasures list, godly MT Shumi, was covered with a layer of crystallized ice due to the cold azure wind. As strong as a Saint Realm expert's flesh is, it cannot compare to the godly MT Shumi. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Then, the next step he needed to think of was how to refine those 2 fish. The truth is, although Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Xiantian 8th Order, his strength was still lacking in order to refine these natural spiritual energy fish, even taking into consideration the existence of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron in the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. It was a trying task. In the end, Huang Xiaolong observed the spiritual energy gathering around the cold spring like fog and decided to first refine it, increasing his strength. If he could advance to Xiantian 9th Order after refining the spiritual energy around, he would have a chance to absorb and refine the 2 spiritual energy fish. Although the spiritual energy around the cold spring could not compare to the 2 fish, it was sufficiently dense. The spiritual energy contained here was 10 times stronger than the azure cold wind Huang Xiaolong had refined earlier. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong brought out the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and started the 1,000 Beast Cauldron array. Slowly but steadily, he absorbed and refined the spiritual energy with the 1,000 Demon Engulfing Destruction array, only stopping when he sensed that it was nearing the limit. Then, he initiated the Heaven and Earth Origin Reverting array to dispel the cold element within, before swallowing and refining the pure spiritual energy in his body. One day after another passed. As Huang Xiaolong refined the spiritual energy around day in and day out, his battle chi cultivation enhanced rapidly, advancing into late Xiantian 8th Order before long. 1 month later, he stepped into late Xiantian 8th Order. The spiritual energy here was 10 times or more abundant and rich than the azure cold wind he first came across. As Huang Xiaolong's strength continued to climb higher, the time required to refine the spiritual energy shortened as his speed increased. 2 months later, he fully refined every shred of spiritual energy around, successfully advancing into peak late Xiantian 8th Order. Peak late Xiantian 8th Order. Half a step more to break through to Xiantian 9th Order. Huang Xiaolong's enthusiasm dampened slightly. According to his original plan, if he could advance to Xiantian 9th Order, there was a bigger chance he could refine and absorb the 2 spiritual energy fish, but now, Huang Xiaolong hesitated a little as he stared at the 2 spiritual energy fish inside the pond. If he forcefully refined them, there was a possibility for the frigid cold element to enter his body. At that time, not only would his cultivation not increase, he would bring upon damaging consequences upon himself. The gains wouldn't make up for the loss. He pondered for a moment and decided to first explore the place. After all, the 2 fish were in the pond. They couldn't fly away. With that in mind, Huang Xiaolong guided the godly MT Shumi deeper in. Flying using the godly MT Shumi for a short while, suddenly the scenery up ahead changed. The barren and dry environment was replaced by lush greenery full of vitality. The soil was covered with a luxurious green coat. Furthermore, the rock walls on both sides, which were supposed to be hidden underneath a layer of ice, had plants and foliage covering the rocky surface. They were like 2 different worlds. What is happening? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Quickly guiding godly MT Shumi to the edge of the greenery, Huang Xiaolong exited the Shumi temple and appeared outside. The moment he was out, he felt a gentle warm breeze blowing, just like the summer wind, extremely comfortable, whereas taking a step back, biting cold wind seemed to penetrate bone deep, as if his internal organs would freeze solid any moment. This was like a two-layer world of ice and fire. Merely the distance of one step, yet two very distinct sensations. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong returned to his senses. Looking in front, he was sure there was something strange. Hence, he flew forward. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong was standing in front of a tree 10 zhang tall, with flowing red energy at its trunk that looked like flames. In fact, this tree, from the trunk, branches, leaves, was entirely flaming red in color. Growing among the branches were a dozen or so fist-sized fiery red fruits. These pieces of fiery red fruit exuded vast spiritual energy no weaker than the spiritual energy around the cold spring. The only difference was that the spiritual energy from the cold spring contained extreme frigid energy within, tyrannical at the same time, while these pieces of fiery red fruit contained a gentle fire element. Standing beneath the tree was like standing in the sunlight, warm and cozy, serene and content. A tree like this could actually grow in this deep rift, Huang Xiaolong muttered as he studied the red tree. Back when he was still in the Duanren Institute, he had gone through many books that introduced martial spirit world's odd wonders, but none of them mentioned about this particular tree or that cold spring. Huang Xiaolong circled the tree as he pondered. Could it be that this tree did not belong to the martial spirit world? A thought suddenly struck Huang Xiaolong's mind. Godly Mt Shumi was a treasure hailed from the divine Buddhist world. The Azura tactics was the netherworld's top cultivation technique. If things from Buddhist world and netherworld could exist here in the martial spirit world, then there was a chance that this tree came from the divine world. No matter, eat first, talk later. Seconds later, Huang Xiaolong shook his head for thinking too much. Converging these nonsensical thoughts, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and opened his mouth. A suction force pulled one of the fiery red fruits straight into his mouth as he started to run the Azura tactics to absorb the spiritual energy within. The instant the fiery red fruit melted into his body, a warm energy traveled to his four limbs and every part of his body. The same situation when he refined the cold spring spiritual energy. The battle chi in his chi-si rolled and rumbled. Again and again, battle chi crashed against the ninth order barrier. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong finally refined a piece of the fire-red fruit. Though he had yet to break through, he was closer than before. Huang Xiaolong continued without stopping, sucking in a second fruit into his body and started refining. By the time he finished refining the second fruit, he finally broke into Xiantian ninth order. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong did not stop. He continued to refine the fiery red fruits one by one. Sitting cross-legged underneath the big tree, the twin dragon martial spirits hovered above Huang Xiaolong's head. The atmosphere of dragon might flooded the entire rift as glows of midnight black, gold, dark ember, and fiery red swirled around Huang Xiaolong. Breaking through Xiantian ninth order, the black and blue dragons reached the size of 100 zhang in length, seemingly covering heaven and earth. Ancient true dragon chi poured from the void above. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting underneath the tree, stopped at last. Getting up slowly, the ground shook beneath his feet. After refining all the fiery red fruits, his cultivation reached peak mid-Xiantian ninth order. Peak mid-Xiantian ninth order. Feeling the abundant power inside his body, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help roaring towards the sky like a dragon. His roar reverberated through the rift, piercing the sky, reaching as far as 100 miles around the Broken Tiger Rift area. Running his battle chi, Huang Xiaolong stomped his feet on the ground, raising a cloud of sand. With Huang Xiaolong as the center, deep fissures lined the ground surface. Stones and rocks rolled down from both sides of the rift walls, and the entire rift area seemed to be shaking. This was Huang Xiaolong's current strength, earth-shattering might, enough to collapse a mountain. Huang Xiaolong recalled the blue and black dragons back into his body. The powerful atmosphere surging around him slowly converged. A short while later, rocks and stones stopped rolling down from the rift walls. Huang Xiaolong looked at the tree in front of him. A thought came to him and he suddenly struck a palm out at the trunk. But the tree didn't even shake. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength at peak mid-Xiantian ninth order, striking the flame tree actually didn't even make a single piece of tree bark fall. Not to mention, the branches and leaves remained still, unaffected. Huang Xiaolong was amazed. Running his battle chi, increasing his power, he used both palms this time to strike on the tree trunk. Bang! A loud blast rendered the air, yet the flaming tree didn't even shake. In the end, Huang Xiaolong's soul transformed with both black and blue dragon martial spirits, striking out at full force at the tree trunk. However, the three merely shook for a moment, just for a moment. Neither leaves of branches fell. Furthermore, at full force, Huang Xiaolong's palm didn't even manage to leave a print in the trunk. Forget palm print, there wasn't even a scratch at all. Huang Xiaolong was greatly astonished. The sturdiness of this tree was a tad too terrifying. At his current level, the force from one of his palm was enough to blast an average Xiantian 7th order, even a Xiantian 8 order into pieces without even soul transforming with his twin dragon martial spirits. Yet, landing a full force attack on the tree trunk after soul transformation failed to damage this nameless fire tree in the slightest. With a quick leap, Huang Xiaolong landed on one of the branches on top of the fire tree. Sitting down in a meditative pose, he ran the Azura tactics and found that cultivating on the fire tree was much faster than sitting underneath it. While Huang Xiaolong absorbed spiritual energy, the fire tree branches, leaves, and trunk would absorb the fire element energy from the air. As the fire element energy enveloped the tree, it also enveloped Huang Xiaolong wholly, giving him inexplicable comfort. One day passed and Huang Xiaolong felt as if he was reborn from his soul to his flesh. This fire spiritual energy shouldn't be some average kind of spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong was delighted with the finding as the thought crossed his mind. Could the spiritual fire energy absorbed by this tree come from the divine world? Huang Xiaolong looked at the nameless fire tree, eyes twinkling. Undoubtedly, this nameless fire tree was a great treasure. He had to think of a way to take it away with him. However, divine trees such as this one couldn't be placed into a spatial ring, including the Azura ring. Still, Huang Xiaolong wanted to try. With a thought, the Azura ring emerged on his finger and he infused it with battle chi as he tried to move the fire tree into the ring. The fiery red of the tree seemingly came alive, exuding a force that repelled Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was sent staggering backward. His blood roared violently in his veins before it calmed down some time later. Seeing this result, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and let the Azura ring submerge again. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed deeply staring at the fire tree. Then, an idea struck him, swiftly calling out Godly Mt Shumi. The Azura ring may have failed, but what about Godly Mt Shumi? Under Huang Xiaolong's control, Godly Mt Shumi flew up, hovering right above the fire tree. Huang Xiaolong waved his hands, sending multiple streams of battle chi into the 10 Buddha formation at the center, initiating the array formation. Instantly, a blinding light burst forth from the Godly Mt Shumi. Reaching the sky, Buddhism energy spread out akin to the morning sunlight. Golden light sprinkled over the fire tree, enveloping the entire tree. When the Buddhism energy enveloped the fire tree, Huang Xiaolong was delighted to find out that the fire tree didn't put up a resistance like it did before. It only emitted a gentle fiery glow. The fiery flow blended in with Buddhism energy, glowing brighter, lighting up the entire rift like it was a surreal fantasy. A moment later, the fire tree shook as its roots gradually left the ground, flying into the Godly Mt Shumi, disappearing in an instant into the Godly Mt Shumi's space. Huang Xiaolong jumped with joy. He expected to exert some effort to move the tree into Godly Mt Shumi, but the tree actually went in so easily. He finally got the fire tree. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong appeared inside the Shumi temple and saw that the fire tree was rooted next to the 10 Buddha formation, and the entire Shumi temple felt warm and comfortable as a fire element spiritual energy flowed to every corner of the Shumi temple. Looking at the fire tree, Huang Xiaolong was in an extremely good mood. With the fire tree within the 10 Buddha formation, he had the confidence to break through to Saint Realm and Higher God Realm. A while later Huang Xiaolong gradually calmed down and exited the Shumi temple. Since he had broken through to Xiantian 9th order, reaching peak mid-Xiantian 9th order, it was time to refine the 2 spiritual energy fish. Although the fire tree was taken away by Huang Xiaolong, that area of the rift was just as warm as spring, and the cold energy from the other side did not encroach over, despite the absence of the tree. Huang Xiaolong traced his path back to the cold spring, and before long, he was standing at the edge of the small cold spring lake. Observing the two spiritual energy fish swimming merrily in the water, Huang Xiaolong called out the Linglong treasure pagoda and initiated the 1,000-demon engulfing destruction array. A powerful suction force swallowed the two fish into the cauldron. The instant the two fish entered the 1,000-beast cauldron, a layer of ice formed on the surface of the Linglong treasure pagoda. Huang Xiaolong swiftly infused his battle chi into the heaven and earth origin reverting array within the 1,000-beast cauldron to refine the two fish, expelling the cold element within. At the same time, a small part of his battle chi was sent into the 10 Buddha formation, using the Buddhism energy to melt away the layer of azure ice on the Linglong treasure pagoda's surface. But Huang Xiaolong was shocked when the layer of azure ice melted by the Buddhism energy formed again over the Linglong treasure pagoda. As if the two fish contained endless amounts of cold element, the layer of azure ice recurred time and again. Even with Huang Xiaolong's peak mid-Shintian 9th order strength, maintaining both sides' requirements of battle chi was onerous. Later, Huang Xiaolong needed to use the internal force in his dantian as support. Now that Huang Xiaolong's internal force had almost fully transformed into true essence energy, he noticed that the Buddhism energy coming from the 10 Buddha formation was denser and purer when internal force was used compared to his battle chi. 1 hour passed. Finally, the layer of azure ice covering the Linglong treasure pagoda's surface slowly melted and thinned, and 3 hours later, the layer of azure ice did not form again. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong was able to breathe out in relief at last. Still, he dared not proceed carelessly, persevering in pushing the array inside the 1,000-beast cauldron to refine the two fish, expelling the remaining cold elements. 5 days and 5 nights later, the 1,000-beast cauldron trembled, shining brightly. The last shreds of the cold element were expelled from the two spiritual energy fish. When the lid was opened, both spiritual energy fish flew out from the cauldron in sparkling splendor. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and a suction force drew both fish into his body. In that instant, spiritual energy akin to a boundless ancient sea roared to every inch of Huang Xiaolong's body. Terrified, Huang Xiaolong hurried to run the Azura tactics, fervently absorbing and suppressing the spiritual energy, not letting it run amok. While Huang Xiaolong was refining the spiritual energy fish, two figures were rushing towards the Broken Tiger Rift, stopping at the same rift edge above. The new arrivals consisted of an elderly and a young man. Both men were clad in dark violet brocade robes. On the chest of their robes was embroidered the pattern of a 6-horned devil scorpion. "Are you sure that Dragon's roar came from the bottom of this rift?" the old man Feng Gong questioned. Dai Li hurried to answer, "Yes, master. At that time I was nearby this area. I heard it clearly." Feng Gong nodded as he stared down at the bottomless rift. "Stand guard here. I'm going down to have a look," Feng Gong solemnly said. "Yes, master," Dai Li answered respectfully. Not delaying further, Feng Gong's silhouette disappeared in a flicker. Running his battle chi, he controlled his body to descend down the rift at a slow pace. Similar to Huang Xiaolong's experience, the deeper down he went, the stronger the gusts of azure cold wind blew, at a higher frequency too. Several hundred meters down, Feng Gong was forced to summon his martial spirit, the 6-horned devil scorpion, and soul transformed. However, passing the 1,500 meters mark, Feng Gong couldn't withstand the frigid cold and had to return above. Seeing his master return, Dai Li quickly went up, inquiring cautiously, "Master, how was it?" Feng Gong shook his head saying, "The cold wind coming from the bottom of the rift is too strong. There's no way to reach the bottom." His body shuddered, expelling the frigid air that had entered into his body. Feng Gong quickly took out a pellet and swallowed it down, circulating his battle chi. Only then did he manage to suppress the effects the azure cold wind. Dai Li was evidently shocked at his master's words, for he was well aware that his master was a peak late Shintian 10th order expert, half a step into the Saint Realm. Someone that was half a step into the Saint Realm like his master actually couldn't reach the bottom of the rift. Noticing his disciple's expression, Fenggong explained, "In fact, many Saint Realm experts had tried to go down this broken tiger rift, but despite that, in the last 20,000 years, I've yet to hear about anyone succeeding. Even Saint Realm experts failed to reach the bottom?" Dai Li was flabbergasted. This was his first time hearing this matter. Fenggong nodded. "I didn't believe it either, but after that attempt just now, that rumor should be true." "But Master, that dragon's roar at the bottom?" Dai Li inquired. Fenggong's tone was solemn. "These tens of thousands of years, in our martial spirit world, the primordial divine dragon has been in extinct existence. That dragon roar was not made by a real dragon. More likely than not it was issued by a certain treasure. We'll stay here for the time being, to confirm if there's really a treasure being born." Whereas at the bottom of the rift, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged beside the cold spring, refining the spiritual energy from the spiritual energy fish. Although 5 days had passed, the amount of spiritual energy inside his body remained abundant. The airflow around Huang Xiaolong gathered into a giant energy vortex, and in the eye of the vortex, aureate, ember, azure, and a black light glimmered endlessly. The vortex grew bigger as time passed. On the surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin, plumes of black soot appeared. They were impurities that had built up in his body being cleansed out. Half a month passed. The energy vortex around Huang Xiaolong reached the height of 10 zhang, with howling cries as it rotated at high speed, hiding Huang Xiaolong's silhouette in the center as a stalwart force surged out. After more than 20 days, close to a month's time, the energy vortex around Huang Xiaolong suddenly stopped, bursting in the air like a giant bubble and dissipating, revealing Huang Xiaolong's muscular physique at its center. By this time, the robe he wore was shredded and pieces of cloth scattered in the surrounding. Huang Xiaolong's muscles looked as if they were sculpted, masculine and perfect, with a face that was carved out of an artist's knife, eyes that resembled the vast galaxy framed by thick sword-like brows. More than 20 days passed. Huang Xiaolong fully refined the spiritual energy fish. Checking his body's condition with his spiritual sense, Huang Xiaolong found that his battle chi cultivation had reached peak late Xiantian 9th order, with signs of advancing to Xiantian 10th order any time. Furthermore, his meridians and veins were tougher and larger. The blood running through his veins, his marrow, and flesh seemed to pulsate with a faint golden halo. He felt much lighter, and his soul much clearer. "The benefits of these spiritual energy fish are amazing," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in his heart. After undergoing the cleansing from the spiritual energy fish, Huang Xiaolong's body burst with power and vitality. His soul was also greatly enhanced, becoming stronger, so powerful that he felt hints of breaking through the 4th level of the ancient puppetry art. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Huang Xiaolong took out a new robe from the Azura ring and put it on. Then he brought out the Linglong treasure pagoda, sucking in the 2nd spiritual energy fish into the 1,000-beast cauldron, initiating the heaven and earth origin reverting array to expel the cold element. 20 days came and went. As the days passed, Huang Xiaolong managed to refine the remaining spiritual energy fish, finally entering Xiantian 10th order. Xiantian 10th order. Though it may be early Xiantian 10th order, Huang Xiaolong's strength had always been higher than the average warriors. Even without soul transformation, a peak late Xiantian 10th order would suffer gravely from Huang Xiaolong's punch. Before entering the rift, Huang Xiaolong was still a Xiantian 7th order, but now, several months later, he advanced into Xiantian 10th order. He couldn't help but marvel at the changes. Huang Xiaolong stood up, eyes scanning around the rift, spreading out his spiritual sense. Being here for so many months, Huang Xiaolong had seen most of the places, but he did not find the so-called dwelling of that ancient god tribe master. Could that master's cultivation place not in this rift? As Huang Xiaolong's spiritual senses spread out, a weak energy fluctuation rippled from the bottom of the cold spring lake. Weak as it may be, Huang Xiaolong detected it the moment the energy rippled. His eyes were attracted towards the cold spring. Was there something hidden beneath the cold spring? Pondering over the matter, Huang Xiaolong decided to enter the cold spring and check it out. He immediately brought out the godly empty shumi and disappeared within, guiding the godly MT Shumi from the 10 Buddha formation to enter the cold spring lake. Submerged within, as far as the eyes could see was an endless blue. And nothing else. Going further down, he already reached the bottom of the cold spring, but other than sand and mud, there was only more sand and mud. Huang Xiaolong frowned. He was certain that the weak energy fluctuation earlier originated under the cold spring. How could there be nothing around? As Huang Xiaolong controlled the godly MT Shumi to explore further, a turbulent force struck, causing godly MT Shumi to shake. What's happening? The scenery in front of Huang Xiaolong shifted as he entered another space. The view before him was a lush green space with fragrant flowers and cheerful birdsongs ringing in the air. All kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs filled the ground, and a waterfall up ahead. This was paradise. Could it be that ancient god tribe master's cultivation space? Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. He must have guessed it right. That ancient god tribe master's cultivation dwelling was actually built beneath the cold spring. If weren't because of the Linglong treasure pagoda allowing him to refine the cold element within the cold spring, if it weren't for the godly MT Shumi, if it weren't for that weak fluctuation earlier, he may have never located this place. Huang Xiaolong's eyes looked around, falling onto the many herbs and elixirs on the ground. 7 colors spirit mushroom, 9 leaves purple grass, fervid yang fruit. Huang Xiaolong was exclaiming the names of each one. The herbs and elixirs spread casually over the space were all rare materials, and judging from their appearance, each and every one of them was over 10,000 years. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with ecstasy. All these are treasures. Not only that, there were also many that he couldn't name. It was quite a while before Huang Xiaolong managed to tear his eyes away from these elixirs towards the several small straw huts nearby the waterfall. This is where that ancient god tribe master cultivated? Isn't this a little too humble? Huang Xiaolong flickered into a blur, landing close to the several straw huts. There were a total of 6 straw huts, picturesque in their disorder, as if they were part of nature, carrying with them a charm from an ancient past. He opted for the hut in the center and went in. Inside the straw hut, a messy room welcomed Huang Xiaolong. Odd things strewn over here and there. Catching sight of something in a corner, Huang Xiaolong walked over and blew the dust away with a flick of his sleeve, revealing a stack of books. It was unknown what materials were used to make these books. They were pale yellow in color, and even after several thousands of years, they were still in good condition. Huang Xiaolong's hand formed a suction force and one of the books flew to his hand. Looking at the cover, the 4 characters title was written in ancient text. Taking a moment to interpret the words, he read softly, Fiend God Treasured Reflection. He opened the book, reading page to page. This book, Fiend God Treasured Reflection, depicted events of ancient times related to the god tribes and devil race. After he finished reading the book, Huang Xiaolong moved on to the other books from the stack. Most of the contents in these books were records related to ancient tribes and races in that era. No cultivation techniques nor battle skills. Huang Xiaolong was disappointed. To him, these books weren't of much use. What he needed most at the moment were things that could aid him in enhancing his cultivation. Still, regardless of these books' usefulness, Huang Xiaolong moved all the books into the Azura ring one by one as he read through them. These books weren't useful to him, but if put out for auction, he would probably get some good stuff in exchange. Having dealt with the books, his eyes wandered to another section of the hut and walked over. In this corner, piled up high, were different ores and metals that were also covered in dust. Huang Xiaolong swept the layer of dust away with a simple wave of his hand. This is purple blood silver crystal. His gaze were attracted by a palm-sized, translucent red ore nestled amongst the pile of ores when the dust lifted and exclaimed out loud. This purple blood silver crystal was extremely rare. It was born from hard-to-find bloody mine veins. If taken out for auction, it would likely fetch a much higher price than 10 pieces of grade 1 spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong's eyes swept over the other dozens of ores and metals. Fire flame black iron, ash gray blood magnetite, moontide stone. The other dozens of ores and metals were all materials hard to find in martial spirit world. Some of them even disappeared more than 1,000 years back. Eyes shining brightly, Huang Xiaolong moved all of them into his azure ring. Moments later Huang Xiaolong came out from the central straw hut and entered the hut beside it. The inside of this straw hut was slightly smaller compared to the one in the center. Placed at the center of the hut was a pill furnace. Again, Huang Xiaolong didn't know what materials the pill furnace was made of. The furnace body was a mass of matte black. There was a jade drawer placed at a corner of the hut. On top of the flat surface, there were several small jade bottles. It seems like this is a pill refining room, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Taking another look around the hut, his eyes once again fell onto the jade drawer. More accurately, on the several small jade bottles on top. A suction force came from his hand and one of the jade bottles fell into his palm. The jade bottle was pure light red in color and felt warm to the touch, making him wonder what kind of jade it was made of. Even more curious was what kind of medicinal pellet it held inside. Carefully, Huang Xiaolong opened the lid, and an alluring medicinal fragrance immediately filled the hut, spreading to every corner, actually forming into something that looked like a little elf. Watching the scene in front of him, Huang Xiaolong's eyes were the size of fists due to shock. Could this be divine grade spirit pellet? Divine grade? Only a divine grade spirit pellet could cause such a manifestation. Huang Xiaolong peered inside the jade bottle excitedly and saw an amiable, floating little Taoist man in cross-legged position. The little Taoist man was shrouded in a hazy gray halo. He was honestly stunned. Then understanding set in. This little Taoist man was likely a transformation of the divine grade spirit pellet. Some high-grade divine spirit pellet like the spiritual energy fish could take shape in another form. While Huang Xiaolong's thoughts were turning at rapid speed, the little Taoist man opened his eyes, taking a glance at Huang Xiaolong. A streak of lightning flashed in his eyes and Huang Xiaolong felt something collide with his mind with great momentum, causing him to lose focus. However, he managed to recover in the blink of an eye. Watching Huang Xiaolong recover so fast shocked the little Taoist. He purely focuses on soul force cultivation. Warriors under the Saint Realm shouldn't be able to break his soul attack. This brat in front of him was probably not a Saint Realm expert. Yet this young man wasn't overwhelmed by his soul force attack. Whereas Huang Xiaolong, who nearly fell into the little Taoist man's plot of being controlled, was also taken aback. He didn't expect a little Taoist man evolved from a divine grade pellet new method of soul control. Judging from the attack earlier, this little Taoist man's cultivation wasn't weak at all, close to a human Saint Realm expert. Young man, it's surprising that you managed to enter this eminent holiness space. At this point the Taoist spoke. How about we discuss a deal? A deal? Huang Xiaolong remained calm on the surface while sneering inwardly. He wanted to see what this little Taoist was playing at. The Taoist continued. This eminent holiness space was opened by Supreme Eminent Holiness during the ancient era. Left inside here is an eminent holiness technique that only I know how to get. As long as you let me go, I will tell you where this godly eminent holiness technique is. Oh, really? Huang Xiaolong remained calm on the surface, but he was sneering inside. With a wave of his hand, a bright light flickered and the Linglong treasure pagoda materialized above his head. What so-called eminent holiness supreme technique? Huang Xiaolong obviously didn't believe one word. Even if what the little Taoist man said was really true, Huang Xiaolong held no interest. It was enough that he had the Azura tactics and godly Shumi art. As for battle skills, he had them in abundance and was definitely not lacking. What Huang Xiaolong truly lacked were miraculous pellets and elixirs that could help him enhance his battle chi cultivation. And this little Taoist man in front of him was exactly the panacea he was looking for. This little Taoist man's cultivation was quite formidable, however. Huang Xiaolong has the Linglong treasure pagoda. Wanting to refine it wouldn't be difficult. This, a heavenly treasure. The Linglong treasure pagoda. When the little Taoist saw the Linglong treasure pagoda, Huang Xiaolong called out. He couldn't help exclaiming. Huang Xiaolong paused briefly. This little Taoist recognized the Linglong treasure pagoda. Correct. This is the Linglong treasure pagoda. Huang Xiaolong smirked smugly. Not so fast. How could the little Taoist not realize what Huang Xiaolong planned by this point? Hastily shouted, "Young man, don't you desire the eminent holiness technique? That is a high-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique. Even during the ancient era, it was a much-coveted high-grade cultivation technique. After cultivating it, you would possess a godly holy power. Refining me will only enhance your cultivation by a tiny level. It's a vast difference if you get the eminent holiness technique." While the little Taoist was busy persuading Huang Xiaolong, a great suction force descended over it from the Linglong treasure pagoda, pulling both the little Taoist and the red jade bottle into the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, the heaven and earth origin reverting array initiated, pressuring the jade bottle from all directions. "You punk! Let me out! You think you can refine me by relying on the Linglong treasure pagoda? I'm going to kill you!" The divine grade pellet Taoist's raging wrath rang out endlessly from the thousand-beast cauldron. Huang Xiaolong remained unperturbed as he continued to infuse the thousand-beast cauldron with battle qi, slowly melting away the hazy gray halo of protective vigor qi around the little Taoist. Although this little Taoist was the manifestation of the divine grade pellet and a tough nut to crack, compared to refining the spiritual energy fish, this was by far easier many times over.